I know video is late, but this is last time. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1, start with the tornado superpower. Unknown sea areas in One Piece world. There was a large wooden board floating on the sea level, which looked like the wreckage of a ship, and at this time, a child who seemed to be only 4 or 5 years old was lying quietly on the wooden board. The planks and the children came from nowhere. I don't know where he's going to float. Chain Beast slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his entire body had been hit by a truck, not only in pain but also unable to exert himself. What? It's just a few bottles of horse urine for my birthday. Why does it feel like I've been hit by a few bottles of horse urine? Is it the same for a rich woman of 200 pounds? It's just a metaphor, the author has no such experience, don't think about it too much. Chain Beast looked at the colorful Madara sky in the sky and his body drifting along with the waves, and gradually realized that something was wrong. Who can see the sky when he opens his eyes, but whose bed is hard and moves? Chain Beast struggled to sit up with his few physical strengths. It was such a simple action, usually as simple as eating and drinking water, but at this time he exhausted his physical strength. Chain Beast looked at the sea that could not see the edge, and said to himself with a confused expression, "My home is separated from the sea by 108,000 miles, and when I opened my eyes, I was floating on the sea. No one wakes up, right?" When Chain Beast heard his voice, he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Damn it! What the heck is your cute voice?" Ah! Before Chain Beast could think about it, he suddenly felt that his head was about to explode, a pain suddenly hit him, and he screamed in agony. Time passed minute by minute, and I don't know how long it has passed. Chain Beast's face showed pain, and people gradually woke up. Chain Beast did not open his eyes immediately, but was digesting the extra memory in his mind. It turned out that he was no longer in Blue Star, but a 5-year-old boy in the world of pirates. This little boy's name is Afaku. Renault. He was the one who climbed on the plank and survived when he and his parents were in a shipwreck. Although Afaku Renault was lucky to survive, but this sea can't go to the village or the store. How could he survive as a 5-year-old child? He finally died of starvation at the sea, so Chain Beast will cross over to him. As for how Chain Beast died, he doesn't know himself. Last night, he was celebrating his birthday with a group of friends. After drinking the video, he opened his eyes and arrived here. It is estimated that he died from drinking and drinking. After Chain Beast digested his memory, his face became more and more ugly. He is in a very bad condition now. Not only is he injured, but he is also extremely hungry. The predecessor died in this cruel sea. Chain Beast remembered the novels he had read in his previous life. All the protagonists who traveled through had a grandfather or a system. Would he also have a system? Thinking of Chain Beast here, he tentatively shouted, "System." Ding. It is detected that the host triggers the system in advance. Wanja Punch Card Lottery System, started in advance. Wanja Punch Card Lottery System is starting. 1, 20%, 50%, 100%. Chain Beast looked ecstatic when he heard the sound that kept ringing in his head, but he didn't expect that he would actually call out a system. From now on, he, Chain Beast, is also a systematic man. However, his current body is called Alpha Library. Renault, will he use the previous name or the current name in the future? Or do as the locals do, and use the name of the predecessor? From now on, my name will be Alpha Library. Renault. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the system started successfully. Okay. The system will introduce what functions you have. Pick in function, the check-in task needs to be triggered by the host itself. The punch-in target may be a person, an address, or a party's power. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. Every time you complete a check-in task, in addition to the reward, you will be rewarded with an additional lottery chance. Lottery function, there are not so many bells and whistles, 100 million Baileys will be drawn once. In addition to the item abilities of this world, the prizes also have item abilities from the heavens and the world. System Mall, not activated. Chain Beast is wrong, it should be called Renault now. After Renault listened to the introduction of the system, he also roughly understood the usage of the system. The punch-in task needs to be triggered. It is estimated that the punch-in task will only be triggered when he encounters a plot character or reaches some places. Don't even think about the lottery function now, he is not only penniless but also seriously injured. Where did the 100 million Bailey draw come from? Host Personal Properties Panel. Name, Alpha Library. Renault. Age, 5. Body, 2, Adult 10. Strength, 2, 10 adults. Speed, 3, 10 adults. Spirit, 10, Adult 10. Skill, none. Weapon, none. Ability, none. Evaluation, Jean-Wu Scum, seriously injured. Could it be that this is the legendary 3 no personnel, and the physical quality, strength, and speed are the same as normal children? When Renault saw the attribute panel that jumped out at the end, he almost shed tears of sadness. It's hard to survive on land with just this body, let alone in this cruel sea. God will kill me. Renault took a rest in puzzlement, and remembered that the system in the previous life novels had issued a novice gift package, and asked the system directly, the system of the wise Xinhua, other systems have a novice gift package, you are so wise and Xinhua should also have it. This system doesn't tell me if I don't ask. If it wasn't for his whim just now, I still don't know when this system will be activated. Ding. The novice package has been issued. Does the host open the novice package? Open. Open. Hurry up and open it. Renault was overjoyed when he heard that there was a novice gift package, and quickly urged the system to open the gift package. Whether he can survive on the sea depends on how powerful this novice gift package is. Newbie package is opening. Congratulations to host for obtaining the superpower of the tornado. Congratulations to the host for obtaining unlimited spiritual power. FK. With these 2 rewards, I can finally leave this damn sea. Renault jumped for joy when he saw these 2 awards. Hey, it hurts, it hurts. Renault forgot that he was still injured, and wanted to get up in excitement, but he was screaming because of the pain from the internal injury. Excuse me, host, does it integrate superpower and spiritual power? Give it to me directly. Renault has also watched the anime One Punch. Tornado has really strong superpowers, and using this superpower requires mental power. These 2 novice gift packs come out like a set. If he only gave superpowers without mental power, with his mental power like an ordinary person, it is estimated that he would fall into the sea after flying out for a while. Chapter 2. Begin to fuse superpower and spiritual power. Ding. Congratulations to host, the integration is successful. Renault raised his hand to check with a bewildered expression. He thought that the fusion of superpowers and mental power would be painful, but he did not expect fusion to be so simple. He now has more energy in his body, and his mind is more than 100 times clearer and more flexible than usual. He can mobilize the energy in his body at will. He saw that Tornado used this superpower, so he didn't need to learn it at all, he only needed to be familiar with it before using it. Renault looked at the colorful Madara sky, clenched his fists and muttered to himself, first familiarize yourself with superpowers, and then go to the nearby islands after you are familiar with superpowers. His superpower consumes mental power, and his mental power is infinite, so as long as he is familiar with superpower, he can leave here immediately and find a place with an island or a ship. Renault didn't start by covering his entire body with superpowers to float himself, because he was seriously injured and couldn't stand the toss. Renault put the training goal in the sea, and the sea water around him floated in groups. The surface of these sea water was covered with a layer of green energy. Obviously, this was Renault's superpower. This superpower is called psychodynamic. Let's unify it. In the future, let's just call it psychokinetic. Otherwise, those who haven't seen it probably won't understand it. After Renault became familiar with controlling the floating of the sea, he hit his idea on the fish in the sea. Fish of different sizes were pulled up from the sea by him and suspended in midair. Renault withdrew his telekinesis after he became familiar with floating living creatures, but he picked out a few fish that looked delicious and used telekinesis to pull the fish towards him. He was already hungry and dizzy, and there were no islands or boats nearby, so he could only eat sashimi and fill his stomach in search of islands. Renault ate a few mouthfuls of fish and said to himself with a wrinkled face, sashimi without seasonings is super invincible and unpalatable. Although the raw fish was fishy and unpalatable, she had to bite the bullet and eat it now, because if she didn't eat, he was afraid that she would faint from hunger. Passing out at sea is no fun. If it is not interesting, if a bigger fish pops out, or encounters a slightly bigger wave, he may drown in the sea. While Renault was eating sashimi, there was a huge pirate ship about 1,000 meters away from here, slowly approaching him. At this time, there were 2 men standing on the plywood of the pirate ship near the bow. One of them was a man with a long beard, holding a binoculars and aiming at it, while the blonde man next to him looked at it with a dazed expression. It turns out that this is the ship of the Roger pirates, and the 2 people on the plywood are Roger and Ryal. The reason Ryal looked at Roger with a bewildered expression was because Roger suddenly asked everyone to turn the bow and sail this way a minute ago. Roger didn't explain to everyone what was going on, he just looked ahead with a telescope, as if he was looking at something. Seeing that he didn't put down the telescope to explain, Ryal could only ask with a puzzled face, "What the hell is in front of Roger?" Hearing Rayleigh's question, Roger finally put down the telescope and replied, "It's nothing, just a child in distress." Roger said and handed the telescope to Ryal and said, "That kid is very interesting, you can see it." Lay took the binoculars suspiciously, looked in the direction Roger pointed, and immediately saw a child sitting on a wooden board, nibbling on a fish about his size. Seeing this scene, Ryal twitched the corners of his mouth and said speechlessly, "Only you guy would find this interesting to watch." When Roger heard Rayleigh's words, he knew that he didn't understand what he meant, so he stopped bluffing and said bluntly, "That kid looks only 4 or 5 years old, and he can not only survive a shipwreck, but also catch a man about his own age. The fish, isn't it interesting for such a kid?" Roger just saw Renault inadvertently, and then saw this scene with his binoculars, and he decided to come and save people. If it was just an ordinary victim, Roger would save people, but he would not be so active. Ryal also understood what Roger meant at this time, looked at it for a while and commented, "This kid is really good, if he grows up, it is estimated that he will be a famous powerhouse." Ryal saw that the clothes Renault was wearing was dry, and he looked like he was eating fish, so he judged that it had been a long time since Renault was killed, but he was still alive, so he gave such a high evaluation. At this time, Renault had already eaten a third of the fish that was about his size, and he stopped when he couldn't eat any more. Looking at the results of his battle, Renault couldn't help but sigh. It is said that everyone in the pirate world is a big stomach king, and the whole person is the stomach except for the skin. I really didn't say that to eat. He ate a third of the fish that was about the same size as him. He didn't even know where it went. It might be because he digested it faster. Ding. Host has a new check-in task. For details, please go to the taskbar to check. Oh. The mission is finally here. When Renault heard that there was a new punch-in task, he was so happy that he wanted to jump up again, but when he thought of the lesson he had just learned, he forcefully killed the thought. He didn't forget the pain just now. The system opens the taskbar for me. The reason Renault was so happy was because of his previous guess that the clock in quest would only be triggered when he was close to the target, and wouldn't a quest mean that there were islands or ships near him. Task 1. Please host the Roger Pirates and stay on board for half a month to complete the check-in task. After Renault read the details of the mission, he looked around the sea. Sure enough, he saw a small black spot a few hundred meters away, approaching him, as if it was coming straight towards him. Renault thought of the pirates on that ship, almost all of them were strong, and it was not incomprehensible that he was here. Renault stopped thinking about this, stayed where they were and waited for their ship to approach, and began to study the mission again in his mind. Seeing the half-month-long check-in task, you must find a way to board the ship, and then find a way to stay on the ship temporarily. Renault originally thought that punching in would only take an instant, but he didn't expect that there was a time limit, so the task was several times more difficult. Thinking of Renault here, he couldn't help but ask the system, does the system take so long for each check-in task? The time to check-in is different for different targets. The longest is the address check-in, then the force check-in, and then the character check-in. Address punch, January. Power check-in, half moon. Character punch card, momentary. Chapter 3. Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly when he saw the address punching time. He felt that this system should not be called the punching system, so he could just change its name to the jail system. How could there be a monthly punching system? Thinking of Renault here, he asked the system angrily, what should I do if the system triggers a clock-in task and I don't want to do it? The punch-in tasks for these characters are okay, it only takes a moment to punch in, but the faction and address punch-in takes so long. If some enemy's nest punch-in tasks are triggered in the future, will he still stay in the enemy's nest for half a month or a month? Can't do it? Don't worry about the host, it doesn't matter if you don't do the check-in task, the tasks you don't do will accumulate, and you can do it when you want to do it, and it will not affect the triggering of the subsequent check-in tasks. Renault was relieved after listening to the system's explanation. Fortunately, it wasn't the kind of system that forced the completion of tasks. His system was quite friendly. Punch-in tasks can be accumulated, which means that he can do it if he wants to. If he triggers the task of the enemy's nest, and his strength cannot guarantee that he can live in it for that long, then he can wait until his strength is strong enough to do it. Task. Just as Renault was communicating with the system, the Roger pirate's ship also approached and stopped a few meters away from the wooden board he was sitting on. Renault also saw the approaching pirate ship, and saw Ryal and Roger who were standing on the bow looking at him. Before he could figure out their purpose, let's listen to what they had to say. Roger didn't cry or make trouble when he saw Renault being so small. Guess it's going to be soup. Thinking of Roger here, he could only helplessly ask first, "Boy, you saw the boat coming over when you were in distress, why didn't you ask me for help?" Hearing Roger's words, Renault replied with a look of contempt, "If it were a marine's ship or a merchant ship, I would definitely call for help, but you are a pirate, who knows what your heart is? If you came here just to catch me and sell me, wouldn't I be throwing myself into a snare when I ask you for help?" Renault said this on purpose. Although the Roger pirates didn't describe much when they watched the anime, an existence that could become One Piece shouldn't be sold. He just wanted to arouse their interest. The reason Renault wanted to pique their interest was because he wanted to stay on the ship to do the quest, and although Roger would save him if he didn't, it was estimated that when he reached the next island, he would be disembarked. Wanting to stay on board requires not only making you interesting, but also making you feel worthy of being on board. After all, Roger and the others are pirates. Although they are not bad people, they are definitely not good people. He still remembers that because of a crew member, this guy Roger went to destroy other people's countries. Renault was a pirate fan in his previous life, and he had forgotten a lot of the plots he had seen before, but after integrating his infinite spiritual power, he remembered all the plots he had seen, including the information about this guy Roger. "Ha ha ha ha. You little guy is too funny." Roger's laughter attracted the other members of the boat, who were all leaning on the railing and looking at Renault with interest. Roger stopped after laughing for a long time, followed by a disdainful assurance, "I am the Pirate King Gold Roger, how could I do such a low-level thing? You should be injured, right? Come up and let's take a look at Rokas." Renault was stunned when he heard the word One Piece. Roger is now One Piece, so they just came back from Reuniting, right? Thinking of Renault here, he glanced at the others on the boat, and sure enough, he didn't find Shanks and Buggy. Now that the plot has developed to this point, it's not too long before the Roger pirates disband, but please let me disband after completing the mission. Seeing Renault froze in place, Roger thought he was frightened by his name, so he explained, "Boy, although we are famous pirates, we are still people with bottom lines, and we won't treat you a little bit. What do you do, so you can come up with confidence and boldness?" For Roger's words, Renault felt that it was almost the same, so he didn't delay any further, and climbed up the soft ladder they put down. He didn't use his mind power to fly up, although he knew that these people would not harm him, but he had no intention of harming others, and he had to guard against others. After Renault climbed up, he was taken to a room by the ship Dr. Kurikas for treatment, and everyone else scattered. Although the others were full of curiosity about this child, they all knew that now was not the time to ask questions. For these pirates who licked blood on the knife edge, it was not difficult to find that Renault was seriously injured. After examining Renault's injuries, Kurikas looked at Renault in surprise and said, "There are 9 traumatic injuries and 3 broken ribs in the body. It's a miracle that you survived. And it's been about 3 days since your injury. How did you, a 4 or 5-year-old kid, survive in this cruel sea?" Renault just glanced at the old man and didn't mean to pay attention to him. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay attention to the old man, but he couldn't answer the question at all. Did you tell him that this body died once? Even if he said it, no one would believe it. So keeping silent is the best option. Seeing that Renault was unwilling to answer, Kurikas did not continue to question, but began to treat his wounds and connect his broken ribs. Just now, Kurikas gave Renault a bowl of soup, and then he couldn't feel the pain in his body. I guess this is the anesthetic of this world. While Kurikas was dealing with him, Renault was finally able to calm down and think about what he should do in the future. I used to think about how to survive on the sea before, but now that I am out of the predicament, it is time to think about what to do in the future. His punch-in mission should need to run everywhere, and joining any faction will limit his growth, so joining a faction will directly veto it. And he is only 5 years old now. Although his mental power is strong, his physical fitness and physical strength are his weaknesses. He can be a bounty hunter first, and complete some punching tasks to improve his strength. After the strength is improved, it depends on the situation what to do, but it should be a long time later. The most important thing at the moment is to improve your strength. If you have time, you can save those girls who have lost their way. It is also good to play and develop. After all, there are not many things in the world of pirates, and the girls who lost their feet are a lot of catches. Boa Hancock, Nico Robin, Nami, Rebecca, these are all famous beauties in the future. Set a small goal first and develop a few little daughters-in-law. In fact, improving strength is secondary, and wanting to play and develop is the ultimate goal of Renault. Of course, he will never admit this kind of thing. Hey. Renault couldn't help laughing when he thought about the future *X life of hugging and hugging. Seeing his smirk, Kurika's thought with a worried look, could this baby be made stupid by him? Chapter 4. New World Unknown Sea Area. A huge pirate ship is sailing on the sea level. Some people on the boat were busy, while others gathered together for a leisurely drink and chat. The pirates on this ship are the Roger pirates who just returned from Reuniting. 5 days have passed since Renault got on board. These 5 days have been sailing on the sea, and during this period, I have not encountered islands, nor have I encountered other pirate groups. Although Renault was rescued by Roger and his life was no longer in danger, his past few days were not very good, which can only be described as appalling. After cleaning the room in Little Renault, the plywood should also be cleaned. Roger said with a smile when he saw Renault walking out of the room. When Renault heard Roger's words, black lines appeared on his forehead immediately, and he gritted his teeth and scolded, "You bastards, you are exploiting child labor, and there are still injured child labor, so you do this. Won't your conscience hurt? Ha 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 ha." Renault's ferocious appearance, and the cute voice, directly made all the pirates on the splint laugh, and one of them couldn't stand upright. "Jabba, ha ha ha. This kid is so funny, he even asked us if our conscience hurts." "Roger, ha ha ha, you little brat, do you know what conscience is? Koja Kyoden, Little Renault, after you are weaned, ask us if our conscience will hurt." The cotters gathered on the plywood couldn't straighten their waists while laughing, and taunted Renault recklessly. Since Renault's injuries had stabilized 3 days ago and he was able to walk normally, these bastards had arranged for him to do all kinds of things. Obviously it was a group of big men who didn't know how to clean, and even called him to exercise his body. If he hadn't seen that the ship hadn't been cleaned for a long time, he would have really believed in their evil. It is estimated that Shanks and Buggy did the cleaning in the past. Recently, because Buggy was sick, no one cleaned the boat. It seems that it is not the first time for them to do it for child labor. No wonder they are so skilled. Seeing that they were mocking him collectively, Renault said angrily, "I can't beat you now, let you go first, and when you're too old to walk, I won't kill you." Ha 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 ha. This kid is so funny. Renault's harsh words not only didn't make them take it seriously, but they also got ridiculed more unscrupulously. "Really, Little Renault, have ambition, I support you." When Renault heard Rayleigh's words, and saw his blushing face with a sullen laughter, he cursed inwardly, "If your shoulders don't shake when you say this, and your face is more normal, maybe I really believe it." Renault glared at them fiercely, then ignored the group of bastards, turned his head and continued to clean the floor. "Now let's wait for a while, and wait for Laozi to complete the check-in task before taking revenge. Although the fight is not their opponent now, it is not too much to take some things in the treasure house when you leave, right? You must know that he has a systematic existence, and it is more than enough to hold their treasures. When Laozi leaves, he will take all the treasures along, leaving them no pants. You don't have to fight for revenge, especially when you can't fight, you can't beat you, Laozi is disgusting to you, hehe. Decided. While cleaning can go anywhere now, first find out the vault where they put their treasures, and put them in the system space when they leave, and they will all go along without knowing it. Renault was dragging the floor while thinking about a small abacus in his heart, and the small figure jumped up and down the boat busy. When he finished wiping the splint, the whole person looked like he had just been fished out of the water, slumped on the edge of the railing and looked at the sea. While Renault was looking at the sea in a trance, Rayleigh came over and sat on the railing, looked at him and asked, "What are your plans for the future, little Renault?" After these few days of understanding, Rayleigh and the others also knew that the Renault family was the only one left in the shipwreck, so he would ask this question. After pretending to think for a while, Renault turned his head to look at Rayleigh and replied, "I have nowhere to go now, so let's take a look." Of course he wanted to stay on the boat. After all, the clock-in task had not been completed, but he couldn't bring it up directly, otherwise it would be too deliberate, and those who didn't know thought he had a purpose. In addition, the current Roger pirates are very sensitive. After all, they have just returned from Reuniting, so they can't bear to think too much. If they make them suspect that they are from the world government, then it is estimated that their task will not be completed in this life. Other quests can be done next time, but the Roger pirates have only one chance for this quest, because they will disband soon. Rayleigh looked at Renault for a long time before saying to him, "Then you will stay on the ship for now, but this ship will not sail forever, so you better plan ahead." After Rayleigh finished speaking, regardless of whether Renault understood or not, he left here and went to find other cotters to continue drinking. Renault looked at Rayleigh's back and thought to himself, listening to what Renault meant, he should already know that Roger was going to disband the pirates, but judging from the appearance of others, he probably didn't know about it. "Come here, little Renault, and I'll check your body." Just when Renault was fascinated, the Crocus doctor suddenly called to him. "Coming." Renault answered and trotted over. Crocus will check his body several times a day. After all, he is too young now and is abused by a group of uncles every day. The injury may recur at any time. Crocus had persuaded everyone on the boat more than once to ask Renault to do less. After all, he was still injured. However, when these bastards faced Crocus, they agreed well, but they turned their heads and forgot about it, how to use Renault or how to use it, and they didn't treat Renault as a 5-year-old child at all. Crocus checked and found that Renault didn't mean to relapse because of overwork. After Crocus checked that there was no problem, he instructed with a serious face, "Although your trauma is almost healed, the rib you took back hasn't grown yet. Don't do heavy work recently. If you have any heavy work, let those bastards do it. Anyway, they are all in a panic." Renault nodded and replied, "I see, thank you Dr. Crocus, I'll go back first if I'm okay." "Okay. Go back." Renault thanked him and walked out. This Crocus is really good to him, and he wants to listen to him and do less work, but those bastards are either calling him or calling him on the way. When he is free, he is either mocking or teasing him. As long as those bastards treat him better, he will not think of a way to cheat them, so it is not that he has no conscience, but that those bastards are not human. Chapter 5. After Renault came out of Crocus, he saw that the cotters were drinking and bragging on the plywood, and Roger was also crowded in the crowd. Only Rayleigh did not go over to join in the fun, but seemed to have something on his mind, holding a wine gourd and drinking boring wine on the other side. Renault went straight to his room and found a pen and a notepad, which he and the rest of the boat wanted to come over. He didn't want these pen and paper to write a diary, or some kind of voyage record, but to use it to record things like practicing haki. He can't cultivate these things at a young age, but he will definitely be able to use them in the future, as well as future daughters-in-law. Future daughters-in-law, your future husbands are so kind to you, thinking of you everywhere, you can make up for me in the future. Someone said shamelessly. Da-da-da. Renault got the paper and pen, walked out of the room, trotted behind Rayleigh on his short legs, climbed up the railing with great difficulty and sat down beside him. Rayleigh looked at the little guy next to him, then looked at the pen and paper in his hand, and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing with the pen and paper? You shouldn't be literate at your age, right?" Although people in this world are very precocious, it takes time to learn knowledge from precocity. At Renault's age, it is estimated that he has not yet begun to learn knowledge, so how can he be literate? Of course, Rayleigh didn't think about the little guy in front of him. The soul of an adult lived in his body. Not to mention the trivial problem of literacy, it is estimated that other than strength and experience, other Renaults left him a few streets away. Renault had already thought about his words, and when he heard his question, he replied directly and triumphantly, "I have been a famous child prodigy since I was a child, and I can learn everything at once, so literacy is just a trifle." Rayleigh followed Roger on the sea, and he had never seen any kind of person, so he didn't doubt Renault's words. After all, after getting along with him for the past few days, he also felt that this little guy was very extraordinary. Seeing that Ryal seemed to believe his words, Renault immediately pretended to be admiring and said, "Since your captain, Ryal, is the Pirate King, then you must be strong, right?" Ryal saw the stars in Renault's eyes, and looked at him with admiration, making him unable to adapt for a while, so he could only perfunctory. "Well, it's alright. Renault has always looked like a kid, and he doesn't like anyone on the ship except Crocus, the ship doctor." Ryal thought secretly in his heart, "I usually communicate with this little guy, basically quarreling, but today I suddenly showed a look of admiration for him. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. This little guy is probably holding something bad." Renault didn't know what Ryal was thinking, and he still said with a look of admiration, "One Piece is the most powerful pirate. Your captain is One Piece, so are you the most powerful pirates." Ryal did not answer Renault's words, but looked at Renault with a teasing expression, as if to say, "You pretend, you continue to pretend." Renault knew that Ryal had seen his careful thinking, and cursed in his heart, "You can see it, don't you pretend to be different." There was nothing wrong with Renault's pretense just now. In his previous life, he would probably be able to get a golden man. If Ryal didn't know his character, he might have believed him. But Renault got along with the people on the boat for several days, and these people are now familiar with his character. According to Renault's character, it is impossible to worship them, so Ryal knew at a glance that he was pretending. If someone said that Renault wanted to kill them, they would definitely believe it without hesitation, but if someone said that Renault admired them, they wouldn't believe it if they were embarrassed to kill them. Cough, cough. In order to avoid embarrassing tactical coughing, Renault stopped covering up and said bluntly, "What? I think you are all so good, so I want to learn from you how to become stronger." When Ryal heard that Renault just wanted him to teach him cultivation, he asked with a speechless expression, "I just want me to teach you cultivation, what a big deal. You can say it straight, don't you get tired of covering it up." Just now Renault was the Pirate King again, and he was so abnormal. It really made him think of a bad place. After all, they are very sensitive now, and the world government marine will come to deal with them at any time, so he can't bear to think too much. When Renault heard his words, he scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "I thought that these are the foundation of your life, and it shouldn't be passed on to me easily, that's why I did that." When Ryal heard his sophistry, he scolded speechlessly, "It's the foundation of a fart to settle down, and most of the cultivation methods in the ocean are similar. The reason why there are strong and weak is because of different personal efforts and different experiences." Ryal paused for a while, and then continued to explain, "But having an experienced and strong person teach it can really make people take a lot less detours." After listening to Ryal's explanation, Renault finally understood what was going on. In his previous life, he saw that Ryal had taught Luffy for 2 years, and he could make him so strong that his strength directly surpassed the supernova of the same level as him 2 years ago. He thought there was some special training method. It turned out to be the protagonist's halo. Thinking of Renault here, although a little disappointed, he didn't give up asking for advice, looked at Ryal and said with a flat face, "Uncle Ryal has no way to cultivate, but it's good to have fewer detours, you can teach all you can. Give it to me." Although he didn't have the cultivation secrets he wanted, the cultivation experience of these old guys was no different from those of the cultivation secrets. You must know that most of the cultivation in this world is to explore slowly by yourself. Only the forces like Marine have a cultivation system. Most of the pirates rely on themselves, and they slowly figure out each battle. Ryal saw Renault come up to him with a flattering face, and pushed his little head away angrily. "If you have something to do, you can call him uncle. If you have nothing to do, just call him an old BD. Who did you learn all this from?" When Renault heard this, he immediately replied with a confused look, "I'm a famous child prodigy in our village. Where do I need to learn these simple skills?" He had been in sales for a period of time in his previous life. This kind of ability to talk to people and talk to ghosts, isn't that easy to catch? Chapter 6. Seeing his stern mouth, Ryal said sarcastically, "Since you are so powerful, you should be able to cultivate without a teacher, so you can explore it by yourself." Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly when he heard this. Although he had read the original book, the plot of cultivation was very little. "I don't know how much time I will waste if I want to find out the cultivation method in these few words. Why do I still have to find it out when I have it already? Wouldn't it be nice for him to do punch-in tasks when he had this time?" Today, Ryal must be taken down. He doesn't want to be beaten and level up like the protagonists in the early stage. It's not an exaggeration to say that Luffy's early stage strength was beaten out. Thinking of Reynald here, he could only continue to ask for advice with a cheeky face. Oh, Uncle Ryal, I'm just a little clever, and I can't cultivate this kind of thing without you. Reynald said this on his lips, but he said in his heart, now I want to ask you, let you be proud of it for a while. Ryal glanced at the little weasel next to him, then shook his head and said, you are still too young, and cultivation is not good for you, so you should play by yourself. Reynald directly raised the pen and paper in his hand, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, of course I know that I can't cultivate now, but it doesn't mean that I can't cultivate in the future, so you tell me, I will record it first, and then wait for me. Practice when you can. Ryal didn't want to do this kind of trouble, so he said casually, I can't run here, and when you can cultivate, come find me again. When Reynald heard this, he knew that Ryal was perfunctory to him. If he hadn't known that the Roger Pirates would be disbanded soon, he would have believed the old guy's evil. What Reynald really wanted was Haki's training method, and he was too young to practice this kind of power, so he prepared a pen and paper early in the morning. The purpose was to record the training method. It's not that he thought about going to Sabayati Archipelago to find Ryal in the future, but with him as a traveler, no one can guarantee whether the plot will change, so it is the best way to write it down directly in a small notebook. Reynald couldn't make it clear that the pirate group would be disbanded soon, so he could only resort to the rogue Dafa. You said before that I should make plans earlier, but now I'm doing as you said, you can't ignore me. Teach people to lead by example first. It's not right for you to do this. Are you talking nonsense before? Barabara, Barabara. Reynald leaned close to his ear, and Barabara said a lot, moving it with emotion, understanding it with reason, and exerting it to the fullest. Ryal rolled his eyes in annoyance from Reynald, pushed his little head away, and scolded with a black line, you little BD, give me a little more, why didn't I find you so shameless before? Reynald was pushed away by him and started to lean in again. He smiled heartlessly, I heard a saying before, people want face and tree bark, and people who have no face are invincible. Ryal looked at the heartless Reynald and wanted to slash him. Is this little BD's mouth poisonous? I really don't know what kind of upbringing environment can make a 5-year-old BD talk like this. The most incredible thing for him was that when he was bombarded by Reynald's big truth just now, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart, as if he really did something wrong. Ryal was so annoyed by him that he couldn't stand it, so he could only agree angrily, I can explain my cultivation experience to you, as well as the method of practicing Haki, I don't care if I can understand it or not, after I finish speaking, you little BD don't bother me. Yes, Master Ryal. When Reynald heard that he finally agreed, he immediately changed his name to Master. Zyazwy was called a sweet, unfamiliar people really thought he was a good boy, only those who knew him knew that this guy was a little devil. Don't call me Master, I can't be your master. When Ryal heard Reynald calling him Master, he immediately corrected himself, as if he was afraid that Reynald would depend on him in the future. Ryal really had this idea in his heart. He was so annoyed after only teaching it once. If he was his master, it would be worth it. Okay, Uncle Ryal. Reynald was just happy and just shouted casually. You don't want to be my master, and I don't want to be your apprentice. Next, Ryal began to talk about his cultivation experience, and Reynald also listened intently, not letting go of any small details. When Ryal started to talk about his cultivation experience, the two stopped arguing. Reynald listened quietly, recording his cultivation experience in a notebook. The people of the Roger Pirates are still drinking on the plywood, and their ship is heading for the island where Shanks is. They are going to pick up Shanks and Buggy back. This is the agreement when they set off. They are not far from their destination at this time, and it will not take long for them to reach the island where Shanks is located. And just as the Roger Pirates sailed back slowly, what they didn't know was that danger was on their way, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Blue Star Island. This is the island where the Shanks are now. Due to Buggy's illness and other reasons, they didn't go with Roger to Reuniting, but stayed on the island and waited for Roger and the others to come back. At this time, the seaside port is here. There were two teenagers squatting, one with a red clown nose and the other with red hair. Both of them were looking at the sea in front of them, as if they were waiting for someone to come back. They're just here to stay, not following Shanks and Buggy to Lahudel. they're waiting for the return of the Roger pirates. Shanks, who was squatting looking at the sea, suddenly stood up and patted Buggy on the shoulder. He looked at the sea level in the distance and said, "Buggy, do you feel that something is wrong?" Buggy raised his head to look at Shanks, and asked with a bewildered expression, "As far as the sea is calm, there is nothing wrong with it." Shanks didn't relax when he heard Buggy's words, and still looked at the sea level with a solemn expression, because the waves rushing over the sea surface were not pieces, but strips. Chapter 7. Shanks looked around the sea again and found that the left and right sides were the same, and it was estimated that the back was the same, all waves. The more you look at his face, the uglier it becomes. There is only one possibility for such a shape of waves. That is, something in the distance has changed the shape of the waves, and the sea is a boat on the sea except for fish. And the fish in the sea will not cause this phenomenon, then only the boats are left, and there are still many boats. It seems that they are being made dumplings. Thinking of Shanks here, he said to Buggy with an ugly face, "Buggy, please use the phone bug to contact the captain. We may be surrounded by the enemy now, and the enemy has not attacked us. It seems that their real purpose is the captain and them." Where is the enemy?" Hearing that they were surrounded, Buggy was so frightened that it broke into pieces, and his head flew up to the sky to look around in a panic, stammering and asking while looking at it. Buggy's whole body turned into pieces and fell to the ground, only one head flew in the air to check, which was very funny. Shanks saw that Buggy was so frightened, he was not surprised, and every time he encountered an enemy, he would stage this funny scene. But today is different. In the past, when Roger and others were there, he was in the mood to watch Buggy's performance. Now there are only the two of them here, so how can he still be in the mood to watch it? Shanks directly grabbed a part of Buggy's body, squeezed it hard, and said to himself, "We can't let Buggy continue to delay, we must inform the captain and them early so that they can prepare early." Buggy's head was flying in the air and yelling, and there was no way to communicate, so he had to use this method to get Buggy to notice him. Boom! Buggy's head flying in the air felt the pain in his body, and was directly dropped by the pain. Pain, pain, pain. Buggy's whole face was twisted in pain, and the sweat was pouring out, and after he was relieved, the whole person came together, stood up, and grabbed the corner of Shanks' clothes and scolded, "BD Shanks, do you want to kill me?" In fact, Shanks didn't want to do this either, but this was the only way to calm down Buggy quickly. Shanks saw that Buggy was no longer afraid, and did not explain what happened just now, but said directly, "The phone bug is with you, you quickly contact the captain with the phone bug, and then we are looking for a place to hide." The reason why Shanks didn't explain is because the two of them have always been in this way of getting along, either quarreling or on the way. This situation started when Buggy ate devil fruit by mistake, and has continued until now. One is heartless, and the other is itchy teeth that can only be hated after being beaten. Full sense of CP. Buggy sprayed Shanks with saliva all over his face before letting him go, and then took out a phone bug with very long nose hairs from his arms. With such long nose hair, you don't have to guess that it was Roger's phone bug. Blubula, blubula. Although Buggy is timid and unreliable, he also knows the seriousness of the matter, so he took out the phone bug and dialed it directly. Roger Pirates. At this time, the Roger Pirates are still moving slowly, not knowing that there is danger waiting for them ahead, but even if they know, they will go. After all, their crew is still there. Shanks also considered that it was impossible for Roger to die without help, so he didn't mention the stupid thing about not letting Roger come to save him, but wanted them to prepare early and not fall into the trap set by the enemy. The cotters on the ship were drinking, chatting, and bragging as always, while the ordinary crew was busy steering the ship forward. Renault was still beside Ryal, pestering him to spit out more dry goods. Da-da-da. At this time, an ordinary crew member trotted to Roger with a phone bug, handed it to him, and said, "Captain Buggy is calling the bug." Roger saw the red nose on the phone bug, and took the phone bug with a puzzled face. They only got through the phone bug yesterday, why did they call again today? Could it be that something happened to them? Thinking of Roger here, there is no nonsense, just connect the phone bug directly, it is useless to think more, it is better to ask directly. Ship. Captain, we are of course surrounded, come and save us. Roger had just connected to the phone bug, and before he had time to ask, the phone bug in front of him burst into tears, and at the same time came Buggy's stuttering cry for help. Everyone on the boat also heard this, and they all quieted down, and the surrounding atmosphere became more and more depressing. Renault felt the unintentional release of the powerful men on board, and secretly sighed in his heart, as expected of the Roger pirates. There are so many powerhouses on board, no wonder Roger can become the pirate king. He felt that the people on the boat were not only the cotters who were imposing, but even some ordinary members. There were many existences that could rival the imposing manner of the cotters. Although the strong among these ordinary members may not be able to compete with the cotters, they should all be able to fight with the cotters. "Captain, if you don't come to rescue us, we will die." Just when everyone on the boat was silent and the atmosphere became more and more depressed, Buggy's cry for help came again, breaking the delicate atmosphere. Seeing the phone bug representing Buggy, Roger burst into tears and kept calling for help. He couldn't even tell who the enemy was, so he could only say, "Shooks Shanks be by your side? Let him answer the phone." Roger also knew that Buggy was as timid as a mouse, and he was already panicking and couldn't find Bay when he encountered such a thing. Instead of talking nonsense with others, he might as well let Shanks explain to them what was going on. "Captain, you must come and save me." Buggy heard that Roger asked Shanks to answer the phone, and before handing over the phone bug to Shanks, he did not forget to ask Roger to save him, which shows how afraid of death he was. The phone worm can imitate the appearance of the person answering the phone worm. After a while, the phone worm turns into Shanks, and Shanks' voice is heard. "Captain Roger, we haven't seen the enemy yet, but I observed something unusual in the sea. It is estimated that the island where we are now is surrounded by countless ships, but they have not done anything to us. It seems that they want to hit Captain Roger with your idea." Shanks set his findings aside, and reported his guesses to Roger before stopping. Chapter 8. Everyone on the Roger pirates quietly listened to Shanks' report, and no one disturbed him. After everyone listened to Shanks' report, although they hadn't seen the enemy yet, they also guessed something. After all, there are only a few forces in the ocean that have the ability to trouble the Roger pirates: the Whitebeard pirates, the World Government Marine, and the Flying Sky pirates. Only these few forces can fight them. The Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, the emperors of the New World in the future, are now just a junior in their eyes. Whitebeard wouldn't trouble him at such a time. Even if he wanted to trouble them, he would fight him openly, rather than surreptitiously trouble them like this. And the Golden Lions have disappeared recently after the Battle of Eight Wall, and they won't come to trouble them at such a time. Then only Marine was left, and they had just returned from Reuniting, so it was reasonable for the world government to let Marine come to encircle them. After being silent for a while, Roger opened his mouth to analyze. "We just came back from Reuniting, and immediately came to find our troublesome forces. I am afraid that there are only Marines of the world government in this world." Hearing his words, Ryal also began to analyze. There are only a few forces in the world that can mobilize so many ships to surround Blue Star Island, and now only the world government's armed force Marine has the time and motivation, so don't guess who the enemy is, but think about how many strong people the other party will send over, and think about how to save the two of them. As soon as Ryal finished speaking, Koja Kyoden said with an ugly face, "Marine has surrounded the entire Blue Star Island. If we want to save people, we have to break through their encirclement and go inside to save people, but it's easy for us to get in, but it will be difficult to break out of the encirclement again. Everyone understands that Marine's purpose is them, not Shanks and Buggy who are now on the island. So when they rushed in to save people, it was estimated that Marine would deliberately let them in, but it was easy to get in and out of the Longton Tiger Cave." After Renault stood by and listened to their discussion, he knew that this was Marine's conspiracy. Just like the Summit War in the future, after the pirates entered the encirclement, they began to close the door and beat the dogs. This must be the old coin of Sengoku's handwriting. Seeing that everyone couldn't think of a way, Jabba stood up and said, "If you can't think of a way, don't think about it, let's have a head-to-head fight with Marine." Ryal also said at this time, "Marine is using this to be a conspiracy. We have no choice but to force it. It is useless to think about it. Let's think about the battle plan." Everyone on the Roger pirates discussed it for so long, but in the end, they couldn't think of a way. They could only choose to break in and save people. But this can't be blamed for their inability to think of a way. After all, Marine uses Yangmu, and since it is Yangmu, how can it be so easy to crack? But no one else can do it. It doesn't mean Renault can't do anything. His psychic power can solve this problem. He now has unlimited mental power. Even if he uses psychic power to drag the boat and fly for a whole day, there is no problem. If it weren't for his poor physical fitness and need to sleep, he could keep the boat flying in the sky for a lifetime. Renault is like a mage now. His long-range attack and combat power can be equal to that of the top powerhouses, but as long as he is approached, he is a scumbag. However, this situation won't last long, because Renault is just not proficient in telekinesis right now. After he can master telekinesis, it will not be so easy for others to approach him. He can only zoom in from a distance now, and he can't do fine control. That's why he is said to be a scumbag in melee combat. While Renault was thinking about things in his heart, everyone on the ship had already begun to discuss the battle plan. That, can I speak? Just when the discussion was in full swing, a cute voice sounded. Everyone on the boat turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the small figure of Renault, looking up at them. Seeing that Renault was talking, Ryal said with a black line, I don't have time to talk about my cultivation experience right now, we have business to do, go back to your room and rest, don't come here to make trouble. He had only talked about half of his cultivation experience just now. He thought that Renault wanted to ask about his cultivation experience, so he drove people away without saying a word. After Renault listened to Ryal's words, he said innocently, I'm not asking about cultivation, I just want to say that I have a way to get out of the encirclement. If you don't want to know, can I go back to rest? After Renault finished speaking, he pretended to turn his head, as if he really wanted to go back to rest, but his raised foot never fell. When the people on the boat heard Renault say that he had a way, they all showed a look of disbelief. Although Renault is always like a little adult in front of them, after all, he is only a 5-year-old child. Even the well-informed people like them can't do anything, what can he do as a 5-year-old child? After listening to Renault's words, Kojiki said with a look of disdain, so many of us have been thinking about it for so long and we can't do anything. What can you do for a 5-year-old baby? Others thought the same as Kojiki and didn't believe that Renault really had a solution. Renault glanced at the people around him and ignored their suspicious eyes, but said directly to Kojiki, since you don't believe I can do anything, do you dare to make a bet with me? When Kojiki heard that Renault was going to bet with him, he still said with a look of disdain, betting, who is afraid of who? You're not allowed to cry if you lose. Just tell me what you want to bet on, and I'll accompany you to the end no matter what bet you make. After Renault thought for a while, he said, let's bet if I have a way to let everyone come out of the encirclement in peace. The loser owes the other a favor. What do you think? Chapter 9. Kojiki daughter, Kojiki. This is the first beauty of Wano Country in the future, and of course it is also in Renault's cultivation list. He planned to go to Wano Country after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, and save Kojiki the future father-in-law. Although he didn't want to save Kojiki in his heart, if he didn't save people, it would be difficult for him to face his daughter-in-law in the future, so let's save the future father-in-law. Kojiki didn't know what Renault was thinking. If he knew Renault's careful thoughts, he would have to fight Renault immediately. After listening to Renault's rules and bets, Kojiki directly agreed, although your little brat's favor is worthless, I still decided to bet with you, and today I will convince you of your defeat and talk about your bullshit. Do it. If you want to say who is the most incompatible with Renault on this boat, it is Kojiki. One of them is the body of an adult's soul child, and the other is the mind of an adult's body child. It feels wrong to mock each other for a sentence. It was only 2 days ago that Renault decided to include Kojiki in the training list, because Kojiki has been using him very vigorously recently. Since you Kojiki is unkind, don't blame me for Renault's injustice. The Dafa of stealing home. He is very much looking forward to what Kojiki will look like after he finishes Kojiki in the future. The expression should be very interesting. Renault did not answer Kojiki words, but raised his chubby little hand, and as he spread out with his telekinesis, he said to the crowd, my solution is to use my ability to take you out of Marine's encirclement. The reason why you can't do anything is because you don't have the ability to make everyone fly in the sky. When Renault finished speaking, the bottles and jars around everyone floated up, and these things were covered with a layer of green energy. It was obvious that Renault used telekinesis to make these things float. The lion fruit ability of the golden lion. Everyone around shouted in shock. When the Roger pirates on the plywood saw these floating bottles, the first thing they thought of was the ability of the golden lion. Because of the ability to make objects float, They are too familiar, and this ability has made them suffer a lot. However, all of them guessed wrong. This is not the ability of lion fruit, but the unique power of the pirate world. After everyone was shocked, they realized that each devil fruit is unique, and it will reappear unless the person with the ability dies. But now the golden lion is not dead, so this should not be the ability of lion fruit. Seeing everyone around him, Renault thought it was golden lion's lion fruit ability. He rolled his eyes speechlessly and explained, "This is not my lion fruit ability, but the psychic fruit ability." He didn't say it was a superpower, because he didn't know if there was any superpower in this world. In order to prevent himself from becoming a Tang monk in the future, everyone wanted to take a bite. He could only say that it was the devil fruit ability. Thinking of Renault here, he began to introduce, "I can do anything that lion fruit can do, and there are some things that lion fruit can't do, I can do it too. For example, I don't need to touch something to make it float." Renault only introduced some common functions of psychic power, but did not introduce the means of attack. It was the same sentence that the intention of harming others is indispensable, and the heart of defending people is indispensable. And they have never been the same, because sooner or later they will part ways, and they may be enemies in the future. It is not a wise move to show their cards now. After listening to Renault's introduction, everyone on the boat finally believed that this was not the lion fruit ability of Golden Lion, but another devil fruit ability. After Renault introduced some simple functions of psychic power, he looked at Kojiki provocatively, and said with a sullen expression, "The big man remembers that you owe me a big favor. Before you pay my favor, you can't die early." Kojiki gritted his teeth angrily when he saw Renault's stunned expression, but there was nothing he could do. With Renault, they couldn't keep them if they wanted to run marine, so he really lost the bet this time. Kojiki eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Renault and returned to his disdainful look just now and said, "Although your ability is very powerful, using it consumes stamina. With your little brat's stamina, you can take us with you. How far? 10 meters or 20 meters? The hearts of everyone just put down began to hang again, and they all looked at Renault, hoping that he could come up with a feasible solution. Although they agreed with Kojiki words, they also felt that Renault was not the kind of person who didn't care. Usually, this little guy can handle other things in an orderly manner except that he likes to talk back to them, and he doesn't need anyone else to worry about it at all, let alone take care of him. It is impossible for a person with this kind of mind to think of physical strength, but if he still says it, it means that he should have a solution. Roger looked at Renault and asked, "Since you choose to say this, little Renault, you should be able to solve the problem of your lack of physical strength, right?" Renault didn't answer Roger's words, but looked at Kojiki and asked, "Big man, you can't afford to lose and want to cheat, right?" Kojiki heard Renault's questioning, and his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of the pot and shouted, "How can I be a dignified man who can't afford to lose? You little BD, you can eat your meals, but you can't talk nonsense." Seeing that the two of them were arguing, Ryal could only stand up and stop the quarrel. "You two, stop arguing first, we are about to arrive at our destination, it's important to discuss the matter of saving people first, and leave the rest for later. The location where they are now is not far from the destination. If they continue to quarrel, it is estimated that they will not be able to discuss the result when they reach the destination." When Ryal saw that both of them had stopped, he looked at Renault and said, "Little Renault, how long can you take us to fly with your physical strength? If you are lacking in physical strength, if you have any solution, please tell us." Chapter 10. Hearing Ryal's question, Renault glanced at Kojiki and said with a look of contempt, "My ability doesn't consume much physical strength, so it's perfectly fine to drag a boat and fly in the sky for an hour or two. Now you have two options. The first is that I will directly fly in with people and the ship, but then we will be known to Marine when we fly, and they may come up with a way to deal with it. There's another option, you guys just drive in and get in, and after receiving Shanks and Buggy, I'll take you out directly." After Renault finished speaking, he gave Kojiki a provocative look, meaning, "Big man, you will lose today." Kojiki already dark face was now even darker than the bottom of the pot, looking at Renault with an aggrieved and helpless look. After everyone heard Renault's two choices, they were not interested in looking at the two of them, but began to discuss the possibility of the two choices. Ryal looked in Renault's direction, and asked with a serious face, "Little Renault, are you sure about your ability to think? Can you really fly with the ship for an hour or two?" It's not that they don't want to believe Renault's words, but this is a matter of life and death, and there is no room for them to be sloppy. Seeing everyone looking at him, Renault didn't answer the question, but asked, "Now how long will it take us to reach our destination?" "If there is no accident, it will take about 3 hours to reach the destination." Just after Renault finished his question, the navigator on the boat replied immediately. Just when everyone looked at him suspiciously, he didn't mean to explain, because he looked like 5 years old, and what he said was not convincing at all, so it's better to let them see it with their own eyes. Reality. Thinking of Renault here, a mass of green energy emerged from his entire body, covering the entire boat, making the entire boat look green, and slowly floated up with the boat. Row. "Captain Roger, our ship is flying." An unidentified ordinary member, who just came out of the room, just saw the boat floating, and immediately began to shout. "Be quiet, we are testing our abilities, you go and inform the people inside so that they don't panic," Roger said immediately after hearing his words. Roger stopped talking about him, and looked at Renault with everyone on the board, wanting to see what he wanted to do. The people on the plywood saw Renault float the boat, and it was just a little surprised at first. They'd seen the Golden Lion make the boat fly more than once, so it didn't really shock them. Renault dragged the boat to a height of 10 meters, and let the boat rush forward several times faster than before. After finishing this, Renault looked at the navigator and said, "Now I use my ability to fly the ship. If the direction is wrong, tell me, I'm not good at sailing." Oh. I get it." When the navigator heard his words, he came back to his senses and replied. Renault used telekinesis to control the ship to fly forward, and while controlling the ship, he said to the crowd, "I said it would be useless, just take the ship to fly for an hour first." Renault said secretly in his heart, "This time for helping you Roger pirates, let's repay your life-saving grace." When Roger heard Renault's words, he was the first to come back to his senses and said with a ha. "Little Renault, is not that we don't want to believe you, but this matter is very important, so we have to be careful." The people on the boat are indeed a little embarrassed now. They don't believe in others but still need help from others. Faced with this embarrassing situation, they would rather have a fight with Marine. "Might put yourself in." As soon as Roger finished speaking, Jabba also echoed, Yes. "Little Renault has worked hard for you this time." When Renault heard their words, he said speechlessly, "I don't mean to blame you. After all, I'm only 5 years old now. If I were to you, I wouldn't believe it." People. Renault really didn't mean to blame them. After all, think about it. If he stood in their perspective, he probably wouldn't have easily handed his life to a 5-year-old. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Renault's words, and they began to discuss which method was more appropriate. After everyone discussed it for a while, Roger looked at Ryal and asked, "Which method do you think is better, Ryal?" After hearing Roger's question, Ryal thought for a while before answering, "I think it is safer to drive a boat and break in. After all, Marine wants us to enter the encirclement, so it is not difficult for us to break in, which can prevent Marine from entering. Knowing Renault's abilities in advance, we won't be hindered when we come out." After listening to Ryal's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. As long as Renault's ability was not discovered in advance, they wanted to escape just like playing. On the contrary, as long as Marine knows about Renault's abilities in advance, Renault is likely to be targeted by Marine or find a way to deal with it when they go to the island to rescue people. This is too risky. After listening to Ryal's analysis, Roger also felt that it made sense, so he directly ordered, "Just follow this method. You can't let Marine know Renault's ability in advance. When you are fighting, you can't leak your mouth, otherwise we will eat it all." "No way to go." Jabba was the first to assure, "Captain Roger, it's not like you don't know about my mouth. As long as I don't want to say something, others will never want to know." We are. Everyone around started to promise one after another, as if they were afraid that others would not believe it. "Roger, then the meeting ends here, let's go back and prepare for battle." "Yes, Captain Roger." The meeting on the plywood was over, and everyone went back to their rooms to make the final pre-war preparations. Only Roger and Ryal were left in place. After they exchanged glances, they both walked towards Renault. Renault was sitting on the railing looking at the sea, and when he heard the movement behind him, he turned his head and saw the people who came to know what they were doing. Renault just glanced at it and then retracted his gaze, followed lazily and said, "I knew you two old foxes would come to me, just ask whatever you want. Chapter 11. Reynald had just guessed that these two old foxes would come to him. After all, these two are different from those who have developed limbs and simple minds. Roger is thick and thin, and Ryal is squinting, not to mention, squinting is either a monster or a super monster. When Reynald watched One Piece in his previous life, he came to an interesting conclusion, that a successful pirate group must have a captain who made trouble, and a captain with an IQ online. The captain is in charge of making trouble. The co-captain is in charge of wiping a. Let's get down to business. Although Ryal may not be as strong as Roger, he is not only strong on the ship, but also a think tank on the Roger pirates. And although Roger usually looks carefree, it doesn't mean that his IQ is low, it's just that he is too lazy to use his brain. A real man can never use his head. Reynald also knew that he had a lot of doubts about him. It was normal for these two old foxes to find him. After all, he was going to fight Marine soon. When Roger heard that Reynald knew they were coming for him, he asked in surprise, "How did you know we were coming for you?" Ryal next to him answered directly, "Roger, don't underestimate this kid. Although he is young, he has a very good brain. It's not difficult to guess that we came to him." Usually everyone on the boat made Reynald a child, only Ryal had a serious chat with Reynald. After chatting with Reynald today, Ryal realized the horror of Reynald. This is not the horror of strength, but the horror of IQ. He is not like a 5-year-old child at all, saying that he is smarter than most adults. For 2. Reynald's intelligence is no longer as simple as carrying memories of his previous life. After the fusion of his infinite spiritual power, his brain has become very powerful. What he didn't understand before, now he can understand it, and his learning ability has also changed. Is much stronger than before. Infinite spiritual power is not just that simple, but Reynald himself did not notice it, such as Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki. Of course, these are for later. After Roger listened to Ryal's words, although he was a little unconvinced, he didn't ask any further questions. After all, the reason they came to find Reynald was not to know whether he was smart or not. Thinking of Roger here, he looked at Reynald and asked seriously, "Are you my enemy, Reynald, or my friend?" Reynald replied without thinking, "No, I'm just a 5-year-old child, I can't be your enemy, and of course I can't be your friend." Ryal asked, "Since you have this devil fruit ability, when you die, even if you can't save others, you should be able to get out of your body. Why are you injured so badly?" This question from Ryal was what they came for, and they knew that Reynald didn't mean to get on their boat. After all, when they rescued Reynald, they were almost on the verge of death, so the possibility of deliberately boarding the ship could basically be ruled out. But they weren't sure if Reynald was friend or foe, so they wanted to ask before the fight started. Reynald did not answer this question directly, but asked directly, "What do you think of my proficiency in using abilities?" Roger looked at the green energy covering the entire hull, and after observing for a while, he commented very directly, "Although your ability is very strong, your green energy seems to be endless, but your proficiency is very poor." Roger was right, because the green energy covering the boat was not uniform at all, very thick in some places and very thin in others. After hearing Reynald's question, Ryal nodded thoughtfully. He already understood what was going on. It is estimated that this ability was acquired after Reynald was killed, which is why he was injured so badly. Roger also reacted after the evaluation, and then asked directly, "Little Reynald, don't you mean to say that this ability was acquired after you died?" Hearing his question, Reynald pretended to be speechless, rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think that I am a person with small arms and legs, and I am a capable person? When I fall into the sea and feel powerless, can I still save myself?" Both Roger and Ryal were embarrassed. They hadn't thought about it, otherwise they wouldn't have had to make the trip. Because when they rescued Reynald, his entire clothes were indeed soaked in sea water. It was estimated that the reason for soaking in the sea for too long was a little white powder, sea salt. Seeing the embarrassment of the two of them, Reynald said with a serious look, "Although I often quarrel with you, I also know that you have no ill will, and you have saved my life, so I will repay you this time. Your life-saving grace." In order not to make them think too much, Reynald could only talk about life-saving grace. He really thought so in his heart, and he didn't tell lies this time. Roger patted Reynald on the shoulder and assured him, "I don't need to say anything about the life-saving grace. I know that you want to cultivate and become stronger. I'll teach you everything I know when I come back this time." When Renault heard Roger's words, he turned his head and asked excitedly, "You are the Pirate King, are you really willing to teach me?" Seeing his excited look, Roger thought to himself, no matter how mature he is still a 5-year-old child, and when he hears something good, he immediately becomes so excited. Thinking of Roger here, he smiled and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. My practice method is basically the same as Rayleigh's, but the practice of swordsmanship is different. Haki and the like let Rayleigh teach you, and I will be responsible for teaching you swordsmanship." Roger didn't lie. The two of them went to sea together when they were young, and they practiced together to become stronger together. The cultivation methods were basically the same. There was only one thing about swordsmanship. But Haki is indeed the same training method, but the Haki that individuals are good at is different. And Rayleigh, the Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki person, let him teach Haki is also the best choice. The reason why Renault looked for Rayleigh instead of looking for the strongest Roger on the ship was to consider the comprehensive reason. After all, he would not be cultivating alone in the future, so it is better to look for the strongest than the most comprehensive. When Renault heard Roger's words, he said a little worriedly, "I'm still too young to practice. Rayleigh always tells me about my practice experience and let me record it, or tell me about my swordsmanship experience when you come back." Roger readily agreed, "I'm just talking about my cultivation experience. It's easier than teaching people to practice." "I agree." After the three chatted a few more times, Roger and Rayleigh went back, leaving Renault alone. Just now Roger wanted him to put the boat down and use his abilities when needed. After all, in their plan, they only needed to fly for 10 minutes to break out of the encirclement and throw Marine away. Now Renault has proved himself, but Renault was defeated by Renault. Refused directly. Because he used the power of mind to drag the boat in the air just now, not only to prove himself, he also wanted to cultivate his proficiency, so that he could control the power of mind as soon as possible. After controlling the power of mind, he would have the power to protect himself. Chapter 12. Around Blue Star Island. Huge warships are parked around the island. If someone looks down in the sky, they can see dozens or hundreds of warships, surrounding the entire Blue Star Island. Due to the distance, no one on the island except Shanks and Buggy knew that they were surrounded. Marine dispatched 10 times the strength of Buster Call this time, just to encircle the Roger pirates. It seems that the Roger pirates went to Lahudel and touched the bottom line of the world government. This time, they completely PD off the world government. At this time, right in front of the Blue Star Island port, on a warship on the sea, a few men stood on the plywood looking at the sea in the distance. 4 stood at the front, followed by 3 young people. They represent Marine's highest combat power, the resourceful General Sengoku, the hero Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, Crane, and standing behind the 4 is the future Marine 3 Admiral. Marine's high-end combat power, except Marine Marshal Kong, is almost all here. If it is not necessary to guard his home, Kong may be dispatched by the world government. Crack, knock. While eating the donut, Garp complained to Sengoku next to him, "Sengoku is just like us, it's just wishful thinking to keep the Roger pirates." Garp has been dealing with the Roger pirates for so many years, how could he possibly not know how terrifying the monsters on that ship are? Although the troops they brought today are not likely to lose, it is impossible to keep the Roger pirates, at most they are just some ordinary members, and it is almost impossible for high-end combat power to stay. Unless they have the consciousness to perish with the Roger pirates, but the price is too great for them to bear. After all, Marine's high-end combat power is dead here, and the sea will definitely enter an era of endless wars. Because if Marine doesn't have the strength to defend the world, that situation is a sure thing. Although Garp's words affected morale a bit, Sengoku also knew that he was right, but the world government asked them to come, how could they be unprepared, but he didn't say it. Sengoku didn't answer Garp's words, but said directly, "This time your mission only needs to stop Roger, and you don't need to worry about other things, I'll take care of it." Garp, okay. After Sengoku finished dealing with Garp, he looked at Zephyr on the other side and said, "Zephyr, I'll leave it to you to deal with Rayleigh." Zephyr, no problem. After Sengoku finished speaking, he looked at the Crane Vice Admiral and said, "Zayahi, Jabba will be handed over to you, no problem." Crane, no problem. Sengoku arranged their opponents one by one, the others were one-on-one, the 3 future admirals were to deal with Kojiki Odin, and the rest were left to the other Vice Admiral, who didn't need to worry about them. Sengoku thought that for the conspiracy he set, the Roger pirates could only obediently sneak in and fight them head-on, but what he didn't know was that the Roger pirates didn't want to fight them head-on at all. As long as Marine couldn't do anything to the Roger pirates when they rushed in, the siege was doomed to fail. Unless Marine knew of Renault's existence in advance, which was impossible, because Renault's ability was used for the first time, and only the Roger pirates knew about it. The Roger pirates were on their way, and Marine was waiting for their arrival. Time passed by every minute and second, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Because Renault used his telekinetic power to control the ship to fly over, it originally took 3 hours, but he shortened it to 2 hours. At this time, the Roger pirates' ship had come to the vicinity. If it wasn't for Roger and the others, who were afraid that Renault would run out of energy and let him drop the boat half an hour ago, they would have been here long ago. The cotters are now gathered on the plywood, looking at the destination that is getting closer and closer. They are ready for battle and can enter the battle state at any time. Ryal looked in Renault's direction and asked, "Have you rested for half an hour? How are you doing now?" Renault's current state is very important. Whether they can easily break out of the encirclement will depend on Renault. Seeing everyone around him looking over, Renault reluctantly assured, "As long as I'm not injured, it's fine to fly you 2 hours." "Ha ha ha. Little Renault, don't worry, I will protect you later, I will never let you lose a hair." Jabba patted Renault on the shoulder and promised. Renault patted his hand with disgust, and then said, "I'll stay on the boat and not go anywhere, who can hurt me? Everyone, prepare, the front is Marine's encirclement range, I have seen their presence already." Roger suddenly reminded at this time. After everyone heard Roger's words, they immediately got ready, and the cotters were scattered around the ship, so that even if a shell fell, they could deal with it in time. Renault walked over to Ryal, looked at him and reminded him, "I suddenly remembered that Marine seems to have a frozen fruit ability. If he freezes the sea before we get to the island, we will be passive." Ryal looked at Renault a little surprised and said, "You actually know about Marine's rising star, but don't worry, I have made Shanks and the others wait near the port. As long as we make a move, they will come out and join us on their own. Their Roger pirates often fight with Garp, and this frozen fruit person often follows Garp. They are naturally very familiar with this person. They know that he can freeze the sea, so how could they not be on guard?" Renault didn't know what Ryal had planned either, but then he had nothing to do to keep an eye on this guy, and if he found something wasn't right, he could attack him. The pirate ship sailed forward for a few more minutes, and finally the shadow of a warship appeared 1,000 meters away, and there were no less than 20 warships as far as the eye could see. After seeing the warship, Roger directly ordered, "Little ones, follow me straight into Blue Star Island to save people." "Yes, Captain Roger." Everyone on the boat shouted in unison in response. Renault covered his ears with a speechless expression, and ran to a small corner to squat. If he could not show his head, he should try not to show his head. After all, he didn't want to be identified as a crew member of the Roger pirates. If he couldn't hide it after a while, he would say a few words to Marine, help, symbolically, to make Marine think he was caught on board. This method is good, but it won't work later, so I'll use this method to solve it. Anyway, Roger and the others are pirates, and it doesn't matter if they are charged with one more crime. Chapter 13. The ship of the Roger pirates is rushing towards Marine at full speed. They want to take advantage of the current Marine's dispersion and rush into the encirclement in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when Marine's troops gather, it will not be so easy for them to rush in. Just as the Roger pirates were advancing at full speed, Marine finally noticed their arrival. Sengoku looked at the pirate ship that was getting closer, and directly ordered the phone bug in his hand, "All Marines, listen, the Roger pirates are attacking from the front of the port, leaving a few warships on the back of the island to patrol, all the warships have gathered here in the port." After Sengoku gave an order to the phone bug, he looked at the few people beside him and said, "You guys first hold off the strong Roger pirates, I will find a way to get the vice admirals to destroy the ordinary pirates first, and the rest those tough bones, stay behind and slowly figure out a way to solve them. Do you understand everything?" "Understood." After Sengoku finished instructing the people on the warship, he looked at the pirate ship that was rushing towards them, and thought to himself, "It seems that the Roger pirates are trying to force their way in to save people. It can play a restraining role. If you want to win and keep the Roger pirates here, you can only pray that the cards prepared by 5 elders are more reliable." Because Marines' high-end combat power is almost the same as that of the Roger Pirates, if the world government's preparations are unreliable, then the Marines and the Roger Pirates will kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Sengoku doesn't want this kind of thing to happen. They Marine have the responsibility to maintain the world, and such a thing must not be done by changing high-end combat power. Because the stronger the Marines' strength, the stronger the control of the sea, the weaker the Marines' strength, the weaker the control of the sea. Thinking of Sengoku here, I secretly decided, if the world government is unreliable, even if the Roger Pirates escape, Marines' combat power will not be lost too much here. It's not that Sengoku doesn't dare to fight with the pirates, but the pirates are rampant in this era, destroying the Roger Pirates, as well as the Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Pirates. Destroying only one Roger Pirate group has no effect at all. If eradicating the Roger Pirate group can bring peace to the world, then he will not hesitate to take Marine to fight with the Roger Pirate group, but this is simply impossible. What? Leaving Marine's living strength, it can also contain the pirates in the sea. If Marine falls, the world will definitely be in chaos. When Sengoku was thinking about these bad things, the Roger Pirates' ship had already rushed into their attack range. Sengoku, prepare, target pirate ship, shoot. Puff puff, puff puff. The 20 warships in the vicinity had already aimed all their muzzles at the Roger Pirates' ship, and they attacked without hesitation upon hearing the order. For a time, the sky around the pirate ship was filled with black cannonballs, like black rain, rushing to fall. Everyone on the Roger Pirates saw the cannonballs falling from the sky. Although they had experienced a lot of this kind of thing, the ordinary members couldn't help but feel flustered. After all, the cannonballs fired by the 20 warships were indeed many. It's a bit too much. You must know that Buster Call only has 10 warships, and 10 warships can destroy an island, which is twice as many as Buster Call. If ordinary members were told that Marine had hundreds of warships coming this time, they would probably panic even more. Everyone is ready, let me intercept the shells. Roger stood majestically on the bow, raised his hand and gave orders without looking back. Search, search. The two great swordsmen, Ryal and Kojiki Odin, jumped directly onto the sails, ready to intercept the shells overhead. Brush, brush, brush. When the cannon came not far from them, the two big swordsmen directly chopped and attacked the sword chi, forming a huge sword chi network, and all the falling cannonballs were divided into two. Boom, 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 boom. The cannonball that was divided into two exploded directly in the air, and for a while the whole sky was billowing with smoke, and there were sparks in the smoke. Renault, who was squatting in the corner, looked at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but praised, these two old bastards are worthy of being famous great swordsmen, so dense cannonballs fell, and they both solved it so easily. However, if he were to solve it, it was estimated that he would solve it more easily and happily than them, because he only needed to wave his hand, and he could use his psychic power to bounce all the shells away. His psychic attack method is not strong, but for a large-scale attack, he said second, no one dared to say first. In the ocean, the entire sea water will be his weapon, just these 20 marine warships. If he makes a full effort, he will turn them upside down in minutes. However, his mental power proficiency is not enough now, and his physical fitness is too poor, so he can only develop wretchedly for a period of time. After he develops, no matter which power is in the back garden of his family, he will come and leave if he wants to. Just when Renault was thinking about who to harm in the future, the Roger Pirates' ship had already rushed into Marine's face, but they had no intention of stopping, and were still moving at full speed. Chong. Roger, who was standing on the bow, finally pulled out the knife around his waist and raised the knife above his head, as if he was going to cut a path with the knife. Search. Just as Roger was about to split, a figure suddenly rushed out of Marine's warship and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Roger. Let's go to the sky to play. The figure rushing out of the warship said that he wanted to play in the sky, but the person rushed straight to the pirate ship. If no one stopped him, this person would definitely board their ship. It was Marine hero Garp who rushed out, and he just wanted to force Roger to fight him alone, so he deliberately rushed to their pirate ship. Roger twitched the corners of his mouth when he saw the figure rushing over, and said to Ryal speechlessly, Ryal will leave it to you, I will stop this BD, we can't let this old BD Garp board our boat, or the ship will be blown up by him in minutes. Don't worry, leave the ship to me here. Ryal, who was still on the sail at this time, heard Roger's words and immediately responded with assurance. Chapter 14. After a few words to Ryal, Roger didn't continue the nonsense, because Garp had already rushed forward, and he was about to get on the boat if he didn't stop him. Search. Seeing this, Roger jumped into the sky and met Garp, who was charging like a cannonball. While rushing towards Garp, Roger covered Haki on the knife. The knife, which was already black, was black and shiny after covering Haki. He raised the knife above his head with one hand and slashed at Garp. The distance between the two was only a few meters away. When they met for a while, Roger's knife just landed on Garp. All of this was the result of Roger's calculations. But how could Garp just let him cut himself like this? And when he saw his right hand, it was immediately covered with a pitch-black armament Haki. The moment the two met, Garp slammed Roger's knife with a punch, looking like he was going to scrap Roger's knife and hammer. Chong. Crack, kaka, boom. Roger and Garp, fist and knife collision. The moment they collided, the sky and the earth turned pale. It was cloudless just now, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Boom, rumble. Boomkaka. What followed was the aftermath of the collision. With the two at the center, a circle of air waves like a typhoon erupted, and there were also strips of black lightning in the air waves. The two are worthy of being the world's top powerhouses, but the aftermath of the battle caused the ships and warships on the sea level to blow up and down. Roger and Garp were deadlocked in midair for a while, before being thrown back by the recoil from the collision. Bang, bang, bang. Garp and Roger just retreated a dozen meters, and they stabilized their bodies in the air, and they didn't fall off. Their feet stepped on the empty air, but they seemed to be able to step on the real thing, which allowed them to stay in the air. Needless to say, we all know that this is the moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. As for why Roger will do this, it can only be said that it is strong to a certain extent. Marine 6 styles can basically be read once, so it is not surprising. It is not difficult to learn as long as you know the principles, and Roger is a powerhouse like them, who has already controlled every power of the body freely, and learning these physical skills is like playing. After Roger stabilized his body, he looked at Garp 10 meters away and said with emotion, "BD Garp, your fist is as hard as ever." Garp still looked cynical, laughed and joked, "Ha ha ha. Roger, don't think it's as simple as leaving a knife today, you can stay here for me today too." Roger heard that Garp was carrying the knife, black lines appeared on his forehead immediately, and he cursed fiercely, "BD Garp, even if I scrap a knife today, I will punch your iron fist." Cut in half. Roger and Garp fell in love and killed each other for so many years. I don't know how many knives they have changed. Basically, they were hammered and scrapped when they were fighting with Garp. From this, it can be seen how hard Garp's fists are. In theory, the knives after armament Haki are all black knives, but Haki also has strengths and weaknesses. And the knife that covers Haki is not impossible to destroy. As long as the strength is strong enough, Haki is hard enough, and the black knife will be scrapped for you. Garp is such an existence. Although Roger's knife has been scrapped by a hammer, it cannot be said that Garp is stronger than Roger, but his personal strengths are different. Conqueror's Roger is stronger, and Garp's armed color is stronger. I don't know if Garp has Conqueror's Haki in the original book, but I am writing here that he has Conqueror's Haki. Garp is also not at all cowardly, picking his nostrils and saying in a perfunctory manner, "No matter what skills you have, let the horses come over." BD Garp. A whole Roger. The two rushed towards each other with a loud roar, as if they were about to tear each other into pieces, and they collided with each other. Ding ding, dang dang. Boom, rumble. Roger and Garp were in full swing in the air. Due to the speed, they could only see after images. Only when they collided together, the figure would be revealed, and each collision would generate a circle, like a typhoon-like air wave, spreading in all directions. Renault, who was crouching in the corner of the boat, saw the two men fighting in the air, with a look of longing in his eyes. When will he be able to fight like these people and fight to the flesh? Although he was a little envious of the strength of Garp and Roger, he was only a little envious. After all, he had a system in his body. It was a matter of time before he reached their level, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Ryal saw Marine's warship, stunned by the aftermath of the battle between Roger and Garp, and many Marine soldiers were stunned by the Conqueror's Haki leaked by the two. Knowing that this was an opportunity, Ryal immediately ordered, "Marine's fleet is in disarray, rush in to save people now." "Yes, Vice Captain." When Roger was no longer on the ship, the issue of giving orders fell into the hands of Ryal, and in the pirate group, except for Roger, he was the only one who could convince everyone. Marines' warships were lined up just now, leaving not enough space for their ships to pass, so Roger wanted to cut away. But the aftermath of Roger's fight with Garp blew Marines' warship upside down, revealing a path to the island. When Ryal's order was issued, several people were immediately separated to control the ship and rushed in the direction of the encirclement. Sengoku, who was on the warship at this time, saw the pirate ship passing by them, and shouted with a dark face, "Zephyr, and the three of you together, we must not let them go so easily. Get in." Several people, yes, Immortal Stone Admiral. Originally, Sengoku wanted to consume the Roger pirates outside, and then put them in to close the door and beat the dog. Now that the battle has just started, they are rushed into the encirclement, and they are still in a full state, which will make the subsequent battle more difficult. So Sengoku immediately asked Zephyr and the others to take action in advance, and even if they couldn't cause casualties, they had to consume their stamina. Zephyr came to the edge of the warship and looked at the pirate ship that was only about 20 meters away. Poro Salino was the first to propose, "I can fly in the sky, let me meet them for a while." Chapter 15. Zephyr glanced at Paul Salino and didn't reject his proposal, but still instructed, "Be careful, don't be brave, and come back quickly if you find something wrong." Now the relationship between the two is not as bad as it will be in the future, it is just an ordinary master-apprentice relationship. "I see, Teacher Zephyr." Poro Salino responded and stepped forward, came to the edge of the railing, glanced at the direction of the pirate ship, turned into a light and rushed to the sky, standing in the sky. "Bakakayanguyu." Poro Salino pinched the orchid finger and shouted with a wretched expression. His body immediately turned into golden energy, like a golden sun, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. Shhhhhhh. One after another dazzling light beams fell like rain in the direction of the pirate ship. Ryal looked at the golden beams of light in the sky, and his face instantly became ugly. The people on the boat were not afraid of these beams, but with such a dense beam, it was almost impossible for their ship to be safe and sound. Renault was squatting in the corner to watch the fun, but when he saw Ryal who had come down from the sail not far away, his face didn't look good, and he secretly guessed, "Can't Ryal and the others block these beams?" After a little thought, Renault knew what was going on. The Roger pirates had very few capable people, either swordsmen or taijutsu. Such a wide-ranging and intensive attack could not hurt them. But their ships can't stop these attacks. Renault, who wanted to understand what was at stake, immediately bent down and quietly came to Ryal's side, and tugged at the corner of his trousers. Originally, Ryal was ready to start, and it was as much as he could break up, and try not to let too many beams fall on the boat. But just as he was about to start, he felt the corner of his trousers being pulled. He glanced down in confusion, and after realizing it was Renault, he asked speechlessly, "Why are you here? Don't come here to cause trouble for me, find a place to hide yourself." Hearing his words, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and cursed inwardly, "If Laozi's clock-in mission hadn't ended, your ship would have been smashed, Laozi wouldn't even take a look at it. It's all for the task together, let's endure it first." Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Ryal and said angrily, "I can block these beams, but I need you to take cover, because I can't expose it yet." "Ryal, what do you need me to do? Just say it." "Renault, you just need to wave your sword in the direction of the beam, and leave the rest to me." Ryal knew what Renault was capable of, so he knew what Renault wanted as soon as Renault finished speaking. Ryal slashed his sword towards the sky without hesitation. Renault, who was hiding under the fence of the boat, saw that Ryal had already slashed a sword, and immediately waved his hand. A huge green palm rose into the sky and slapped the countless beams. Boo! Ha! Ha! Boom! Rumble! Boom! Rumble! The dense golden light beams fell down, and were directly slapped by the green palm and disappeared, and the green palm also dissipated in the air. Although it feels like a long time has passed since Renault came to find Ryal to the end, it all happened between the lightning and flint, and from the beginning to the end, the time only passed tens of meters and seconds. Paul Salino, who was originally putting on his skills, suddenly saw Ryal split a green energy palm, and slapped his beams away with a slap. Is this a great swordsman? Not a capable person. Unlike Paul Salino's ignorance, Ryal immediately looked at his feet and praised when he saw that the crisis was over. little Renault didn't expect your ability to be so useful, you're quite capable. Hearing his compliment, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly and laughed at himself. I'll only make trouble for others, that's as good as you guys. Just now I said that I was causing trouble, and seeing that I can really solve the trouble, my attitude changed 180 degrees. Seeing Renault's cautious appearance, Ryal could only shake his head helplessly and said, it was my fault just now. I underestimated you. I'll apologize to you now, okay? Renault heard that Ryal would apologize to himself. Although he was very happy, he said, since you have sincerely apologized, then I will accept your apology with reluctance. Little Renault, you really helped a lot this time. What we couldn't solve was solved easily by your kid. Jabba, who saw the whole process, also came over and praised. Koja Kyoden, who just came over from the bow, heard Jabba's words and said with emotion, it turned out to be little Renault's hand. I thought the deputy captain ate devil fruit. Koja Kyoden opened the way with a few cotters in front, while Ryal and Jabba broke off at the stern. Now that there is no enemy in front, Koja Kyoden came to the stern to see if he needed help. When Renault saw everyone crowding around, he chased people with a black face and said, hey. I don't want to be wanted at such a young age, you all die for me, don't attract Marine's eyes to me. Come. Although he is hiding under the fence, Marine can't see him, but who knows if they will be discovered by Marine's knowledgeable masters. Seeing Renault's fearful expression, Koja Kyoden immediately mocked ruthlessly, ha, little Renault, being a wanted order is an honor for a man at sea. How can you be afraid of being wanted? Seeing that he was still mocking himself at this time, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly and asked, are you out of your mind, big man? Have you ever seen a 5-year-old man? Ha. Everyone laughed when they heard Renault's words. In fact, this can't blame Koja Kyoden. Renault usually looks like a little adult. Over time, when they talk to Renault, they will ignore his actual age. Seeing that Koja Kyoden still wanted to argue with Renault, Ryal directly stopped him. Okay, let's stop making trouble, we've rushed into the encirclement now. Next, we will divide our troops into 2 groups according to the plan, go all the way to the island to save people, and stay all the way after the break. After the Shanks and the others are rescued, everyone will return to the ship immediately. Do you understand? Everyone, understood. Chapter 16. The Roger pirates were divided into 2 groups. After the cotters stayed in the spare boat, the rest of the crew drove the boat to pick up the 2 Shanks. They had prepared 2 plans. One was to keep everyone on board and rush in to save people. Another plan is that after the cotters stay, everyone else will go to the island to save people. The reason why they chose to cut off the plan was because Roger was now at the head of a group of Marines, and he could not be left alone and helpless, so the cotters decided to use this plan to share the pressure on him, so that he would not be beaten by the Marines. Let the cotters stay behind because they want to retreat and no one can stop them. In order to retreat in time, the weaker ordinary members are kept on the boat, so as not to be entangled by the strong and unable to escape. After everyone discussed it, only Koja Kyoden was left on the boat, and the other officers were going to intercept Marine. Koja Kyoden was by the railing, looking at the cotters on the boat below, and said resentfully, you all have to intercept Marine, why should I stay alone? Koja Kyoden, a fighting maniac, let him stay on board and watch others fight, which made him more uncomfortable than killing him. Hearing Koja Kyoden's questioning, Ryal asked back with a blank expression, it has been agreed just now that whoever loses will stay on the boat to protect Renault. Odin, are you someone who can't afford to lose? It turned out that none of them wanted to stay just now, they all wanted to intercept Marine, but Renault couldn't make any mistakes, because their withdrawal depended on Renault's ability. So we decided rock paper scissors, whoever loses will stay to protect Renault and the other ordinary members of the ship. Unfortunately Koja Kyoden lost rock paper scissors, so this scene just happened. Renault stood aside to see Koja Kyoden's expression, and his heart was overjoyed. He leaned over and joked with a smile, you just stay, big man, and follow me, I promise to make you delicious and spicy. Koja Kyoden's face was already dark, and after hearing Renault's words, he immediately turned into ashes, but he didn't say anything, after all, he didn't want to carry a reputation that he couldn't afford to lose. Seeing that it was almost time, Ryal stopped talking nonsense, and said directly to Koja Kyoden, Odin, take them to rescue Shanks first, so as not to have a lot of sleepless nights. After Shanks are rescued, we can retreat at any time. Ask Reynald for advice on anything difficult to decide, he's smarter than you. Seeing his dissatisfaction, Ryal continued before he could speak, you don't have to be dissatisfied, you are full of muscles, you are indeed not as flexible as Reynald, this is an indisputable fact. Ha 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 ha. Ryal's words successfully made everyone laugh, and everyone couldn't straighten their backs. He knew that he was on the battlefield, but I didn't know they thought they were here for vacation. After Ryal gave Kojiki Odin a few more words, the cotters rowed their boats to intercept Marine behind. And the people still on the big boat, after seeing Ryal and the others gone, also controlled the boat to move in the direction of the island. Paul Salino was still doubting life in the sky. When he came back to his senses, he found that the ship of the Roger pirates had gone away, and he could only return to the warship before making plans. Call out. A group of golden light beams swept across the sky and fell towards the direction of the warship. After the golden beam landed on the warship, it slowly turned into the appearance of Paul Salino. Sengoku and the others on the warship all looked at Paul Salino. Just now, because Paul Salino shot, they thought they would gain something, so they just looked at it and didn't shoot. As a result, Paul Salino's attack was blocked by the Roger pirates, and they also missed the opportunity to shoot, and in the end they could only watch the Roger pirates' ship go away. Seeing that several bigwigs were staring at him, Paul Salino explained with an embarrassed smile that was worse than crying, just now Ryal shot and blocked my attack, and I can't help it. He shot with confidence just now, but now not only has no results, but also let the others in Marine miss the opportunity to shoot. If he didn't explain it, others would think he was deliberately letting go of the Roger pirates. Hearing Paul Salino's words, Sengoku asked with disbelief, did you say that the huge palm just now was made by that guy from Ryal? When Paul Salino heard Sengoku's question, he could only answer helplessly, I saw Ryal shot just now, and no one else shot, but he is a great swordsman, not a person of ability, so I don't either. You know what's going on. Paul Salino is still a bit confused until now, don't say that others don't believe it. If he hadn't seen Ryal do it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't believe it himself. At this time, Vice Admiral, who was beside him, guessed, the palm of your hand didn't look like a great swordsman, but an attack from a power man. It should be some devil fruit that Ryal ate recently. Crane Vice Admiral paused for a while and then continued, whether Ryal is a capable person or not, and whether it is his hand or not, now is not the time to discuss this matter, let's catch up and talk about it first. Paul Salino felt that things were not that simple, because he saw Ryal's move with his sword, but the attack was not a slash, but a green slap. Which swordsman swung out not a slash, but a green slap? A huge slap, ah? Although he thought it was very strange, he couldn't figure out what was going on, and he couldn't say it before he figured it out. Originally, Sengoku didn't quite believe what he said just now. Now that he talks about it, what will he do when the time comes? Explain. It is estimated that others will think that he is trying to shirk responsibility and deliberately make up such a thing to deceive people. After Sengoku heard the words of Crane Vice Admiral, although he still suspected that Paul Salino was not telling the truth, he also knew that now was not the time to talk about this, so he immediately ordered the phone bug, the whole army obeys the order and narrows the encirclement, all the warships are moving closer to the port. Reynald doesn't think he would have thought that he just made a random shot, and he could have such an alienating effect. The reason why Sengoku didn't believe what Paul Salino said was because Ryal was already a top powerhouse, and it was impossible for him to eat devil fruit and add a weakness to himself. Because for a powerhouse like Ryal, eating devil fruit just gives him one more attack method, and his combat power will not increase too much. Do this. Chapter 17. Blue Star Island Port. Boom. Rumble. Bang, 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 bang. Here you can only hear the sound of various collisions and the explosion of shells, but no one can be seen. Because the fighting place is still a long way from the island, there is no sea battlefield situation on the port side. What exactly happened ahead? It should be the pirates fighting again. Listening to this movement, it doesn't look like an ordinary pirate, but fortunately it's far away from here, I hope they don't hit the island. There are not only Shanks and Buggy in the port, but the aboriginal people of the island who heard the movement all gathered at the port to discuss. Shanks and Buggy were hiding in the corner by the port, watching the sea level in the distance. Shanks, you said Captain Roger and the others, can you rush into the encirclement to save us? Buggy squatted on the ground and asked Shanks beside him. Shanks replied without turning his head, "Captain Roger and the others are not difficult to get in, the hard part is how to get out of the encirclement." Hearing that Shanks was worried about this, Buggy asked with a puzzled face, "Isn't it that there is a guy on board who can fly with the ship? It shouldn't be difficult to get out of the encirclement, right?" Hearing his question, Shanks explained patiently, "Although there is a person on board who can fly with a ship, there are many strong Marines who can fly, and how fast can they fly with a ship? So keep your spirits up. If there is any accident, we can handle it in time." Shanks thought that Renault would fly very slowly with the ship, so he was so worried. If he had been allowed to ride the ship that Renault controlled with telekinesis, he should not have such thoughts. Originally, Buggy was no longer afraid when he heard that there was an existence on the ship that could take the ship to fly, but after some analysis by Shanks, his face was immediately pulled down again. "Shanks, we're not really going to die here, are we?" When Shanks saw this guy doing this again, he could only helplessly comforted, "What I just said was only the worst case. Captain Roger will definitely be able to take us out, so don't worry." After Shanks comforted Buggy, he cursed inwardly, "I knew he was so timid, why should I tell him this? Now is not the time to tease him." Shanks usually likes to tease Buggy, but now is not the time to tease him, because when people are afraid, they tend to do some stupid things, and he can't let Buggy ruin what they are going to do. Buggy was comforted by Shanks, and although he was still a little worried, he was no longer as scared as before. Shanks had just finished comforting Buggy when he saw a small black spot on the sea level. He immediately took out a telescope and looked over. After finding that it was the ship of their Roger pirates, he immediately said to Buggy happily, "Captain Roger, they are here. Now, Buggy, get ready and we're leaving." Where is Captain Roger?" Buggy immediately grabbed the binoculars when he heard Shanks' words, and asked while checking. Buggy looked at the telescope for a while, and finally saw a ship approaching the port, and immediately said to Shanks happily, "I saw Shanks, it is the ship of our Roger pirates, the captain, and they finally came to rescue us." Ah! After Shanks and Buggy saw the ship coming, they stopped hiding and came to the seaside of the port. After the ship arrived, they could board the ship and leave immediately. Kojiki brought everyone to the port, and he did not encounter other enemies during the period, so he came here easily. Renault leaned on the railing and looked at the port. There were already 2 teenagers waiting there, and there were many Aboriginal people. They were probably Shanks and Buggy. These 2 have red hair and a clown with a red nose. He can't even recognize such a recognizable guy. After waiting for the boat to approach, Kojiki said to the 2 people at the port a few meters away, "Come up quickly, we have to turn around and pick up the others. Search, search. Pat, pat." Shanks and Buggy didn't talk nonsense either. They jumped on the boat directly. It's not too late to leave here. After all, there are many people here. Shanks waited for the ship to leave a distance before asking Kojiki, "Brother Odin, why aren't they on the ship, Captain Roger?" When Kojiki heard Shanks ask me, he replied directly, "Captain, they are blocking Marine in front. Let's come over to rescue you first, and then go back and join them." Now that Buggy is back on the boat, he is no longer afraid. Hearing Kojiki words, he immediately quibbled, "We haven't been caught, how can we say rescue? It should be said to pick us up." Hearing his shameless words, Renault said with a look of contempt, "You were discovered by Marine here, and then surrounded by Marine, is this different from being caught? In fact, Marine also secretly sent people to the island to catch them, but Shanks discovered Marine's existence in advance, and took Buggy to hide, only to escape the disaster. If Shanks hadn't spotted Marine before Marine sent his men to the island, they'd probably have been caught by now." Seeing that this little guy in front of him dared to despise him, Buggy immediately squatted down and stared at Renault and asked, "Did I get caught by Marine? What's your business? Who are you, little BD?" When Renault saw Buggy approaching, he frowned, and said, "Don't get so close to me with your red nose, and I'm here to save you. It's fine if you don't thank me, and even scolding me, you really have no conscience." Shanks, who was watching the lively on the side, heard Renault's words and knew that he should be the guy who could fly a boat, but he didn't expect this guy to be a 5-year-old kid. When Buggy heard Renault's words, he exploded on the spot and shouted, "Who do you call a red nose? And does this uncle need your little brat to save you?" Thinking of the Shanks here, seeing that Buggy was still bickering with Renault, he reminded with a smile, "Ha ha ha. Buggy, He should really be the one who came to save us. You have offended him now. If he will harass you later, throw it away. I won't beg you for mercy." Koja Kyoden stood up and introduced at this time. "Shanks guessed right. His name is Ryal. We will have to rely on him to leave here later. Come over and get to know each other." Hearing Shanks' speculation and Koja Kyoden's words, Buggy knew it was probably true. Thinking of his current life, still holding people's hands, and talking to him just now, wouldn't he really want to avenge his personal revenge like Shanks said? Thinking of Buggy here, he immediately put on a pleasing face, squatted down and apologized while ingratiating himself. "Little Ryal, was my fault just now. You don't remember the villain, you can't throw me away." Ha 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 ha. Buggy's cowardly appearance made everyone on the boat laugh, and they all thought that they couldn't stand upright. Ryal didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He knew from the original book that this guy was afraid of death, but he didn't expect this guy to be so afraid. Chapter 18. Just as Ryal and the others were rushing back, Ryal and several cotters also formally met with Marine's main force. Seeing the warship getting closer, Ryal instructed the people next to him, "We are going to board Marine's warship to fight. After our ship comes back, we will immediately withdraw back to the ship. Do you understand?" Everyone understood. Deputy Captain Ryal, come on. Search, search, search. With Rayleigh's order, the cotters on the small boat immediately rose into the sky and rushed towards Marine's warship. On Marine's warship, Sengoku saw Ryal and the others waiting here, and knew what they wanted to do, but their Marine's purpose had been achieved, so they were not in a hurry to chase those ordinary crew members. Now seeing Ryal and the others rushing up, they immediately shouted to the people next to them, "Everyone is ready to fight." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Ryal appeared above the warship and shouted to Sengoku on the warship, "Sengoku, do you want to come up and practice?" Sengoku saw Ryal above his head, and black lines appeared on his forehead immediately, and he rode on their heads as soon as he came. "Let me be your opponent." How could Zephyr's fiery temper be held back by someone else's head, and soared into the sky with a shout. "Call out." Zephyr's speed was so fast that he could barely see a figure, and he came behind Ryal in an instant. A pair of hands covered armament haki at some point, and a pair of pitch-black fists slammed into Ryal. Ryal felt the sound of the air breaking behind him, his body turned around instinctively, and his sword lifted from the bottom to meet Zephyr's fist. Chong touch. Zephyr and Ryal separated at the touch of a button, and after stepping back 10 meters, they immediately stabilized their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. Zephyr used moonwalk to step on the air, and Ryal used the same method, which is similar to moonwalk's physique. The two just stabilized their bodies for a while, and then immediately rushed towards each other, so fast that they could hardly see anyone. Bang bang, bang bang. Ding ding, dang dang. Although it was a fist against a sword, every time it collided, there was a sound like a sword colliding. The two of them didn't say a word during the period, and they were both fighting seriously. They collided again and separated again and again, like tireless fighting machines. Bing 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 dash. Bang 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 dash. Ryal is worthy of being a famous swordsman, and the sword dance is airtight, forming a layer of blade storm in front of him. Zephyr is not far behind, there are countless fist shadows in front of him. No matter how fast Rayleigh's sword is, it can't break through his fist shadow. The two fought back and forth, but neither of them could do anything about the other, surrounded by sword blade storms and boxing shadows all over the sky. Ryal and Zephyr were in full swing in the air, and the Marines on the warship and the officers of the Roger pirates each found their opponents. Now only Sengoku is left on the main warship, and everyone else goes to fight with the officers of the Roger pirates, including Tsuru Vice Admiral. And now the Roger pirates haven't made a move, and only Jabba, a strong man with the same reputation as Ryal, is left. The others rushed to Marines' warships and fought with Marines. Clap. Jabba saw that Marines' strong men all had their own opponents, and now only Sengoku was left, so he jumped on Marines' main warship and planned to fight Sengoku, the Marine Admiral. Jabba landed on the plywood of the warship, looked at Sengoku and said with a frenzy, "Sengoku Admiral, is the two of us left now, let me be your opponent today." The pirates on the Roger pirates are basically a group of fighting madmen, and Jabba is no exception. They want to fight when they see a strong man, especially when they see a strong man of the same level as him, such as Sengoku. He felt sorry for himself after a fight. Sengoku saw Jabba jumping onto the warship arrogantly, and shouted with a dark face, "Don't get too carried away, damn pirates." Sengoku used his abilities while talking. A golden light appeared from his body, and his body became bigger and bigger, and in a short while he became a 10-meter high Buddha. Sengoku's ability is the Zoan Devil Fruit, Big Buddha form, which can not only transform into a big Buddha, but also use shock waves. When Jabba saw that Sengoku had transformed into a giant Buddha, he knew that he was going to be real, so he immediately clenched the axe in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Sengoku of the Buddha, let me see today, Zoan Phantom Beast. How strong is the ability of the species? Search." Jabba rushed out as soon as he finished speaking, and the speed was as fast as lightning. He could only see an afterimage, which appeared in the sky above Sengoku in an instant, and he took a pair of axes and chopped it down. Sengoku had already noticed Jabba's movement, raised his palm and pushed it up. There was still a mass of golden energy on his palm, and a stroke of Tathagata's palm greeted the falling double axe. Boom, rumble. Ka-ka-cha. The two collided and stalemate together. Sengoku's shock wave immediately exploded, and circles of golden shock waves slammed away in all directions with the two at the center. On the splint under Sengoku's feet, spider webs appeared, covering the entire splint. One can imagine how terrifying the aftermath of the collision between the two was. Bump. Jabba did a backflip and kicked Sengoku's belly. With the help of recoil, he flew backwards and landed firmly on the fence. After Sengoku changed into the Buddha form, his body was not as flexible as Jabba, but he was kicked but nothing happened. He didn't even take a step back, standing there like a big mountain unshakable. Zhang Gao looked at Jabba above the fence, and laughed mockingly, "Are you tickling me?" Jabba saw that Sengoku was kicked by him, but he was able to keep his face unscathed, and his face was beginning to look ugly. Although he didn't use his full strength in the kick just now, he also used 3-point force. If a vice admiral was kicked by him, he would be seriously injured, but Sengoku would have nothing to do with it. Thinking of Jabba here, his face gradually became serious, and he counterattacked as he opened his mouth. "Sengoku of the Buddha is indeed well deserved, but it's useless for you to be beaten." One of the two laughed at each other for not being able to break defenses, while the other laughed at the other who could only stand and be beaten, which was very funny. Chapter 19. Sengoku heard Jabba's anti-sneering, and his face gradually darkened. Although he didn't want to admit it, Jabba was right at all. After he transformed into the form of a Buddha. Due to his fat and huge body, although his body defense has become very powerful, his speed really can't keep up with the powerhouses of the same level. It is not wrong to say that he can only stand and be beaten. Boom, boom, boom. Sengoku didn't want to talk to Jabba, so he rushed directly to Jabba. Every time he took a step, the warship swayed, and every time he fell, he could hear a drum-like dong-dong sound. From Sengoku's position to 10 meters away from the fence, he only took 3 steps to reach Jabba, raised a huge slap like a door panel, and slapped Jabba with a slap. When Jabba saw Sengoku rushing over, he was already prepared. Before the huge slap could reach him, he stepped on the fence with one foot, and the whole person retreated. Bump. Boom, rumble. Sengoku's attack was dodged, and the shock wave rushed directly to the sea, blasting the sea into a large pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. For a while, the sea water didn't have time to flow back, and the sea was empty from a distance. Wow la la. The sea water was blasted to a height of tens of meters in the sky. When the sea water fell, it was as if a heavy rainstorm was coming. The sea water of different sizes could feel slight pain on the face of people. Bang, bang. After Jabba retreated more than 10 meters into the sky, he immediately stepped on the empty space behind him, as if stepping on the ground. Not only did his body not retreat, but he also rushed straight down. Jabba's speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he came to the top of Sengoku's head, and slashed down with a double axe. Although Sengoku is slow, his hands and feet are not slow. When he saw Jabba's attack, he immediately slapped it and met the double axe that Jabba cut down. Bump. The two were one on top and the other on the bottom, as if Mars hit the Earth. They collided fiercely. Boom, rumble. After the two of them were deadlocked for a while, the place where they collided exploded, and the air waves generated by the explosion blasted away in all directions like a typhoon. Crack crack. The force generated by the collision all fell on the splint under Sengoku's feet, and spider webs appeared on the splint. The spider webs spread almost all over the warship, and it looked as if it would fall apart at any time. Jabba didn't back away again this time, but landed on the cleat with a backflip, and then stood up against Sengoku. Bing 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 dash. Bang 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 dash. Jabba and Sengoku just stood there, watching tricks and tricks, fighting back and forth, and they were indistinguishable for a while. Jabba's body is not that huge, so he can only jump up and down, and only after images are left when he swings the double axe. Although the fighter is not moving fast, his palms are very flexible. No matter which direction Jabba attacks from, he can block it in time. A bit. Boom, rumble. Crack crack. Whether it was the plywood, the fence, or the room used for rest on the warship, the slashes and shock waves leaked from the two people's battles were all blown away. The splint spider webs under the two of them became denser and denser, and all the force generated by the collision was borne by the splint under their feet. Seeing that the warship was about to be scrapped and fell apart, but neither of them had any intention of stopping. Just when the two sides were evenly matched, and it was indistinguishable, I don't know who made a slash that went straight to one of the countless warships. Boom, rumble. Boom 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 boom. The warship was directly divided into two, and it exploded with a bang. The shells on the warship hit the open flame, and all of them were directly ignited, and the explosions continued for a while. It is worth mentioning that at the moment when the warship exploded, 5 people dressed in very strange clothes rushed out of the thick smoke. Although several of them were at the center of the explosion, they were all unscathed, as if they were not on the warship just now. The 5 people are all wearing white clothes and masks. Each mask is different. The 5 people are different in height, short, fat and thin, but by looking at the clothes, it can be seen that they are members of the same organization. Rayleigh and Zephyr were fighting in the sky, and he was relatively close to the warship, so he spotted them almost as soon as they showed up. Seeing their clothes, Rayleigh thought to himself, look at their clothes and masks, are they the legendary CP0? Rayleigh has been in the sea for so many years, and of course he has heard of Cipher Pol, the highest secret directly under the world government, but he has only met the espionage personnel of CP1-9, and this is the first time he has met the espionage personnel of CP0. World government's Cipher Pol has several groups, from CP0 CP9, CP1-9 often go out to perform tasks, so many people have seen them, but CP0 is the secret highest Cipher Pol directly under world government, and at the same time they are also the superiors of CP1-9. Usually, they rarely take action, and there are very few people who have seen them. As long as they take action, they represent the will of the world government. Bump. Rayleigh took Zephyr out with a strong sword, and then asked while chasing after him, "You Marine and the world government have even dispatched CP0 this time. Are you planning to keep us all here?" Rayleigh's speed was faster than Zephyr, who flew out backwards, appeared behind Zephyr in an instant, and slashed at the back of his head with a sword. Zephyr turned around quickly, as if he had eyes on his back. His entire arm was covered with armament haki, and with his hands folded in front of him, he stopped the falling sword. Chong touch. Rayleigh's sword slammed into a piece of steel with a clatter of weapons, and was blocked by Zephyr's arm, keeping his sword from falling. The two were deadlocked. Zephyr looked at Rayleigh and said, "I don't know why CP0 is here, but it should be secretly sent by the world government. This kind of thing does not need to be concealed, because it is the same as saying it or not, and it will not change the result of CP0 appearing here." When Rayleigh heard Zephyr's answer, he thought that they had just returned from Lahudal. It seemed that Marine was not the one who wanted their lives. Marine was just one of the armed forces sent by the world government. It was the world government who wanted their lives. In fact, before he came here, he and Roger had already guessed that what happened this time was probably controlled by the world government behind the scenes. Now that CP0 is here, it just confirmed that their guess was correct. When they came here just now, they found that there were only Marines. They thought they had guessed wrong. It turned out that these people wanted to wait for them and Marine to lose both sides, and then they came out to take advantage of the fishermen. It's a pity that even the gods can't see it, and let a slash fly to the warship where they are hiding. Chapter 20. Because of the appearance of these 5 people, the entire battlefield stopped and looked over. Some Marines who wanted to continue to fight were also beaten out by the Roger pirates with all their strength, forcibly stopping the fight. I didn't discover the existence of these people just now, and I didn't know that there were 5 strong people here. Now these 5 people appear. The cotters of the Roger pirates swept through their knowledge and found that all 5 of them were powerhouses of the same level as them. The cotters of the Roger pirates began to look ugly after discovering the rank of these 5 powerhouses. The Roger pirates and Marine can only be regarded as equals, and neither can do anything to the other, but if there are 5 more Admiral-level powerhouses, the Roger pirates will undoubtedly lose. The 5 Admiral-level powerhouses can almost fight against their Roger pirates without falling behind. Adding Marine's powerhouses is equal to twice the number of Roger pirates' powerhouses. There is a real chance that it will be left here. Sengoku saw the 5 CP0s that appeared. Not only did he not give them a good face, but he also directly asked angrily, "If you bastards of CP0, if you came out earlier, the Roger pirates would have been taken by us, if not after being blown up by the aftermath of the battle. Are you waiting for our Marine to die before coming out?" The reason Sengoku was so angry was that although the Marine powerhouse had no casualties, the Marine elite soldiers he brought with him suffered heavy casualties because of the aftermath of the battle of those powerhouses. This is not an island land. There is no place for these people to escape and stay away from the aftermath of the Battle of the Strong. As long as 2 strong men fight on which warship, almost all the Marine elite soldiers on this warship will be killed or injured. The small half jumped into the sea and survived. The leader of CP0 glanced at Sengoku, then replied in an indifferent tone, "In order to complete the task, it doesn't matter if you Marines die a few more people, it is an honor for them to be able to fight and die for the world government, you guys. It should be an honor, not to question us." Listening to what the CP0 leader means, it seems that Marine is a dog raised by the world government. It is their honor to die for the master. Marine should not question them, these CP0 people. Both Marine and the CP organization are sons of the world government, but there are differences between sons. The CP organization belongs to his biological son, while Marine is raised by his stepmother, the kind that his grandmother doesn't love and uncle doesn't love. Although they are all organizations of the world government, there is competition wherever there are people. Marine wants resources as well as CP0. However, the resources of the world government are fixed, and if you want more resources, you must contribute, so a competitive relationship is formed. Brothers may turn against each other, let alone an organization like them that has a competitive relationship. When Sengoku heard the words of the leader of CP0, his face flushed with anger, as if he was going to be blown up in the next second. Although Sengoku is angry with CP0, he also knows that now is not the time to worry about these things. The most important thing now is to win the Roger pirates. After these things go back, it is not too late to settle accounts with them CP0. Thinking of Sengoku here, with a dark face, he shouted to the CP0 group, "You CP0, hurry up and take action together, and take down the Roger pirates as soon as possible, so as not to have too many dreams at night." Standing on another warship, CP0 heard Sengoku's words. The leader glanced at Sengoku, and said disdainfully, "We know what to do, we don't need your Marines to dictate, you Marines are not qualified to teach us CP0 to do things." Sengoku saw how arrogant they looked, and knew that no matter how much he said, it was no use, so he simply didn't bother to care about them. Thinking of Sengoku here, he turned his head to look at Jabba and shouted, "BD pirates, our battle is not over yet, let me send you all to Impel Down to enjoy your old age today." Hearing Sengoku's words, Jabba glanced at him disdainfully and said, "You Marines say this every time you see us, but we are still in the sea right now, so what you Marine said is nothing but fart. What's the difference? BD. Damn pirates, die for me." Sengoku was very angry with CP0 just now, and now he was fueled by Jabba, and immediately exploded on the spot, rushing towards Jabba angrily. Jabba saw that Sengoku was desperate, he didn't dare to neglect, he clenched the 2 axes in his hand, and rushed out to meet Sengoku. Bump. Boom, rumble. The 2 collided in an instant, and after a stalemate for a while, the collision place exploded directly, and the air waves generated by the explosion were black and gold, and the circles were like a typhoon. Geggy geggy. Boom 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 boom. The warship the 2 of them were on finally exploded with a bang. Pieces of wooden planks were like bullets, charging in all directions. The surrounding Marine elite soldiers were caught off guard by this sudden disaster. Not good. Hurry up and escape. There is still a chance to jump into the sea. Hurry up and jump. Marine elite soldiers on nearby warships all jumped into the sea to avoid the air waves generated by the explosion. These air waves are different from the past. In the past, they were only blown to the ground when they were close. This time, the airwaves carried the fragments of the wooden boards that were blown out with the explosion. These fragments were like bullets, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Getting hit by a gun makes no difference. Even the warships couldn't bear the aftermath of their battle and exploded and disintegrated. What kind of monsters are these? Is this the kind of monster we're going to catch? We can't catch these monsters at all. The Marine elite soldiers on the warship in the distance, seeing what happened here in Sengoku, all turned pale with fright, and they couldn't even hold their weapons, as if their inner defenses might collapse at any time. They weren't at the center of the blast, so they weren't affected, but who's to say if they're so lucky next time? Boom 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 boom. As the battle between Sengoku and Jabba started again, everyone else also moved their hands one after another. For a while, explosions came from all over the place, and all kinds of collisions continued. Chapter 21. After Marine and the Roger pirates fought, the 5 CP0s didn't intend to do it, or they didn't intend to do it right away. As for when to do it, it is estimated that only they themselves know. The 5 CP0s on the warship looked at the battlefield, and one of the CP0 personnel said to the leader, "If Marine loses too much, we will not be able to explain it to the top, so when will we do it?" Their CP0 was sent to assist Marine in taking down the Roger pirates. At first, they negotiated with them. In order to be safe, they first attacked and killed 1 or 2 cotters, and then they came out to confront the Roger pirates. In the early stage, they let Marine bear it, and it wasn't their people who died anyway, so they didn't feel bad about it at all. But everything has an accident. Who knew that their plan would be exposed directly because of a slash? Now that they have been exposed to everyone's eyes, it is almost impossible to sneak attack, and now there is only one way to go head-to-head with the Roger pirates. But it is not difficult for a powerhouse like them to pull 1 or 2 backs to death. The leader has not made a move because they are afraid that everyone in the Roger pirates will fight back. If they are really pulled down, then they can't be wronged. So the leading CP0 is planning to let Marine consume them first, and it will not be too late for them to take action when they are almost consumed. The leader CP0 heard the words of the person next to him, and replied without turning his head, "I will say it when we take action. As for your concerns, as long as we take down the Roger pirates, no matter how many people die, it is not the case. The problem, you must know that those people above only look at the results and never ask about the process of these tasks." Of course, the leader CP0 knows that too many people have died, and they are not easy to explain, but compared with life, these are trivial things. Those of them who have been in the dark for a long time will never confront you if they can play tricks and tricks. To put it bluntly, they have been in the dark for a long time, and they have lost their blood in fear of death. However, what they don't know is that if they don't do it at this time, when Renault and the others come back, they won't have a chance to do it. After Renault and the others came back from the rescue, they took the ship and flew into the sky. Where are you going with the Roger pirates? Although most of them can moonwalk, moonwalk only allows people to stay in the air for a short time. Short-term flying and real flying, that is the difference between cloud and mud. They want to use moonwalk to catch up with Renault's telekinetic flight. It's almost impossible. Only those with Zoan abilities and those who can fly like Paul Salino can catch up, but how many strong people can these people have? Catching up is just delivering food. One piece Renault here. Although Blue Star Island was a little far from the battlefield, it wasn't too far away. It took 10 minutes for the ship to arrive, so Renault and the others had already come here and were still trying their best to rush here. Hurry up, give Laozi the fastest boat. Koja Kyoden kept urging the ordinary members to hurry up, because he knew that Roger's current physical condition was not optimistic, and he was not allowed to fight with high intensity for too long, and he also wanted to fight, so he kept urging him to hurry up. Hearing his urging, an ordinary member explained with an aggrieved expression, "Boss Odin, now the boat is at the fastest speed, we can't do it any faster." Seeing Koja Kyoden's anxious appearance, Renault laughed and joked, "The big man is a battlefield that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. You are so anxious to go there, are you eager to reincarnate?" Hearing Renault's words, Koja Kyoden's face darkened instantly. He glared at Renault and said, "A dog can't spit out ivory. If you can't speak, don't say it, no one will think you are dumb." Renault and Koja Kyoden have been fighting each other all the time, and the others are watching the fun, and they are joking together from time to time, as if they are afraid that their quarrel is not fierce enough. With the chatter on the ship, their ship is getting closer and closer to the battlefield. Although it is getting closer and closer to the battlefield, the laughter on the ship has not stopped. They know that they are on their way to the battlefield. I thought they were going to some celebration party. Boom, rumble. Boom 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 boom. The battles on the battlefield were as fierce as ever. Whether it was the battle in the sky or the battle on the warship, all of them were extremely fierce, and the sound of various collisions and explosions could be heard endlessly. Boom, crackle. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed. Several figures were fighting in the air at a speed as fast as lightning. Bump. Garp punched Roger's knife with a punch, and flew Roger's hammer upside down more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. After Roger stabilized his figure, he wiped the corner of his mouth, saw the blood on his palm, and thought to himself, "It seems that my body can't hold it for long." Although Roger's speed was fast just now, Garp still found the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. After Garp discovered this situation, he did not attack immediately, but asked directly, "What's the matter with you, Roger?" His attack just now was not very powerful, and it was blocked by Roger's knife, so Roger was definitely not injured because of his attack, but because Roger fought him with injuries from the very beginning. Thinking of Garp here, I secretly complained, "Why is he fighting with this guy recently? He is almost injured?" About Roger's illness, only a few cotters in the Roger pirates knew about it, others didn't know about Roger's illness at all, and of course Garp couldn't know. And recently Roger's illness is getting more and more serious, so Garp will feel that he has fought with Roger recently, and Roger almost fought with him with injuries, which made him not happy at all, and he has been wondering about this for a long time. Hearing Garp's question, Roger said with a nonsense expression on his face, "We pirates are not like your marines. We pirates have a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. Every day, we are either fighting or on the way. Isn't it normal to have some injuries?" Chapter 22. After Garp heard Roger's explanation, he didn't want to continue to ask. After all, even if he asked Roger, he wouldn't say it. But he certainly wouldn't believe what Roger said just now, because there aren't many people in the world who can hurt Roger. Even if he played with Roger for nearly an hour, he didn't hurt him at all. Although the clothes on the two of them are a little messy, and there are many holes, but there is not the slightest wound inside them. These attacks are blocked by their powerful haki. So Roger said that he was injured by someone else. It's probably not that simple, but it's none of his business. He only has one purpose today, which is to send Roger into Impel Down. Thinking of Garp here, Roger said directly in the direction, "Even if you are injured today, I will not be merciful. You are ready to go to Impel Down to enjoy your old age today." Garp just wanted to lock Roger in Impel Down, but with the reputation of Roger One Piece now, how could the world government keep him alive? If they don't catch him, they can't do anything about it, but as long as he is caught, it will definitely be used by the world government to kill the chickens and show the monkeys. The original work was used to kill chickens and warn monkeys, just because of Roger's words. Not only did it not have the effect of killing chickens and warning monkeys, but also because Roger's words detonated the era of great navigation. There were more and more pirates in the era of great voyages, and Marine gradually lost control of New World. New World was divided up by 4 emperors at sea. From then on, Marine could only shrink and develop in the first half of the Grand Line. Although Marine still has some bases in New World, they have lost control of New World. Apart from garrisoning the base, there is no way to be as executive as the first half of the Grand Line. Even if they knew that most of the islands in the New World were living in poverty, they, Marine, had no ability to manage executivism, because as long as they dared to step into the territory of the 4 emperors, it meant that they would declare war on the 4 emperors. In the future, Marine did not dare to fight the 4 emperors easily, so Marine turned a blind eye in New World, not because they didn't want to care about these things, but because they couldn't. Hearing what Garp said, Roger put on a sneering look on his face and said, "Garp, you chased me for so many years, which time you didn't say that, but I'm still here to fight with you, so this time I won't be caught by you. Want to catch me? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Garp, just die." Ha 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 ha. Roger burst into laughter as he spoke. He didn't know whether it was Garp's words that made him laugh, or his own words that made him laugh. I guess only he knew this kind of thing. When Garp saw Roger laughing, he thought he was laughing at himself, and the veins appeared on his forehead immediately. After Garp finished speaking, he rushed out like a cannonball, and instantly came to the top of Roger's head, clenched his pitch-black fist, and punched Roger's head fiercely. "BD Garp, you're going to die first." Seeing Garp rushing over, Roger immediately clenched the knife in his hand and raised a fist to meet Garp's fist after shouting. Bump. Boom, rumble. Crack crack. Roger and Garp were on top of each other, and after a stalemate for a while, the collision between the two conquerors exploded, and a circle of shock waves like a typhoon rushed in all directions. Dancing in. Soldier soldier. Bang bang bang. After a stalemate for a while, the two found that no one could do anything about the other, and immediately changed their play style. The two stood in midair and slapped each other. For a while, they were surrounded by swords, lights, swords, and fists flying all over the sky. Boom, rumble. Boom boom boom. The slashes and fist shadows leaked from time to time by the two of them fought, blasting the sea into big pits, making the sea water too late to flow back, and the dark clouds in the sky were also blasted out of big holes. The battle between the two can only be described as devastating. Fortunately, Garp deliberately took Roger away from the warship just now, otherwise Marine would be killed or injured by most of the aftermath of their battle. You must know that after receiving the order of Sengoku, these warships are now all gathered here in the direction of the port. Looking from the top down, the densely packed are all warships. If they fight over the warships, these warships will have to be turned upside down by the aftermath of their battle. Just when Marine and the cotters of the Roger pirates were in full swing, there was a small black spot in the direction of the island, and they were quickly approaching this side. A closer look revealed that it was a ship. Ryal was facing the direction of the island, and he was always looking in that direction, so as soon as the little black dot appeared, he immediately spotted the little black dot, and without guessing he knew it was their boat. Chong touch. With all his strength, Ryal slashed Zephyr upside down and shouted, "Our ship is back." Ryal just said their ship had come back. Marine had no idea what it meant when their ship came back. Only the cotters who know the plan know what's going on, so they can inform everyone without fear of Marine knowing their plan. It's killing two birds with one stone. After Ryal shouted down, he ignored Zephyr and the cotters below, and rushed towards the ship by himself. The other cotters didn't need him to take care of them, they would figure out a way to get out on their own, and he couldn't make it too obvious, or if Marine was prepared, it wouldn't be so easy for them to fly away if they wanted to. Zephyr stepped on Moonwalk and stayed in the air, looking at Ryal who left without hesitation. He was a little confused now. Why did this guy suddenly stop fighting? Ryal had come to the sky at this time, followed by a free fall, and landed firmly on the plywood after a while. Clap. After Ryal fell to his feet, he immediately asked Renault, "How are you preparing, little Renault?" Renault's small figure was lying on the fence, watching the battle in the sky in the distance, and when he heard Ryal's question, he answered without looking back, "I have no problem at all, I can take off and send you to the west at any time." Chapter 23. Ryal was relieved to hear Renault's first sentence, but the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard the latter. Now he can't wait to pick up this little guy and give it a feast. He has never seen someone with such a poisonous mouth, and he is still a 5-year-old milk baby. Is the milk this little guy drinks poisonous? Otherwise, every word you say. Not with poison or with thorns. Ryal really wanted to slap Renault in the past, but he couldn't do such a thing now, or else if the little guy got angry later, it would be their own fault. Thinking of Ryal here, I secretly decided in my heart, after this battle is over, I will think of a reason to beat him. Anyway, he has been clamoring for training, so let's just use the reason for training to beat him. Renault suddenly felt a malicious look behind him, turned to look behind him, and saw that Ryal was staring at him, not knowing what he was thinking, with an evil expression on his face. When Renault saw Ryal's expression, he knew that he must have no good intentions. It was probably because of what he said just now that this old guy was angry and wanted to take revenge on him. Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Ryal suspiciously and said, "Uncle Ryal, you are looking at me like this, aren't you thinking of something bad?" When Ryal heard Renault's words, he instantly came back to his senses, and said with a ha-ha quibble, "Ha-ha, little Renault, I'm just thinking about how to get out of here, not thinking about anything bad." Renault didn't believe his explanation at all, and he still asked suspiciously, "We already thought of a retreat plan before we came here. Do you think I would believe it when you say this?" Ryal looked relaxed at first, but when he heard Renault's retreat plan, his face immediately became serious and said, "I'm not lying, there are a few hot guys over there, if they swarmed us when we took off, we count it as you. This ability to fly may not necessarily be able to run away. Rayleigh's worries are not unreasonable. Almost all of these people know moonwalk. The speed of moonwalk's explosion in an instant is as fast as lightning, but it will be weak later. It is impossible to maintain this speed for a long time, so moonwalk is not suitable for use. Hurry. But if they all rushed over the moment they took off, there was a real possibility, as Rayleigh said, that it would not be easy for them to get out of here. After thinking about it for a while, Renault came up with a solution to this situation, and said directly to Rayleigh, "We will cause some trouble for them marine before taking off, so that they can't take care of themselves, so how can they have time to take care of us?" Rayleigh's eyes lit up when he heard Renault's words, and he looked at him expectantly and asked, "Then is there any way you can create such trouble?" Renault really has a way to make this kind of trouble, and to make this kind of trouble, he needs to let the trouble fly for a while. When they were about to take off, these pre-made troubles broke out, and Marine had to deal with them first, and they had already slipped away by the time Marine was free. Thinking of Renault here, he gave a wicked smile and said, "I have an attack method that can let the attack fly for a while, and when we are about to take off, the attack will fall down." When Renault said this, he looked at Rayleigh and the others with a gloomy expression and continued, "I will throw this attack into the warships later, and they will either save people or let these tens of thousands of marine elites be buried with us." Bar. Rayleigh and everyone on the pirate ship looked at Renault in horror, as if they were watching a monster. A 5-year-old baby, saying that tens of thousands of marine elites will be buried with him, is such an understatement. What kind of monster is this? I don't know how long it took, but Rayleigh, who gradually recovered, looked at Renault and asked, "Do you have any grudge against Marine, little Renault?" For a 5-year-old to say such things, Rayleigh could only think of the possibility of being an enemy, and someone like him who had been through so much couldn't say such a thing so lightly. Renault pretended to be innocent, blinked at Rayleigh and replied, "I have no grudges with Marine. It seems that this is the first time I have seen Marine." Rayleigh saw his innocent appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched, this little guy used the cutest appearance and said the most cruel words. Thinking of Rayleigh here, he looked at Renault and said earnestly, "Little Renault can't talk nonsense like that just now. Those are tens of thousands of living people. Don't say such words again, you know." Rayleigh spoke in a tone of voice to children, earnestly preaching, as if he was afraid that Renault would really be crooked in the future. Renault glanced at Rayleigh disdainfully, and gave you a look to see for yourself, and then he stopped paying attention to these people and continued to lie on the fence and watch the battle. Renault was just teasing them just now. He knew that even if he really threw an attack on the warship, the Marine would save people. The reason why he said that was just to tease Rayleigh and the others. He is a person who has crossed over from Blue Star, and he has never killed anyone, and he is not a pervert murderer. How could he become like Rayleigh and the others thought, a big murderer who kills without blinking an eye? Renault didn't say a word, everyone on the boat misunderstood what he meant. He was just teasing them, but now everyone on the boat took it seriously, even Rayleigh. Buggy cautiously came to Shanks, looked in Renault's direction and whispered, "This little guy Shanks is so scary, is he really only 5 years old?" When Shanks heard Buggy's words, he took a deep look at Renault, and then replied, "He's just a 5-year-old child. Do you take the words of a child seriously?" Although Shanks didn't know if what Renault said just now was joking or serious, but even if he was joking, he could tell the joke as true. This little guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Hearing Shanks' answer, Buggy remembered the expression on Renault's face just now, and the words he said casually, and he shivered with excitement. This kid is too evil, so stay away from him in the future. Chapter 24. Seeing that Renault ignored him and gave him the back of his head, Rayleigh thought to himself, since it's useless to preach, then go and touch him. Although Rayleigh usually likes to bicker with Renault, he really likes this little guy in his heart. After all, smart people like smart people. He doesn't want to see such a good seedling and become a person who only knows how to kill and set fire. Life mentor Rayleigh is online. Thinking of Rayleigh here, he walked to Renault's side and chatted casually, "Little Renault, have you ever thought about what to do in the future?" Renault glanced at Rayleigh next to him and said with an astringent expression on his face, "I haven't thought about growing up now, but I will definitely do something very important in the future." When Rayleigh heard something very important, he immediately asked curiously, "Oh, what's a very important thing?" Hearing his curious question, Rayleigh looked at Rayleigh with a look of contempt on his face and said, "It's very important, Of course, to find a lot of young wives, but you old bachelor won't understand. Renault silently added in his heart, not only to find a lot of little daughters-in-law, but also to cultivate them from a young age, so that in the future, he will definitely be able to cultivate a little daughter-in-law that he likes. Renault's thoughts are so simple and unpretentious. He is someone from Blue Star who has crossed over, and he is not interested in any one piece at all. When he has time to find something illusory, wouldn't it be fragrant that he would go around the world with his little daughter-in-law in his arms? When Ryal heard Renault's answer, the corners of his mouth twitched. What was this little kid thinking? Ryal hasn't asked the answer he wants, so he has to ask again, have you ever thought about what kind of person you want to be in the future? Renault didn't know Ryal's purpose, so he kept asking him, glanced at Ryal and replied, after I have a daughter-in-law in the future, of course I will travel the world with my daughter-in-law. Ryal knew that there would be no result if he kept asking like this. The little guy had a daughter-in-law in his head, so he asked directly, haven't you ever thought about being a big pirate who kills and sets fires in the future? When Renault heard his question, he asked with a look of contempt on his face, no wonder you are still an old bachelor, murdering and setting fire to become a big pirate, how can you hug your little wife? Renault suddenly seemed to think of something, looked at Ryal strangely and asked, you don't take what I said just now, killing tens of thousands of marine elites and burying them with us seriously, right? Ryal, are you kidding me? Renault, I was just joking and adding a metaphor just now. As far as Marine's strong characters are concerned, they will definitely save people at the first time. I'm not a murderer, killing so many people to kill birds. Of course, the kind of people Renault mentioned did not include Akainu, an unscrupulous person. Admiral in this era still has a bit of a conscience, unlike Akainu in the future, who even killed his subordinates in order to achieve his goals. Shanks, who was eavesdropping on the side, rolled his eyes after hearing Renault's words, joking about the lives of tens of thousands of Marines elite and the character of Marine's strong man. This kid really dares to joke. However, Shanks also felt from this that Renault's intelligence was very out of line with his age. He is so smart at the age of 5 now and has such a deep understanding of human nature. In the future, this little guy's achievements will definitely not be low. Although Renault is a little daughter-in-law inside and out, there are too many things in this world that you can't help yourself. It's not that you can do whatever you want. If you want to do what you like, first of all you have to be strong enough, otherwise you will have to worry about your life when you go out to sea. How can you talk about doing what you like to do? Therefore, Shanks feels that Renault's future will definitely be a great achievement due to various unavoidable reasons. If Renault knew what Shanks was thinking, he would definitely sneer without hesitation, it's just what you think it is. Those affected by the general trend are all mortals. Laozi, who has a system, is a godlike existence. Who can stop what he wants to do? Where to live? Ryal heard that Renault was joking just now, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch again. He had never been so speechless as he was today. Could it be that an old guy like him can't keep up with the brain circuits of today's children? Thinking of Ryal here, he complained with a black face, you dare to joke about tens of thousands of Marines. Renault glanced at Ryal and didn't bother to pay attention to this old guy. The purpose of his joke was to scare the people on the boat. If he didn't joke a little harder, would he be able to scare these battle-hardened people? Knowing that he was just joking, Ryal stopped chatting with Renault, and instead observed the situation on the battlefield. Now all the cotters are trying their best to get back. There are already a few on their way back, and 2 others are stuck and can't get away for the time being. It's not so much that they can't get away, it's better to say that they are giving other cotters a chance to get out, because this is Roger and Jabba, as long as they are not under siege, it is easy for them to escape alone. Marine and the powerhouses of CP0, although I don't know what the Roger pirates want to do when they return to the ship. But their idea was that the soldiers would block the water and cover the soil. They were still in the encirclement anyway, so they didn't worry about them running away, so the cotters had no intention of stopping Marine from retreating. It was because of their thoughts that they missed the last chance to stop the Roger pirates. It is estimated that they never imagined that the Roger pirates have Renault, who can take the ship to fly. But that can't be blamed on Marine, because they often get into fights with Roger and know the pirates on the Roger pirates very well. But because they know too much, they don't think the Roger pirates can escape from the encirclement. Without Renault's presence, the Roger pirates would have had to go head-to-head with Marine. But there are exceptions to everything, and this exception is the existence of Reynald. So Marine lost this time because he knew the Roger pirates too well and ignored the newcomers. Search dash. Pada pada pada. The cotters of the Roger pirates landed on the boat one by one. At this time, even Jabba, the broken one, had returned, and only Roger was left. Chapter 25. Seeing Roger, who was still fighting with Garp in the sky, Reynald had no intention of coming back, and guessed with a weird expression, "Uncle Roger hasn't had enough fun with Garp yet, so he's reluctant to come back." Everyone on the pirate ship rolled their eyes when they heard Reynald's guess. They came to save people, not to fight Marine. How could such a situation as Reynald said happen? Roger is indeed the same as Reynald's guess now. He knows that his body can't last for a long time. This time, the parting may be a lifetime, so he really can't bear Garp. After all, they have fallen in love and killed each other for so many years. Bing 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 dash. Bang 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 dash. Roger was still fighting with Garp in full swing, stroking each other in the sky. The two were surrounded by layers of sword blade storms and shadows of fists in the sky. Every collision set off layers of air waves. There are dark clouds overhead, and the river and sea are overturned underfoot. Boom, rumble. Conquerors hacky collided, and black lightning flew across the sky. Polyclap. The sky they were in was like the end of the world. Bump. Roger knew they didn't have much time and couldn't afford to delay here any longer, so he slashed Garp with all his might. After Roger smashed Garp out, he shouted in Garp's direction, "BD Garp, Lao Ze is gone, there will be no future." After Roger shouted to Garp, he immediately rushed towards the pirate ship. The speed was as fast as lightning. A few flashes appeared in the sky above the ship, and then he landed freely and landed firmly on the pirate ship. Garp, who flew upside down, stabilized his body a few dozen meters away, and immediately looked at Roger, who was running away, and said to himself, "This BD can go as he pleases?" And what did the BD just say mean? What? Roger's words just now seemed to be explaining the aftermath. Garp thought about it for a while and couldn't understand it, so he could only think about it after returning to the warship. Everyone on the Roger pirates saw Roger coming back, and they all gathered around, wanting to ask him what he should do next, and everyone was waiting for his order. After everyone discussed how to leave for a while, Ryal also said what Reynald said just now. After listening to what Ryal said, Roger looked at Reynald and asked, "Little Reynald, what kind of attack are you talking about that can make the attack fly for a while?" Seeing everyone looking at him, Reynald said with an innocent look, "Just throw a few stones at Marine's warships, and when the stones fall, we will take off. They will never have time to come to us." Trouble. Everyone. Throwing rocks at Marine's fleet, that's what you're talking about making the attack fly for a while? Everyone on the pirate ship looked at Reynald with black lines on their faces, and sighed inwardly. Although he is usually very smart, he is only a 5-year-old child in the end. What are we expecting? Everyone on the boat heard that they just threw a few stones, and they all didn't believe that it could produce the effect Reynald said. They could smash into slag at will with just a few stones. Only those who had the most contact with Reynald felt that what Reynald said was definitely not that simple, so he asked, "Little Reynald, what kind of stone are you talking about? And there are no stones in the ocean for us to throw." Reynald didn't answer the question, but said with a mysterious smile on his face, "You'll know when the time comes." The reason Reynald didn't say it was because he saw their unbelieving eyes, so he was sold out. Reynald thought that when they saw the falling meteorite, they didn't know what expressions they would show, and they would probably be stunned with fright. That's right, when Reynald was talking about throwing stones, he meant throwing a few meteorites at Marine's warships, not ordinary stones. Those were meteorites from outer space, the kind that caught fire. Psychic power can pull down meteorites. This is the first time he is ready to use it. He didn't want to reveal his attack methods, but now that Marine has suddenly appeared with so many strong men, he can't do anything about it. When the people on the boat heard that Reynald was reluctant to say more, and they no longer insisted on it, if they didn't know if Reynald could do it, they should think about second-hand preparations, so as not to be at a loss later. After Reynald saw that everyone was back, regardless of whether they were ready or not, a cloud of green energy began to emerge from his body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the sky, and then pulled down sharply, repeating this 3 times before stopping. Reynald, who had done all this, thought to himself, 3 meteorites should be enough for Marine to work, and if there were more, It might really kill a lot of people. Renault glanced at Roger and saw that they were discussing how to leave. He didn't care about them anymore. Let's do what they like. Renault found a secret place to hide. After taking off, there will definitely be some people to stop him. After all, there are not only marine people in marine, but also CP0 people. These people don't care about marine's life or death. Ryal has been paying attention to Renault's movements. He saw him hiding in the corner, and green energy was emerging from his body. He knew Renault's character and ability, and of course he knew what it meant. This little boy is going to take off now. Rhythm. Thinking of Ryal here, he didn't have time to question Renault, and immediately shouted to everyone, "Everyone is ready, Renault wants to take off now, everyone will adapt later." When everyone heard Ryal's words, they all looked at Renault in the corner with bewildered expressions. They were still discussing how to leave. This little boy is about to take off now. What's going on? Who? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when everyone was about to question Renault, suddenly there was a burst of air breaking in the sky, and the sound of the air rubbing when heavy objects fell. Everyone looked at the sky with doubts, even the Marines were no exception, and looked at the sky without knowing why. The dark clouds in the sky are still dark, so everyone can't see anything, except for a tingling noise that makes the scalp numb. Hearing the voice behind the dark clouds in the sky, Renault reminded with an innocent smile, "Uncle Roger, the stone I threw is about to fall, you guys are ready, I'm about to take off." Chapter 26. When everyone on the pirate ship heard Renault's words, they all looked at the innocent-looking Renault with doubts. They could understand the latter sentence, but they heard the former sentence inexplicably. Understand what he means by throwing stones. Ryal, who was still familiar with Renault, was the first to react, looking at the sound of breaking in the sky, and guessed in surprise, with such a big movement in the sky, could it be the stone thrown by this little guy, and it is falling now? Ryal was taken aback by his own guess. There was such a big movement in the sky. If it was a stone thrown by Renault, how big would this stone be? But they didn't see Renault throwing stones at all, and now in the ocean, where did he get stones to throw? Ryal couldn't figure it out, because it was beyond his comprehension. If he knew Fujitora, the guy who likes to pull meteors, he should be able to figure it out. Ryal couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it, and asked directly, "The movement in the sky is so big, isn't it caused by the stone you threw?" One of the people on the boat counted as one, and they all pricked up their ears to listen, and they all wanted to know the answer. Renault glanced at everyone disdainfully, and continued to sell his words without thinking, "You will see it later, and now prepare to go to the west." These people didn't believe him just now, but now they want him to answer. How could he let these people do what they want? Just let you bastards figure it out for yourself. When everyone heard that this little boy was selling out again, all of them were instantly enraged, but they were helpless. They had never been so aggrieved like today. Now Renault and the others couldn't beat him or scold him, because they were afraid that he would lose his temper. That's why everyone was so aggrieved. Everyone has the same idea in their hearts now, that is, after they go back, they must pick up this little boy and give him a feast. Who? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of friction in the sky was getting louder and louder, and everyone knew that the things in the sky were getting closer and closer to them, and they all stared at the dark clouds in the sky. Renault felt that the meteorite was getting more and more reliable, and it should break through the clouds in a few seconds, so he directly activated his telekinesis, and the green energy on his body became more and more abundant, directly covering the whole ship, and the pirate ship rose into the sky and flew fast to the distant horizon. Sengoku is worthy of being the future Marshal of Marine, and now everyone is looking at the sky, and he is not affected by the sound in the sky. The whole process has been paying attention to the situation of the Roger pirates. As soon as they flew up, Sengoku immediately noticed that he shouted, "The whole army obeys, the Roger pirates want to run, and all those who have the ability to fly will catch up with me." Boom. As soon as Sengoku finished shouting, he disappeared in place, leaving only a large hole in the splint, as if to represent that he had been here once. "BD Roger, you can't run away today." When Garp heard Sengoku's roar, he reacted instantly, and immediately rose into the sky, chasing after the pirate ship as fast as lightning. Hey, hee hee. The marine powerhouses on the warship also reacted at this time. All of them with the ability to vacate rushed to the pirate ship in the sky. Except for Marine, There were 5 CP0 personnel, all of them rushed to the pirate ship. Countless Marines rose into the sky, but most of them were getting farther and farther away from the pirate ship. Only the top powerhouses were getting closer and closer to the pirate ship, and the rest were left far behind. Ryal saw that Sengoku and others were getting closer and closer, and it would not take long for them to be caught up. He looked at Renault and asked, "Little Renault and the others are about to catch up with us. What about the stone you said?" Ryal wanted to know if there was anything Renault could do, and if there was no way, they would have to prepare early, but the little boy just wouldn't say it. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he really wanted to pick up Renault and give it a feast. In order not to let Marine find him on the boat, Renault was already hiding in the corner. Seeing Ryal's anxious face, he explained, "The stone will fall soon, Uncle Ryal, don't worry. Playing and playing, but not too much, especially in this life and death time, he is still a bit measured." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Renault finished speaking, the sky was black and covered with dark clouds, which were directly pierced by 3 huge meteorites, revealing 3 huge holes. The sunlight shone through the holes, illuminating the dark sea area a bit. The moment everyone on the boat saw the meteorite, all of them had a ghostly expression, their mouths were open and they were dumbfounded, and everyone did not recover for a long time. Hey, hee hee. 3 tens of meters of giant meteorites that were on fire were smashing down towards the warships at a speed like lightning. If no one stopped them, the warships would probably be turned upside down. Marine was the first to catch up with the pirate ship, and as soon as he got close, he yelled, "BD Roger, you can't leave here today." Although Paul Salino was faster than Garp, he didn't dare to catch up alone. He kept the same speed as the crowd, and he was serious about fishing. Everyone on the pirate ship came to their senses when they heard Garp's roar, but now they no longer worried about Garp stopping them, but looked at Garp, who was approaching quickly with a sympathetic look. Seeing Garp chasing after him, Roger folded his arms and reminded him with a smile, "BD Garp, I don't know if I can get out of here today, but if you don't go back, the elite marine soldiers behind you will all die." Hearing Roger's words and seeing the sympathetic eyes of the people on board, Garp looked behind him suspiciously, and saw 3 flaming meteorites hitting the warship group. "A hole. A hole, Roger, don't let Laozi meet you again, or Laozi will definitely beat you to death." After seeing the situation on the other side of the warship group, Garp couldn't care less about chasing the pirate ship, and while chasing back faster than before, he cursed. As Garp rushed back desperately, he yelled at Sengoku and the others, "Sengoku! Zephyr, go back, it's too late." Chapter 27. When Sengoku and Zephyr heard Garp's words, both of them were confused. Garp had already caught up and ran back. What kind of trouble is this going to make? However, out of trust in Garp, I still looked back and just glanced at it. The 2 of them instantly turned into angry eyes, their eyes rounded, and they directly scolded, "BD Roger, I will let you go today, but I will catch you sooner or later." As the 2 of them followed Garp back desperately, if the meteorite really fell into the warship group, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences, so they gave up chasing Roger without thinking about it, and immediately went back to intercept the meteorite. The CP0s who were chasing Roger saw that Marine were all rushing back, and they all stopped and looked back in confusion. When they saw the 3 huge meteorites, they knew why Marine gave up the pursuit. But they don't care about Marine's life or death. They only have tasks in their eyes. If they can't complete it, they will be punished when they go back. So the leader CP0 asked Sengoku directly, "BD Sengoku, the most important thing now is to pursue Roger, what do you want to do now?" Hearing the question from the leader of CP0, Sengoku glanced at him with icy eyes, and he continued to drive back as the birds didn't give up. Just like what the leader of CP0 said just now, they are only of the same level, and CP0 is not his superior, so he is not qualified to order him as Marine Admiral, and she does not need his consent to do anything. One of the CP0s saw that Sengoku ignored them, and asked the leader, "We can't keep the Roger pirates alone, should we continue to chase or not?" After the leader CP0 was silent for a while, he replied, "Let's chase after them symbolically, and don't have to fight with them. When we go back, let's put all the blame on Marine." When the other 4 CP0 heard the leader's words, they all nodded and agreed with the plan. As long as they didn't have to go all out and don't take the blame, they would love to do what they want. With a few CP0s, they used long-range attacks and threw them in the direction of the pirate ship, but they were all blocked by Roger and others on the ship. Everyone on the boat looked at the CP0 behind and felt inexplicable for a while. It was not difficult for these people to catch up with them just now, but they did not catch up, but kept attacking from a distance. Koja Kyoden saw that these CP0s were only long-range attacks, and did not dare to approach at all. He was scolded by the disgusting mouth. What does this group of bastards pursue but dare not approach? Seeing this scene, Ryal pushed his glasses and guessed, I guess they have given up catching us, and now it's just a symbolic chase, so they can have an explanation when they go back. After the 5 CP0s chased for a while, as Ryal said, they stopped chasing after a while, and they all stopped. Boom, rumble. Boom, rumble. Boom, rumble. At this time, the direction of the warship group finally sounded a burst of explosions. Even though they had left thousands of meters, they could still hear it clearly, and they could feel a shock wave coming. Now everyone on the boat is staring at Renault, all looking at the monster, and now everyone just wants to ask one question, and that is what happened to the 3 meteorites. Renault was embarrassed by these people, and said with a shy look, don't look at me like this, I will be embarrassed. When Ryal saw him like this, he knew that he was pretending again, so he complained yin and yang angrily, you also have times when you're embarrassed. Why am I so unbelievable? When Ryal heard the tone of the hermaphrodite, he couldn't pretend anymore, showing an arrogant expression, I originally wanted to hide my identity to get along with you, but I've already been discovered by you, I don't pretend. Snapped. Whoops. That BD hit me. Renault was speaking with sound and color, and when almost everyone listened intently, his head was slapped, and he almost fell to the ground without standing still. Renault turned his head to look at Ryal behind him, and yelled angrily, BD Ryal, why are you hitting me? Didn't you see I was beeping? The roar of the little guy in front of Ryal turned a blind eye, and said expressionlessly, don't talk about these birds, talk about people, did you get those 3 huge meteorites down? Ryal and the others just wanted to know about this, but Renault had been doing Tai Chi with them and kept talking to them. It also stunned most of the people on the boat. If Ryal hadn't known his character, he might have really believed his evil. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Ryal could only admit helplessly, I told you before that I would throw stones at the warship group before taking off. You didn't believe it, and it wasn't that I didn't tell you. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be foolish and foolish to pass the test, but with their unfulfilled appearance, he could only nod to admit it, otherwise he would probably be annoyed to death by them today. When Ryal heard Renault talking about the stone again, he shouted with a black line, you call such a big meteor a stone, who taught you this? When the people on the boat heard this, they all nodded in agreement. When the meteorite smashed through the clouds just now, they were all shocked and could hardly utter a complete sentence. The cotters on the ship were calm, and only calm. The ordinary members all turned into angry eyes, their eyes rounded, and the cold sweat on the foreheads of the cotters did not stop. After Roger knew that the meteorite was brought down by Renault, he looked at him and asked, is it your ability to pull the meteorite down? Renault nodded and said, yes, that's right. Roger nodded thoughtfully. After knowing what was going on, he didn't mean to ask carefully, but directly changed the subject and said, you have a good rest today, and I will tell you about cultivation tomorrow. After Roger finished speaking, he instructed everyone on the boat, everyone is gone, what are you going to do? Don't be around here. Although everyone still wanted to hear about Renault's abilities, they could only leave unwillingly when the captain started chasing people. However, there are still opportunities in the future, and they are not so anxious. Sooner or later, they will know what Renault's ability is. After Renault took the boat out a distance, he put the boat down directly, and then he went back to rest. Chapter 28. Near Blue Star Island Port, Battlefield. Renault just dropped 3 meteorites and ran away. Although it didn't cause too many casualties to Marine's personnel, the damage to Marine was not small, and it could even be said that the loss of money was heavy. I saw hundreds of warships, most of which were damaged and could not continue to sail. There were countless potholes in the plywood, and almost no warships were complete in canvas. They were all tattered. There are more than a dozen warships, which are slowly sinking, obviously looking like they have entered the water, and there is no Marine on these warships, indicating that these warships have been abandoned by Marine. Sengoku looked at this scene with a gloomy face. This time, the Marines lost their wives and lost their soldiers. Not only did the Roger pirates not catch a single person, but they also lost so many warships. Although most warships can be repaired, the cost of repairing warships is also a lot, and it is all silver. Marines' warships were destroyed like this because they smashed all the meteorites, but the fragments of the meteorites still fell to the warships as always. Although meteorite fragments can't cause much damage to personnel, the damage to warships is simply devastating, because people will avoid, but warships will not dodge. Seeing Sengoku's gloomy face, Garp came over and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Sengoku, the Roger pirates can't catch it this time, we have another chance, so don't be discouraged, I've been chasing him for so many years. I didn't catch it, I didn't lose heart, why are you discouraged? Hearing Garp's comfort, Sengoku's face did not improve, but became more and more gloomy, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "BD Garp, if you don't understand, just get away from me, I'm distressed for military spending, who cares? Are you frustrated that you can't catch Roger?" Of course Sengoku knows that Roger is not easy to catch, but he will not be discouraged because of this, he is distressed about military spending. Recently, Kong has slowly handed over marine affairs to him, and it is a sure thing for him to be marine marshal. As soon as he thought that these military expenses would require him to figure out a way, he had only one big head and two big ones, how could he have the mind to manage the affairs of the Roger pirates? Garp came to say this on purpose. He was not afraid of Sengoku scolding the street, but he was afraid that Sengoku would not be able to cheer up because he was taciturn. Seeing that Sengoku finally recovered, Garp no longer had a gloomy face, so he asked, "Just now, the Roger pirates, the ability to fly with a ship, and the ability to get a meteor as an attack method, do you have any clues?" Garp paused for a while, before waiting for Sengoku to speak, and then asked, "It was the green palm that blocked Paul Salino's attack, and the one that took the ship away was a cloud of green energy covering the ship. This should be the same kind of ability, it feels a bit like the ability of Golden Lion." After thinking for a while, Sengoku guessed, there should be a mysterious strong man on Roger's ship, a meteorite, who blocked the attack and took the ship away. It should be the same person, but this person is neither Golden Lion nor him. The ability of the Golden Lion to use the ability has no green energy. Hearing his guess, Garp nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "Then Paul Salino said that this ability was used by Ryal, is it reliable?" Hearing Garp asking this question, Sengoku's face immediately turned ugly. He had always thought that Paul Salino was lying, but now it seems that things are not so simple. It is estimated that the other party does not want to reveal his identity, so let Ryal take the blame. Thinking of Sengoku here, he still said the truth, Paul Salino should not lie, but Ryal is not a person with this ability, because devil fruit needs to develop. And according to the use of this person just now, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has awakened. Even if Ryal ate devil fruit recently, it is impossible for him to develop his abilities to this level. When Garp heard Sengoku's guess, he didn't mean to refute it, because Sengoku's guess was very reasonable, and he couldn't find anything wrong. On the warship where Sengoku is now, the other high-level marines are here, and they have also heard the conversation between the two before. When they heard Sengoku's guess, everyone fell into contemplation. Marines executives all know what this guess means, it means that there will be another tough pirate in the world. This man caused them marine to suffer heavy losses just by hiding in the dark. If he appeared on the battlefield, how terrifying would his destructive power be? However, what Marine could not have imagined was that the powerhouse that they all felt terrified was a 5-year-old baby. If the Marines were told that the person who killed them so badly was a 5-year-old child, how would they feel? Just when Marine was sighing at Renault's strength, the Roger pirates had already traveled to faraway waters. As long as they didn't sail back to death, Marine would be almost impossible to catch up with them. At this time, Renault was lying on the bed, counting his fingers boredly. There was no entertainment mode like the past life to pass the time. When he was quiet, he didn't know what to do. The system opens My Properties pane. Host Personal Properties panel. Name, Alpha Library. Renault. Age, 5. Body, 4, Adult 10. Strength, 3, 10 adults. Speed, 4, 10 adults. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, none. Weapon, none. Ability, Mind Power. System Mall, not activated. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open mission, check in Roger Pirates 5/15. Renault looked at his stats board boredly. He had been exercising these days, but he didn't know if it was the age limit or something. The improvement of his stats was really touching. Seeing the inactive system mall, Renault asked the system, "How do you activate the system mall?" "The system mall needs 1 billion Bailey to activate." When Renault heard this astronomical figure, he rolled his eyes speechlessly. He doesn't even have a 100 million lottery draw. How can a billion Bailey activate the mall? It seems that he will need a lot of money in the future, otherwise he will not be able to play with this system. Then in addition to raising a little daughter-in-law, he will add a small goal: first grab him tens of billions. Roger estimates that it will not be long before the pirate group will be disbanded. Recently, he must find out the vault and empty it when he leaves. By then, Bailey should activate them all. Chapter 29. Night. Days later, unknown sea area of New World. The ship of the Roger pirates is slowly sailing on the sea level, heading towards the next island. Renault was lying on the fence, bored looking at the Roger pirates who were having a banquet on the plywood. Although they were having a banquet, everyone said very little. Almost all of them were drinking, and some were even secretly wiping their tears. And the reason why everyone is like this is because today Roger announced the disbandment of the pirate group, and this banquet is for Roger to see off, because Roger will disembark tomorrow morning. Renault didn't know them for a long time, so he couldn't understand their feelings. He was bored watching them having a banquet, thinking about how to empty the vault tonight. Renault has already figured out the vault these days, so he is not in a hurry now, and will act after they have all finished drinking. He has also prepared everything he needs these days, and he has already written down his cultivation experience a few days ago. In his small book, not only the cultivation experience of Roger and Ryal, but also the cultivation experience of other cotters, he did not let go of any of them, and they were all fooled by him. "Little Renault, why don't you go drinking?" When Renault was bored, Shank's voice came from behind and asked. He turned his head and looked behind him, and saw Shanks, who was holding a glass of wine, walking towards him. Renault saw this little alcoholic who started drinking in his teens now. No wonder he would be a famous alcoholic in the future. Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Shanks with a black line and scolded directly, "Shanks, you actually asked a 5-year-old child why he didn't drink. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey, or did you drink and drink?" Shanks didn't care if Renault scolded him. He was just an excuse to talk to him. As long as he could talk to him and get scolded a few times, it didn't matter. After Shanks came to Renault, he looked at Renault seriously, stretched out his hand and invited him, "I will form a pirate group in the future. Would you like to get on my boat, little Renault?" Renault slapped his paw away with a slap, and refused without thinking, "I don't want to be a pirate who is chased by Marine every day, and I don't want to go to Marine to be a watchdog for the world government. So little brother, you should go and play this cat and mouse game with Marine yourself." Renault didn't want to be a pirate who was chased by Marine every day, and wanted to be a pirate that went straight to the level of the 4 emperors. So he wouldn't consider becoming a pirate until he was strong enough that Marine dared not provoke him, but after that, it wouldn't make much difference to be a pirate or not, because other forces would treat him as an enemy. He didn't want to think about Marine either. If he couldn't rise to a high level in a short period of time, he would definitely be swayed by high-level people. Moreover, even if he is promoted to the admiral level, he is still managed by the marshal and the world government, so as long as he joins Marine, he will have to be managed by others for the rest of his life. After Shanks heard Renault's refusal, he didn't mean to continue to entangle, because he could hear Renault's tone and attitude, and it was impossible to get on his boat. So he took a deep look at Renault, left without saying a word, and continued to drink with other alcoholics. Minutes and seconds passed, and before you knew it, it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Most of the people who were lying on the plywood had already drank, and only a few were still fighting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the success of the Roger Pirates. Rewards are being distributed. Just as Renault was waiting impatiently for them to drink the clip, his system alert sounded. Renault's eyes lit up when he heard that the rewards were being distributed. Last time, a novice gift package gave out 2 heaven-defying abilities. I don't know what the reward for the first time will be. Congratulations to host for getting 100 attribute points. Attribute points can be added to their own attributes, or to skills, abilities, and proficiency. The pirate world is strong. Physical fitness, strength, speed, skills, abilities, and normal adult attributes are 10. Full level is 1000. Skills include swordsmanship, physical skills, as long as they are learned skills, all are skills, and the same 1000 attributes are the same at full level. Congratulations to host for obtaining space coordinate ability. As long as the host has been to the place where the spatial coordinates are left, the coordinates can also be left on the item. No matter where he is, he can instantly return to the coordinate position, and can take people without restrictions. Renault looked at the 2 rewards, as well as the annotations of the system, and the smile on his face, and gradually perverted. If anyone saw his appearance now, he would probably think that this baby had lost his mind. Needless to say about this attribute point, you can tell what it is for just by hearing the name. As long as it is his own thing, and he has not yet reached the full level, he can use the attribute point to add it. And this spatial coordinate ability is a bit like the Golden Legend Flying Thunder God, but it seems to be more advanced. Not only can it bring people, but there are no restrictions. After Renault read the comments in the system, he thought to himself, in the future, he would go to other people's small vaults and leave more space coordinates, so that he would not worry about running out of money. Hey. And if some young daughters-in-law are unwilling to leave their hometown in the future, he doesn't have to be afraid to solve all the coordinates in one space across thousands of mountains and rivers. Renault thought that in the future, he would hug his little daughter-in-law in East Blue that day, and then he would be able to climb into another little daughter-in-law's bed in New World the next day. So nice, hee. If you let others know that Renault has such an awesome ability, he doesn't think about accomplishing a great career, but only thinks about his little daughter-in-law and other people's small treasury. How would he feel? After Renault giggled for a while, he floated up and slowly floated to the splint to observe. After Renault saw that the drunkards in this place had all drank, he glanced at a few ordinary members who were in charge of steering the ship today and did not drink. After realizing that they didn't pay attention, they slowly drifted towards the inside of the ship and went straight to the vault. Such a good opportunity. If you don't do it at this time, when will you wait? After a while, Renault came to the vault and said directly to the system will put all these away for me, and leave nothing for those bastards. Let them drink the northwest wind. Items want to be collected into the system space, need to be touched by the host to collect. Renault heard the system's explanation, rushed over without saying a word, floated in midair and touched them one by one, without making any sound. After a few minutes, Renault looked at the empty vault, nodded in satisfaction, and floated out, and after a while he returned to his room without disturbing anyone. Listen to them saying that they can reach the island tomorrow, and Roger will get off the boat there, so let's get off the boat with me tomorrow. If they were discovered by them before they disembarked, they would not admit it. No one saw it anyway. These Bailey treasures were in the system space, and there was no evidence at all. And they don't necessarily doubt themselves. After all, what kind of bad thoughts can a little boy have? Chapter 30. The next morning. Captain Roger, woohoo, shall I go with you? Don't make trouble, I'm going to retire, not to take risks. What do you guys look like? Captain Roger, woo. Renault, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a loud cry, slowly opened his eyes, glanced outside and whispered, a group of old men, the ones who are crying, know that it is a group of men, no those who knew it thought it was a group of girls crying and mourning. Renault thought that it was ABD to have fun and not watch it, so he went barefoot and slowly drifted outside, and found that the boat had stopped, and there was an island not far away, and it seemed that he had reached his destination. Seeing Renault coming out, Roger waved and said, "Good morning, little Renault, how was your sleep last night?" When Renault heard Roger's words, he replied sleepily and subconsciously, "I slept well, but I was woken up by the cries of a group of girls." Ha. Did you hear that? You are really crying like a group of girls, you are not as good as the little Renault like a man. When Roger heard Renault's words, he laughed and taught everyone on the boat a lesson, and even compared Renault. The people on the boat were originally quite sad, but now the sad atmosphere was ruined by Renault's words, and the atmosphere gradually became weird. The people on the boat stared at Renault with flaming eyes, as if they were about to devour them alive. Renault felt the irritating eyes of everyone, and the drowsiness disappeared without a trace. He immediately showed an innocent look and said, "Uncle Roger, let me go with you." Seeing that the situation was wrong, Renault immediately changed the subject and pretended to be innocent. He found that he had recently used the appearance of a child to pretend to be innocent, and to pretend to be more and more skilled. Hearing that Renault was going to follow him, Roger asked suspiciously, I shouldn't be sailing in the future. If you follow me, you can only accompany me to retire. Why are you following me? When everyone heard Renault's words, they all looked at him suspiciously. They believed anyone on the boat who wanted to go with Roger, but Renault alone couldn't. Because everyone on the boat felt that Renault had always kept a distance from them, as if he was afraid of getting involved with them, that's why they had this idea. Seeing that everyone's attention was diverted, Renault breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Nonsense, I don't like running around on the sea at all, it's not bad to find a place to live with you." He emptied the small vault of the Roger pirates last night. Even if he didn't follow Roger, he would go by himself. Now he can use this excuse to change the topic. Why not use it to kill two birds with one stone? As for why Renault kept his distance from everyone on the boat, that was because he didn't want to be labeled as Roger, because he wasn't strong enough right now, but he didn't want to be chased by Marine, and then live a life of running away. After Roger's death, the Roger pirates almost disappeared, all of them went incognito, and even Buggy hid in East Blue. Only Shanks, whose relationship with the world government is unclear, is still active at sea. Renault doesn't have this kind of relationship with Shanks, so he can only keep a distance from everyone, lest he can only live in hiding like them in the future. Before he met Marine, he hid in the corner, just didn't want Marine to know that he was there. Things on the Roger ship. Of course, in this case, after his strength rises, he doesn't need to be so cautious. Now, he should develop his wretchedness first. Before he grows to be arrogant, let's cultivate a little daughter-in-law first. When everyone heard Renault say that he didn't like running around on the boat, they didn't believe a word, because if Renault didn't have ambition, he wouldn't have deliberately asked everyone to cultivate his experience. Does Renault want to cultivate his experience? Is it for fitness? Believe it or not, we're done. Renault ignored the unbelieving gazes of these people, but looked at Roger and said again, "Uncle Roger, you have disbanded the pirate group, and I will have to disembark soon, and I am a homeless person, and I will not know where you're going, so take me with you." Renault pretended to be pitiful as he talked. The most powerful weapon for a child, of course, is to sell it badly and sell it cutely. Seeing Renault like this, Roger knew that he was pretending, because he had seen it more than once, so he said angrily, "Hurry up and put away your performance. You can come with me if you want, but I will only find it for you. I'll settle down in a place, and then I'll do my own thing, and come with me if there's no problem." When Renault heard Roger's agreement, he immediately agreed without thinking, "I'm totally fine, so when are we going?" Renault said this, but he said in his heart, "It's just right not to let me follow you. I don't want to be chased by Marines' mad dogs every day." In fact, Renault followed Roger for another purpose, that is, the Whitebeard pirates. Encountering the Roger pirates will trigger the check-in quest. I wonder if the Whitebeard pirates will also trigger the check-in quest? Renault knew that when Roger got off the ship, he would go to Whitebeard, so that was his real purpose. Otherwise, he ran away after evacuating the vault last night. How could he wait until now at the risk of being discovered? Roger did not immediately answer Renault's question, but said goodbye to everyone. "Brothers, thank you for your company over the years, let's say goodbye today." "Captain Roger, woo woo woo. Captain Roger, let me follow you too." Renault watched this scene of parting from life and death, and did not disturb them, quietly watching them say goodbye. After explaining some things to the crew, Roger jumped into the boat that had been prepared for a long time, looked at Renault and said, "Let's go." "What are you waiting for?" "Oh. Coming soon." Renault looked at them crying, and when he heard Roger's words, he instantly came back to his senses, and shouted to everyone on the boat, "Mothers and uncles, let's stop this, you must not die too early, I still waiting for you to be old, and come to burn you to ashes." "BD Renault." Renault said that he was very happy, and then floated onto the boat, ignoring the incompetent roars of the people behind him. His things are always in the system space, so he doesn't need to clean up at all, and he actually has nothing. Desperate to get on the boat. The wealth of the family disembarked. Should be enough for him to brag for a while, right? Chapter 31. The ship of the Roger pirates did not stop here. After seeing Roger and Renault walking away, they drove the ship away from here. The Roger pirates have been disbanded, and they have to disembark, and their destination is not the island just now, so they did not disembark. Ryal took everyone to the next destination. Before Roger left, let him send everyone on the boat to where they wanted to go. It was the last captain's order. Half a day after the Roger pirates left. Da-da-da. The deputy captain is not good, not good. Bang bang. On the calm pirate ship, there was a burst of irritable shouting, and then I saw Buggy hurriedly running out of the ship. He also hit something on the splint, splitting himself directly. His head had flown to Rayleigh's feet, but his body was still a few meters away, looking both terrifying and a little funny. Seeing the frizzy Buggy and the appearance of his branch house, Rayleigh asked with a black line, "Tell me. What's going on?" Buggy's head flew off the splint, looked at Rayleigh with a sad face, and said, "There's nothing in our treasury, and that's the treasure I finally found." Everyone on the Roger pirates is not very interested in treasure, so every time there is a loot, it is collected by Buggy. Others see him as a miser and simply let him manage the money. As long as there is a battle, they are responsible for fighting, and Buggy, a rookie and a scumbag, is responsible for picking up treasures in the back. He said that these are what he finally found, and he was right. Hearing Buggy's answer, Rayleigh asked with a look of disbelief on his face, "We haven't landed on the island for the past 2 days. There is no possibility that someone will steal the treasure, so are you blinded?" Seeing that Rayleigh didn't believe him, Buggy explained anxiously, "What I said, Vice Captain, is true. You can go to the treasury and see, there's really nothing in it." At this time, everyone on the boat heard the movement here, and all came to check the situation quickly. They thought there was an enemy. After Kojiki Odin came over, he didn't see the enemy, only saw Rayleigh and Buggy, looked at the two of them and asked, "What's going on?" When Rayleigh heard Kojiki Odin's questioning, and saw everyone's questioning eyes, he glanced at Buggy and explained, "Buggy said that there is nothing in our treasury now." When Jabba heard about the treasure house, he said with little interest, "If you want to know if it's true, just go to the treasure house and see if it's not good." When everyone on the boat heard Jabba's words, they all went to the treasury to check, although they were not very interested in the treasure. But they have to eat, drink and live. Without these treasures and Bailey, they would drink the northwest wind. After everyone came to the treasury, looking at the empty treasury, they were all stunned. What exactly is going on? What about their huge pile of treasures? After being stunned for a while, Kojiki Odin looked at Buggy and asked, "What the hell is going on with Buggy?" Hearing Kojiki Odin's question, Buggy replied with a sad face, "That's how I came in, I don't know." Seeing that the treasury was really empty, Rayleigh pushed on his glasses and said with a black line on his face, "You don't have to guess. The one who can empty the treasury on the boat, only that little BD can do it." When Kojiki Odin heard Rayleigh's words, he immediately understood, and said with a black face like the bottom of the pot, "It's really that little BD's way of doing things. If you have revenge, you will never forget to pit us before you leave." When everyone heard the words of the two, they thought of Renault's ability to control the flight of ships, and it was easy to control a little wealth to fly in the sky. At this time, they still didn't understand. A hole. Renault. A hole. Then there was a burst of roars from the boat of the Roger pirates, and after a long time, it gradually subsided. Swafang Island. Renault, thousands of miles away, was following Roger aimlessly on Swafang Island, which was the island they landed on today, and suddenly sneezed a few times without warning. Seeing the snow all around, Roger thought that Renault couldn't stand the weather, and asked with concern, "If you feel cold, little Renault, shall I buy you some clothes?" Renault refused without thinking, "Hurry up and buy your things. Although my physical fitness is not very good, my ability can isolate the cold, so I don't need to buy clothes at all." Renault didn't sneeze because of the cold at all, it was probably because the group of bastards had discovered that the vault was empty, and they were scolding him now. Hearing Renault's words, Roger looked at Renault carefully, and as expected, there was a layer of light green energy on his skin, and it seemed that he was not lying. Thinking of Roger here, he looked at Renault and said with admiration, "Your ability is like a panacea, you are very powerful in controlling objects, flying, and attacking. If others have the same thing, they are amazing. You can do all of them. Really convenient and pervert ability." Renault heard Roger's constant emotion, rolled his eyes and said directly, "Since you like it so much, then you should eat a devil fruit too." Roger shook his head when he heard this. He was just curious, but he didn't want to be a landlubber. Seeing that he didn't speak, Renault asked, "What are we doing here?" As Roger walked forward, he replied, "I'm going to meet Whitebeard. There is a pub here with very good wine. Of course, I can't go to see Whitebeard empty-handed. Bring him a welcome gift. When Renault heard that he was really going to see Whitebeard, he thought to himself, Roger is really going to see Whitebeard. After seeing Whitebeard this time, he should go to that poor Gas de Rouge. I don't know if Roger knew this woman before, or after seeing Whitebeard, it's probably only they know about it. Ding. Host has a new check-in task. For details, please go to the taskbar to view. As soon as Renault thought of the clock-in task, the system immediately popped up to remind him that he had a new clock-in task. Renault's eyes lit up when he heard the system's prompt, and he immediately opened the taskbar to check. Chapter 32. The system opens the taskbar for me. Renault communicated with the system as he walked, but all communicated in his head, and no one else could hear their voices. Task 1. Please host the Whitebeard pirates and stay on board for half a month to complete the check-in task. After Renault read the details of the mission, his mind was full of doubts. He guessed that the condition for triggering the punch-in mission was to be close to the target, but now that Whitebeard is not here, how did he trigger it? What's going on with the system? Renault, who couldn't understand, asked the system directly. The host triggers the check-in task, not only by getting close to the target, but also by friends who have a good relationship with the target, but the premise is that the person will meet the target in a short period of time. After the introduction of the system, Renault finally understood that people who have a good relationship with the target may also trigger the punch-in task. Friendly reminder, host, you still have attribute points not used. Renault rolled his eyes silently when he heard the system reminding him of the attribute points. He didn't forget it or what, but he still hadn't figured out how to use it. He wanted to add it to his telekinesis proficiency, but he was afraid that his physical fitness would be too poor. One day he would be touched by the enemy, and it was estimated that serious injuries would be good, and it might be possible to lose an arm or break a leg. Host can add points on average. Renault's eyes lit up when he heard the reminder from the system. This method is indeed feasible. Anyway, the power of the mind is not enough for a short time. It doesn't matter if you add a little less. Thinking of Renault here, he said directly to the system. The system will add attribute points to me, each will add 20 to my body, and the remaining 40 attribute points will all be added to my mind power. In the process of adding attribute points. Congratulations to the host for adding attribute points successfully. After the system received the command, it immediately added attribute points to Renault. This monkey was anxious. What he knew was to add attributes to Renault, but if he didn't know, he thought it was adding attributes to himself. After successfully adding attributes to the system, Renault felt the changes in his body. He felt that his entire body was light and airy, as if he could go to the sky while walking. Renault tried to clench his fist, and he could clearly feel his strength getting stronger. With his current strength, he could kill a cow with one punch. Roger felt Renault's abnormality and asked with a puzzled face, "What's the matter with you, little Renault? Why do I feel that you have suddenly become a lot stronger?" Observation Hacky can feel the general strength of a person, and Roger is the ceiling of Observation Hacky, and it is normal to feel Renault's abnormality. When Renault heard Roger's question, he instantly came back to his senses, and said, "Nonsense, I have a new understanding of ability just now, and I am trying it now, so that's why you feel that way." After Roger heard Renault's explanation, although he didn't believe it, he didn't ask more. After all, everyone has a secret. Since Renault didn't want to say it, why should he force it? Seeing that Roger didn't ask any more questions, Renault was also relieved. It didn't matter whether Roger believed it or not, as long as he didn't ask further questions, because he couldn't explain it at all. Thinking of Renault here, he said to the system again. The system opens the Properties panel and shows me. Host Personal Properties panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 5. Body, 24 1000. Strength, 23 1000. Speed, 24 1000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, none. Weapon, none. Ability, Mind Power, 108 1000. Bailey, 1.12 billion. System Mall, not activated. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open mission, check in Whitebeard Pirates 15/0. Renault looked at this brand new attribute panel, and sure enough, only punching cards was the kingly way. With one punching in task, he could get so many rewards, and his strength improved a lot. All the treasures Renault put into the system space were turned into a series of numbers by the system. As long as it was put into the system space, there was no need for him to replace it with Bailey, and the system would replace him with Bailey. Of course, it's not without drawbacks. After he put it into the system space, these Baileys can only be used in the system and cannot be taken out. This is the legend of in and out. However, the treasure of the Roger pirates is only more than 1 billion Bailey, which is something he never expected. Originally, he thought that there would be more than 10 billion, but after finishing this ticket, it will soar into the sky. Unexpectedly, a pirate king only has so many Baileys, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are a group of poor ghosts. If the Roger pirates knew what Renault was thinking, they would probably come and fight him. After stealing all their treasures, and then laughing at them for being poor, I have never seen such a bully. Renault saw that Bailey was enough to activate them all, and after thinking for a while, he still said, "The system will activate them all for me." Although 1 billion was used to activate them all, he was very distressed, but for the long-term consideration in the future, it is better to activate them all. After all, most of the rewards for punch-in tasks are for his own use, but he is a man who wants to raise a young daughter-in-law. How can he do it without a system mall? Deducting 1 billion Bailey to activate them all. Congratulations to host, the system mall has been successfully activated. Renault, the system punches me in the system mall. As soon as Renault finished speaking to the system, a virtual mall board appeared in front of him. Inside the mall were small boxy cabinets, most of which were items from other worlds. It can be said that Renault's name is sold in the mall, not only has the ability to sell, but also all kinds of weapons, items, everything. Eternal Mangekyo Sherry Non, 10 billion, 100 million Reuniting, 10 billion, Space Fruit without side effects, 10 billion, Zanpakuto, 10 billion, High-level body strengthening medicine, 1 billion, low-level body strengthening medicine, 100 million. After Renault saw the prices of these abilities, weapons, items, he silently closed the system mall. After Renault closed the system mall, he secretly made up his mind, he should not open the system mall recently. Anything that costs hundreds of millions, tens of billions of dollars, how can he buy it now? Even the lowest priced low-level body strengthening potion requires 100 million Baileys, and 100 million Baileys is his current net worth. If he knew that things were so expensive, he would not activate them first, and now it is really uncomfortable to see whether or not to buy them. Renault immediately shut down the system, followed Roger to buy things, and stopped thinking about them all, otherwise he would be crazy if it didn't take long. Chapter 33. Afternoon. One day later. In the unknown sea area of New World, in the boundless sea, a small boat is slowly sailing on the sea level. At this time, there were 2 people on the boat, one big and one small. The small one was lying on the bow of the boat, and the big one was rowing desperately. They are Roger and Renault. After buying wine yesterday, they rested on the island for a night and set off. Now they have been out at sea for most of the day, but they have not found the Whitebeard pirates. And the reason why Roger rowed desperately was because there was going to be a heavy rainstorm and there might be a tornado, so he rowed so desperately that the oar was about to be cut off by him. Renault was looking at the sky leisurely, as if he wasn't worried at all about the coming heavy rain or tornado. There were dark clouds over their heads. There was darkness in the sky. As if the end had come. Clap bang rumbling. There was a long dragon-like lightning on the horizon, and with a sound of wow, the heavy rain poured down from the sky like a collapsed sky, and the raindrops were connected together like a net. Clap bang rumbling. The rain in this sea area was getting heavier and heavier. Lightning and thunder kept accompany the rain, and the dark clouds in the originally dark sky were illuminated like blue sky and white clouds. Seeing Renault's leisurely appearance, Roger shouted with a black face, "You little BD, even if you only have one oar, you don't need to help, but it won't take long for the boat to be covered with rain. Fill it up, you have to find a way to deal with the rainwater." Hearing Roger's roar, Renault finally took his eyes back from the sky, then glanced at Roger and said perfunctorily, Yes, I will deal with the rainwater immediately, and you can continue rowing your boat." Wow la la. After Renault finished talking to Roger, he raised his hand and waved his hand casually. The rainwater on the boat was immediately cleaned up, as if the rainwater had never appeared before. Renault didn't want to deal with rainwater again and again, so he directly used telekinesis to prop up a green energy cover around the boat. This is like a huge umbrella, all the rainwater falls on the energy cover, and it can't get into the boat at all. When Renault saw that Roger had turned into a jerk, he immediately laughed mercilessly. "Uncle Roger, you look like a jerk now, so handsome and hacky." Renault had put a layer of telekinesis on himself before the rain fell, so his clothes were not wet at all, and they were as fresh as ever. Hearing Renault's mockery and seeing his refreshing clothes, Roger immediately appeared black lines on his forehead, and yelled angrily and asked, "Little BD, didn't you just say that your physical strength is exhausted, can't use the ability temporarily?" Hearing Roger's questioning, Renault touched his nose in embarrassment. His eyes were erratic, he didn't dare to look at Roger, and he looked like a thief with a guilty conscience. Originally, they used Renault's ability to fly the boat, but after Renault got bored, he said that he was exhausted and needed a rest, and then he put the boat down and lay on the bow to watch the scenery leisurely. As for Renault's small arms and legs, his physical strength has been exhausted. Of course, he doesn't need to be rowed, so he forced Roger to go online. But now Roger looked at him holding up such a large energy shield with ease. He didn't seem to be exhausted at all, so Roger, who found something wrong, immediately opened his mouth to question Renault. Renault's mental power uses mental power, and his mental power is unlimited. How could he be exhausted? So he just felt bored and didn't want to continue flying with the ship. Seeing Roger staring at him, Renault knew that he wouldn't let him off easily without explaining it, so he stiffened his neck and quibbled, "Just now, my stamina was indeed exhausted, but after I rested for a while, now I have. Are you physically strong?" Seeing his dodging eyes, Roger still doesn't understand what's going on. I guess this little BD just thinks he is too busy, so he makes an excuse to put the boat down. Thinking of Roger here, he sneered with a look of contempt, "It's not been half an hour since you put down the boat, your physical strength is recovering so fast." Roger felt that Renault just wanted to tease him and make fun of him, but Renault was just bored. But if you can watch Roger's jokes, of course, he won't refuse. After all, it's a BD if you don't watch it. Roger saw that Renault was still trying to quibble, but before he could speak, he said angrily, "Don't talk so much now, the tornado has already formed not far away, quickly use your ability to take our ship out of here, don't you? Do you really want to get involved?" Renault glanced at Roger, then glanced at the tornado that was gradually taking shape not far away, knowing that this was not the time to be kidding, so he used telekinesis without saying a word to drag the boat up into the sky. "Call out." A green energy flashed across the sky, the speed was as fast as lightning, and the green energy disappeared without a trace in a short while. Renault took the boat to full power, and the fast one could only see a mass of green energy flashing from the sky, and soon ran out of the heavy rain area. When the speed of the ship slowed down, Roger looked at Renault and asked suspiciously, "You didn't fly that fast with the ship before. If we had this speed on the day of the battle with Marine, how could we have been caught up by Marine? One day you won't be useless, will you?" When Renault heard Roger's question, he looked at her with a kind of caring fool's eyes, and replied angrily, "Uncle Roger, don't you know that the ability person needs to be developed, and the deeper the development, the stronger the ability? Although Renault is not a devil fruit ability, the reason why he is flying so fast now is because of his improved telekinesis proficiency, which is the same as devil fruit." Roger was stunned and speechless. He really didn't think about it, because it had only been a dozen days, and his ability had improved so much, so he thought that Renault was hiding his strength. But now listening to Renault's meaning, it seems that he has improved in the past few days, and then I think that he suddenly became stronger yesterday. It should have become stronger at that time. Just when Roger analyzed what Renault said was true or false, a small black spot appeared not far away from them, and a closer look revealed that it was a pirate ship. Chapter 34. After Roger went through Renault's explanation, when he thought of his bright mind, he had only developed his abilities to such an extent in a few days, and it was not incomprehensible to him. Because since he met Renault, this little guy has revealed extraordinariness all over his body. Since he is not an ordinary person, of course he cannot use common sense. The genius of a monster is his essence. If Renault behaves like an ordinary person, he thought it was weird. Thinking of Roger here, he looked at Renault and said with emotion, "You are not only powerful, but also talented. You are truly enviable luck and talent." Seeing Roger's sudden sigh, Renault asked inexplicably, "Uncle Roger, aren't you stupid?" When Roger heard Renault's words, his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to continue arguing with Renault, a red light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the sea level far below. Renault saw Roger looking at the sea below, and followed him in confusion, asking, "Uncle Roger, is there anything under the sea?" Reynald had just finished asking, and before Roger could speak, he also noticed an abnormality in the sea level. A small black spot appeared not far away, and was slowly approaching here. Hearing Reynald's question, Roger replied without looking back, "Whitebeard, the target of our trip, is approaching this way. They should have spotted us long ago, so they came this way." When Reynald heard Roger's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and thought to himself, Roger knew that the Whitebeard pirates were nearby, so he brought himself here. It is normal to meet the Whitebeard pirates here. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have been found, he has to start thinking of a way to stay here, because Roger is just here to chat with Whitebeard and drink, and it will not be long before he leaves. And I need to complete the check-in task here. Half a month is not short, I have to think of a way. Whitebeard pirates. Everyone on the Whitebeard pirates looked at the boat flying in the air, and even Whitebeard squinted at the boat in the air. Seeing that the boat began to approach them, Margot turned his head to look at Whitebeard and guessed, "Dad, the person on this boat, shouldn't it be the old guy from Golden Lion?" Since Roger and Reynald were flying in the air and bickering all the time, they didn't pay attention to the situation on the sea surface, and it was not until Roger's sense of sight that he discovered the Whitebeard pirates. However, the Whitebeard pirates on the sea had already discovered the boats flying in the air, so they decided to go there and have a look, otherwise they might not meet, because the direction of the two parties was not in the same direction. When Whitebeard heard Margot's question, he immediately swept over with his knowledge color, and immediately recognized that it was Roger's breath. "Goo la 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 la." Knowing who it was, Whitebeard replied with a big laugh, "It's not that old cheeky guy on the boat, it's that BD Roger." After finishing speaking, Whitebeard added in his heart, "Moreover, Shiki's ability does not have such green energy, that ability should be the ability of that kid on the boat." As Whitebeard, who had been in the same pirate group as Golden Lion, he could see the difference in abilities at a glance. Golden Lion's abilities were biased towards control, and he could control everything except living creatures. And Reynald's ability is a mass of energy, an ability that is biased towards attack, and Golden Lion is the difference between a real thing and a virtual thing. As long as you are familiar with one of these abilities, you can easily see it. When Margieo heard that it was Roger, the Pirate King, he immediately began to be on guard. Although they were friends, they were also enemies. Every time the two pirate groups met, they basically fought first and had a banquet and drink. Seeing Marco's alert look, Whitebeard said directly, "Marco doesn't need to be so vigilant, he shouldn't come to fight today, he should come to me alone today for something." "I know, Dad." When Margieo heard Whitebeard's words, he replied that he knew, but he did not let down his guard. It was impossible to hurt people, and it was necessary to be defensive. He still understood this truth. Reynald was in control of the boat at this time, and also came to the side of the Whitebeard pirate ship, landed directly, and stopped beside the huge whale pirate ship. Reynald floated beside Roger, looked at the beluga ship and asked, "Uncle Roger, shall we go straight up?" At this time, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was lying on the edge of the railing and looked down, all of them looking fierce. "Search." Roger didn't answer Reynald's question, but just soared into the sky, rushed to the boat in an instant, and landed on the plywood steadily. After Roger landed on the plywood, he laughed directly, "Ha ha ha. Newgate, you old guy isn't dead yet." Whitebeard's face darkened when he heard Roger's words, and he immediately replied, "A scourge like you is not dead, how could Laozi die before you? Goo la 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 la. Ha 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 ha." After the two scolded each other, they stared at each other, looked at each other, and laughed unscrupulously. Reynald had just floated on Whitebeard's boat when he saw this picture, and immediately complained in his heart, "These big pirates in the sea, shouldn't there be something wrong with them? They were swearing at each other just now, and they can laugh in the next second. Isn't there something wrong?" Reynald couldn't understand this brain circuit anyway. "Hey, little one, who are you from Roger?" Just when Reynald was thinking about it, a voice sounded not far away from him, which immediately brought him back to his senses. When Reynald heard the voice, he turned his head and saw that it was the Pineapple Boy of the Whitebeard pirates, so he asked directly, "It's not who I am, but who he is. Can you speak, Pineapple Boy?" "Ha ha ha ha. Pineapple. Listen to this little guy, Captain Margieo, he really looks like a pineapple, especially that hair. If you say that, aren't you afraid that Captain Marco will beat you up?" "Humph. How could I be afraid of being beaten by him? It's almost as if I beat him. When the pirates around heard Renault calling Margiao Pineapple Boy, they immediately thought that they couldn't stand upright, and they kept commenting on Margiao's pineapple head. Chapter 35. Margot's face turned dark when he heard Renault's words, and when he heard the discussion of the pirates around him, his face instantly turned black and he yelled, "One or two have nothing to do, right? Give it all. I'm going to practice, and don't stop without my consent." Cut. It's cultivation punishment again. Let's go, let's practice. The pirates surrounding Renault heard Margiao's words, although they were not forgiving, but they all spread out obediently to practice. Margiao was the first person to board the ship, and his strength was also very strong, so the people on the ship were more respectful to him, and Whitebeard's words were not as effective as Margiao's words in general trivial matters. But in the face of right and wrong, Whitebeard's words are like a decree, and only in matters big and small on the ship, Marco's words are more effective than Whitebeard, because these things have always been taken care of by him. After all of Marco had left, he turned to Renault and asked, "Who are you?" Renault thought that he had to stay here recently, so he didn't continue to talk nonsense, but said the truth. "I am a civilian who was killed some time ago. It was that guy who saved me. If there is nowhere to go, just follow this guy." After hearing Renault's words, Margot finally let go of his guard and asked, "Why don't you go to your family?" Renault looked at Margiao with a mentally retarded expression and asked, "Do you think I can go to sea by myself at such a young age?" When Margiao heard Renault's words, he immediately understood what he meant. He was the only one who survived when he died at sea with his family. Where else would he go to find his family? Thinking of Margiao here, he immediately put on a sympathetic expression. He was similar to Renault. He had no parents and relatives since he was a child, and he could best understand the feeling of having nowhere to go. Renault knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression, but he didn't explain it. Maybe he could stay on the boat with this? Thinking of Renault here, he pretended to be pitiful and asked, "I heard that your Whitebeard pirates seem to be an orphanage, so can you take me in for a while?" When Margot heard Renault's words, black lines appeared on his forehead immediately, and he asked with a dark face, "Who did you hear that our Whitebeard pirates are an orphanage?" Seeing Marco's exasperated look, Renault immediately pretended to be innocent and replied, "It was said by the Uncle Ryal on the Roger pirates. He said you were an orphanage, and he told me that if there is nowhere to go, you can come here for help." After Marco listened to Renault's words, he cursed loudly with a black face like the bottom of a pot. "That BD. Ryal. He dared to say that to our Whitebeard pirates. Next time I meet him, I will definitely shoot him out." Margot was convinced of Renault's words, because he thought that Renault was so small that it was impossible to concoct such a lie to deceive him, so he directly believed Renault's words without even doubting it. Renault has no psychological burden to cheat on Ryal. After all, what he said was revenge. Ryal and the others were not just talking about it. Let them know the fate of offending children. "Margot, what's the matter with you?" Everyone on the boat heard Margot's scolding just now, and Whitebeard asked directly. Roger had heard the swearing just now, and he heard Margot swearing at Ryal's name. Roger secretly guessed in his heart, what is it that makes Margot so angry? Could it be that the little BD started to be a demon again? Thinking of Roger here, he immediately looked at Renault, and sure enough, he saw Renault's wicked smile. Looking at this scene, Roger cursed inwardly, this little BD really doesn't stop for a moment. When Margot heard Whitebeard's question, he immediately put away his anger, turned his head and replied, "Dad, I'm fine here." After Margot finished explaining, he chatted with Renault again and kept asking Renault if Ryal had said anything bad about them. And Renault didn't let go of this opportunity to cheat. Not only did he cheat Ryal, but he also felt that he was not satisfied. He even cheated on several other cotters. I don't know if they would fight directly when they met in the future. Roger didn't care about Renault and the others, but looked at Whitebeard and explained, "That BD is so quirky. When I was bullied by other people on my ship, he threatened to take revenge every time. Talk ill of those people. Goo la 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 la." After hearing Roger's explanation, Whitebeard laughed for a while before asking directly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Whitebeard knew that Roger wouldn't explain it to him because he was afraid of misunderstanding. He probably said it for some reason. He didn't like to be around the corner, so he asked directly. Roger also knew that Whitebeard didn't like to be around the corner, so he said directly, "In addition to chatting with you this time, I also want this kid to stay on your boat for a while, and it's not convenient for me to take him with me in the future. As for his future stay, it depends on what you and him mean. Roger originally wanted to find a safe island for Renault to let him grow up slowly, but after seeing Renault's talent today, he made a temporary decision to let him stay on the Whitebeard pirates. Because Renault's talent is so strong, finding a safe place to live will limit his growth, and the Whitebeard pirates are just right here, where safety is guaranteed, and they can get the opportunity to experience, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. If Renault knew what Roger was thinking, he would probably have yelled, "I asked you to find me a place to live, but I didn't ask you to find me a father." After watching Roger for a long time, Whitebeard said, "I don't lack a bite of his food here, but whether he wants to stay here in the future depends on what he wants. I won't force anyone to stay here." The two of them focused on making arrangements for Renault, but his heart was not here. He was a man who wanted to raise a young daughter-in-law. If he stayed here for too long, how could he find a wrong girl to raise him? Seeing that Whitebeard had agreed, Roger immediately smiled and said, "That's enough for you. By the way, do you want me to tell you Raftel's location?" Whitebeard glanced at Roger and refused with a blank expression. "It's enough for me to have a family, let's forget about the treasure of One Piece." Chapter 36. It had been a few hours since Renault boarded Whitebeard's ship, and Renault had simply chatted with Margot for a day, but had not successfully completed the task of staying on the ship. The ship of the Whitebeard pirates is slowly advancing, and the direction of progress is an island not far away. The Whitebeard pirates were originally going to come here, but when they met Roger halfway, they turned the bow to check, and then after Roger and Renault got on the boat, they started sailing this way again. Renault didn't know that Roger had done it for him and wanted to stay on the boat. After chatting with Margot for a while, he sat on the railing alone and basked in the sun. The system starts punching cards. Ding. Successfully punched in on the first day. 14 days left, please make persistent efforts. After Renault punched his card, he thought about how to stay on the boat, and then fooled Whitebeard to Wano Country. After all, he can't save Koji Kyoden by himself, because he can't beat that rough-skinned guy from Kaido. Originally, he wanted to go to Wano Country by himself, and then depending on the situation, Koji Kyoden would save him if he could, and if he couldn't, he would run away with Hai and his little daughter-in-law. But after he triggered the Whitebeard pirates check-in mission, he was thinking about how to trick Whitebeard to Wano Country. When Whitebeard saw Wano Country's situation, he would definitely not die. Because Koji Kyoden is his former crew member, until now he is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Since Koji Kyoden didn't get off the ship, but was borrowed by Roger, it's not wrong to say that he is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Just when Renault was thinking about things, Margiao came over and asked, "Little Renault, I heard from my father just now, is it true that you will stay on the ship in the future?" Seeing that Marco had reached his destination just now, he went to report the situation to Whitebeard, and Whitebeard told him about Renault and asked him to understand Renault's thoughts, which is why he asked such a question. When Renault heard Margot's question, he turned his head to look at Margot, and asked with a question mark, "Why don't I remember what I told Whitebeard to stay with your pirate group?" Seeing that he didn't know anything, Marco explained to Renault, "It was Roger who told you to stay here, didn't he tell you?" After Renault heard Margot's words, he understood what was going on. It turned out that the BD Roger did it. But this is exactly what he wants. He originally wanted to stay here to check in, but now it saves him the trouble. Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Margiao and said, "I really want to stay here for a while, but I don't want to get on your ship. I have something to do soon." Hearing Renault's words, Margiao was not unhappy, but heaved a sigh of relief. If Renault directly agreed to board their ship, he was still worried about what purpose Roger had. It didn't matter if Renault didn't get on their boat, after all, he was just a 5-year-old. As long as Renault didn't stay on the ship purposefully, it wouldn't matter if he didn't get on their ship. He was afraid that he was an undercover agent planted by the enemy. Renault is not a problem now that he is young, but he will be a problem when he grows up. Thinking of Margiao here, he didn't ask Renault how long he wanted to stay here, but said directly, "Then you will stay on the boat for a while. If you have any questions, you can come to me, and I will go to work first." Seeing that Margiao was leaving, Renault immediately thanked him, "Okay, thank you very much for taking in the Whitebeard orphanage." Margot was walking fine, but when he heard Renault's words behind him, A staggered almost fell to the ground, and roared wildly in his heart, "BD. Really? Laozi is not playing with you." Time flies by. Soon came the next morning. There are not many people here at the port. There are only two figures, one big and one small, by the sea, as if they are talking about something. They are Roger and Renault. Today, Roger is leaving early in the morning, and Renault can only come here to send off this lonely man. After the two finished talking, Renault took out a pocket knife, handed it to Roger and said, "This is for you. Although you are not a good person, it is not bad for me. When you are about to die, you can call me. I'm still a white man, and I can help you with things that Ryal and the others are not suitable for." Roger was a bit baffled when he heard these words, but he still took the knife and said, "Then I will treat this as a parting gift from you, and I will definitely call you when I die. Ha ha ha, go away." After Roger finished speaking, he boarded the boat and left with a laugh, and sailed into the depths of the sea without looking back. Roger doesn't understand what Renault means now, but when his wife is pregnant and his condition worsens and wants to complete the plan, he probably understands what Renault means today. Renault looked at the boat that was gradually disappearing into the depths of the sea, holding a small phone worm in his hand, and said to himself, "For the sake of taking care of me for so long, I will help you arrange your wife and children, but if you can't trust me and don't call me, then you can't blame me for having no conscience." On the knife that Renault gave to Roger, there are space coordinates left by him. If Roger calls him, he can go directly to Roger and find a place for his wife to live. This kind of thing is easy for him, who has spatial coordinates, to go back and forth in a few minutes. Renault looked at the surrounding ports. There were only a few scattered people, and he felt that it would be boring to stay here, so he walked directly to Whitebeard's ship. He hasn't clocked in today. Is that BD Roger gone? Just as Renault approached Whitebeard's boat, a breathless voice came down from the boat and asked. Renault raised his head slightly, and saw a huge figure standing on the boat. Seeing that it was Whitebeard, he replied, "Uncle Whitebeard, you want to send Uncle Roger, why don't you do it? It's still so early, most of the people on the boat haven't gotten up yet, and Whitebeard is here, there is no need to guess." Renault knows that Whitebeard wants to send Roger. When Whitebeard heard Renault's words, he gave him an embarrassed look and said, "Laozi just can't sleep, what do you know?" After Whitebeard finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the boat. As he walked, he said, "In the future, you can stay on the boat with peace of mind. As long as you are still on the boat for one day, I will protect you for one day until you disembark." Chapter 37. 5 days later, New World, Unknown Waters. A huge white whale pirate ship is slowly sailing on the sea level, heading aimlessly towards the depths of the sea. It has been 4 days since the Whitebeard pirates set sail. They went to the island to replenish supplies a few days ago. After the Whitebeard pirates replenished, they returned to the sea and sailed aimlessly. On the plywood, Whitebeard sat on a step that looked like an insurmountable mountain from a distance. Renault was floating beside Whitebeard, trying to persuade him to go to Wano Country, but Whitebeard didn't care about Renault except for his impatient look on his face. Renault looked at this indifferent Whitebeard and thought with a puzzled face, "This Whitebeard is not good enough, how can I get him to go to Wano Country?" The rest of the people on the boat looked at Renault with a lively expression, and since Renault got on the boat, their boat started to be lively. Everyone could see Renault trying every way to get them to Wano Country every day, but Whitebeard wouldn't let him, so everyone on the boat took it as a lively event. Seeing this, Renault knew that Whitebeard wouldn't go to Wano Country with him unless he made a blunder. Thinking of Renault here, he floated forward and approached Whitebeard, whispering to Whitebeard, "Uncle Whitebeard, it's not that I want to go to Wano Country, but if I can't take you there, Uncle Odin will be turned into a dragon by a guy. Kill it." Flickering Dafa, Renault went online. He didn't believe the news. He couldn't let Whitebeard go to Wano Country obediently. "What did you say?" Sure enough, as soon as Renault finished saying that Kojiki Odin was going to die, Whitebeard immediately stared at Renault with wide eyes. His whole body was like a rainbow, like a living demon king. Seeing Whitebeard like this, Renault was also a little frightened, and immediately floated away from Whitebeard, for fear that if he accidentally punched himself, he would be wronged. Bang, 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 bang. The members of the Whitebeard pirates on the surrounding plywood rolled their eyes one after another, then fell to the ground. Because of Whitebeard's anger, Conqueror's haki broke out uncontrollably, causing most of the people on the boat to collapse. Margot was originally dealing with things inside the ship, and when he felt Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, he ran out immediately and asked with a confused look, "Dad, what's going on?" Whitebeard didn't answer Margot, but still stared at Renault, as if trying to see through Renault. Seeing Whitebeard's angry look, Renault didn't dare to provoke him until he retreated 10 meters away from Whitebeard. Renault looked at the people around him who had fallen to the ground, then looked at himself, and thought to himself, "I wonder why he is not affected?" Renault was just frightened by Whitebeard's appearance just now, but Whitebeard's conqueror's haki didn't affect him at all, as if Whitebeard just yelled. Whitebeard was surprised to see that Renault was unaffected, but he was not in the mood to think about it now. After watching Renault for a long time, he asked, "What did you mean by that, boy?" When Renault heard Whitebeard's question, he pretended to be afraid and said, "Uncle Whitebeard, you are so fierce, how dare I tell you?" Whitebeard's face darkened when he heard this, but he put away his momentum and asked again, "What's going on, can we talk now?" Renault looked at the people around him and didn't say it right away, but demanded, "This is my personal secret, so I can only tell you, or I won't say it." What Renault wants to say, Flicker, is not easy. If too many people know about it, it will not do him any good, and there may be countless troubles. Whitebeard gave Renault a deep look, then stood up and walked to his room, saying as he walked, "Come with me to the room. Margot, don't let anyone near here." "I know, Dad." Seeing that Whitebeard was far away, Renault hurriedly floated after him. He liked the feeling that his feet were not touching the ground. He floated around all day long, sometimes scaring the people on the boat to death. When Renault came in, Whitebeard was already sitting and waiting for him. Renault closed the door directly, then looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Uncle Whitebeard, have you ever heard of a person who can see a corner of the future?" Hearing Renault's words, Whitebeard thought for a while before answering, "I haven't seen this kind of person, but I've heard of this kind of person." "You mean, can you see the future?" Renault was relieved to hear Whitebeard's words. As long as he had heard it, it would be difficult for him to believe him. Thinking of Renault here, looking at Whitebeard, he replied, "I can indeed see a little bit of the future, but it's all fragmented and incomplete, and I can also see a little bit of the big things that will happen in the future." Renault just thought of the girl in the cafe on the Fishman Island. That girl can see a corner of the future, so in order to make Whitebeard believe in him, he can only be a magician once. Whitebeard sat there for a long time without speaking. After a few minutes, he raised his head and asked, "I can't go all the way to Wano Country because of your words. Prove yourself." Renault knew it wasn't that simple, and after thinking about it, he said, "You can ask me about some important events that will happen in the near future, but only you know, or those that few people know about." Renault's meaning is obvious, that is, you can ask about things you want to do but haven't done yet, or things that others want to do but haven't started doing yet. Renault said this because Roger came to Whitebeard, and probably told Whitebeard about his plans and some secrets of the blank history, otherwise Summit War Whitebeard wouldn't have said that to Marshal D. Teach when he died. Some words to come. So Whitebeard knows that in the near future, there is only one big thing that will happen, and that is Roger's plan to start the era of the Great Pirate. Renault, as a traveler who has read the original book, wants to be a magic stick, and he is not easy to catch, and he is guaranteed to make these strong people dizzy. Chapter 38. After hearing Renault's words, Whitebeard fell into deep thought for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he raised his head and asked, "What is the biggest change in the sea in the past few years?" Roger did talk to Whitebeard about his plans, but he didn't know exactly when, so that was the only question he could ask. And he also knew that Roger couldn't tell a child about this kind of plan, so he decided to ask after thinking for a long time. As long as Renault could say this, then what he said should be true. When Renault heard Whitebeard's question, he thought to himself, Roger really told Whitebeard about his plan. Thinking of Renault here, looking at Whitebeard, he replied directly, "The biggest change is that Uncle Roger's words before his death directly caused the sea to explode and enter the era of great sailing." Hearing this answer, Whitebeard's eyes widened instantly, and he was secretly surprised. Roger is still thinking about how to complete this plan, and this kid not only knows Roger's plan, but also how he accomplished it. It seems that this kid I can really see a corner of the future. When Roger came to see Whitebeard, he told Whitebeard that he wanted to complete such a plan, but he had not yet figured out how to complete it, but now Renault could tell the result. He couldn't bear to believe it. Thinking of Whitebeard here, although he already believed what Renault said, he asked again, "Can you tell me what kind of scene you saw?" Renault pretended to close his eyes, and then slowly opened his mouth to tell. It was a very high iron platform, Uncle Roger was sitting on it, and there were two people with long knives standing beside him, and there were a group of people around. Marine, under the high platform are densely packed with people. Renault stopped here, because it made Whitebeard roughly understand how Roger was going to accomplish this plan. After Renault stopped, he slowly opened his eyes, looked at Whitebeard and said, "That's all I can see. You can't tell others that I have this ability." At this time, Whitebeard gradually came back to his senses. Hearing Renault's words, he nodded and said, "I know the seriousness of the Stinky Boy's matter, and there are not a few people in the world who can use the ability of this kind of prophecy. You don't need to be too much. I'm too worried, but if you don't want to, I won't tell you, don't worry." As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, he began to ask again, "I already believe in your ability, now you can talk about Odin. Now that Odin's strength is considered the world's top, what kind of person can kill him?" When Renault heard that Whitebeard finally believed his words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then replied, "That stupid big guy Kojiki Odin was not killed, I saw him being driven to death, and it is not self-sufficient to be calculated. You know, you are stupid all day long." While scolding Kojiki Odin, Renault started the trick, half-truth and half-truth to fool Whitebeard for a moment. But Renault is right, it's not so much that Kojiki Odin was killed, it's better to say that he was forced to death by calculation. After listening to Renault's words, Whitebeard thought of Kojiki Odin's unintelligible character who only knew how to fight. If someone really wanted to plot against him, the situation that Renault just said was almost 100%. Thinking of Whitebeard here, he glanced at Renault and said, "If you see anything bad in the future, you can come to me directly. It's getting late today, so go to Wano Country and leave tomorrow." When Renault heard that Whitebeard finally agreed to go to Wano Country, he immediately asked happily, "If there's nothing else, I'll go out first." Seeing his happy look, Whitebeard thought of the stupid scolding Kojiki Odin just now, but he was busy for him, and thought to himself, "People are not bad, but this mouth is a bit poisonous." If Renault knew what Whitebeard was thinking, he would have jumped up and shouted, "Laozi is for the sake of his daughter-in-law, Kojiki Odin's life or death is none of Laozi's business." After being silent for a while, Whitebeard felt that he had nothing to ask, so he said directly to Renault, "You can go out. After you go out, call Margot for me. Bye-bye." When Renault heard Whitebeard let him out, he immediately floated slowly out of the room, and after a while, he was on top of the splint. As soon as Renault floated to the plywood, he saw Margio, bold and grandiose, sitting in the middle of the plywood, explaining to everyone who had just woken up, while blocking everyone who wanted to go back to the room. Only Whitebeard and Renault were inside the ship just now, and the others were kicked out, and now they are on the splint to find out what happened to Margot. Not only did the fainted look bewildered, but even the person who was inside the ship just now looked confused. Don't say that these people are confused, Margot doesn't know what's going on, he's just carrying out Whitebeard's orders now. After Renault floated behind Marco, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Pineapple boy, Uncle Whitebeard told you to go in, he's waiting for you inside." When Margio heard Renault call him Pineapple again, black lines appeared on his forehead immediately, and he shouted through gnashing teeth, "You little BD, please don't call me Pineapple, believe it or not Laozi beat you what?" Seeing the angry Margio, Renault said with a look of disdain, "If you want to beat me, you have to catch up to me. But the question is, are you Pineapple chasing after me?" In the past few days, Renault has done all kinds of killings, and he can blow up Marco almost every day. Marco chased him for several hours in the first few times. But after his proficiency was improved, his flying speed should not be too fast. Margio, who was chasing after Renault, could only eat ashes behind him, and he couldn't catch up at all. After Margio found out that he couldn't catch up with Renault, now he can only scold Renault instead of doing it. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, but that he can't catch up at all. It was said that after Renault came to the ship, the Whitebeard pirates became very lively, not only because Renault annoyed Whitebeard every day, but also annoyed Marco every day. Be a melon eater. Little BD, you wait with Laozi, after Laozi thinks of a way to catch up with you, watch Laozi not open your A. After Margio finished the harsh words angrily, he walked inside the ship. Now there is still business to do, he can't be confused. Seeing that Marco was about to leave, Renault immediately shouted at his back, "Pineapple boy, you are really a pervert, you think about spanking Maya every day, don't even think about it, I will never let you succeed. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. This little one is really the source of our happiness." Marco heard the laughter behind him, and his footsteps quickened a bit, as if there were some kind of beast behind him. The people around the plywood saw another good show, and they even forgot what they were about to ask, and they all thought that they couldn't stand up. Chapter 39. Night. Days. After 9 days, the waters near Wano Country. A huge white whale pirate ship was quietly parked on the sea level. There were only 2s and 3s chatting on the ship, as if most of the people on the ship had rested. There is a waterfall not far from the pirate ship. The waterfall is rushing down into the sea. Although it is nearly 1,000 meters away from here, you can still hear the sound of the waterfall rushing down and falling into the sea. This whale pirate ship is the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. After 9 days of slow sailing, the Whitebeard pirates finally arrived near Wano Country. Renault was lying quietly on the fence, looking at the waterfall that was rushing into the sea not far away. It was almost midnight, and he was waiting for the system clock in task to be completed, so he hasn't rested until now. Most of the Whitebeard pirates have gone to rest, but there are still a few people chatting on the plywood, including Marco. Seeing that Renault was still lying on the fence, Margio walked over and patted Renault and asked, "Why don't you go to rest, little BD? Don't you usually rest early?" After Renault came to Pirate World, he basically went to rest early every night because he had no entertainment to pass the time. Margio obviously knew about this, so he felt strange and ran over to ask Renault what was going on. When Renault heard Margio's question, he turned his head and glanced at him, and said, "Nonsense, Pineapple boy, I want to be quiet, don't bother me, otherwise everyone will not want to rest tonight." When Margio heard Renault's words and that title, his face darkened instantly, and he cursed inwardly, "This little BD, I just came to care about him, not to quarrel with him, to think that he is annoying, really if a dog bites Lu Dongbin, he doesn't know a good person." Thinking of Margio here, he showed an expression of anger and dared not to speak, then think about it slowly. "I will not accompany you." Marco resisted the urge to beat Renault, turned around and walked back, if he would have fought Renault for 300 rounds during the day. But it was night, everyone had rested, and making too much noise would affect others, so he just forcibly endured it. Renault watched Margio slowly walk away, and then withdrew his gaze. It was almost 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and after 12 o'clock midnight, the 15-day check-in task could be completed. Now the only thing that the system can get him rewarded is punching tasks, and he can't use other system functions at all. So he can clock in and complete the task right away. Where is he still in the mood to chat with Margio, and he immediately angered this guy away in a few words. After Margio was PD off, Renault was the only one left. The time passed by and the time to check in was getting closer and closer. "Host time has come, do you want to check in now? I'm just waiting for this moment, hurry up and start punching." Renault punched in without thinking. He waited here for a long time, wasn't he just waiting for the punch in time? So when the time came, Renault clocked in immediately. "Congratulations to host, you have successfully clocked in. Congratulations to host, the 15-day check-in task has been completed. Rewards are being distributed." Renault was excited when he heard the reward. He didn't know what abilities he would have this time, but what he wanted most was attribute points. Because there are too many abilities, he can't exert them in a short time, so it's not as good as the improvement of attribute points. But things like space coordinates are good, they don't need proficiency, and for things like telekinesis, you still need to practice proficiency yourself. Congratulations to the host for getting Observation Haki Awakening card. Congratulations to host for getting Armament Haki Awakening card. Congratulations to the host, 100 attribute points. Annotation of Haki Awakening card. After use, you can awaken your own Haki. The strength of awakening depends on yourself, Armament Haki depends on your physical fitness, and Observation Haki depends on your spiritual power, without any side effects. When Renault saw these 3 rewards, he almost jumped up with excitement. There is no soul in the pirate world without Haki. After Renault was excited for a while, he looked at the annotation of the reward. Seeing that the color of seeing and hearing was related to his own mental power, he thought to himself, if Observation Haki was related to mental power, wouldn't it be an awakening of his infinite mental power? Is it full? However, when he saw armament haki, Renault's face darkened instantly. Strength is related to physical fitness. For a person whose small arms and legs are only a little higher than ordinary people's attributes, what is the difference between awakening and cultivating from scratch? But Renault didn't worry so much when he thought that he could add attribute points, but he wouldn't use the armament haki awakening card now. Because when the haki awakening card is awakened, he will awaken the corresponding haki according to his own situation. Now that his physical fitness is only over 20, the awakened haki can only be in his 20s. So let's wait for his physical fitness to improve before using this armament haki awakening card. If you use the awakening card now, the body and haki will become 2 units, and the increase requires double the attribute points, so the fool will use the armed color awakening card now. Excuse me, host, are you using an awakening card now? When Renault heard the system's question, he thought that the armed color couldn't be used, but the knowledge-colored awakening card could be used, so he said directly, the system will use the knowledge-colored awakening card for me, and the armed color awakening card will not be used for the time being. As soon as Renault finished talking to the system, a golden card appeared out of thin air in front of him. As soon as the card appeared, it turned into a golden light that shot straight to his forehead and disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant. All of this happened between lightning and flint, and no one noticed at all, not even Margot who was chatting not far away. The moment Renault rushed into his mind with the golden card, he had a few more techniques for using sensuality, and an instinct-like ability, which he knew was observation haki. Renault tried to use this ability, and immediately a 360-degree picture without dead ends appeared in his head, and the surrounding situation appeared clearly in his mind. Renault closed his eyes and looked at the scene in his mind, secretly surprised and said, "This sight is really amazing, just like an eye flying in the sky. I don't know what the scope is." Chapter 40. Renault thought about the scope of the spectacle, and immediately spread the spectacle. The picture in his mind became bigger and bigger, and he didn't stop until it covered a range of several kilometers. However, he has not yet felt the limit. If it continues to spread, it is estimated that it can reach a very terrifying range. Now he can't see anything at night, so he stopped and tried the limit of seeing and smelling when he had time. Thinking of Renault here, he no longer uses observation haki, but instructed the system will add attribute points to me, physical fitness plus 50, and mind power plus 50. In the process of adding attribute points. Congratulations to host, adding attribute points successfully. The system has just finished adding attribute points. Renault immediately felt the change in his body, and said to the system opens the property panel. Host personal properties panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 5. Body, 741000. Strength, 23,1000. Speed, 24,1000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, observation haki, full level. Weapon, none. Ability, psychodynamic, 158,1000, space coordinates. Bailey, 120 million. System mall, activated. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open task, 0. Renault saw that Zion Wentz was exactly what he had guessed. He possessed infinite spiritual power, and when Zion Wentz woke up, he was at full level. The reason why Renault only added the physical fitness attribute this time is that he wants to improve his physical fitness as soon as possible, and then use the armed color awakening card. Otherwise, without armament haki, in the future when he encounters Logia's ability, he will have nothing to do but escape, so he is anxious to improve his physical fitness in order to wake up armament haki earlier. Renault looked at the attribute panel, and after adjusting to the changes in his body, he slowly drifted towards his room. What Renault didn't know was that when he used observation haki just now, all the strong men on the ship were alarmed and thought they were enemies, but they swept over with their knowledge and found out that it was Renault before letting down their guard. But now everyone on the boat is secretly shocked. Renault awakened observation haki at such a young age. Is it okay to grow up? Looking at Renault's figure slowly drifting back, Margieo was secretly shocked and said, "This little BD awakened observation haki at such a young age, what a genius, like a monster." Time flies, and the night passes in a blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Get up, little BD, we are about to enter Wano Country, we can't go up to this waterfall without you. Renault was in a daze when he heard Margieo and the knock on the door. He slowly opened his eyes, then closed his eyes and drifted to the door. He opened the door of the room and drifted out. Margiao looked at the little broken boy who was floating around with his eyes closed. His face was blue and then white, and then he yelled at Renault, "You little BD, wake me up a little, don't sleep at night, I can't get up again today, what are you going to make a fuss about?" Renault was directly buzzed by Margiao's roaring head, and his drowsiness disappeared in an instant, and then he opened his eyes to look at Margiao and complained, "I can't hear you talking, what are you roaring?" As Renault looked at the waterfall in front of him, the members of the Whitebeard pirates had already driven the boat to the waterfall. But they couldn't go up. They thought that Renault's ability should be able to go up, so Whitebeard just asked Margot to call Renault. After Renault looked at the waterfall for a while, he looked at Margiao with a look of disgust and said, "What's the use of your birdman ability? Not only can't the speed catch up with me, but I can't even go up a waterfall. It's better not to have such an ability." In order to retaliate against him for disturbing his sleep, Renault immediately threw an output at Margiao, to see if he would dare to disturb his sleep in the future. "You little BD, Lao Zi is fighting with you. Call out." When Renault saw Marco rushing to beat him, he immediately disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already at Whitebeard's side. As Renault turned his head again, he looked in the direction of Margiao and said with contempt, "With your turtle-like speed, do you still want to catch up with me? Go back and practice for another 100 years. Ha 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 ha. Captain Margiao, you can't even catch up with this little guy. You're too rude, aren't you? It's so rude." When the people on the plywood saw that the two were making a fuss again, they immediately started booing, as if they were afraid that Renault and Margot would not be able to fight. Hearing everyone's ridicule, Margiao yelled with a black face, "Just the speed and flexibility of this little BD, the ghosts will catch up, you can go ahead." As Renault's telekinetic proficiency became higher and higher, it became more and more difficult for these people to get close to Renault. Before, they could still encounter Renault by sneak attack. Now after awakening observation haki, it is almost impossible for them to encounter Renault. Of course, with abilities like Sparkling Fruit, they can still catch up with him. Others can't catch up with Renault, not because his speed is too much faster than these people, but because his psychic power is too flexible. Others may have to pause when turning a corner, but he doesn't need it at all. He can just fly out of the S shape at full speed and turn these people around. There are very few people who can fly, and with his flexible flying ability, they will not be able to catch up with Renault. The crowd mocking Margot on the plywood immediately shut up and stopped talking when they heard that Margot asked them to go after Renault. They don't have the masochistic tendencies of Margiao, so why go after someone who knows they can't catch up? Whitebeard watched the crowd roar silently until everyone was quiet, then looked at Renault and asked, "Kid Renault, can you send the boat to the waterfall with your abilities?" Renault floated barefoot in the air, heard Whitebeard's question, and didn't answer him. Instead, he used his psychic power directly, and a mass of green energy began to emerge from his body, covering the entire hull in an instant. As the huge pirate ship slowly floated up, it flew into the sky and rushed to the top of the waterfall. Renault shouted in his heart, "Ryal little daughter-in-law, here I come." Chapter 41. Little Dot's ability is really pervert. More than a pervert, he is simply a monster. With this ability, if he is a pirate in the future, it is estimated that he will be a golden lion again. This little pervert is not only capable, but also his enchanting talent. Everyone should have felt it last night, right? Indeed, observation haki was awakened at the age of 5. This talent can only be described as a monster. We are still wearing open crotch pants at the age of 5. The people on the boat looked at the skyrocketing boat and the scene of the surroundings starting to retreat, and looked at the little figure with green energy all over his body, and they all sighed in shock. Boom, rumble. Renault controlled the boat to rush up the waterfall in a short while, and lowered the boat to the sea again. When the boat fell, it caused a large sea of waves. Ouch, ouch. Bang, bang, bang. The people on the boat were also smashed to pieces, only some strong people were able to stand firm, and most of them fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Margot asked directly with a dark face, "You little BD, can't you just put it down?" When Renault heard Margiao's question, he just glanced at him with disdain, and asked confidently, "Pineapple boy, you birdman who can't even bring a boat, what qualifications do you have to say that I am a great hero? And I'm just a 5-year-old child." I've only eaten devil fruit for a month. How much do you expect me to control my abilities? When Margiao heard Renault's words, he rolled his eyes frantically. If it wasn't for Laozi who couldn't catch up with you, and seeing your relaxed look, Laozi really believed in your evil. Thinking of Margiao here, he looked at Renault and asked suspiciously, what do I think, little BD, you are taking revenge on them? Renault deliberately took revenge on these people, because these people not only mocked Margiao when they were watching the fun, but as long as Renault made a fool of himself, the group of people also came to laugh at him mercilessly. Although Renault thought so in his heart, he would definitely not admit such a thing. After all, he was a good boy. Renault didn't care about 3721, he immediately showed an innocent look and quibble, I don't have any deep hatred with them, what am I doing to avenge them? After Renault finished speaking and paused for a while, he showed an expression of sudden realization and said, you must be saying this to sow discord, Pineapple Boy, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'm just a 5-year-old child, and you actually use this kind of scheming against me, won't your conscience hurt? You little BD. While talking about Margiao, Renault showed a pitiful look, and directly turned Margiao's face blue, unable to say a complete sentence. So Captain Margiao is such a person. Captain Marco is actually a scheming BCH. It's a shame that I still respect him so much. It turns out that his scheming is so deep, and we were all deceived by his appearance. Everyone on the boat looked at Margiao with an expression that I had misread you. Although they were whispering and discussing, the voice was so loud that everyone on the plywood could hear it, so almost everyone did it on purpose, just to see Margiao make a fool of himself. You bastards, do you believe this? When Margiao heard everyone's discussion, his face was flushed with anger, and he yelled at everyone directly. When everyone on the boat heard Margiao's words, they still said that we believe in him and not in you, so how can you treat us? After Renault saw this group of people choking with Margiao, he ignored them, but came to Whitebeard and said, Uncle Whitebeard, I want to take a step first and go to Wano Country to check the situation. After all, the goal of our group in the past is if it is too large, it will easily cause bad consequences. Renault thought about Kaido's capture of civilians and threatened Kojiki Oden, so he made this decision. If Whitebeard went directly, he was afraid that Kaido would jump over the wall. In this way, he has become a disservice. That's why he wanted to investigate the situation first. It would be better if he could rescue people in advance. Anyway, he had the ability to coordinate in space. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, and his safety was completely fine. Hearing Renault's words, Whitebeard asked with a puzzled face, let's just go and drive the enemy away, or just kill it. When Renault heard Whitebeard's question, he could only explain patiently, although I don't know what's going on in Wano Country now, the enemy has always had hostages in their hands, because they have been here for a long time, so the stupid big guy will be caught. They're playing dead. After listening to Renault's explanation, Whitebeard fell into deep thought, and after a while, he said, you can go and have a look first, but before I arrive, don't fight the enemy. Although your speed is good, your strength is not very good. Sample. When Renault heard Whitebeard's agreement, he immediately assured him with a smile, I am so afraid of death, how can I joke about my own life? If I can beat it, I will beat it, and if I can't beat it, I will run away. I still understand this principle. After Renault finished speaking, he slowly floated up, and as he floated into the sky, he shouted at Whitebeard, then I'll go to Wano Country first, Uncle Whitebeard, if something goes wrong, you can come and save me. After Renault finished speaking, he speeded up. The people on the boat didn't know what was going on, and he disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Thinking of what Renault said before he left, Whitebeard couldn't help shaking his head and thinking, if you are so afraid of death, why take the risk? Seeing Renault flying away suddenly, Marco ran to Whitebeard and asked, why did that little BD fly away suddenly? After hearing Margiao's question, Whitebeard gradually came back to his senses, and then explained, now Wano Country's situation is unknown. He came to me and told me to check the situation. After I agreed, he left. When Margot heard Whitebeard's words, he immediately pleaded anxiously, Dad, is it too dangerous for him to go alone, or should I go after him now? Hearing Margot's words, Whitebeard glanced at him angrily and asked, let's not talk about whether you can catch up, if Ishine wants to run away, I probably won't be able to keep him, so why should you worry? When Margiao heard Whitebeard's words, He immediately showed a puzzled expression, and secretly said in his heart, "Dad, you don't know, you don't slap people in the face, do you not expose shortcomings?" Chapter 42. Renault didn't go to July to find Kojiki Odin, because Kojiki Odin was probably no longer in July at this time. Not long after he came back, he ran to find the big snake to settle the account, and later was threatened by the big snake with a hostage, so he reached that ridiculous agreement foolishly. It's been half a month now, and he has probably returned to Wano Country for a while, so at this time he should be dancing in the capital of flowers, the general's mansion Orochimaru, and it's still the kind of L dance that gives up his dignity. Renault landed in Wano Country from Zaime Township, and without stopping, he went directly from a few kilometers above Zaime Township to the capital of flowers. After a while, Renault flew to the flower city. He landed in a sparsely populated place, and then walked towards the center of the flower city. Look, that BD Odin is dancing again. There is no shame in dancing this kind of dance in broad daylight. I heard that after he returned from the sea, he became a fool, so he dances this kind of dance every day. Hurry up, take all the children back, so as not to be spoiled by this kind of person. As soon as Renault approached the central street of the flower city, he heard a lot of talk from passers-by on the bustling street. Some passers-by even ran with their children directly, as if they were afraid that the children would see things they shouldn't see. Renault squeezed the crowd to get in, and saw Kojiki Odin, like a fool, with only a fig leaf on his body, dancing on the street. Anyone who sees him will treat him as a fool. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately pretended to be innocent, stepped forward, looked at Kojiki Odin and asked, "Uncle, why don't you wear clothes? You are so shameless. Whose child is this? Hurry up and take the child away. How can the child come into contact with such a person? I don't seem to have seen this child before. I don't know whose child it is. Anyone who knows it, hurry up and inform his family to take him away. Children are very curious, everyone is optimistic about their own children, and don't let children go near this shameless person." Renault's innocent, curious face approached him, and the crowd immediately began to talk about it. They all wanted to find Renault's parents and wanted them to take Renault away. But no matter how they asked, no one knew Renault, which made the well-meaning passers-by get anxious. When Kojiki Odin saw Renault, the embarrassment flashed across his face, but he returned to normal immediately, and then he ignored Renault and continued to dance as if he didn't know him. Renault also knew what he was worried about, so he said directly in spoken language, "You were deceived by Orochi, he will not let the hostages go, and I brought Whitebeard, you can do it yourself." After Renault finished speaking to Kojiki Odin silently, he immediately turned around and left here, heading in the direction of July. After Kojiki Odin saw Renault's spoken words, he froze in place, his face turned blue and then white, and after a while, he showed a foolish appearance and danced on the street. No one knew what he was thinking just now, but if a master was here, he would definitely feel the flash of murderous aura. Renault quickly disappeared into the crowd, and no one knew who the kid was and what he said to Kojiki Odin, causing him to stay in place for so long. Renault used the fastest speed to move in the direction of 9 miles. He walked slowly when he saw people, and flew at a low altitude when no one was there. The speed was as fast as lightning, and he appeared 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later under Odin Castle. Renault looked at the Odin Castle on the hill in front of him. After watching it for a while, he walked up. He thought to himself, his future day and his little wife should be on this, right? Stop. Who are you? As soon as Renault approached the high-rise building above Odin Castle, he was immediately stopped by a samurai with 2 swords on his waist. Renault just glanced at him, and immediately recognized who he was. Kinemon, the leader of the 9 Red Sheaths, was also a retainer of Kojiki Odin. Was he here for fear of the snake or Kaido coming over and attacking Tianyu? Thinking of Renault here, he introduced himself directly to Kinemon. "My name is Renault. I met Uncle Odin on the Roger Pirates. This time I came here to discuss something with Mrs. Shi. Please let me know." Kojiki Odin was so many days before Renault set off back to Wano Country, he must have told Tianyu about the Roger Pirates. And as a person who quarrels with Kojiki Odin every day, after that guy comes back, he will definitely complain about him in various ways, so Renault expects that he must have known him when Tianyu was set, and maybe all the 9 men in the Red Sheath have heard his name. In fact, it is similar to what Renault guessed. As soon as Kojiki Odin came back, he chatted with everyone about the Roger Pirates. The most mentioned is him, the guy who stole the entire pirate's treasury. Every time he talks about Renault they were all gnashing their teeth. After hearing Renault's self-introduction, Kinnaman looked at the little guy in front of him with a strange expression, and was secretly surprised. Is this the little guy who can steal the One Piece treasury before leaving? Although Kinnaman was always gnashing his teeth when he saw Kojiki Oden talking about Renault. But what they say is to praise how powerful Renault is, so it can be seen from this that Renault is a friend rather than an enemy. Kinnaman understood this, so he just sighed in his heart that Renault could steal One Piece's treasury at such a young age, and then said directly, I went in and told Madame Shi, but Madame Shi would not see you, I can't handle it. Okay, go and report it. Kinnaman was not talking nonsense either, and when he went inside to look for Tianyu, he disappeared around the corner in no time. Renault looked at the high-rise buildings with several floors in front of him, and thought to himself, I will see Ri's daughter-in-law soon, but he seems to be a little bit younger than himself now. Do you agree with him to take away Ri and his little daughter-in-law? When Renault thought of this, he directly shook his head, guessing that there is not much hope. A stray girl with her parents is trouble. If you really can't take it with you, just leave a spatial coordinate here, come over from time to brush up on your presence, and then add fudge daffa. This little daughter-in-law should be sure of everything, right? Thinking of Renault here, I secretly sighed in my heart, it's better to be the kind of stray girl who doesn't care, but unfortunately the time hasn't come yet. Those people only appeared after Roger's death, so we can only take it slowly. Chapter 43. Just when Renault was thinking about it, Jinwaiman had already gone to the high-rise building to report, and was walking back to Renault's side, and soon appeared in Renault's line of sight. After Jinwaiman came to Renault, he looked at Renault and said, Mrs. Shi wants to see you, come with me. After Jinwaiman finished speaking, he walked ahead and led the way. Renault followed in his footsteps without saying a word, and went to the top floor of the high-rise building, where Madame Shi was. After a while, Kinnaman took Renault to a hall on the top floor. The door of the hall was not closed. Looking in from the outside, you could see 1 big, 2, and 3 people eating inside. Renault didn't wait for Kinnaman to speak, so he drifted in slowly, as if returning to his own home, picked up the food on the table and ate it, and praised while eating, I didn't expect Wano-kuni's food to be so delicious. But Mrs. Shi is the best at making such delicious food. Seeing what Renault had done, Jinwaiman's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he immediately yelled at Renault, You little BD, this is the breakfast for Mrs. Shi and the young masters, what are you doing? Can you eat it? Mrs. Shi didn't mean to blame Renault, she waved to Jinwaiman and said, It's okay, he is a friend of Lord Oden. It would be rude for me not to go out to meet him in person. It's okay for him to just eat some food. After Renault dismissed Kinnaman, he looked at the little boy who was floating around, and asked kindly, Are you the Renault child that Lord Oden often mentions? Momosuke stared at Renault angrily when he saw Renault grab his food. On the other side, the smaller Kojiki Hiri looked at the boy who was floating around curiously, but the two of them didn't speak to Mrs. Shi, they just looked at Renault and didn't speak. When Renault heard Tianyueshi's question, he immediately showed his appearance as expected, and replied with a casual look, If that stupid big guy mentioned me with a gnashing expression, then it should be me. Come on. Ha ha ha. Renault's words made Tianyueshi laugh directly. It was the first time Tianyueshi laughed since Kojiki Oden went to find Orokai. Tianyueshi covered her mouth and smiled for a while before asking again, Did you come here Wano-kuni by yourself, or did you come with others? Renault hadn't eaten since he woke up in the morning, so he was really hungry, and he asked back while eating, Before answering your question, I want to ask Mrs. Shi about your time-space ability. In addition to traveling through time and space, can you see what about the future development of Wano-kuni? When Tianyueshi heard Renault's question, his face instantly turned ugly, and he asked Renault directly, How do you know my ability? And also know that my ability can travel through time and space. Tianyueshi knew that Kojiki Oden wouldn't say such a thing, she must have known it from somewhere else, that's why her face was so ugly. If Renault's answer is not good, it is estimated that she may explode an attack. Of course, she is definitely not Renault's opponent. Renault looked at Tianyu who was protecting the child behind him with a speechless expression, but he could only helplessly explain, Don't worry, I'm not your enemy, since the idiot told you about me, it must be also said my strength and ability. If I really want to do something to you, I can throw a stone and smash Oden Castle into nothing, so I don't need such trouble at all. Tianyueshi heard Renault's explanation, and remembered Kojiki Oden's introduction to Renault, as if he was right, probably because he was too sensitive. When I thought of Tianyu here, I let go of my guard for a while, and then I stopped asking the question just now, but answered directly, my ability can only travel through time and space, and I can't know what will happen in the future. When Renault heard Tianyueshi's answer, he thought about the introduction in the plot. Tianyueshi could only travel to the future, but could not come back after passing through the past. It seemed that she did not lie. Then Wanakuni's prediction of 20 years later could only come from Kojiki Oden, who has been to Raftel. Renault estimates that there is not only a blank 100-year history, but there may also be prophecies and the like. For example, when there will be a savior in the world, that is, the protagonist of Luffy, there may be such a prophecy-like existence. Otherwise Roger wouldn't have said that he wouldn't die, and Rayleigh wouldn't have said that Luffy should be the one Roger was waiting for. As if the dead knew that someone would appear in the future to end the reign of the celestial dragons, Renault wouldn't believe it if there were no prophecies. Thinking of Renault here, he stopped beating around the bush and directly used his ability to put a layer of green energy on the heads of the two little broken children, so that they could not hear the sound. The reason why he did this was because the children were ignorant. Run out and talk nonsense. After doing all this, Renault said directly to Tianyueshi, if there is no help, you and the big fool will die, and Wanakuni will be in a hellish era for 20 years. What did you say? After Tianyueshi heard Renault's words, her eyes widened in excitement. She stood up and asked loudly. Seeing her reaction, Renault rolled his eyes and replied, you heard right, that's what you heard just now. After Tianyueshi heard Renault's affirmation, she didn't come back to her senses for a long time, sitting there in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. I don't know how long it took, but Tianyueshi finally came back to his senses, looked at Renault and asked, since you know these things, then you should have a solution, right? Although Tianyueshi suspected that Renault would lie to her just now, but after thinking about the situation Kojiki Oden was facing now, she knew that Renault had not lied to her, and Renault had no reason to lie to her. She had heard Kojiki Oden say that Renault was a person who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and helped them break out of the marine encirclement. When she thought of the sky and moon here, she finally believed what Renault said. Renault finally believed him when he saw Tianyu, and he was one step closer to the Raider's Day and his little daughter-in-law. As long as Tianyueshi is dealt with, then in the future, Kojiki Oden won't dare to let go of his affairs with Ri and his daughter-in-law. After all, Kojiki Oden is notoriously afraid of his wife. Chapter 44. Since Tianyueshi already believed him, Renault didn't hide anymore, and said directly to Tianyueshi, I told Whitebeard about the Wanakuni meeting, and now the Whitebeard pirates are outside Wanakuni, can you save me? Wanakuni wants to see Whitebeard, not me as a kid. Tianyueshi was shocked when she heard that the Whitebeard pirates were near Wanakuni, but she didn't show it. After Tianyueshi lowered his head to calm down, he raised his head again and asked Renault, what's your relationship with Whitebeard? Why would he believe your words and come to Wanakuni? And how do you know what will happen to Wanakuni in the future? In fact, Tianyueshi wanted to ask just now, how did Renault know about these things? He was only 5 years old now, he had never been to Wanakuni, and he seemed to know everything. When Renault heard Tianyueshi's series of questions, he immediately became one of the first and two, but he explained patiently, I have nothing to do with Whitebeard, but I am temporarily living on his boat. As for why Whitebeard believed what I said, it was because he had verified the truth of what I said. As for the last question, no comment, but you just need to know that Whitebeard believes what I say, because he knows how I know these things. Tianyueshi listened to Renault's explanation for a long time, but the result was as if he had not explained. When Renault heard Tianyueshi's words, he touched his nose in embarrassment. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, he just knew about the future. The less people knew about it, the better. Originally, he didn't even want to say anything about Whitebeard. But thinking that he's not the kind of big-mouth person, and if he doesn't say it, I don't think Whitebeard will come to Wanakuni, so Renault told him. And what kind of person Tianyueshi is, Renault doesn't know at all, and the plot's introduction to her is only a brief introduction. This woman is full of secrets, and he doesn't want to tell such a person his details. When Tianyu saw Renault like this, she probably wouldn't answer her question, so she stopped asking this, but changed the subject and asked, you and Oden have only known each other for half a month, So why bother come and help us Wano. Renault said that she was the one who waited so much. When he heard Tianyu, he finally asked, and immediately pretended to be angry and scolded, if it wasn't for the sake of my future daughter-in-law, who would come to save that the stupid big guy who was sold by the enemy and helped people with money. When Tianyu heard Renault scolding Kojiki Odin, not only did he not mean to be angry, but he even had the urge to laugh. She didn't know why, but it was probably because of the appearance of Renault as a little adult. Tianyueshi heard Renault say it was for his little daughter-in-law, and immediately asked with a curious expression, "Little Renault, who is the future little daughter-in-law you're talking about?" Renault did not answer her words, but floated directly in front of Ryal, stretched out his hand and introduced himself. "Hello Ryal, my name is Alfaku. Renault is your future husband, you must remember your husband's own name." Hearing Renault's words, Kojiki Hiri looked at the beautiful boy with a confused expression and asked, "What is your husband?" When Renault heard her question, he immediately explained patiently, "The meaning of your husband is the same as the relationship between your mother and your father. You will marry me in the future, so I am your future husband." Kojiki Hiri didn't know if he really understood it, or if he didn't. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Then, will you give me a lot of delicious food and fun?" When Renault heard Kojiki Hiri call his husband directly, his heart was overturned, and he immediately patted his chest and assured, "These are just small problems. In the future, my husband will take you around the world, taste all the delicious food in the world, let you live the happiest life." Really? When Kojiki Hiri heard Renault's words, he immediately showed a star-like look, looking forward to it. Of course it's true. Renault leaned in front of Kojiki Hiri and kept flickering, either tempting with delicious food or saying how beautiful the outside was, "So you should leave with my husband." When Tianyu heard the conversation between Renault and Kojiki Hiri, she had a dark face the whole time. When she came back to her senses, the two had already talked about going out to sea and traveling the world together in the future. When Tianyueshi heard this, he thought with a dark face, it turns out that the future daughter-in-law this little BD said was his daughter Ryal, but how did he know that Ryal would be his wife in the future? When thinking of Tianyu here, he secretly guessed in his heart, he should have the ability to predict the future, or know someone who can predict the future, so that he can explain what he is doing now. Tianyueshi himself is a time-space fruit person, so according to Renault's appearance just now, he knows everything. She immediately guessed in the direction of devil fruit. She guessed that Renault should have the ability to predict the future, or someone who knew this aspect. Although Tianyueshi's guess was wrong, it can be said that she was right, because Renault did know the future, but not because of devil fruit, but because he was a wall-hanging who had read the original book. After Tianyueshi guessed this, he looked at Renault and thought to himself, for the sake of his future wife, he tried his best to come to Wano Country from thousands of miles to help. Ryal has a husband who thinks about him so much. In the future, Ryal should follow him. Very happy. Tianyueshi thought of this, so she didn't stop Renault from approaching Ryal. Since Ryal Miku is his wife, and he is willing to do this for Ryal, what reason does her mother have to stop her? Woolen cloth? But what Tianyueshi didn't know was that what happened to Wano Country was true, but the future daughter-in-law was made up by someone, but as long as Renault didn't say anything about it, no one would know about it. In this way, Renault got the support of Tianyueshi inexplicably, but he didn't know it himself. Renault is still trying to fool his future daughter-in-law, telling her about the flowery world outside, and he won't need to speak at that time, and Ryal will go with him by himself, hehe. Chapter 45. Cough, cough. When Tianyu saw that Renault couldn't stop chatting with Ryal, he could only cough to attract Renault's attention. Tianyueshi knew that Renault had worked so hard to come here. Although she did not object to the two of them being together in the future, she directly fooled her daughter in front of her. "Are you polite, little friend?" The person who followed Kojiki Odin to the north and the south in Tianyueshi was of course a person with extraordinary knowledge. How could she not hear that Renault was deliberately tempting Ryal? The purpose should be to make Ryal curious, and then take Ryal to sea together. But although Tianyueshi doesn't object to the two of them, she will not agree to let Ryal go to sea now. After all, Ryal is too young now, how could she feel at ease to let her go to sea? And now that Renault is still so young, how she thinks it is unreliable, even if the two of them are really husband and wife in the future, she absolutely does not agree to let Ryal go to sea with Renault now. When thinking of Tianyu here, he looked at his two children and said, Momonosuke, Hiyori, you guys go out to play first, I want to chat with this kid. When Momonosuke heard that he could go out to play, he immediately ran outside, as if there were some kind of beast here that was escaping for his life. And after being fooled by Renault, he doesn't want to be separated from Renault for a moment. He turned his head 3 times and said, Husband, after you have finished chatting with your mother, you must come to me. Okay, I'll find you soon. Seeing this scene, Renault assured with a smile on his face. Tianyushi waited until Momonosuke and Hiyori both went out, and said straight to Renault, I don't know if you say Hiyori is your wife in the future, but it looks like you can save her from thousands of miles away. For the sake of it, I don't object to your future affairs, but now Ryuhi is still too young, I definitely don't agree with Ryuhi going to sea with you now. Although Tianyushi had already chosen to trust Renault in her heart, she didn't say it, but pretended she didn't know anything, and deliberately said that it was because Renault had come to save people thousands of miles before she agreed. The future of the two of them. When Renault heard Tianyushi's words, she knew that she had discovered her little thoughts just now, otherwise she wouldn't talk to herself about it alone. However, he had already made preparations that he would not be able to take Ri and his little daughter-in-law, so he didn't feel lost or whatever. After all, he has the ability to coordinate in space, and it is only a matter of minutes if he wants to come back to see Ri and his little daughter-in-law. Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Tianyu and said with a serious face, I didn't even think about taking her away now, after all, I am a child myself, and I need others to take care of myself. Taking her out now is not for happiness, but for happiness. Suffer, how could I possibly do such a thing? When Tianyu saw that Renault said it was so serious, it didn't seem like she was pretending, so she didn't think about it, but chose to believe Renault's words. Renault can also fool Tianyushi, a person who is not familiar with him. If Kojiki Oden is here, he can definitely tell at a glance that Renault is pretending. There's no way the guys on the Roger ship have been fooled so many times that they know so much about whether or not Renault is pretending. After Tianyushi knew that Renault would not take Ryuhi with him, he stopped talking about this topic, but asked directly, you brought the Whitebeard pirates here, do you want to fight Orokai and Kaido, or do you have any plans? When Renault heard Tianyu's question, he answered truthfully, we don't have a specific plan, because we don't know the situation in Wano Country, so I will come to understand the situation first. While talking, Renault took out a phone bug and handed it to Tianyu, this is Uncle Whitebeard's phone bug. I don't know about the war. If you have anything, report it to him. Renault is just an ordinary person from Blue Star and has never been exposed to these things at all, so he really doesn't understand. So when Renault came over, he brought Whitebeard's phone bug over there. Let Whitebeard talk to Tianyushi if you have anything. Tianyu was silent for a while after receiving the phone, and then she still called. She was not afraid of death in Tianyu, but she was afraid that Kojiki Oden would die when she filmed, and she was even more afraid that Momonosuke and Hiyori would die, so she still decided to call this distress call. Seeing that she had made a call, Renault stood up and said, talk to Uncle Whitebeard slowly. I'll go out to find Sun and play for a while. Call me after you're done talking. After Renault finished speaking, he didn't wait for Tianyushi to speak, and then he drifted outside to listen to them talk about some boring wars. Why don't he find Ri and his daughter-in-law to cultivate a relationship? Husband, are you out? Hiyori didn't leave the hall, but sat not far from the hall, as if waiting for Renault. Seeing Renault come out, he ran over to greet him happily. When Renault heard that the husband called Ryuhi so smoothly, he immediately said with a wide-eyed smile, come here with you, today, the husband will take you to experience the feeling of flying freely. After hearing Renault's words and seeing him floating in the air, Hiyori asked with a look of surprise, husband, can I really fly like you? Renault listened to Ryuhi's husband one by one, and assured him with delight, my husband can not only take you to fly, but in the future, my husband will find you a devil fruit ability that can fly freely, so that you can fly freely in the same place as your husband. Heaven and earth. Wow. Husband, you are so kind. Hearing Renault's assurance, Hiyori immediately revealed a pair of star eyes, a small look of admiration for Renault. After Renault saw that she was ready, a mass of green energy began to emerge from her body, and as it covered Hiyori, Hiyori slowly floated up. Wow. It's really flying, my husband is amazing. As Renault took Hiyori and flew around Oden Castle several times, the little girl screamed excitedly. Renault looked at Ryal, who was screaming with excitement, and shook his head helplessly. Such a cute little daughter-in-law can't be brought by his side, what a sin. If he can bring a lively, active, and cute little daughter-in-law with him, he will never be lonely in the future sailing, but unfortunately it is not what one wishes. Chapter 46. Usse didn't know what to talk about with Whitebeard, and they talked directly for an afternoon. It was not until evening that Kinnaman came over and called Renault Ryal, who was shopping, back. Renault was taken to a room by Kinnaman, and the phone bug on the table in front of Usse was still connected and did not hang up. Renault, who had just come in to see this scene, asked with a puzzled look, "What are you talking about? How can you talk for an afternoon?" Renault thought that Tianyu had also been with the Whitebeard pirates. Wouldn't they have any special relationship? Thinking of Renault here, looking at Tianyu with a strange expression, he kept looking up and down, and thought to himself, "My future mother-in-law doesn't look like that kind of person." When Usse heard Renault's question, and saw his strange look, he didn't understand that this stinky boy was thinking crooked. When he thought of Tianyu here, his face flushed slightly, and then he scolded Renault, "What are you thinking about, you little brat? I'm just briefing him on the current situation of Wano Country. Because Wano Country is too complicated, it took so long. If you dare to think wildly, you little brain, be careful that I won't let you step into Odin Castle in the future." Usse knew that this kind of misunderstanding had to be explained clearly, otherwise, after this little guy misunderstood, it would spread to Kojiki Odin's ears, and if Kojiki Odin and Whitebeard turned against each other, she would really want to cry without tears. Renault was only thinking about it because of a cramp in his head. He didn't believe that Usse would have an affair with Whitebeard, so he just observed the idea for a while before throwing it out of his head. As a result, as soon as I finished this idea, I heard the threat from Usse, and immediately pretended to be innocent and asked, "I'm just curious about what kind of thing it is, so you can discuss it for so long. Is this kind of thought a wild idea?" When Usse heard Renault's rhetorical question, he looked at Lei for a long time suspiciously, and stopped when he saw that Renault didn't seem to be pretending. If Kojiki Odin were here, he would definitely see that Renault was pretending, because as long as Renault lied, he would pretend to be innocent, but Usse didn't know it. After Usse made sure that Renault was not lying, he forgot what happened just now, and said to Renault, "I have already introduced the Wano Country situation to Captain Whitebeard, and I haven't decided on a battle plan yet. He said he wants to ask you opinion before making a decision." When Usse heard that Whitebeard was going to ask Renault's opinion, she was taken aback. She thought that Renault was only temporarily living in the Whitebeard pirates, but she didn't expect that Renault's weight in Whitebeard's place was so heavy that she even did it. War plans should ask his opinion. When Renault heard Usse's words, he took the phone bug on the table and asked speechlessly, "Uncle Whitebeard, I'm only 5 years old this year, and I don't know anything about war. Don't you come and ask me if it's okay. Goo la 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 la." Whitebeard laughed and said with emotion, "If you were an ordinary 5-year-old, of course I wouldn't ask your opinion, but you are not an ordinary 5-year-old. When Renault heard Whitebeard's words, he kept rolling his eyes, but he could only helplessly start to say, "The enemy is not very strong, if you fight head-on, you can solve it yourself. The key question now is how to rescue the hostages, otherwise not only Kaido and the others are our enemies, but even the big fools may become our enemies because of the hostages." When Renault said this, he thought to himself, it seems that if he doesn't care, Whitebeard will not find a chance to intervene in Wano Country's affairs. Originally, he wanted to throw this matter to the Whitebeard pirates, and then hid behind to watch the play, but he still had to do it himself after all the trouble. Renault thought of this indignantly, looked at Tianyu and asked, "How many hostages were taken by the snake? Where are they being held?" Usse knew that Renault was trying to save the hostages, so he didn't dare to neglect him when he asked, and replied directly, "There are about 400 or 500 hostages, and they are being held in the rabbit bowl." Renault didn't answer her words, but said again, "Find me something that can prove my identity. When I go to rescue people, I must get the trust of the hostages before I can rescue them." When Tianyu heard Renault's words, an expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Hearing Renault's words, he really had a way to save people. She discussed with Whitebeard all afternoon and couldn't do anything. Finally, Whitebeard said to ask Renault for his opinion. Unexpectedly, this question really came up with a solution. When thinking of Tianyu here, he quickly took out a token from his arms and said, "The hostages caught are all from July, and this token represents the identity of Lord Odin. As long as there is this token, those hostages will unconditionally trust you." Renault took the token given by Tianyu, and then took out a knife from his body and handed it to her, saying, "Find an open place at night. The place must be large, it must be able to hold hundreds of people, and then put this knife there, and find someone to guard it so that no one can touch the knife." Although Tianyueshi was full of doubts, she still took the knife from Renault. She looked at it and saw that it was no different from an ordinary knife. Seeing her puzzled look, Renault said, "Nonsense, by chance, this knife was fused with the devil fruit. Not only can it use its abilities, but now it can recognize its owner and let its owner have its devil fruit ability." A part of what? Tianyueshi was shocked and opened his mouth wide, enough to swallow an egg. After a while, he regained his strength, and asked with a look of surprise, "The item can actually be combined with devil fruit? You won't be. Are you kidding me? Do you know what you mean by that, brat? Is what you just said true or false?" Tianyueshi had just finished asking Renault, and the phone bug on the table also rang Whitebeard's voice. Seeing the reaction of the two of them, Renault secretly guessed in his heart, hasn't the technology that can make items merge with devil fruit in the future? Chapter 47. Thinking of Renault here, he can only vaguely say, it's not that items cannot be merged with devil fruit, but there are too many opportunities and coincidences in this situation. In short, people in this era cannot make items merge with devil fruit. Condition. Tianyueshi and Whitebeard rolled their eyes together, pouting in their hearts. "You directly said how to integrate devil fruit with items, only you can do it in this world, so much nonsense ah?" Both of them knew that Renault had the ability to predict the future, and the way to integrate devil fruit was probably researched by people in the future. Renault doesn't care whether they believe it or not, he just wants to find an excuse to end this issue. Whitebeard and Tianyueshi believe it or not, what's his business? Renault told a lie from the beginning, so he didn't expect them to believe him at all. As long as he didn't delay his work, let them guess the rest. Thinking of Renault here, he ignored their doubts and began to introduce, "This knife can open a passage, so that people around me can reach the position of the knife in an instant through this passage." When Tianyueshi heard Renault's introduction, he immediately widened his eyes, with a shocked expression on his face, and blurted out, "The ability of this knife is actually a space-type devil fruit." It turned out to be a devil fruit with the same time and space ability as her, such a heaven-defying devil fruit ability, but the ability of a knife, which shocked her and felt a pity at the same time. Seeing her startled, Renault rolled his eyes and complained angrily, "Can you not be startled? I'm still a child. If you scare my soul away and become a fool, you will pay for it. Give me your soul." After Tianyueshi regained his strength, he said with a smile, "If you are scared away and become a fool, I will pay you Ryal in the future." When Renault heard Tianyu's words, he looked at her with a look of contempt, and gave you a look for yourself to experience. Ryal was originally his little daughter-in-law, and at noon, the girls also agreed. Is this considered a second consumption now? Thinking of Renault here, I didn't want to talk to such a brazen person anymore, so I stood up and said, "I have finished what I have to say, and you can talk to Uncle Whitebeard about the rest. I'll go to the rabbit bowl to check the situation first. It can be more convenient when I do it at night, otherwise it's not easy to save people if I don't know anything." After Renault finished speaking, he drifted out slowly, regardless of whether they agreed with him or not. After Renault came out, he flew above the clouds, and then flew towards the rabbit bowl with full power. In just a few minutes, Renault had appeared behind the clouds over the rabbit bowl. Renault looked at the rabbit bowl under the clouds. They were a group of people who looked like they were absent from work. They were digging the stone in the rabbit bowl. He thought to himself, I don't know if they were digging sea stone. If it's really sea stone, he'll have to get out of there. After all, he doesn't have armament haki right now. If he encounters Logia's ability, he can also use sea stone and telekinesis to smash people, so that he will not have no power to fight back. Thinking of Renault here, I secretly wrote it down in my heart. I must check it out at night, and then it's not too late to save people. After Renault stepped on the rabbit bowl, he turned around and flew back in the direction of July. Now that everything is ready, only the east wind is needed. Ding. Host has a new check-in task. For details, please open the taskbar on the host to view. Just as Renault was flying back, the system in his mind suddenly popped up to remind him that he had a new clock in task. Renault stopped above the clouds in confusion and said to the system will call up the task bar for me, let me see what the task is. Renault secretly prayed, don't let me go to Beast's Pirates to check in for half a month and other tasks. Now that everything is ready, if he really comes for such a task, then he has spent so much effort just now, and all the preparations he has made will be in vain. Pick in quest, ask the host to find Captain Kaido of Beast's Pirates, stay in front of him for a minute, and complete the character check-in quest. When Renault saw that it was just a character check-in task, he breathed a sigh of relief, his small face immediately wrinkled again, and asked the system, you asked me to spend a minute in front of this moody person like Kaido, you are sure I won't? Was KO punched by Kaido? Although Renault was confident that he could escape from the hands of Margaret, and he ran easily, but he was not arrogant enough to be able to escape from the hands of the 4 emperors in the future, Kaido. Only a reckless man will face hard steel in order to achieve his goal, and a smart person will rely on outsmarting to achieve his goal. Host, you are a man with unlimited spiritual power and your brain has been exploited twice. You won't tell this system that you are a rude man? Renault's eyes lit up when he heard the system's reminder, but when he heard the system's question, his face darkened immediately. He was actually despised by a system. If it weren't for the system's insubstantiality, he would definitely have dragged the system out and smoked it. Renault had no choice but to wobble in his head as he began to think about how to approach Kaido again. There must be a way to stand in front of him, and he will not attack his own way immediately. As long as Kaido doesn't attack him as soon as he comes up, it's not hard for him to get away from Kaido if he has time to prepare. He was afraid that Kaido would not give him the time to prepare, and attacked him as soon as he came up, making him unable to react. Just as Renault was trying to figure out how to approach Kaido, he had already flown back to the sky over Odin Castle. Seeing that Renault has reached his destination, and he has not thought of a way until now, let's go down and think of a way first. When Renault drifted down slowly, he thought to himself, I really can't ask Uncle Whitebeard to help him, tie up this Kaido, and then do the punch-in task by himself. This method is not bad, hee. Renault thought that although he thought so, he would never do it unless he had to. After all, it was very difficult to pay back the debt. When he was on the Whitebeard Pirates, he took the same approach as he did on the Roger Pirates. He didn't get too involved with them, so that when he wanted to leave in the future, he would be reluctant to leave. After all, people are emotional animals. Chapter 48. Night, over the Rabbit Bowl. Renault was bubbling with green energy, floating on the clouds above the Rabbit Bowl, hiding above the clouds and preparing to go down to save people. And next to him was a man with blue flames all over his body. If it wasn't for the thick clouds, they would have been discovered by the people below before they even started to save people. Renault glanced at Margiao next to him, and said with a look of disgust, I see the flames in your body. It doesn't look like you're here to help me, but it looks like it's here to hold me back. Today, Whitebeard heard that Renault wanted to save people himself, and he would not agree no matter what he said. After all, this was the enemy's territory, and no one could tell how many strong people there were. In the end, Renault could only reluctantly agree to bring Marco, so Whitebeard would let him come here to save people. When Margiao heard Renault's disdain for him, his face darkened immediately, and he gritted his teeth and said, if Daddy didn't insist on me coming with you, do you think I would like to act with you? Renault looked at the flames in his body, and said with a look of disgust, if you continue like this, the target is too big. It is estimated that they will have discovered it before you get close. I will go down to check the situation later. Before I call you, you don't go down, do you understand? Margot turned his head aside, ignoring Renault at all, as if he didn't hear what he said. Renault knew that he had heard it clearly and was just making trouble with himself, so he stopped talking nonsense to him. Renault saw that the light below was gradually dying out, and when most of the bottom of the rabbit bowl was plunged into darkness, he immediately descended slowly. Seeing that Renault had already gone down, Marco looked at the flames on his body, but still resisted the thought of going down. Let's take a look at what this little BD does. If he can't go down alone, it's not too late. Anyway, with his speed and ability, there is no danger at all in a short period of time. Margiao did not forget his mission this time. Whitebeard sent him to protect Renault's safety. Renault was alone in saving people. So he only needs to help Renault to block the enemy when there is a strong enemy, and buy enough time for Renault to save people. Renault fell to the ground quietly, without alerting any guards, and then observed in the dark. Renault wore a black dress tonight and hid green energy in his clothes. He was still floating in midair, and there was no sound of footsteps, so he observed around, and all the cell arrangements in the rabbit bowl were not disturbed. Anyone? Renault had just observed that there were thousands of absentees here, and he didn't know which ones were hostages. The only way now is to save all these people. Fortunately, this is not difficult for him, it just needs to waste a little more time. Thinking of Renault here, he walked directly to the guard's room guarding this place. He had to find the keys to these cells. Because there are thousands of absentees here at Rabbit Bowl, and they are detained in dozens of cells, it is too slow to ask him to check in one by one. So I just got them the keys, let out some absentees first, and then let these absentees help open the cells. After all these absentees came out, he directly opened the space coordinates and took away these absentees and hostages. Who? As soon as Renault approached the guard's room, a shout came from inside, and it was obvious that the people inside had noticed his arrival. Renault heard the shouting coming from inside, and immediately swept in with the color of knowledge. His face darkened immediately, and he cursed inwardly, "FK. Quinn, one of the 3 major disasters in the future, has he joined the Beast's pirates during this period?" Boom. Without giving Renault any time to think about it, the door of the room was smashed into pieces as soon as the voice rang out, and a tall and fat man rushed out from inside. As soon as Quinn came out without saying a word, he charged directly at Renault, his fist as big as a casserole, hammering down Renault's small body. Call out. Bump. Before Quinn could get close, Renault vanished in place, leaving his fist hammered in loneliness. When Renault reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. He had just stabilized his body and immediately raised his small hand and waved it in Quinn's direction. A huge green palm rushed towards Quinn with great speed. Quinn saw the green palm coming towards him as fast as lightning. The distance was only 10 meters. He didn't have the speed of Renault, so he didn't have time to dodge. Touch search. After Quinn and the green energy palm stalemate for a while, she was shot upside down by the green palm and flew out. Boom, rumble. After Quinn flew upside down, she swiped on the ground for a while before hitting a stone wall not far away and stopped. A deep ditch of several meters was drawn on the ground that Quinn had crossed, and a large hole was knocked out of the stone wall not far away, and the surroundings were also covered with spider webs, as if it might collapse at any time. Renault looked at the small palm in front of him, and then at Quinn who flew out, and thought with a dazed expression, "This is one of the 3 major disasters in the future. How do you feel that this guy, so weak? If Renault doesn't use his ultimate now, his telekinetic attack isn't as strong, it's just about the same as Marine's Rear Admiral. Because he can't control the power of the mind at will, if he wants to use a powerful attack, the range will be very huge. However, when he can compress his psychic power, there will be no such troubles, but now he is not proficient enough to achieve that level, so the greater his attack power, the greater the range." The reason why he was so confused was because the attack power just now, which was at the Marine Rear Admiral level, was able to knock out Quinn, one of the 3 major disasters, upside down. Could this make him stupid? The reason why Quinn was kicked out was because the attack was sudden and fast, and he defended in a hurry. Of course it was impossible to let it go. And now Quinn is only in his 30s, and his strength has not yet reached his peak. He was only a little stronger than Marine Vice Admiral in his peak. How can he be stronger now that he has not reached his peak? Renault didn't think of this. In his subconscious, this guy was one of the 3 major disasters in the Beast's pirates more than 20 years later, so he was confused about being able to beat Quinn. Chapter 49. Boss Quinn is not even the enemy of this child. What is his origin? Fake it. Boss Quinn was knocked away with 1 blow. Even Boss Quinn is not an opponent. We are only delivering food when we go up. What should we do now? How about, run away? Let's go, go. The guards who rushed out after Quinn just now saw that their boss couldn't hold on for a round, so they all hid in disgust. However, they are not discussing how each other Renault, but how to run away. Worthy of being a pirate, it is really difficult to fly each other. Da-da-da-da-da. While Renault was still bewildered, the sound of machine guns rang out, but the bullets were not aimed at Renault, but at the fleeing guards. Ah dash. Not good. Boss Quinn is fine. Hurry up and escape. If we don't escape, we will all be killed by Boss Quinn. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless bullets shot out from the place where Quinn had just smashed it and set off a piece of dust. Because it was blocked by a piece of dust, it was impossible to see what was going on from the outside, and only countless bullets could be seen shooting out of the dust. After all the escaped guards fell, Quinn slowly walked out of the dust. Except for some embarrassment on his body, he couldn't find any wounds at all. After Quinn came out of the dust, she stared at Renault, who was floating in the air, and asked with an ugly face, "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" They didn't realize until they were touched by the enemy outside the room. How could he have a good face? No matter who encounters this kind of thing, it is estimated that he will not be able to calm down. Renault saw Quinn, who came out safe and sound, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he thought to himself, "This guy can't hurt himself, and he can't do anything about him without using his ultimate move, but if he uses his ultimate move, Rabbit, it is estimated that these people in the bowl will be killed by the aftermath of his ultimate move." Thinking of Renault here, he put down his serious expression and returned to his usual lazy look and said, "Nonsense, I'm just a person passing by here. I just came over when I saw the light here. I didn't expect you to attack me as soon as you came out. You asked me why I came here, and I want to ask why you attacked me for no reason." Da-da-da-da. Just after Renault finished speaking, Quinn's arm turned into a machine gun, and it was a dab-dab at Renault. Seeing Quinn, who didn't play cards according to the routine, Renault cursed in his heart, "FK. This Gori doesn't talk about martial arts, and he even plays sneak attack. Hey, hee hee. Renault scolded Quinn in his heart as he twisted and swayed from side to side. The bullets just couldn't hit him. The bullets seemed to avoid him on purpose, and all flew past him. Renault was dodging bullets with the observation hacky as he figured out how to get rid of the guy and get the keys. But his blue-fired Gatling has endless bullets. It is not difficult for him to escape, but it seems impossible to get rid of him to find the key. Thinking of Renault here, he shouted directly to the sky, "Get down, the Birdman above, if you don't get down again, I will sink this place." Margiao was sent by Whitebeard to be his bodyguard, so he doesn't need it at this time. Could he keep it for the new year to be a pig slaughter? After letting him come down to hold Quinn, he quickly went to find the key. Now that the guards have been alerted, he can only speed up the rescue. Otherwise, Kaido's pervert guy, if he gets the news and rushes over, he will be miserable by then. Marga, who was still above the clouds, didn't dare to delay for a moment when he heard Renault's shout and his words to sink here, and swooped down as fast as lightning. Marco knew how terrifying Renault was. He couldn't catch up to Renault last time. In order to get close to this guy to get revenge, he threatened that even if he stood and let Renault fight, Renault would not be able to break his defense. Then, a giant green palm appeared on top of his head, which was over 1,000 meters long, scaring him to flee for his life. If Renault had not deliberately slowed down his speed, he would probably still be lying on the bed now. Because when he escaped from the palm of his hand and looked back at the palm of his hand, there was no palm behind him, but a huge abyss with a diameter of 1 kilometer appeared, filled with seawater. From that day onwards, Margiao knew the horror of Renault. Usually ordinary attacks are not painful, but if you want to make a real move, this little BD can break out attacks of the level of top powerhouses. Therefore, as soon as Marco heard Renault said that he would sink this place, he would rush down without hesitation, for fear that Renault would really sink this place. Call out. Da-da-da-da. Puff puff puff. Margiao turned into a phoenix, flying as fast as lightning, and appeared in front of Renault in a few flashes, blocking the countless bullets that were still shooting. However, these bullets hit Margiao's body. Although many places were pierced, the pierced places soon returned to their original shape, as if it was not him who was pierced just now. Margiao turned into a phoenix to block the bullets with his body, turned his head and said, "I'll help you block it here, go and save the hostages." "Thank you, Pineapple Boy." After Renault heard Margiao's words, he looked at Margiao, who was standing in front of him, and immediately thanked him with a smile, "Thank you, Pineapple Boy. Don't die if you hold on." After Renault finished speaking, without waiting for Margot to reply, he immediately floated towards the guard's room, the guard who was still standing. They didn't dare to step forward to stop Renault, and all of them retreated, as if Renault was a plague god. No guards came out to stop Renault, so he entered the guard's room with ease. As soon as Renault came in, he saw a bunch of keys hanging on the wallpaper, and with a wave of his hand, all the keys floated in front of him. Bang bang, bang bang. Vigorous. After Renault got the key to the cell, he walked out of the guard's room and looked at Marco and Quinn, who were already scrambling together. Chapter 50. Renault didn't mean to go up to help, just glanced at the two of them and turned away, drifting directly towards the cell. Because Margot doesn't need his help at all, and his mission is to save people, not to fight the enemy head-on. Halfway through the drift, Renault suddenly seemed to remember something, and immediately drifted off into the darkness on the other side. It was pitch black at night, floating in midair, and whoever encountered Renault would probably be scared to death. "You bastards, don't hurry up and stop that kid, and contact Boss Kaido to report the situation here and ask for support. If you let them rescue the hostages, none of the people here today will want to live. If anyone wants to die, Laozi can give him a ride in advance." Quinn saw his group of subordinates and was so frightened that he didn't even dare to stop Renault, so he scolded and threatened the group of subordinates directly. The surrounding guards looked at each other after hearing the words of Quinn, and only then did he remember the moody Kaido. "Not good. Go and stop that kid just now. If we can't stop that kid, even if we leave here alive, we'll be killed by Kaido boss later. Chong, there is still a chance to intercept. If we don't intercept, we only have a dead end." Da. After a group of guards listened to what Quinn said, their belief in survival finally overcame their fear, and they chased after Renault in the direction of departure. Several guards took out a phone bug and were making a call. And this group of guards only wanted to chase Renault now. How could they catch him? He had long since disappeared around the corner, drifting towards the unknown darkness as fast as lightning, throwing off the guards behind him. Cut. And when Margot saw the guards chasing after him, and the guards who were calling the bug not far away, he didn't seem to be worried at all, and he still fought back and forth with Quinn. Boom, rumble. Bang bang, bang bang. Quinn looked at Margiao, who didn't let himself take a step away, and asked with an ugly face, "Aren't you worried about that kid just now? And the island of Oni is not far from here. Our Captain Kaido will be able to support him soon. It's still too late for you to leave, otherwise you will all die." When Margiao heard Quinn's words, he immediately heard that he was trying to talk, and thought to himself, although even if he was told, it wouldn't affect his actions tonight, but he absolutely couldn't be told, otherwise, after he went back, he will definitely be despised by that little BD. Thinking of Margiao here, he showed his dead fish-eyed expression and said lazily with contempt, "You are trying to make fun of me with your little tricks. It is rumored that you people and beasts pirates have muscles in their brains, and they look like they are not. It's not groundless, but it's really a muscle in the brain." Margot wasn't worried at all because the guards were no match for Renault at all. And this group of guards didn't worry if they wanted to call bugs for help, because the Whitebeard pirates' ship was now parked in the middle of the sea between Rabbit Bowl and Oni Island. Kaido wants to come here to support, unless he can defeat the Whitebeard pirates, which is obviously impossible. When Quinn heard Margot's contempt, he immediately became furious and shouted angrily at Margot, "UBD, die for Laozi." Quinn, who considers himself a smart scientist, is now described by Margot as a man with muscles in his head. How could he not be angry? Crack. Quinn bit the cigar in his mouth angrily, and as his body slowly changed, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a tall and long brachiosaurus. Seeing Quinn's transformation, Margot just raised his dead fish eyes and glanced, and then returned to the lazy look just now. Although the two of them fought back and forth just now, Marco always had the upper hand, so even if Quinn transformed into him, he didn't pay attention, and who wasn't a capable person. He is the strongest type of Zoan, playing animal shape transformation in front of him. Are you sure you are not looking for abuse? Quinn didn't know what Margiao was thinking. After completing the transformation, his confidence increased greatly, and he shouted directly at Margiao, "Laozi is a dragon fruit, ancient species, and Brachiosaurus form ability, UBD, let Laozi die." Quinn introduced his abilities very shyly, while rushing towards Margiao. Half of the charge, he rose directly into the sky, and then swooped down again, hitting Margiao with his head directly. Marco glanced at Quinn, who was swooping down, with dead fish eyes, and activated his ability without saying a word. Immediately his foot turned into a claw, and the claw grabbed at Quinn's head. Boom, rumble. Marco just grabbed Quinn's head with one claws, and supported his feet on the ground. On the ground under his feet, spider webs appeared one after another, and the spider webs slowly spread out around him, but his people were not in the slightest. Not moving. Quinn was still in the posture of hitting people with his head. He only felt his head buzzing and his eyes were rolling. He knew that he was dizzy from being hit, but if he didn't know, he thought he was Sherry Non. Margiao looked at Quinn speechlessly, and secretly said in his heart, this guy not only has muscles in his head, but he is also very sick, right? Boom. Thinking of Margiao here, he stomped on the ground and rose into the sky, grabbed Quinn, and threw him in a circle in the air, then threw him out. Call out. Boom, rumble. Quinn was thrown out dozens of meters away, and stopped when it hit the stone wall. A big hole was knocked out of the stone wall, and a large amount of dust was thrown up, making it difficult for people outside to see what was inside. Marco just waited quietly in place, and didn't rush in to continue beating Quinn. His mission was to stop the strong enemy and create enough time for Renault to save people, and he didn't need to take care of other things. At this time, Renault didn't go directly to the cell, but went round and round in the rabbit bowl. After finding that he didn't have the sea stone he wanted, he continued to head towards the cell with a disappointed face. Chapter 51. As Renault flew in the direction of the cell, he looked at the handcuffs in his hand and said to himself speechlessly, I thought there were a lot of sea stones here, but I didn't expect to find so many broken handcuffs after walking around here, just this sea stone. It can't be used as a weapon to smash people. What Renault wanted was a huge sea stone that could smash people to death when thrown, not this kind of sea stone handcuffs that could only limit the ability. Forget it, after the matter is settled, go and ask your future mother-in-law, where can there be such sea stones in Wano Country? While talking to himself, Renault flew in the direction of the cell, as fast as lightning, and arrived near the cell in no time. As soon as Renault approached the cell, he saw dozens of guards already blocking his way. Seeing this scene, Renault became more playful, stuck out his tongue, and asked faintly, are you going to stop me from going to reincarnation? Ding dong, ding dong. Ah. Ghost. Yes, there are ghosts. When a group of guards saw this scene, their faces turned pale with fright, and their weapons were unsteady. One of the leading guards, trembling and stammering, shouted, where, there is a ghost, he is only devil fruit ability, you all cheer me up. When the guards around saw him like this, they all cursed in their hearts, if you're not afraid, your legs are shaking like that. When Renault saw that these idiots really believed that he was a ghost, he immediately floated over with his teeth and claws, and green energy emerged from his body, as if he had a ghost fire on his body. You don't come here. Run, there's a ghost. I'd rather be killed than face a ghost. Hurry up and escape. Renault slowly drifted to the front of the guards were already pale with fright, and fled wildly around, rolling and crawling around, and now they all secretly hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Seeing that the guards had all run away, Renault floated to one of the cells, threw a bunch of keys into it, and then took out a token and said, I'm a friend of Kojiki Odin, and I was entrusted by him to rescue you. You come out first and then go and help the others open the cell. After everyone is released, come to me together, and I will send you out. The absentee and the hostage in the cell looked at each other for a while when they heard Renault's words, but they didn't dare to go forward, because they had seen what happened just now. Who would dare to approach a ghost? Seeing this scene in the cell, Renault explained with a little bit of laughter, I just played with them just now, I'm holding the token of Kojiki Odin, if you don't believe me, you can come and have a look, after all, a ghost boss there's no such token, right? In the end, a hostage dared to step forward to check, not because he was brave, but because he heard Renault say that he was holding the token of Kojiki Odin, so even if he died, he would step forward to check. Because Kojiki Odin is in the hearts of these hostages, he is as inviolable as a living god, so he has to check whether it is true or not. If it is really Kojiki Odin's token, then everyone will be happy. If it is a fake token, it is estimated that he will fight Renault desperately whether it is a human or a ghost. Renault looked at the hostages who were trembling, but unswervingly stepped forward, and thought to himself, Kojiki Odin's personality charm is really exaggerated, and he can make these hostages for him have a face that is better than death, also the courage of the terrifying ghost. It can be seen from the guards who would rather die than face him, who pretends to be a ghost, that ordinary people face the fear of ghosts. Due to the darkness here, the hostage came forward to see the token clearly, and when he saw the token clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to the people behind him, the token he is holding is really Lord Odin. The token, he is the one who came to save us, not a ghost, everyone come here. After the hostage approached Renault, he finally saw what he looked like. He was just a 5 or 6-year-old child. What the hell? Is he really the one who came to save us? I knew Lord Odin would not abandon us. Everyone calm down, let's go out first and release the people in the other cells, and it's not too late to be happy when we escape. Yes, let's leave this ghost place first. The absentee and the hostages who had just come out of the cell immediately took the other keys and ran to the other cell to open the door. The hostage who was the first to approach Renault just now. After seeing everyone scattered to open the cell, he came to Renault and bowed before asking, "That kid? Little lord, what do you call him?" The hostage originally wanted to call Renault a child, but he felt that it was inappropriate, so he immediately changed his name to a little adult. Seeing that he was old enough to be his grandfather, Renault came to call him his lord, feeling very awkward, so he said directly, "My name is Renault, I'm Kojiki Odin's friend from overseas, this time I'm here to help him with Wano Country's affairs. Yes, you can just call me by my name." The hostage was called Lu Zihao and was an old man from July. Just now, he wondered that he didn't know Renault. Now that he heard that he was from overseas, it all made sense. Thinking of the Marquis of Lu Shi here, he said respectfully, "Then I'll call you Lord Renault. Lord Renault, after everyone is released, how are we going to get out of here?" Renault didn't have any intention of concealing it, and replied directly, "I will use my ability to open a passage to the outside. On the other side of the passage is July, and Mrs. Shi is already waiting there. After you pass through the passage, she will arrange what's next for you." When Lu Zihao heard Renault's answer, he opened his mouth in shock and stared at Renault in astonishment. Can't blame Lu Zihao for lack of knowledge, because he has never left Wano Country since he was a child, and Wano Country is now in a closed-door state. So he has only heard of Devil Fruit, but he doesn't know what kind of abilities Devil Fruit has. Chapter 52. Renault glanced at Lu Zihao, saw his shocked look, and introduced him with little interest. The Devil Fruit ability is very common in the outer seas. It has the ability to fly and escape, and the ability to overturn rivers and seas. There are all kinds of strange abilities. The one I opened the channel is just one of the spatial abilities. Listening to Renault's introduction to Devil Fruit, Lu Zihao had a shocked expression all the way, and thought to himself, it seems that their Wano Country policy of seclusion and isolation has directly caused Wano Country to become a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. Renault didn't know what Lu Zihao was thinking. After seeing the old man standing there, he ignored him and observed the absenteeism and hostages who came out of the cell. Seeing that they didn't wear the collars in the future, Renault breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly guessed in his heart, I don't know if the collars have not been researched, or if these people are too weak to wear them, but the biggest possibility is Kaido doesn't have this technology yet. Because the world government already has this kind of collar, and all the slaves of celestial dragons wear this kind of collar. Renault didn't read the original book, but read this information from some newspapers. Renault estimated that the Wano Country collar in the future should be researched by Quinn based on the prototype of the slave collar. The reason for this is that the Wano Country collar is different from that of the world government. World government's collar will explode when fleeing, while Wano Country's collar will be cut off by the knife inside when fleeing. The two collars look similar, but their functions are different. Just when Renault and Lu Zihao were thinking about things in their hearts and stopped communicating, the first group of people who came out of the cell just now had already opened all the other cells. Now they are walking towards Renault, but there are thousands of people who are not in any confusion. They are all lining up to follow. It is estimated that the person who went to open the cell just said something. Renault didn't know these things. After he saw that everyone had been released, he said to Lu Zihao, I'll open the passage right away, prepare for it, and take them to July to settle down first. Lu Zihao, I know Lord Renault. Seeing that everyone was ready, Renault stopped talking nonsense, waved his hand directly, and a ball of golden energy flew out of his hand. After the golden energy flew out, it landed on the ground and slowly turned into a gate shape. The gate was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Seeing that the passage door had been opened, Renault said directly to Lu Zihao who was beside him, you have them form 3 teams, 3 people at a time, and after the 3 disappear from the gate passage, those behind immediately follow in their footsteps. Yes, it's Lord Renault. Lu Zihao was still amazed at Renault's immortal methods, but when he heard Renault's words, he immediately came back to his senses. After Renault saw Lu Zihao arrange these people were also very obedient, and walked into the doorway 3 by 3. It might take some time for Renault to see these people, so while waiting, he spread out his knowledge and checked the situation on Margieo's side. Renault found that Marco was still fighting with Quinn, and he immediately floated in the air, watching the battle with gusto. If there were more peanuts and melon seeds at this time, he would really be a melon eater. In this way, minute by minute, the hostages still in the rabbit bowl were absent from work less and less, until everyone walked into the doorway. After Lu Zihao checked and found no omissions, he came to Renault and said, "Lord Renault, everyone has entered the gate, what should we do next?" Renault was still watching the battle, and when he heard what Lu Zihao said, he recovered, and replied directly, "I will go to the battlefield at sea later, so I won't go back to July with you, and ask Madame Shi on my behalf." When Lu Zihao heard the battlefield at sea, he immediately thought that there was no support here, and Lord Odin was not here. He secretly guessed in his heart, it seems that Lord Odin should be intercepting the enemy's support. Thinking of the Marquis of Lu Shi here, he didn't ask any more questions, but said respectfully, "I will definitely bring it to you. I wish Mr. Renault guys return, then I'll go to July 1st. Renault, go." Lu Zihao didn't stop, turned around and walked into the gate passage. He had no ability to fight, so he could only try not to drag Renault's back, so he left without even asking about the sea. After Renault saw that Lu Zihao had also entered the passage, he closed the golden gate and drifted in the direction of Margieo. Reuniting Castle Square. Tianyueshi took Jinwaimen to stand on the high platform, and under the high platform was a golden energy gate. Inside the gate, a group of people came out continuously. After these people came out, they all consciously walked to the side row. Good team, not chaotic and crowded at all. Tianyueshi looked excitedly at the hostages who came out. Because of these hostages, she couldn't sleep or eat every day, and her husband was forced to go to the street for these people to be dignified and play stupid. Now that Tianyueshi sees them being rescued, how can he not be excited? After these people are rescued, they don't need to endure that kind of humiliation, and they can finally raise their heads and be human again. When Lu Zihao, the last person, walked out of the gate passage slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After Tianyueshi saw the gate disappear, he knew that all the hostages had come out, took 2 steps forward and shouted to the audience, "You remember, from now on, Renault is our benefactor of July, and he is the one who travels thousands of miles from the sea. He came to rescue you, and now he is still fighting with Lord Odin on the front line, let us bless them with a good return. I wish Lord Odin Guy's return. I wish Lord Renault Guy a return." Thousands of people in the audience shouted in unison, the sound broke through the sky, and the dark clouds in the shaking sky retreated, revealing a round moon. The reason why Tianyueshi didn't say that there was also credit to the Whitebeard pirates was because Whitebeard requested it. After the war goes smoothly, Kojiki Odin will definitely become Wano Country's general, so Whitebeard, considering that he is a pirate, can't get too close to Kojiki Odin, otherwise Wano Country will definitely have a lot of voices against Kojiki Odin. Tianyueshi can only secretly remember Whitebeard's good, for the sake of Kojiki Odin's future, this is the best choice. So she agreed with Whitebeard's statement and gave Renault, who was not a pirate, the credit for saving this time. Chapter 53. When Renault drifted slowly to Margot's side, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Quinn, the scientist nestled in the laboratory, was not a pirate who had been fighting since childhood. After all, Margieo had been beaten all over with blood. However, because he is Zoan's ability, his vitality is very tenacious. Even if he is beaten with blood, his combat power is still no weaker than before, and there is a faint feeling of getting stronger and stronger. As soon as Renault got close to observe for a while, he directly laughed at Margieo, "Pineapple boy, you have been a pirate for so many years. It's so hard to be a scientist, do you think you can't do it?" Margieo was quite happy when he saw Renault coming back, but when he heard this, his face instantly darkened, and he said angrily, "Since everyone has been rescued, why don't you come to help quickly, kill this guy earlier, we can also go to sea early to help." Renault didn't get angry when he heard Margieo's words. Green energy came out of his body, raised his hand slightly, and said with a smile, "Pineapple boy, don't die." After Renault finished speaking, he waved his hand violently, and a green energy palm that was dozens of meters in size quickly patted the two of them directly. "FK. Your uncles." When Margieo saw this palm again, he was instantly devastated, and without even thinking about it, he rose into the sky and left the attack range of the palm. The last time he saw this palm, he directly took the sea out of a vacuum and brought it to a vacuum. It took a few minutes for the seawater to refill the big hole. He didn't want to accept such a dim attack. Margiao was able to run away because he was fast and could fly, but Quinn was not only a huge beast, but he was so slow that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to run. Bump. Crack crack. Boom, rumble. Quinn was slapped directly on the stone wall with a slap. The stone wall sank into a big pit, and cobwebs appeared around the stone wall. Because the whole person was buried inside. Malgoofy watched this scene in shock from the air, and when he came back to his senses, he rushed directly in front of Renault, grabbed Renault's collar and shouted and asked, "UBD, do you want to kill me together?" Renault's small figure was slid into the air by Margotti, showing a confident appearance and quibbling, "I have already reminded you, if you can't even avoid this, you can just find a piece of tofu and kill it, so as not to go out and lose Uncle Whitebeard's face." Ha ha. Seeing Renault's arrogant appearance, Margiao immediately laughed angrily, and asked without a smile, "You are in my hands now, have you thought about how to die?" Facing his threat, Renault reminded without fear, "This is not on the boat, and the hostages have been rescued. I don't need to suppress my strength deliberately. Are you sure you want to do something with me?" When Margiao heard Renault's words, his face immediately froze, and he looked at the huge palm print that was photographed not far away. Margiao swallowed his saliva secretly, and as he released Renault, he patted the dust that did not exist, and said with a smile, "Little Renault, I was joking with you just now, look how you can even make such a joke." "Really?" Renault didn't say anything, just looked at Margot with a half-smile. He liked to see Margot want to beat him, but didn't dare to beat him. Margiao saw Renault's smile, and a chill went straight to the sky. This little BD really wants to do it, right? Thinking of Margiao here, for the sake of his life, he quickly changed the subject and said, "Since that guy is dead just now, let's go to the battlefield at sea to help." Seeing that Margiao was so frightened, Renault didn't embarrass him anymore. He floated up and said, "The guy was still breathing just now. I'll go and give him a knife first, and then I'll go to the sea battlefield to help." Hearing Renault's words, Margiao looked at the collapsed stone pile a little unexpectedly. He didn't die if he took this attack head-on. This guy's devil fruit ability is probably not easy. Feelings just now when Quinn introduced his abilities, Marco didn't listen carefully. If Quinn knew about it, he would probably stand up and fight with him in anger. Renault floated slowly and leisurely to the sky above the stone pile, feeling the rebuttal of the refutation, and said to himself, "These Zoan abilities are really tenacious, especially those of ancient and phantom beasts, just like immune the same as Xiaoqiang from to death." His attack just now was an all-out blow from the Emperor level, and even the Emperor level powerhouse can't guarantee that he will be safe and sound. And he, the guy who was beaten by Margiao with all his injuries, was able to survive, as expected of Xiaoqiang's general vitality. Thinking of Renault here, energy began to appear on his face again, and then he raised his hand and slapped it down from the top. Bump. Boom, rumble. A huge green energy palm descended from the sky, Tathagata's palm, and the surroundings trembled with the slap, and even a large piece of dust was thrown up. Cobwebs also began to appear on the ground, spreading out all around, causing a large cloud of dust. When the dust slowly dissipated, where the palm fell, the stone pile just now disappeared, replaced by a palm print that was dozens of meters long. Margiao saw this scene not far away, and secretly swallowed his saliva, secretly making up his mind that he would never do anything with this little pervert in the future. Otherwise, this little pervert will be irritated. With this kind of power, how many lives he has are not enough to die. Thinking that I didn't know Renault's pervert before, and that he was always chasing him running all over the sea, I was not only secretly grateful, but it was really not easy for me to be alive until now. In fact, what Margiao didn't know was that although Renault's attack was powerful, his attack was not as fast as his speed, so it was really not easy to hit a speed-oriented powerhouse like him. But if Renault and Margiao fight, Renault will definitely win, because his mental power is infinite, so the consumption can kill Margiao. Not only Marco, as long as he can't touch Renault's strong, he can consume the enemy alive. Chapter 54. Renault swept down with the color of his knowledge. After he didn't feel Quinn's breath, he looked at Margiao and shouted, "This guy, Pineapple Boy, seems to have died. Let's go to the naval battlefield to help now." After Renault finished speaking, he didn't wait for Margiao to agree, and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Ghost Island. When Margiao heard Renault's shout, he immediately came to his senses, but he saw that Renault had already flown far away, and he could only see a small black spot. Seeing this scene, Margiao yelled, "You little BD, wait for me." Margot rose to the sky while cursing, and chased in the direction Renault had left, but he chased farther and farther, and after a while he could no longer see Renault's figure. Margiao could only fly slowly behind him, and sighed with emotion in his mouth. This little BD's ability is really pervert. Not only the flying speed is as fast as lightning, but even the attack is so terrifying. In Margiao's eyes, it's impossible for Renault to be so small because he developed his abilities to obtain these attacking methods and flying speeds, but if the abilities themselves come with them, then everything makes sense. If Renault knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say with contempt, "My brain, which has been bombarded by the big internet era, can't be imagined by a person with a brain full of muscles like you." Renault not only has the attack methods used by Tornado, but he also developed a lot of attack methods himself. As a person from Blue Star, he has no lack of brains. As long as his proficiency is improved, his attack methods will not be the same every day. No problem. The rabbit bowl connects to the waters of Onishima Island. At this time, there were 2 ships parked in this sea area, in addition to the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard, and the Beasts pirates led by Kaido. There are still many wooden boards and corpses floating around the 2 ships, and you don't have to guess to know that there has been a tragic battle here just now. However, both ships were parked here at this time, and no one was fighting around, as if the battle had ended. Call out. A beam of green energy flew from the distant horizon, and then plunged down toward the 2 ships, fast as lightning, and stopped stably at a distance of 10 meters above the ships. After Renault stopped firing at full speed, he slowly floated and landed on the Whitebeard pirate's ship. As soon as Renault landed, he looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Uncle Whitebeard, what's the situation now?" "Goo la 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 la." Whitebeard bold and grandiose sat on the steps, and when he heard Renault's question, he laughed and replied, "What would happen if Laozi came out? Of course they beat them all down." Hearing Whitebeard's answer, Renault looked around at the wooden planks and bodies, and thought to himself, "It seems that the Beasts pirates are here this time. It's really a heavy loss. Not only one of the 3 major disasters in the future will die, but so many people will die here. Jack hasn't boarded the ship yet, so I don't know if Yin has died. However, it is unlikely that the guy will die. After all, this guy is a complete monster." Seeing that Renault had finished talking to Whitebeard, Koja Kyoden stepped forward with a worried look and asked, "Little BD, have all those hostages been rescued?" When Renault saw Koja Kyoden come up to him, and heard that he was a little BD, he said viciously, "Of course the hostages were rescued, but I slapped them all to death again. Ha 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 ha. It's good to be rescued." When Koja Kyoden heard that the hostages had been rescued, he immediately burst out laughing, not listening to the last sentence at all. Because he knew Renault wouldn't do such a thing, probably because he called him a little BD, so he said it on purpose. Seeing that only Renault had come back, and not seeing Margot, Whitebeard asked, "You stinky boy, didn't you just drop my dear son and run back by yourself?" Whitebeard knew that there was no threat to Margot on the island right now, and it was estimated that Renault was too fast, leaving Margot behind, so he deliberately asked and teased Renault. Renault could see Whitebeard's purpose at a glance, and was too lazy to answer such a boring question, but asked directly, "Uncle Whitebeard, don't make such a joke with me, let's talk about Kaido's situation now." Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard didn't know what was going on today, and laughed happily again. "I wanted to tease you, but I didn't expect you to see it. Kaido had a fight with Laozi, got punched in the face by Laozi, and is now lying on the boat over there dying. But I don't know what happened. They have been defeated by us, but they have no intention of leaving here, and they have no intention of continuing to fight us. Just now Whitebeard fought Kaido, and Koja Kyoden fought Yin. Not long after Kaido and Yin were defeated by Whitebeard and Koja Kyoden, the fight stopped. Kaido is not at his peak yet, and Whitebeard is just at his peak, so Kaido can't hold Whitebeard's fist at all now, and he was seriously injured after a few punches. After Kaido and Yin lost the fight, they just ran back to the boat, but didn't mean to leave here. Koja Kyoden thought they wanted to fight, so he wanted to catch up. But as soon as they chased Kaido they ran, and as soon as they stopped, Kaido's boat stopped. After listening to Whitebeard's words, Reynald thought to himself, they didn't leave here, they should be waiting for Quinn, but they probably won't be able to wait in this life. Thinking of Reynald here, he looked at Whitebeard again and asked, Uncle Whitebeard, are you sure Kaido is really seriously injured now? Hearing Reynald's question, Whitebeard thought he didn't believe him, so he blew his beard and stared. Few of the people who were hit by Laozi's fists survived, not to mention Kaido was hit by Laozi several times in the front. It's not that his body's recovery speed is very pervert, and he is probably dead now. Hey. When Reynald heard Whitebeard's words, he immediately laughed. Since Kaido was seriously injured, he should complete a punch-in task and throw a few rocks by himself. Shouldn't it be a problem? Thinking of Reynald here, he slowly floated up and said to Whitebeard, Uncle Whitebeard, I have something to do with Kaido. If Kaido goes crazy later, you have to help me stop him. Okay, be careful. Whitebeard originally wanted to ask Reynald why he went to Kaido, but thinking that this little guy has always been mysterious, he might not tell the truth if he asked, so he simply didn't ask. Chapter 55. After Reynald got Whitebeard's affirmation, he immediately floated toward the beast pirate's ship not far away. In less than a minute, Reynald flew over the pirate ship, and after coming here, he saw Kaido on the plywood, but he didn't go down, but shouted directly below, Kaido, I'm here. I negotiated with you, not to fight with you, if you can still move, come up and talk. Grumble rumble. When Kaido heard Reynald's words, he took a sip of the wine in his hand and said without looking at Reynald, Boy, you are not qualified to negotiate with him, go back and tell Whitebeard that if you want to negotiate, let him do it himself. Seeing Kaido's disdain, Reynald was not unhappy, but secretly thought happily, seeing Kaido's disdain, he probably won't do anything to this child, so he can drop down and punch in with peace of mind. Looking at Kaido, this guy is a bit of a strong man. After the sign-in is successful, give him a few stones to play with. If Kaido knew what Reynald was thinking, he would probably roar directly, do I have to thank you for your reward? Reynald was testing Kaido just now, and seeing that he was so disdainful of himself, he obviously wouldn't do anything to him. After the test, Reynald immediately descended slowly and leisurely. After a while, he floated to 5 meters in front of Kaido. This is the limit of the punch-in task. The system punches me in. Ding. The punch-in task has been started. Please stay at the target 5 meters away from the punch-in task for 1 minute before the punch-in task is successful. Reynald started clocking as soon as he approached, and then he said to Kaido, Kaido, I'm not a member of the Whitebeard pirates, I'm looking for you only on behalf of me, and it's not Whitebeard who asked me to come, you sure don't listen to me. Do you want to discuss cooperation with you? Reynald has only one purpose now, and that is to procrastinate. He only has to get through this minute and do what he likes after the clock-in task is completed. When Kaido heard Reynald's words, he finally glanced at Reynald with a straight eye, and then said with a disdainful expression, You little brat is so weak that Laozi can crush it with one finger, so you are worthy to discuss cooperation with Laozi. Host hold on, there are 30 seconds left. When Reynald heard the system's words, he cursed inwardly, since you know that this kind of task is not easy to do, don't trigger this kind of task with me. He crossed over to pretend to be Beep, to enjoy happiness, and to raise his little daughter-in-law, but he didn't come to be angry. Host, you can't blame the system, the punch-in task is triggered by the host itself, and the system cannot control the triggered punch-in task. The system seemed to know what Reynald was thinking, and immediately jumped out to complain and put the blame on Reynald. As for the system saying that the clock-in task is not controlled by it, it is true or false, it is estimated that only the system itself knows. Reynald did not manage the system, nor did he follow the theory of the system, because he is still on the enemy's ship, the revolution has not yet succeeded, and he still needs to continue to work hard. Although Reynald was very angry, he wished he could reward Kaido with a few stones, but on the surface he could only say with a smile, Kaido, sometimes strength doesn't mean everything. Know if you've heard of it. Kaido originally thought that Reynald was just a child, so he didn't take it to heart, but after a few words of communication, he found that the kid's mind was terrifyingly mature, and he didn't look like a 5-year-old child at all. Kaido looked at the little Reynald in front of him, and secretly guessed in his heart, this kid should not be an adult, the reason why he looks like a child is because he ate some devil fruit, right? Thinking of Kaido here, he did not refuse to discuss cooperation, but asked with great interest, tell me, What kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with Laozi? Seeing that Kaido no longer refused to talk about cooperation, Renault immediately turned on the cheating mode and said, I see a place that is very rich, where any family has tens of billions of Baileys, but I can't beat it alone, so come over and ask if you are interested. If we can lay down this place, we will have countless wealth, and Bailey will not be able to spend it in our lifetimes. Kaido's eyes lit up when he heard Renault's words, but he immediately asked angrily, there is no place like this in this world, kid, aren't you making fun of Laozi? Seeing that Kaido was suddenly angry, Renault quickly waved his hand to show a sincere look, and continued to flicker, I pledge my life, there is definitely this place, and I'm still on your boat now, how dare I deceive you? Kaido saw that Renault didn't look like he was lying, so he sat down again, but still threatened, boy, if you dare to lie to Laozi, Laozi will make you regret coming into this world. Keep talking. Countless Baileys, this huge temptation, and Kaido abruptly suppressed his anger. Kaido knew that it was very likely to be fake, but he still wanted to hear it first, what if there was such a place? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Renault didn't know what Kaido was thinking, he was reading the seconds secretly in his heart, because his clock-in task would be completed soon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. Rewards are being distributed to host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 attribute points. Renault's countdown and Kaido's mental activity looked like a lot of time had passed, but only a few seconds had passed. When Renault heard the system say that the card was successfully clocked in and the rewards were issued, he immediately prepared to leave at any time. After all the preparations were done, Renault looked at Kaido and said excitedly, the place I just mentioned is the residence of the Celestial Dragons, Holy Land Marijois, where every family is rich. Flowing oil, only you and I will win this place together, not only will you have countless wealth, but the whole world will belong to us. Renault's face was excited and nonsense. The pirates on Beast's Pirates were shocked by what Renault said. Everyone looked at Renault with dumbfounded expressions, and the only thought in their minds was that no one who was mentally ill would ever be able to say such a thing. Chapter 56. Call out. Renault took advantage of the people in Beast's Pirates to be stunned, and immediately turned on his horsepower. He disappeared in place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky dozens of meters away. The reason why he said such shocking words was to create an opportunity to leave. Obviously, his plan was successful. At least everyone on the pirate ship, including Kaido, was stunned by the words. You little BD, how dare you play Laozi? Kaido was the first to come back to his senses, staring at Renault in the sky with angry eyes like King Kong. Renault saw the furious Kaido in the sky, and sneered, Kaido is your own stupidity, you can't blame others, so the young master will not play with you, bye-bye. After Renault finished speaking, a mass of green energy emerged from his body, and the green energy became more and more abundant, and then he raised his hand and pulled down violently. Renault slammed down 3 times in a row, and as he flew towards the Whitebeard pirate's ship without looking back, the real man never looked back at the explosion. Ow! Dragon roars! Kaido roared as he faced the sky, and then the whole person became longer, and in a short while, he became a dragon, and his huge body covered the sky and the sun. Kaido glanced at Renault with his lantern-like eyes, and then chased after Renault. Although his body was huge, he was lightning fast and very agile. When Renault heard the movement behind him, he glanced behind him quietly, and when he saw the huge figure chasing behind him, he instantly stood upside down and flew towards Whitebeard's boat with all his might. Renault came to Whitebeard's boat not far away after a while, and shouted at Whitebeard while flying, Uncle Whitebeard, help, help. Call out. As soon as Renault finished shouting, he landed firmly on the splint, but his feet still didn't touch the ground. He floated in the air and said to Whitebeard, Uncle Whitebeard, that Kaido is crazy, you can save me. Whitebeard glanced at Kaido who was approaching, then looked at Renault, and asked with a black line, Kaido is seriously injured now, there's no reason for him to come to Laozi to trouble him, what's going on? When Renault heard Whitebeard's question, a flash of embarrassment flashed across his face, and then he returned to his innocent appearance and said nonsense, I just went over to talk to him about cooperation, I didn't expect him to suddenly go crazy, and then I'm back, I really don't know how to be fat. Kaido also came to the sky at this time, and after hearing Renault's words, he immediately shouted in anger, You little BD, you have the face to say that Laozi is crazy, you who want to find someone to cooperate in attacking the Holy Land Marijoy's humans are the real lunatics, right? When everyone on the Whitebeard ship heard this, they all looked at the monster and looked at Renault, who was pretending to be innocent. Renault was a little embarrassed to be seen by everyone, so he could only defend his neck hard. I think this guy doesn't look very smart, so I want to trick him into attacking the Holy Land Marijoy's. Treat him to death. Goo la 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 la. Ha 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 ha. Renault's shocking appearance caused everyone on the boat to be quiet for a few seconds, and as one of them counted, they all burst into laughter, even Whitebeard, who couldn't straighten their backs with laughter. Kaido also heard Renault's words, and his eyes seemed to burst into flames. Obviously he was very angry with these words. I don't know how long it took before Kaido gradually regained his strength. He didn't talk to Renault anymore, he looked directly at Whitebeard and asked, Whitebeard, this little BD dares to play Laozi, are you sure you want to protect him? Goo la 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 la. Hearing Kaido's question, Whitebeard laughed very hacky. Kaido, Laozi is trying to protect him, what can you do to me? If you haven't fought enough just now, Laozi can accompany you to fight one more time, and promise to beat you to the point of crying. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard said and laughed again, his body was like a rainbow, Conqueror's haki all pressed in Kaido's direction. The sky was still clear just now, but as soon as Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki came out, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. Boom crack. As soon as the king came out, the world lost its color. Seeing Whitebeard's unwillingness to back down, Kaido gave Renault a vicious look. Then he turned his head and flew back to his own ship, not because he didn't want to move Renault, but because Whitebeard was here, he couldn't get close to Renault at all. Whirring whirring. Buzz buzz. Just as Kaido turned around and flew towards his ship, he suddenly heard the sound of air breaking in the sky. Not only Kaido heard this sound, but everyone in this sea area heard the air breaking sound. Just when everyone wondered why the sky was breaking, everyone present saw 3 meteorites that were on fire, smashing straight down towards their sea area. Kaido saw that the meteorite fell in the direction of his ship, thinking of Renault's behavior of confusion just now, it must be this little BD's ghost. Thinking of Kaido here, he turned his head and shouted angrily at Renault, you little BD remembered this hatred Laozi today, and from now on Laozi will be at odds with you. After Kaido roared angrily, he flew back with all his might. He didn't feel bad for those who died just now. But the people who are on the ship now are his team. If they all die, it will be really traumatic for him. As soon as Kaido left here, a cloud of green energy immediately appeared from Renault, and immediately covered the entire hull. The whole ship gradually floated, and didn't stop until it was more than 100 meters away from the sea level. Foil Bista saw Renault dragging the boat into the air, and asked with a puzzled face, little Renault, why are you dragging the boat to such a high place? Everyone on the boat didn't know what Renault wanted to do, so they all looked at Renault suspiciously, waiting for his explanation. Only Whitebeard, the shock fruit capable, knew why Renault did this, so he didn't stop Renault. Chapter 57. When Renault heard Bista's question, he replied with a smile, there may be a tsunami later, if it doesn't come up, the ship will definitely be turned upside down. 3 huge meteorites fell down. As long as Kaido didn't all follow, if the meteorites smashed into the sea, the tsunami was almost 100%, so Renault dragged the boat into the air. When everyone heard Renault talking about the tsunami, they immediately wanted to understand the reason. After all, they had followed Whitebeard for so many years, and they were no strangers to the tsunami, but they just didn't think about it. Call out. At this time, a blue figure flew from a distance and landed on the plywood. After the blue flame on his body disappeared, Margieo's figure was revealed. After Margieo came back, everyone just nodded to him as a greeting, and then looked at the direction where the meteorite fell. When Margieo came over, he also noticed the abnormality over there, so he just followed everyone to watch, and did not ask at this time. The 3 meteorites smashed down in a triangle, not directly above, but smashed down in 3 directions at the same time, so Kaido could only have one with Yin, and the remaining one would be handed over to the people on the boat. Can it be done? Leave it to fate. Touch touch. Boom 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 boom. Boom, rumble. Kaido and Yin were both successfully shattered by a meteorite. Before they could be happy, they heard a rumbling sound behind them. The two turned their heads stiffly and saw that their ship had disappeared, replaced by a vacuum, and the sea was desperately flowing back. It turned out that the pirates on board wanted to blast the meteorite with cannonballs, but apparently they didn't succeed. They also thought about escaping, but the meteorite was so fast that it was useless even if it ran out for dozens of meters, because the aftermath caused by the falling of the meteorite was enough to make them die several times back and forth. If Kaido was on the boat just now, he could have escaped with the boat, but when he ran after Renault, it was already doomed. The reason Renault pulled down 3 meteorites instead of pulling 2 down, was that he had calculated that there were only 2 strong men on their ship who could break the meteorites, so he deliberately pulled down 3 meteorites. Either don't offend, if you offend you will be punished to death, if you don't die, then you will be disabled. Renault's idea is so simple and unpretentious. Kaido glanced coldly at Renault who was on the boat not far away, grabbed Yin and flew into the depths of the sea. Kaido saw that Margot had come back and Quinn had not shown up, so he guessed that Quinn was probably already fierce, so he didn't wait any longer and ran away with Yin. Renault on the Whitebeard ship heard Kaido's words and didn't take it to heart at all. He is a man with a system. You can't kill me if you haven't grown up yet. After Laozi grows up, you will still be a reptile by Laozi. Abuse. Kaido's departure from here means that the battle has truly ended, and Renault took the ship directly to the waters near July. Next is the celebration banquet. In order to thank the Whitebeard pirates, Tianyueshi held a banquet directly at the Juri seashore to entertain all the Whitebeard pirates. I am the dividing line. Time flies, a few months later. It has been a few months and nearly a year since the last battle. Renault did not leave Wano Country with the Whitebeard pirates, but chose to stay in Wano Country and live a shameless life with his daughter-in-law. Cross out the words above. Renault stayed in Wano Country to learn swordsmanship with Kojiki Odin. There is no reason, just ask his handsome. In Odin Castle, Renault had just returned from training his sword, and was lying on a self-made reclining chair, accompanied by a small figure, pinching his shoulders and beating his legs, very busy. Renault looked at Hiyori who was beating his legs in front of him, and said with a reluctant expression, "Little daughter-in-law, I may have to leave here." After Renault finished speaking, he secretly guessed, "Count the time Roger's call, it should be coming soon." When Hiyori heard Renault's words, her hands froze, she raised her head, and her face was full of reluctance to ask, "In the future, will you come to see me often?" Seeing that the little daughter-in-law was so reluctant, Renault sighed inwardly. It seems that she has not hurt this little daughter-in-law in vain for more than half a year. Thinking of Renault here, he patted his chest and assured, "I will definitely come to see you often, and I have the ability to open up the space channel, so I can come back to see you at any time." After getting the reply from Renault, he was busy again happily, pinching his shoulders for a while, and beating his legs for a while, very busy. Another half a month has passed. Blood. Renault was practicing swordsmanship in a clearing when the phone bug he placed not far away suddenly rang. "Is it finally here?" Renault said to himself as he walked over. "Ka sauce." Renault walked over and picked up the phone bug directly, and when he saw what the phone bug looked like, he knew it was the person he was waiting for. Renault, who knew who it was, didn't wait for the other party to speak, and asked directly, "Are you ready to die?" Roger, who was opposite the phone bug, heard this promise, and he laughed with emotion. "Ha ha ha ha, little Renault, your mouth is still as poisonous as ever. But then again, you seem to have known what I wanted to do a long time ago, right?" The reason Roger asked this was because he had contacted Whitebeard over the past few months, although Whitebeard had promised Renault not to tell anyone else. But he accidentally missed something when chatting with Roger, and finally, under Roger's questioning, he thought it was okay to tell Roger, so he sold Renault directly. When Renault heard Roger's question, he no longer concealed it, but answered truthfully, "The moment I saw you, I saw your ending, but I knew I couldn't stop it, so I didn't think about it." "Go stop it." Roger was secretly surprised when he heard this. He never thought that someone in this world could see through the fate of others at a glance. Roger didn't dwell on this topic, but asked directly, "You said you could do me a favor last time, and now I need your help. I wonder if you have any conditions to help me." Renault had been bullshitting him for so long, what he was waiting for was this kind of words, and replied with a smile, "Of course there are conditions, and you will definitely not refuse, that is your bounty." Chapter 58. On the opposite side of the phone bug, Roger heard Renault's request for his bounty, and he froze in place, scolding inwardly, "What the heck? I treat you as a brother, and you keep thinking about my bounty? Thinking of Roger here, he asked with a sly smile, little Renault, you're thinking about my billions of bounties, shouldn't it be a day or two? Hearing Roger's question, Renault explained with an embarrassed expression on his face, it's not too long, it's more than a day or two, and you're dying, I can't be cheap for Marine. 5. Save Marines billions of Baileys, and they won't appreciate you, why don't you let me earn the Baileys, and I can burn you more paper money. Roger listened to Renault's nonsense, and asked with a black line, then do I have to thank you? Hey, no, it should be me thanking you, after all, for me, your contribution is worthy of my gratitude. 35. Renault was originally stunned, but he reacted in an instant, and immediately said a lot of good things. Roger didn't believe Renault's nonsense at all, and said angrily with a dark face, okay, don't talk nonsense, I agree to your conditions, tell me where you are now. Roger didn't want to continue bullshitting with Renault, and directly agreed to Renault's conditions. Anyway, he had to go to Marine to surrender, which was no different from being sent away. The reason why he said so much just now was that he felt unbalanced in his heart. A little guy who he rescued from the sea was always thinking about his own bounty. Who could stand it? If he hadn't known that Renault had no ill intentions, Roger would probably have run over to beat him up, and then threw him into the sea again. When Renault heard that Roger had agreed, thinking of the billions of Baileys he would get right away, he replied happily, I'm in Wano Country now, but you don't have to run here to find me. I can use the knife I gave you last time to open a space channel and reach you directly. By the way, you didn't throw away that knife, did you? Hearing Renault's words, Roger immediately took out a knife from his body, remembered what Renault said when he left that day, looked at his wife next to him, and said in secret, this little BD said that Ryal was not suitable for doing things that day, he can help, that's what he meant. It is really not suitable for Ryal to settle Rouge and the child in her womb, because Ryal is a pirate and may be discovered at any time, and being discovered means danger, and being around Ryal will be full of danger. Thinking of Roger here, he looked at the knife in his hand again, but couldn't see the reason, so he could only ask directly, the little Renault knife is still with me, are you sure this knife can keep you separated by thousands of dollars? Come to my side. When Renault heard Roger's obvious disbelief, he immediately said angrily, you are all dying, do I have to lie to you? I'm going to go to the big fool to say goodbye now, I'll hang up if I have nothing else to do, so you should get ready as soon as possible. 39. Seeing that Renault really didn't look like a liar, Roger finally believed what he said, and said directly, I'm ready here, I can leave at any time, come over when you're ready. Crack. Roger closed his eyes as soon as he finished talking about the phone bug, because the phone bug on the other side had hung up. Seeing that Renault hung up so fast, Roger secretly complained, is this little BD so eager to get his bounty? The reason why Renault is so active is because he is really poor. The system store has hundreds of millions of items at every turn. He doesn't even have the courage to open it. Do you think he cannot be active? Just a few months ago, Renault wanted to visit the vault of the Whitebeard pirates. But when Renault told them that he was going to stay in Wano Country, they didn't even tell Renault and Kojaki Odin to leave. After the banquet in the evening, he left early in the morning the next day, giving Renault no chance at all. The square where Renault practiced swordsmanship was not far from Odin Castle, and after a while he returned to the sky above Odin Castle, and then landed. Lord Renault, have you gone to practice again? Wow. Lord Renault is so cute. Damn. Lord Renault is trying to tempt the old lady to have a baby. 9. Ha ha ha. If you really want it, just get another one. You go away, damn it. 35. Hello, hello. As soon as Renault landed, he was surrounded by a group of people. He could only wave his hands to say hello to everyone, and then he fled in a panic. The people in July were so enthusiastic that he couldn't stand it. Since the news of Renault saving the hostages last time, the people in July have been so enthusiastic about him that they all wanted to take Renault home. After Renault dealt with the group of people, he soon found Kojaki Odin's family in one of the halls in Odin Castle. Seeing the people in the hall, Renault thought to himself, all of them happened to be here, but it saved him from alerting them one by one. Thinking of Renault here, I just drifted in. When Tianueshi saw Renault come back, he showed a smile and asked, little Renault, why did you come back so early for sword training today? Usually Renault would go out in the morning to practice swords, and wouldn't come back until lunchtime, but now it's only around 10 o'clock in the morning. When Renault heard Tianyueshi's question, he directly stated his intention: "I'm leaving Wano Country soon, so I came back in advance to warn you." Everyone in the hall was not surprised, because Renault had told them about it half a month ago. Except for the boy Momonosuke, everyone in the hall showed reluctance, especially Hiri, the little daughter-in-law, who looked at Renault with a face full of reluctance. Momonosuke was the exact opposite of Hiri, and secretly said happily, "This BD is finally leaving, and finally I don't have to be bullied by this BD anymore. I can finally be the old master of Juri again." During Renault's half-year in Wano Country, apart from practicing swordsmanship, he only had to empty his little wife and bully this little scoundrel, which made him miserable. After a few minutes, Koji Kyoden was the first to say, "I know you always have your own ideas, so I don't ask you what to do, and let your sister-in-law cook you a table of delicious food tonight, as a farewell banquet for you." Although Renault was very moved when he heard Koji Kyoden's words, he said directly, "Mother-in-law, in the future, I will ask you for dinner tonight." Koji Kyoden's face darkened instantly when he heard the words mother-in-law. He has been brooding about Renault's stealing. Lao Tzu took you as a brother who died in the sea, and you actually stole my little cotton jacket? Ryal, who used to be very close to him, seems to have changed everything since Renault appeared. He used to be his little cotton jacket, but now it has become someone else's little cotton jacket. Since Renault came to Wano Country, Ryal has been around Renault all day long, and he doesn't even bother to pay attention to him. When Koji Kyoden knew about this at first, he almost didn't mention it in one breath to see Hades. Renault immediately became happy when he saw Koji Kyoden's face. He liked to see Koji Kyoden trying to kill him, but couldn't kill him. When Tianyueshi saw the two fighting in secret again, he could only shake his head helplessly. He had already seen this kind of thing, because these two people had not stopped for more than half a year, and they were secretly fighting each other every day. After Renault said goodbye to everyone, he chatted with Ryal for a while, and ate a sumptuous dinner in the evening. Time flies. One day morning. Renault had already said goodbye to everyone last night. He didn't tell everyone this morning, but secretly came to a desolate place outside Ocean City. After Renault floated slowly to an uninhabited place, he waved his hand, and a ball of golden energy flew out, and then the golden energy turned into a gate. Renault turned his head and glanced in Odin's direction, then walked directly into the golden energy gate. At this time, at the highest point of Odin Castle, Koji Kyoden and Amazuki stood here, looking at the place where Renault was just now. After Koji Kyoden felt Renault's breath disappear, he looked at his wife and said, "That little BD has gone, let's go back." 35. It is good. Tianyueshi didn't say much, seeing that Koji Kyoden had already walked back. She immediately followed his footsteps and walked back. They knew that Renault was leaving this morning, and according to this little guy's character, he was definitely going to leave secretly. So they stood here early to see Renault, and they couldn't see him in person, so it's alright to see him here, right? Renault discovered their existence just now, so he turned his head to take a look, and then walked into the space passage. He doesn't even know how strong Renault's observation haki is, so it's hard not to find them. South Blue Beta Ryla Island. There was a small yard in a house that was not big or small. In the small yard, Roger and his wife, Porgas de Rouge, seemed to be waiting quietly for something. The knives they put on the table suddenly burst out with a mass of golden energy without warning, and then the golden energy turned into a gate. After the golden energy turned into the gate, just after a while, a small head stuck out from it. After Renault's little head stuck out, he saw two people in the small yard, and he was so playful, he immediately stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and said faintly, "Uncle Roger, I died so miserably." Renault himself doesn't know what's going on. Since he came to the world of pirates, he has become more and more interested in playing. It is estimated that after he came here, he just let himself go. Seeing Renault like this, Roger knew that he was pretending, because Renault pretended to be scary on the boat, not once or twice, and Buggy was directly scared out of the psychological shadow. Thinking of Roger here, he picked up a small stone and threw it at him and cursed, "You are going to die, and if you scare my wife and my son, I will turn you into a real ghost." Goose 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 goose. When Porgas de Rouge saw Renault's appearance, instead of being afraid, he laughed out loud. Maybe this is the brain circuit of a mother who is about to become a mother. When she sees a child, she is very kind and afraid that it does not exist. Seeing that Roger was not frightened, Renault immediately felt bored, and immediately floated out of the Golden Gate passage, complaining, "Uncle Roger's stone hurts people, but you hit me with your body." Seeing that Renault even dared to complain, Roger said angrily, "It's scary as soon as you come out, it's good that I didn't hit you with a sword." 39. After Renault floated out of the doorway, he closed the doorway, then looked at Rouge and introduced himself. "Hello, sister-in-law Rouge, my name is Renault, you can just call me by my name." Roger's face darkened instantly when he heard Renault calling his sister-in-law, and then he asked, "You little BD, you call me uncle, but you call my wife and sister-in-law, what do you mean?" 99. Hearing Roger's questioning, Renault glanced at him, and then said with a look of contempt, "What age are you now? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Even though you are already a lot of age, you still want me to be called brother. Are you afraid that you haven't woken up yet?" Goose, 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 goose. Rouge has never stopped smiling since Renault appeared. He knew that she was smiling, but if he didn't know, he thought she had a goose at home. Rouge laughed for a long time before he stopped, but still asked Renault with a smile on his face, "Little Renault, how old are you this year?" When Renault heard Rouge's question, he immediately answered truthfully, "I'm 6 years old now." "Bara bara. Bara bara." Rouge kept asking, Renault could only keep answering, there was no way. A certain guy looked at him fiercely, if he showed an impatient expression, he would probably be beaten. Rouge asked Renault for a long time before he stopped. It wasn't that she deliberately embarrassed Renault, but she was also a mother for the first time, so it would be right to ask Renault, a real child, about what children like. Seeing that Rouge had stopped asking, Roger asked, "I need your help to find a safe place for her to live. Do you have any recommendations?" Roger and these people have been to many places, but most of the islands are not safe, because there are too many pirates in this world. And he is about to do something that will make the pirates change more, so he feels that nowhere is safe, so he will ask Renault to ask, maybe this guy really knows this kind of place? When Renault heard Roger's question, how did he know which place was safe? When he read the original book, most of it was from the protagonist's point of view, and the protagonist, except for his birthplace, has never been anywhere safe, and he was waiting for the protagonist, the Virgin Rescue. However, it would be wrong to say that there is the protagonist's hometown of Windmill Town, because of the existence of Garp, the future is calm. There's also the little Sky Island where Nami has been to, it's a place full of uncontested old men, but it's hard to find. Thinking of Renault here, he directly suggested to Roger, "What do you think of this place, Garp's hometown? If I didn't show up, your son will grow up there in the future, why don't you let her go there?" When Roger heard Renault mention this, he immediately became curious and asked directly, "If I didn't call you here, what would their fate be in the future?" 9. After hearing Roger's question about this, Renault replied truthfully after a while of silence, "In the picture I saw, Mrs. Rouge would die because of this child, not by being killed, but by being born 10 months late, it is more than 20 months pregnant, which leads to exhaustion and death." 5. Roger didn't remember before Renault, he wanted to entrust Rouge to Garp, but a few days ago he remembered Renault, so he decided to make a phone call. If he hadn't made the call, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of Roger here, he asked with an ugly face, "Then the person I entrusted with didn't care?" When Renault heard Roger's questioning, he only thought that this guy was too naive, although Garp was not friends with Roger, it was better than friends. But first, he is a marine is not like a pirate, all kinds of restrictions are placed there, even if Garp wants to help, he can only have more than enough power. Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Roger helplessly and said, "Uncle Roger, marine is different from a pirate. Marine has various restrictions. He is not as free as a pirate. He can do whatever he wants, even if he wants to help. Get started." Roger thought about it and knew that Renault was right, so he stopped worrying about this question, but asked directly, "Are you sure that Garp's hometown is really safe in the future?" Recalling the appearance of Windmill Town, Renault replied directly, "As long as Garp doesn't know her identity and doesn't do anything to her, with Garp's prestige in the sea and often returning to his hometown to sweep pirates, there will be a rare paradise in the future." Hearing Renault's answer, Roger said directly, "Even if Garp knew Rouge's identity, he wouldn't do anything to Rouge. I know him better than he knows himself. Since it's safe there, after things are done, you will send her there. In fact, Renault wanted Rouge to go there for no reason. It is not only a safe place, but also a place where the three of them will marry in the future. Going there is conducive to the growth of Ace. Of course, these are secondary, and the most important thing is, of course, there is a little daughter-in-law there, waiting for him to attack. Guess who? Prompt her to be gentle. Chapter 59. The first half of the Grand Line in a few days. A small boat is flying at a low altitude, only about 10 meters above the sea, without any power, but it can keep flying in the air. There were two people, one big and one small, on the boat. It was Roger and Renault. Renault went to Roger's place, only had time to eat lunch, and was pulled out to sea by Roger in the afternoon. They have been flying like this for several days, and they are basically on their way except for a break in the middle. The reason they traveled so far to find Marine on the Grand Line is because they don't want anyone to find out Rouge's identity, so they are now as far away from South Blue as possible. Renault lay lazily on the boat, looked at the boundless sea around him, and asked Roger, "Uncle Roger, are we just on the sea like this, looking for Marine aimlessly?" Renault had already negotiated with Roger before he set off. After arriving at the Grand Line, when he met Marine Renault, he tied Roger up and handed it over to Marine to collect the bounty. But they have been on the Grand Line for 2 days. I don't know if the sea here is too big or what. They were stunned and didn't see the ghost of a Marine, let alone a living Marine. Hearing Renault's question, Roger also felt that this was not the way to go, so he proposed, "It's not the way to keep searching aimlessly like this, why don't we find an island with Marine?" Renault also thinks this method is good. It's hard to find Marines that move at sea, so look for Marines that don't move on islands. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately stood up like a stimulant, and shouted, "Uncle Roger, sit tight, I will use all my horsepower and try to reach the next island before dark. Call out." Renault had just finished speaking when the boat rushed out like a rocket, looking like a cloud of green energy in flight from a distance. Near Alabasta after a few hours of 140. Renault flew full force for several hours, and his observation haki spread out for several kilometers, like a radar, scanning for islands. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Renault's eyes, and excitedly said to Roger, "Uncle Roger, I found the island." After Renault finished talking excitedly, he flew directly towards the island that observation haki swept, a little faster than before. Hearing Renault's words, Roger glanced at Renault a little surprised, and sighed inwardly, "Even I didn't find any islands, but this little BD can find out. It seems that his knowledge is the same as his ability, it's not simple at all what." Just when Roger was sighing about Renault's observation haki, a small black spot appeared not far from them, and as they got closer, the small black spot was getting bigger and bigger. Renault controlled the ship to circle around the island, and finally found the port, and there was a warship parked there. Ha ha! Renault immediately laughed when he saw the marine warship, and thought to himself, now even if there is no marine branch on this island, they can still contact Marine and let Marine send the bounty over. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately parked the boat a few hundred meters away from the port. Before he got the bounty, Renault couldn't reveal his ability, otherwise Marine would probably be able to think of it some time ago when he saw this ability. The people who save the Roger pirates, so they can only row over. Roger also saw the warships in the port, and immediately stretched out his hands and said, "Put the handcuffs prepared for me." Renault felt sour when he heard this, but he still put handcuffs on Roger, and then assured, "I will definitely send my sister-in-law to the perfect place, you can rest assured." Hearing Renault's words and seeing his expression, Roger scolded angrily, "You little BD, show me the momentum when you asked for my bounty, what's the matter with you now?" When Renault heard this, he was no longer hypocritical. After handcuffing Roger, he rowed the boat towards the port. Alabasta Port. The warships parked here in the port seem to be replenishing supplies, and are carrying boxes and bags of things to the warship. At this time, on the plywood of the warship, there was a very strong man with purple hair, who was supervising Marine who was carrying things. He is Marine Admiral Zephyr, and he is not here to carry out a mission, but to pass by to replenish supplies. Now Alabasta is very prosperous. It is not the country that can't even drink water in the future. It is one of the powerful countries in the world. It has a very large population and a huge island area. Just as Zephyr was supervising Marine moving things, a red light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked towards the sea behind him, and immediately saw a small boat slowly approaching. After Zephyr saw the people on the boat clearly, his face became serious in an instant, his body immediately collapsed, and he was secretly surprised. How could a man like that kind of police appear here? Zephyr stared intently at the boat approaching the port, or more precisely, Roger, Renault, who looked like a child. If it wasn't for the boat, he probably wouldn't even look at it. Renault's little figure was rowing the boat very hard, and after a while, he came to a distance of about 10 meters from the warship. Renault raised his head and looked at the man on the warship. He recognized it immediately, and shouted directly to Zephyr on the warship, "Uncle Marine, I caught a pirate, can you exchange the bounty for me?" He was still staring at Roger's Zephyr on the warship, and when he heard Renault's words, he was stunned to the ground. Where did this little boy come from? Why is he so rude? When Zephyr came back to his senses, he scolded inwardly, "It's not bad that you little BD was not caught by the pirates, and the pirates were caught, and the Pirate King Marine couldn't be caught, and you are also a little kid. Can a broken child be caught?" Thinking of Zephyr here, Renault ignored Renault, and asked Roger with a solemn expression, "What is the purpose of your coming here, Roger?" "Then, that's One Piece Roger. How did you meet such a monster here?" 35. How could a man of this level appear here? One Piece Roger is here, so is his pirate group also in the waters around here? I heard that Marine's siege of the Roger pirates didn't succeed last time, wouldn't they want to take revenge on us Marine? 99. If that's the case, aren't we all doomed? 35. As Zephyr's shouts fell, Marine soldiers who had been carrying things found the boat approaching. When they saw Roger on the boat, all of them were so frightened that their legs went weak, and all of them looked at Roger in horror and talked a lot. Hearing Zephyr's question, Roger looked at Zephyr with a foolish expression, then raised his hand and shook the handcuffs and said, "Marine Admiral Zephyr, didn't you hear what he said? Are you deaf or a fool?" Zephyr saw the handcuffs on Roger's hands, his brain buzzing, and he didn't pay attention to what Roger said. Zephyr stared at the handcuffs on Roger's hands with wide eyes. He found something that shocked him, and that was the handcuffs that Roger was wearing. They were handcuffs made of sea stone. But even so, Zephyr didn't believe that Roger was caught by the kid. He was guessing what Roger was doing, and was ready to fight at any time. Seeing that Zephyr ignored him, Renault yelled, "You Marines are all bastards. The pirates I finally caught, you didn't even give me a bounty." When Renault said this, he took out a key and said, "Since you Marines won't give me a bounty, then I'll catch a fart pirate, so let's just let him go." 55. Seeing the key that Renault jumped out of, Zephyr was about to open the handcuffs, and hurriedly shouted to stop him, "Don't, little girl, don't open the handcuffs, I can exchange it for you if you want the bounty, but only after I confirm it. Change it to you." When Renault saw Zephyr finally took the bait, his heart was overjoyed, but on the surface he hesitated for a while before agreeing, "I can let you guys check to confirm, but I heard from this guy that his bounty is very high, are you sure you can really exchange it for me?" Zephyr's face froze when he heard this. His warship did not have that many Baileys, but he still assured, "My current warship does not have that many Baileys, but I am Marine Admiral, and I have the right to transfer all funds around the Marine branch, so you don't need to worry about bounties." Renault pretended to be thinking, and after thinking for a while, he reluctantly agreed, "It's not easy to check here, let's go to the port, but I only give you half a day to prepare Bailey. I'll still let this guy go." "Go, go, go, just half a day." Zephyr didn't care about Renault's threat at all, and after a few casual remarks, he let Renault take Roger to the port. Renault took Roger to the port. Roger only said a word the whole time. Zephyr checked and confirmed it again and found that the handcuffs were all right. The person was also the famous One Piece Roger. Zephyr felt uneasy about this, and asked someone to bring a pair of handcuffs to Roger to put on, and immediately contacted the Marine headquarters, and asked the headquarters to send support to help press Roger back. After making these arrangements, Zephyr began to contact the nearby Marine branch to bring the bounty over. Renault just watched Zephyr quietly, and didn't disturb his arrangements, as long as he didn't forget his bounty. Zephyr stopped after making more than a dozen calls in a row. The reason for making so many calls is because a single Marine branch simply can't get billions of Baileys, so Zephyr transferred a dozen or so Marines. The branch treasury collects the money. After Zephyr had arranged everything properly, he looked at Roger and asked with a strange face, "Roger, I really can't figure it out, why is a strong policeman like you caught by a child? Although Zephyr also found that this child is not ordinary, maybe a dozen marine soldiers are not his opponents, but it is not a star and a half from a monster of Roger's level. Roger and Reynald had already colluded on the way here, so he lied and said, pretending to be angry, "My body has been hollowed out by the virus, even a stronger marine soldier can take me down, not to mention this little BD who is more monster than monster." Zephyr had already discovered the abnormality when he checked it just now, but he didn't expect it to be so serious, but he still asked suspiciously, "Even if you have no strength now, but with your crew members, even if you have 100 crew members, it's impossible for a kid of this level to catch you, right?" 5. When Roger heard Zephyr ask about the pirate group again, he directly said, "My pirate group was disbanded half a month ago, otherwise how could I be caught by this little BD?" The reason Roger said this was because he didn't want Marine to find out where he had been during the 6 months since he disappeared, but Marine believed it or not he didn't know. In short, he tried to cover his wife as much as possible. Reynald didn't worry at all when he saw Zephyr taking Roger's words there, he just waited quietly to collect the money. Anyway, Roger can't betray him, even if Marine has 100 doubts, he can't do anything about him. If Marine wants to use force, he doesn't mind letting all Marine branches disappear. Don't ask, ask is throwing stones. Reynald is not afraid of being caught by Marine, unless he is killed on the spot, or Impel Down can't hold him. Not only can't hold him, as long as he is locked in, the next day he can make Impel Down a legend and disappear in this world. Ding. Host has a new check-in task. For details, please open the taskbar to view by yourself. Just as Zephyr tried to convince Roger, and when Reynald was standing by and felt bored, his system alert sounded. Reynald had a bad premonition when he heard the quest prompt, but he still instructed the system will open the taskbar for me, and let me see what terrifying quests are. But it must not be the task he thought of, otherwise he would not be able to complete it in a short time. Pick in task. Please go to Naval Headquarters and stay in Naval Headquarters for 1 month to complete the check-in task. When Reynald saw that he was going to Naval Headquarters, he scolded inwardly. Sure enough, this is the dim clock-in task, he has to arrange the rouge thing, and there is no time to do this task in a short period of time. Reynald just guessed that it was Naval Headquarters, because the only thing he was in contact with today was Marine, and Roger had already triggered the mission, so there was only one possibility left for Marine. And it's still an address check-in task. This is the first time he has done this kind of task. The rewards should be very rich. It's a pity that he can only see that he can't do this task now. If he wants to do it, he can only have time to do it after he returns from East Blue. Zephyr asked Roger for so long, but nothing came up, and he didn't ask any further. Although he did not continue to ask questions, he did not leave Roger for a moment, and stayed with Roger all the time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. Time flies. One day morning. Here at the Alabasta port, there were only a few ships yesterday, but today more than a dozen warships stopped, all of which were Marines who arrived overnight last night. Reynald didn't fall asleep last night. Seeing that it was already bright and so many warships had come to the port, he asked Zephyr, "Have you Marines collected the bounty?" Zephyr heard Reynald's question about the bounty, and after hesitating for a moment, he answered truthfully, "The bounty has already been collected, but so many Baileys, how can you take away a child?" 5. When Reynald heard 0.4 and the bounty had been collected, his eyes lit up immediately, and then he began to urge, "Don't worry about how I took it away, you can take me to get the bounty." The reason Reynald was so anxious was that he wanted to get out of here sooner than he had been poor for too long. After all, the longer he stays here, the more likely he is to show his guilt, so it is better to take the money and run away sooner than later. Seeing that Reynald was in such a hurry, Zephyr could only take him to see the bounty first, stabilize the kid first, and then answer any questions later. After a while Reynald was taken to a place where more than a dozen boxes were piled up, each the size of Reynald. After Zephyr brought Reynald here, he pointed to the chests and said, "There are 5.5648 billion Baileys in these chests, which happens to be Roger's bounty. So many Baileys you can't take away by yourself, you have to think again. Figure out how to take these bounties." 35. Zephyr still has a lot of questions about Reynald, so he doesn't want to just let Reynald go. The reason why he brought Reynald here was because he felt that Reynald, a child, would definitely not be able to take these things with him, so he took Reynald over to see the bounty with confidence. After Reynald saw these boxes, he didn't listen to Zephyr's nonsense at all, walked directly to the boxes, opened a few boxes and checked them. After Renault saw that Bailey was in it, he immediately started to touch it, and his shot was as fast as lightning. Every box he touched disappeared in place in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. Seeing this scene, Zephyr froze in place with wide eyes, looking at Renault in shock, forgetting to stop Renault for a moment. Renault didn't care about Zephyr at all. He kept touching the box. The boxes became less and less in front of him, and his smile gradually became abnormal. When Zephyr came back to his senses and tried to stop Renault, the box in place had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 60. Seeing the box that had disappeared, Zephyr rushed over to grab Renault's back collar, lifted him up and asked, "Boy, where did you change the box?" 35. Renault was lifted up in midair, turned his head and asked angrily, "These Baileys are all mine, what do I do with you?" Although Zephyr still has a lot of questions about Renault, but doing this now is indeed his own fault, so after hearing Renault's words, he directly put Renault down. After Zephyr put Renault down, he looked at him carefully, and then asked, "Are you a devil fruit person?" Renault didn't care about this guy at all, so when he heard his question, he immediately said, "Is it a devil fruit person? What's your business?" Zephyr was almost choked to death by Renault's words, his face flushed with anger, and after a full minute, he slowly explained, "I'm just curious, if you don't want to say it." Renault didn't wait for Zephyr to finish his sentence when he interrupted him immediately, "I don't want to talk, I don't want to talk to you, you stay away from me." Zephyr had just regained his strength, and when he heard this, his face flushed with anger, and he kept comforting himself, "I can't be angry, he's just a child, I can't be as knowledgeable as a bear child." Seeing that the annoying guy finally stopped, Renault didn't stop here, and walked directly in the direction of Roger. When Zephyr saw Renault leave here, he could only follow quickly. He couldn't let Roger and Renault leave his sight, lest there be any irreversible situation. Renault came to Roger after a while and thanked Roger directly, "Uncle Pirate, thank you very much for your bounty. With these bounties, I will not worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life." Renault's sentence is a pun, which means that I guarantee that your wife and children will not worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. This is Renault's promise to Roger. Roger is not an idiot. Of course, he understood the meaning of it. Although he wanted to thank him, he couldn't. So when Roger heard this, he showed an angry expression and cursed, "Are you here to laugh at Lao Tzu? Go as far as Lao Tzu." Renault knew that the reason why Roger said this was to help him get out of here, so he followed the words and said, "Since Uncle Pirate does not welcome me, then I will leave first, bye-bye." After Renault finished speaking, he walked towards the boat, and when passing by Zephyr, he didn't even look at him, and walked directly past him. Zephyr tried several times to stop Renault from leaving, but struggled with no excuses. Other Marines might have used force. But Zephyr couldn't do such a thing, so he didn't move or speak to stop Renault until Renault disappeared into the sea. Seeing that Renault had disappeared into the vast sea, Roger looked at Zephyr and said, "You're lucky you didn't do it just now. Otherwise, in the near future, your Marines will have one more enemy, a more terrifying enemy than any pirate in the sea now." When Zephyr heard Roger's words, he looked at Roger in shock and asked, "What kind of ability does he have to get you to give such a high rating?" 35. After Roger said that, he lowered his head again and didn't speak, and didn't answer Zephyr's question. Seeing Roger like this, Zephyr knew that he couldn't ask anything, so he could only pay more attention to this kid in the future. If he was innocent, it would be okay to invite him into Marine. Renault here. After Renault left the port of Alabasta, he flew towards East Blue with full power. The boat was like a rocket, and the speed was as fast as lightning. From a distance, the boat could not be seen at all, only a cloud of green energy could be seen from the sky crossed. Renault didn't go to South Blue to pick up Rouge. She was pregnant now and couldn't travel long distances, so they had already negotiated that Renault would go to East Blue first, and then use the space channel to pick up Rouge. Renault was lying on the bow of the boat board, controlling the boat to fly rapidly, and instructed the system in his heart. The system opens my attribute panel. Host personal properties panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 6. Body, 121,000. Strength, 63 to 1000. Speed, 61,000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, Observation Haki, full level, Swordsmanship, 71,000. Weapon, a good and quick knife. Ability, Psychodynamic, 221,000, Space Coordinates. Bailey, 5.68 billion. System Mall, activated. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open mission, go to Naval Headquarters and wait for 1 month to complete the check-in mission 0/30. The attribute points obtained by Kaido last time were not all used for physical fitness, but an even distribution. The added attribute points are almost the same, and he has not been in vain for more than half a year. Although the cultivation is not as fast as the attribute addition, there is still a little bit of improvement. Renault's good and quick sword was given to him by Kojiki Oden. Originally, Renault wanted to steal, the big quick sword Chiu Shui, but he did not find the sword. I don't know if it was stolen by Moonlight Moria first, or what. He swept around Ryoma's cemetery for several times but couldn't find it, and then he had to leave it alone. After Renault now has billions of Baileys, seeing the lottery is itchy, and he directly instructs the system will give me a lottery to test the waters. You can't cheat me in my first lottery. Renault was afraid of encountering that black-hearted system, so just after he said he was going to draw a lottery, he immediately added a reminder to the system. Renault's point is obvious: if you can't get me a good draw, then don't let me have another draw. Host, the chance of drawing good things in 10 consecutive draws is relatively high. This system strongly recommends that host come to 10 consecutive draws. When Renault heard the system say this, although he didn't quite believe it, he would rather believe it than not. Thinking of Renault here, he commanded with a look of wealth, the system will give me a 10 consecutive draw, 5. Good. Host. Deduct 1 billion Bailey, draw 10 times. The lottery is in progress, please wait a moment for host. Seeing that nothing appeared in front of him, Renault guessed secretly in his heart, it looks like it's not a lottery like a roulette wheel, but a lottery that rewards the system directly. Although there is no sense of participation like a roulette wheel, the system has the final say on the outcome. So there is no difference at all between seeing and not seeing. The reason why you feel that seeing is fair is just a psychological effect. Isn't it the system that decides what it wants you to switch to? Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding ding. When Renault saw this series of thank you for your patronage reminders, his face darkened instantly. It was all small money. Congratulations to host for winning the draw, 100 attribute points. Congratulations to host for winning the draw, 100 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning the draw, Animal Devil Fruit. 7 out of 10 draws, thank you for your patronage, and only 3 of them won the lottery, but with those 200 attribute points Renault's side of the lottery was not a loss, and there was also an animal-type devil fruit. Renault felt relieved at first, but afterward, he became happy again, and secretly said with joy, the threat just now had a little effect. Not only did he win 200 attribute points but he also got a devil fruit. It's just making money. Is there any wood? Renault thought of the animal-type devil fruit, and he didn't know what power it was, so he immediately asked the system, what power is that animal-type devil fruit in the system? Pull out the annotation and let me be healthy. When the system heard Renault's instructions, it immediately pulled out the annotations. The speed was very fast, as if he was afraid that Renault would not be satisfied with the lottery. Devil Fruit Annotation: this is a zoological devil fruit from One Piece world. Ability: Zoological, Eudemons, Fire Phoenix form, Disadvantages, Seawater, Seastone. I'll drop a mother-in-law. After Renault saw the description of the devil fruit, he wanted to take it out and swallow it, but when he thought about being afraid of seawater and seastone, he immediately killed the damned thought. Although eating this devil fruit now, his strength will increase a lot in a short period of time, but from a long-term perspective, no matter how he looks at it, he feels a loss. Because even if he doesn't eat this devil fruit, his strength will improve sooner or later, and he will still be the number 1 in the world. And eating this devil fruit seems to be useless for him in the future, except for one more weakness. Thinking of Renault here, he said to himself, if you want to eat it, you can eat the devil fruit that has no side effects. Let's keep this devil fruit for future daughters-in-law to eat. After that, Renault ignored the devil fruit, and directly instructed the system will add attribute points to me, add 50 each to my physical fitness and swordsmanship, and add the remaining 100 to my telekinesis. 39. In the process of adding attribute points, Congratulations to host, adding attribute points successfully. After Renault heard the system reminding him that he had successfully added attribute points, he immediately felt the changes in his body, as well as his understanding of swordsmanship. The biggest change is psychic power. As psychic proficiency becomes higher and higher, he becomes more and more handy in controlling psychic power. After Renault dealt with all these things, he did not continue to draw the lottery again, but planned to digest it for a while, mainly to adapt to the changes in his body. Renault, who had nothing to do and was idle, could only devote all his attention to the journey. His telekinetic proficiency had just improved a lot, and now his speed was much faster than before. 2 days later, the waters near East Blue Windmill Town. Renault spent the past 2 days on the ship, and kept flying with all his strength except for the news, which is why he arrived at East Blue so quickly. A red light flashed in Renault's eyes, and then he glanced at the end of the sea on the left. Although he didn't see anything, he still controlled the boat and flew over. Renault's observation haki is so vast that he doesn't even know where his limits are. In addition to the vastness of his knowledge, he does not have the ability to predict the future. It is estimated that the wide range is his ability to see and hear. Before Renault flew too far, a small black spot appeared directly in front of him, and as he approached, the small black spot became bigger and bigger. Seeing the little black spot not far away, Renault thought to himself, that should be Garp's hometown, Windmill Town. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately landed the boat to the sea level, and then waved his hand, and a ball of golden energy flew out of his hand, forming a golden energy gate on the boat. After Renault opened the space channel, he just waited here quietly. They had already negotiated before that Renault would open the sky channel after arriving at Windmill Town. So Rouge knew that he had reached his destination when he saw the mouth open, so he didn't need to go to pick it up. Rouge would naturally come over when he saw the mouth. Sure enough, before Renault waited long, Rouge walked out of the Golden Gate passage, and as soon as he came out, he asked Renault, "Little Renault, is this the Windmill Town you said?" 35. Seeing Rouge come out with a box of things, Renault quickly stood up and helped her sit down before replying, "Yes, Windmill Town is not far away, you can't stay on the boat for too long, we'll go ashore first." Go. 35. Seeing Renault being so cautious, Rouge explained helplessly, "I'm just pregnant, how can it be so exaggerated?" Renault did not pick up the topic, but rowed the boat quietly, heading towards the port of Windmill Town. Seeing Renault like this, Rouge could only helplessly shook his head and asked, "Little Renault, how long will you stay here?" Renault thought for a while before answering, "I don't know now, but it shouldn't be too short." 95. Rouge breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Renault's words. She was a weak woman in an unfamiliar place, and she was definitely not at ease. Now that she knew that Renault would not leave in a short time, she felt a lot more at ease. In this strange place, with someone she knew, Renault would not feel lonely. Even if Renault were to leave in the future, she would have her own child at that time, and she would not feel lonely anymore. The two of them didn't talk after that, and it didn't take long before Renault rowed the boat to the port of Windmill Town, then helped Rouge to get off the boat and walked towards the interior of the island. After some inquiries from Renault, they finally asked where the village chief's home was, and after Renault's operation, they had a small house in Windmill Town. Rouge looked at the small yard in front of him and said with a smile, "Is this the home we will live in for a long time in the future?" After Rouge finished speaking, he walked in on his own and looked around. After some observation, the two of them were very satisfied with the small house. After Renault cleaned up the place, he said in the direction of Rouge, "Sister Rouge, I'm going to the bar to see, you can rest here first." Hearing Renault's words, Rouge replied without looking back, "I can take care of myself, you can do it if you have something to do." "Well, just call me if you have anything." "Okay, I know." After Renault ordered, he walked out of the newly bought small house and walked towards the only bar in Windmill Town. He came here not only to settle down on Rouge, but the biggest reason why he chose to come here is because there is a young daughter-in-law who is waiting for him to come to attack. Following the directions of passers-by, Renault found the only bar in Fanged Town without much effort. After Renault came to the door of the bar, he glanced inside and saw only a figure about his own size. It was about 10:30 in the morning, and it was still too early, so there were no customers in the bar. After Renault saw the Makino daughter-in-law he was looking for, he walked into the bar directly. Makino saw Renault walk in. She had never seen this boy who was about her own age, so she stepped forward and asked curiously, Hello. What do you need? Seeing Makino, who looked like a curious baby, Renault immediately put on an embarrassed expression and asked, "Can you buy everything in this bar?" Although Makino didn't know what Renault wanted to do, he nodded and said, "Everything we have here, of course, is for sale, otherwise we wouldn't put them on display. Now this bar is still owned by her father. She only comes to help every day. Now she can only be regarded as a small waiter, not the proprietress in the future." When Renault heard Makino's answer, he pretended to be relieved and said, "I want to buy a little cutie named Makino, I wonder if you can sell her to me." After Makino listened to Renault's words, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he looked at Renault with a bewildered expression, and he didn't regain his senses for a long time. With a dumbfounded expression, Makino looked at Renault for a full minute before regaining his senses, then rolled his eyes and said, "How can you be like this? You want to buy me, you think beautifully." Renault looked at Makino, who rolled his eyes, and felt very kawaii. He secretly made up his mind that this little cutie must be brought home, and he couldn't take advantage of the guy who never showed up in the future. Chapter 61. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately showed a righteous look and said, "If you don't make me think so beautiful, then don't look so beautiful." 35. Puff. Goose 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 dash. Makino was greeted by Renault's humorous answer, and laughed out of goose chirping, and while laughing out of breath, he pointed at Renault like a spoiled child and said, "Anyway, you can't think so beautifully, too. Can't think of me beautiful." When Renault heard Makino's words, he immediately showed a wicked smile and said, "No matter what I say, I'm just thinking, you're more than me, and you've already started to take care of me before you go to marry me." Pfft. 35. Makino's smile that he had just endured was broken by this humorous answer, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hands to prevent himself from laughing, looking funny and cute. I don't know how long it took. Makino finally put his hand down, glared at Renault and asked angrily, "I just told you not to think about it, and I didn't say I wanted to take care of you, and what did I say? I wanted to marry. Are you?" If someone with high emotional intelligence saw this scene, they would know that Makino is now walking step by step towards the trap dug by Renault, and there will be no bones left that will be eaten in the end. Renault heard Makino's faltering, his voice getting smaller and smaller, and he still joked with a smile, "Then you're even more extreme. You didn't say you wanted to marry me, but you managed me like a little daughter-in-law. Are you saying this is too much?" Makino faltered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. He looked anxious but didn't know what to do. The words seemed to be stuck in his throat, causing his cute little face to turn red. When Renault saw her funny scene, he stretched out his sinful hand and poked Makino's cute little face. "Yeah. What are you doing?" Makino was taken aback by Renault's stab, and quickly stepped back, away from the claws of Renault, the little devil. Seeing Makino hiding so far away, Renault still had a smile on his face, and replied shamelessly, "You have done so many things to me, of course I am charging a little interest back." 99. When Makino heard Renault's words, he hurriedly defended, Who did something too much to you?" Speaking of Makino here, he showed an angry accusation, "You have always been doing too much to me, okay?" Hearing Makino's accusation, Renault said with a righteous look, "I have already admitted to your little daughter-in-law, so I have done something too much to you, that's right. But you're different, you don't recognize our relationship, and you keep taking care of me, you're playing a hooligan to me." Makino was confused by Renault, showed a hesitant expression, and asked tentatively, "Then if I admit this relationship, can I just take care of you?" Seeing that Makino's little daughter-in-law finally took the bait, Renault hurriedly stepped up his efforts and said, "That must be dropped. As long as you admit the relationship, then no one can say anything about me, even I can't say anything." Makino heard Renault's answer, showed a determined expression, looked at Renault and said, "Then I admit this relationship, I admit that I am your daughter-in-law, can I discipline you now?" When Renault finally heard that he knew the answer he wanted, he pretended to look at death and said, "Now you can discipline me as you want, little daughter-in-law, come on." Since Makino's daughter-in-law used her whole life to exchange the opportunity to discipline herself, she must cooperate well. Don't let Makino's daughter-in-law feel that it's okay to spend her whole life in exchange for a loss, and she must be disciplined enough today. You're done, hee. Renault is using her character who likes to discipline people, jumping into the well dug step by step, someone who succeeded in trickery, laughed like a 200-pound fat man in his heart. Barabara. Barabara. Like a little adult, Makino put his hands on his hips in front of Renault, posing as an educating person, and facing Renault was a crazy output of Barabara. Renault has always been smiling, standing there quietly, looking at her kawaii appearance, resisting the urge to go up and take a bite countless times. The two of them have always guaranteed this mode of getting along. I don't know how long it has passed. Makino finally showed a satisfied expression and said, "My education has been finished, if you are okay, go home." When Renault heard Makino ask him to go back, he did not refuse, but when he reached the door of the bar, he turned around and reminded with a smile, "Makino, my name is Renault, and I am also your husband, remember that you are already a husband. Wife, keep your distance from other men." Seeing Makino froze in place, Renault didn't care what she was thinking, anyway, it was a foregone conclusion for her, and she just walked out of the bar. After Renault had gone a long way, Makino gradually regained his senses, and said with a confused expression, "Did you successfully sell yourself?" If Renault was still here, seeing her kawaii appearance, she would definitely want to grab a bite again. After standing in the same place for a long time, Makino showed a very cheerful and lively smile, and thought to himself, anyway, Makino has sold himself, and he will have to live in the future, and he doesn't seem to hate him, so why bother himself annoyed? Thinking of Makino here, he returned to his cheerful and lively appearance at the beginning, and no longer bothered about selling himself. He started to work seriously in the bar again, as if nothing had happened just now. 2 weeks later, a windmill town. Renault ran to the small bar every day for the past 2 weeks, and practiced when he was free. Every day was very full. During this period of time, Rouge almost did not open the door, and the second gate did not move. He had been quietly staying in the small house, waiting for the birth of the child. It is still a sensitive period, try not to let others notice her, and when she came here, it was not long before she was pregnant, so it didn't seem obvious, so almost no one here knew about her pregnancy. Not only did they not know that she was pregnant, but the entire windmill town knew of her existence, only the village chief, and the others thought that only Renault lived in this small house, and did not know her existence at all. And when she came over, it was directly teleported by Renault through the space channel, and Roger hadn't been to East Blue in this period of time, so he almost cut off all contact with Roger. Renault has made so many arrangements, if Marine can still find him, then he can only say Marine's bullshit. Renault was chatting with Rouge in the small yard at this time, and of course they were talking about Roger. Marine announced in the newspaper today that they had captured Roger, the Pirate King, and he was publicly executed in Logue Town a week later. After Renault read the newspaper, he muttered with a speechless expression, "These sanctimonious Marines are still as shameless as ever." Seeing Renault complaining about Marine speechlessly, Rouge asked with a curious look, "Little Renault, I feel like you hate Marine, even Roger doesn't feel that he hates Marine, how old are you? Why do the kids hate Marine?" Rouge was not sad about Roger's public execution, as if it had nothing to do with her. When Rouge was with Roger, she already knew about Roger's physical condition. She knew that this day would not come for too long. She had prepared herself a long time ago, so she can be so calm now. Face. It would be a lie to say that she is not sad at all, but as long as she thinks that she has a child with him, this trivial sadness is diluted by the joy of the child who is about to be born. Renault heard Rouge's curious question, and seeing that she was not affected by Roger's news, he answered, "Roger is just a pirate in the sea, what his eyes can see is very limited, and although I am only a child, but I can see some dark side hidden by world government and Marine. The world government is doing everything they can for their own rule. As long as they threaten their rule, people, things, and forces will all be wiped out of this world by them. As Marine, who represents the justice of this world, not only did he not think of a way to stop it, but most of the things were done by Marine's hands, such as erasing all living beings on an island. There are countless such things." Speaking of Renault here, he looked at Rouge and continued, "On the surface, justice is awe-inspiring, but secretly his hands are covered with the blood of innocent civilians. This should be the reason why I hate Marine." Rouge stared at Renault in stunned eyes. She didn't expect Renault to know so many unknown secrets in the world when he was so young. No wonder he seems so mature at such a young age, and he knows so many secrets that the police do not know. I guess it is difficult for him to think immature. I don't know how long it took. Rouge gradually came back to his senses, and asked with a puzzled face, Although I only live in South Blue and don't know anything about the sea, but under this kind of oppression, the world should be able to. Did someone stand up? Renault glanced at Rouge a little unexpectedly. He didn't expect that she, a woman who had never been to the sea, would be able to think of this. How could a woman who could really take Roger down did not have her extraordinary qualities? Seeing Renault's look, Rouge knew what he was thinking, rolled his eyes and said, although I haven't been to the sea, and I don't know much, it doesn't mean I'm a brainless person. Hearing her words, Renault touched his nose embarrassedly, and then replied, there is darkness in the world, and of course there will be light, but this force is still too small to fight against the world government, but as long as someone stands up, there will be countless people to follow, so this force will become stronger and stronger in the future, until the overthrow of the world government. Hearing Renault's affirmation, Rouge asked suspiciously, how do you know that this force must go well, not the world government? Recalling the revolution of his previous life, Renault replied with admiration, a single spark can start a prairie fire, not to mention this kind of fire that fills the whole world. When one falls, the other will stand up. This will never burn out. How can you lose the flames? Flowers 0. In addition to being shocked, Rouge's mind went blank when he heard these words. What kind of rhetoric is this? At this time, outside the small courtyard, separated by a wall, stood a young marine officer. He had been standing here for a long time, listening to the conversation in the small courtyard. He could not calm down for a long time, and his face was constantly changing. Renault had long known that there was someone outside the small courtyard, and what he said just now was not only for Rouge, but also for the people outside the small courtyard, because he knew this person. He was Monkey D. Long, and he was also the future. The biological father of the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Renault felt that this guy wanted to come in, and quickly said to Rouge, Sister Rouge, I have something to go out for a while. If I haven't come back for dinner, you can eat it yourself. Rouge heard Renault say that she had something to go out, and she didn't ask more. She said directly, then you go early and come back early, I'll leave you a meal. After Renault greeted Rouge, he disappeared directly on the chair, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared outside the small yard. Long originally raised his hand and was about to knock on the door when he felt the presence of another person behind him, and immediately turned around to check. When Long saw the person floating in front of him, he froze in place with a dazed expression. Was the danger he felt just now the 5 or 6-year-old child in front of him? The reason why the dragon is so ignorant is because with his current strength, although he is no match for the strong admiral, he has no problem with a few tricks, but he actually feels danger in this child. What the hell is this? Renault didn't know what the dragon was thinking. Looking at the dragon who was stunned, he asked, it doesn't matter if you eavesdrop on my speech. What's the matter if you go in and disturb our lives? 0. Although Renault wanted to say something to Long just now so that he could avoid detours, he didn't want to meet this guy. Because people like him are synonymous with trouble, and there will be trouble wherever he goes. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the dragon, otherwise he will be in trouble in the future. Although he is not afraid of these troubles, he hates troubles, so he will never join in the troubles that can be avoided. At this time, Long also gradually recovered, knowing that what Renault said just now, he immediately said respectfully, Little sir, I want to learn the knowledge you just said, please teach me. The dragon looked at Renault now, like a man looking at a peerless beauty, with green light in his eyes. He knew that he was thirsting for knowledge, but if he didn't know, he thought he had an idea for Renault. He was very eager to get this knowledge, but there was very little knowledge about it in this sea, so he was so excited to see Renault. Renault originally wanted to reject the dragon directly, but when he thought of Rouge in the small yard, he swallowed the rejection and said, you leave here now, and come to me in 3 months, when I will send you a few books on this subject, which are enough to get you on your way. But you can't tell the police that I gave it to you, and you can't tell anyone about my existence, and you have to help me protect someone. After listening to Renault's words, Long glanced into the small courtyard and said without thinking, I will be here in 3 months, as long as the book is really 1/10 of what Mr. said. No, even if the effect is 1%, I will send someone to help you protect her. After Long finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. He never doubted that Renault would lie to him, because just what he said just now had already benefited him a lot, even if the book Renault gave him was nothing. He has also made a worthwhile trip. Renault was worried that after he left here, Rouge would run into trouble here and he would not be able to come back in time, so he wanted to use this method to ask the dragon to help protect Rouge secretly. Moreover, he only wrote a few books. With his current mental strength, he still remembers the books he has read before, and it is easy to copy a few books from his previous life. If he hadn't wanted to leave a mysterious image in the dragon's heart and let him pick it up in a few months, he could have written several books in a few days. After seeing the dragon walking away, Ryal turned around and went back to the small yard. He thought he wanted to spend some time killing the dragon, but he didn't expect to send this guy away with a few words. What Ryal didn't know was that his temporary decision today made him a godlike existence in the hearts of the Revolutionary Army in the future. Great. Seeing Ryal coming back so quickly, Rouge asked with a puzzled face, "Don't you have something to go out, little Ryal? Why did you come back so soon?" Hearing her question, Ryal said casually, "A fly came just now. I thought it would take some time to send him away, but he left after a few words." After Ryal finished speaking, he looked at Rouge again and said, "Sister Rouge, I'm going to leave here for a few days, is it okay for you to be here alone?" "Rouge, you want to go to Logue Town?" "Ryal, that's right." "Rouge, I'm just pregnant, it's not that I can't move, I'm not so pretentious, just go if you want." Chapter 62. A few days later, a Logue Town street. Today's Logue Town is very crowded, people come and go on the streets, and it seems very crowded when walking on the wide streets. The reason why Logue Town is so lively today is because Roger, the Pirate King, will be publicly executed here today. Countless people heard the news and rushed here from all over the world, just wanting to witness the style of One Piece Roger with their own eyes. Even many monsters in the New World went all the way to East Blue to watch the execution of Roger, the Pirate King. Ryal is now in a room around the execution square, gradually waiting for the execution to begin. Ryal stood at the window and looked at the square. When he saw more and more people in the square, he thought to himself, fortunately, he had the foresight to come here in advance to rent this room, or else he would use his own small man. In the crowd in the square, it is estimated that not even a bird can be seen. Minutes and seconds passed, just as everyone was looking forward to it, Marine's high-level officials finally came one after another. They boarded the high platform that had already been prepared, and it was the Warring States period who presided over the public execution. Except for Fleet Admiral, who needs to guard the house, the top Marines are almost all in Logue Town. They are afraid that the former members of the Roger Pirates will make trouble, so just in case, almost all the strong Marines are there. Here. When the Warring States period saw that it was almost time, he instructed the Marine soldiers on the side, "Go and take Roger, the Pirate King, to the execution platform." "Soldier, yes, Admiral." Following the order of the Warring States period, a few Marine soldiers walked in slowly from outside the square with Roger. After a while, Roger put handcuffs on his hands, slightly raised them on his chest, and walked into the square step by step. Although Roger looked a little embarrassed, his overall aura was like the return of the king. What he knew was that he was about to go to the stage of execution, and what he didn't know was that he was the king who had returned in triumph and was preparing to give a speech on the high stage of honor. Is this One Piece Roger? Is this the King of the Sea? 35. As expected of the Pirate King, even if he is about to be executed, he still has a calm expression. It's not just the wind and the clouds. When I saw him, I could only think of one word to describe it: the return of the king. Yes, I feel that way too. He doesn't feel like a man being executed, more like a triumphant king. The crowd in the Logue Town square saw Roger walking slowly, and they were all convinced by his aura. Seeing Roger walking slowly, Ryal felt the conquerors looming on him at that time, rolled his eyes silently, and secretly spit out in his heart, "They are already terminally ill, and they still like to pretend to be beeps so much. I don't know if pretending to be beeps will be punished lightning strike." The road from the square to the execution platform was not very far, but like an old grandfather crossing the road, they walked slowly and leisurely for several minutes before reaching the execution platform. After Roger boarded the execution, he sat directly on it, as if he had come home calmly, and raised his hand to the executioner beside him and asked, "Can you take this thing off for me? It's itchy. Uncomfortable." The executioner, standing by the side, his face darkened instantly, and then said angrily, "How can I take it down for you? You can be honest with me." After the executioner finished speaking, he secretly added in his heart, "How could it be possible to take off the handcuffs for a monster like you? I don't want to die so early. After Roger sat on the execution, Marine didn't start the execution right away, but as if waiting for something. Reynald, who was in one of the surrounding rooms, saw this strange scene, and immediately spread out observation hacky. When he saw the Marine arrangement around him, he finally understood what was going on. Not only are there a lot of Marines hidden in the surrounding, but the entire Logtown Island is surrounded by warships. This is waiting for the people of the Roger pirates to come and cast their nets. It's a pity that people are not as good as heaven. The Roger pirates didn't want to come to save people at all, because when the pirates were disbanded, Roger had explained to them that if he was caught, he must have done so voluntarily, or else no one can catch him, and there's no need to save him, so Marine is probably going to have to work in vain this time. Time passed, and Marine still hadn't waited for the person they wanted to wait for. Now Marine executives have a question. That's the crew of the Roger pirates, don't they really want to take care of their captain? The Warring States period saw that the appointed time was about to pass, so he could only instruct the soldiers on the side, let's start the execution of Roger. Soldier, yes, Admiral. Start of execution. After the two executioners on the high platform received the order, they all began to prepare and raised their hands together. Hey! One Piece, where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? 35. Did you get it? The executioner heard the shouting from the crowd, and his face changed greatly and he shouted directly, shut up. Shut up for me. That legendary great treasure, that one-of-a-kind great treasure One Piece. Well ha 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 ha. Roger burst into laughter when he heard this, then said, want my treasure? The crowd below the square heard Roger's laughter and what he said, all sweating, and staring at Roger who was laughing loudly on the high platform. Some were shocked that Roger could still laugh at this time, and some were shocked by every word he said. Roger, if you want, I can give you all. Executioner, damn. It was only at this time that the two executioners reacted. Instead of shutting up the people below, they might as well keep the one above speechless. Thinking of the two people here, they directly inserted two knives into Roger's body. Roger, go find it. I put all my treasures there. The two executioners were still a step behind. Roger had already finished what he wanted to say, his plan had been successful, and even with two sticks in his body, his face was still full of smiles. At this moment, it was as if someone pressed the pause button, not only quiet but also very strange, like the tranquility before the storm. Hoo 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 hoo. After a strange silence, the whole square erupted in bursts of roars that broke through the sky. Under the square, some people were excited, some were crying, some were confused, some were worried, and there were all kinds of things. But no matter who is in the square, they all understand one truth, that is, a new era is coming. And it is still a very chaotic era. In the face of this chaotic era, some people are happy and others are worried. Of course, the pirates want to be as chaotic as possible. On the other hand, Marine wanted a peaceful era, so in the current situation, Marine was almost frowning at the scene. One after another, the future big pirates, as well as a few Shishibukai, saw that the execution was over, and they all left here and walked towards the dark place. After a while, these people disappeared into the vast sea of people. Reynald stood at a high place and saw all this in his eyes, but he didn't care about these people. Seeing that the execution was over, he also left the room and slowly disappeared into the crowd, and disappeared into the crowd in no time. Originally, Reynald wanted to find a sparsely populated place, and then opened the space channel to return to Windmill Town. But when he came to the beach and saw two people who were quarreling, he did not leave here immediately, but walked towards them. Before Reynald got close to the two of them, he greeted them all the way, yo. You quarrel as soon as you meet, you two are really energetic. The two who were arguing at the beach heard Reynald's voice, they both stopped arguing very tacitly, and turned their heads to check at the same time. When they saw that it was Reynald, they both breathed a sigh of relief. These two people are none other than Shanks and his grudge friend Buggy. The two of them can pinch almost every time they meet, but each time it ends with Buggy's defeat. After Shanks saw that it was Reynald, he came over and asked, Little Reynald, are you also here to see Captain Roger's execution? Hearing Shanks' words, Reynald corrected directly, it's the captain of your Roger pirates, not mine, don't make me wanted, or I'll kill you. 99. When Shanks heard Reynald's threat, he still looked like he was heartless. He stepped forward and said, Little Reynald, I know you are not such a person. Who are we and why don't we three have a meal together? Crack. 5. Reynald slapped the hand that he hooked up with a slap, looked at the familiar guy with a speechless expression, and said, right now Marine is looking for the crew of the Roger Pirates. If I show up with you at this time, I will definitely be arrested. Under the banner of the Roger Pirates, you are cheating on me. 5. How could Reynald not know what Shanks was thinking? He must have wanted him to be wanted, and then he was here to pull him onto the boat. This wishful thinking was really a snap. Shanks saw Reynald dismantled it on the spot. Embarrassment flashed across his face, and then quickly returned to normal. Looking at Reynald, he said with emotion, little Reynald, you said that you are so young, how can you have so many hearts? Ever since you got on the boat and got off the boat, apart from being suppressed by force, I haven't seen you suffer any loss, so your stomach isn't full of hearts, right? Buggy, who was listening to the conversation between the two, looked at Reynald and nodded in agreement. Not only have I never seen him bullied, but most of the people on the ship have been rectified by him. After Buggy finished saying this, he secretly added in his heart, I am the one who was the most miserable. Buggy now thinks about the experience of that time, and now I still feel a little sad. Buggy, who was thinking about the unbearable past, suddenly seemed to be remembering something. He didn't know where he got the courage. He grabbed the corner of Reynald's shirt and lifted it up, leaned in and asked loudly, BD Reynald, I still have a debt to pay. Do you think you stole the treasure house on the ship? That is the treasure that I have worked so hard to collect for so many years. After being reminded by Buggy, Shanks finally remembered this incident, because all the treasures were stolen by Reynald, and the last part of their voyage was miserable. They ate fish in the sea for half a month, and they ate it for half a month. Until now, they don't want to see fish. It's all thanks to Reynald. Reynald saw the angry Buggy, and Shanks, whose face gradually became subtle. His eyes rolled a few times, and he said, nonsense, what evidence do you have that I stole it? If not, you'd better let me go, or I can't promise that I won't hand you over to Marine for a bounty. When Buggy heard Reynald's threat, he woke up instantly and put Reynald down immediately. The sober Buggy didn't have the courage to face Reynald, so he let Reynald down without thinking. Seeing that Buggy was so cowardly, Shanks immediately laughed and said, Buggy, are you too cowardly? Hearing Shanks' mockery, Buggy said in a very single-minded manner, if you're not cowardly, then come. Shanks was so choked by Buggy's words that he didn't dare to fight Reynald, but he knew that no matter how he fought, he would lose, so why should he go to abuse? While the three of them were chatting, a tall figure walked over not far away, with his hands in his trouser pockets, walking towards Reynald and the others step by step, walking at a pace that he did not recognize. There are also a few people who look like their subordinates behind them. They can be found in this group of people who are tall, short, fat, and thin, and all of them are very distinctive. Reynald discovered the Birdman who was approaching early in the morning, but he didn't take it to heart. The current Birdman is not something to be afraid of. Even if the Birdman will be in the future, he will not pay attention to it, because the world has strong talents. It's king. Phew 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 phew. Before Doflamingo came close, the unique laughter came first, and then he said, a few little devils over there, come join my family and welcome this upcoming new era together. When Doflamingo was talking, he also let out his arrogance, trying to use his arrogance to shock Reynald and a few people, and then he obediently joined the Don Quixote family. The reason why Doflamingo came to invite Reynald and others was because he could feel that these boys were not easy. He looks so young, but his strength is not weak, so he wants to come over and invite. When Reynald 140 heard Doflamingo's words, they looked at each other and looked at each other. Except for Reynald, Shanks, and Buggy didn't know where the funny comparison came from. Seeing that the two of them were confused, Reynald knew they didn't know Doflamingo, so he stood up and said with a mocking expression, we are all people from New World, just you people from all over the world, and want us to join your family, where did you get the courage? 39. Ha 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 ha. Aren't these guys too funny? Reynald had just finished laughing at Doflamingo, and Shanks, who knew what was going on, immediately laughed unscrupulously. Doflamingo was shocked when he heard that Reynald was from the New World, but after hearing Shanks' ridicule, his face darkened immediately. Doflamingo listened to the harsh laughter, and shouted with a dark face, what about the New World? It's just that the sea area is different. Today I will tear off your arrogant faces. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo let out a weird laugh, and asked Renault and the others, "Are you all ready for Lao Tzu's wrath?" Boom. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, he rushed out, leaving only a big hole in place, and people had already appeared in front of Renault and the others. Seeing Doflamingo rushing directly over, Renault wanted to step on them with his Hong Kong foot, and immediately became furious. A green energy burst out of his body, and then he waved his hand directly. Touch bang! As soon as Doflamingo approached a few people, before he had time to attack, he was slapped by a green energy palm and slapped upside down, hitting the ground not far away, and a long deep groove was drawn. The green energy on Renault's body was getting stronger and stronger, and he walked towards Doflamingo step by step. "UBD, how dare you hurt the young master?" Several of Doflamingo's subordinates, seeing the injured Doflamingo, all stared at Renault with angry eyes, as if they were going to rush up to bite Renault in the next second. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo, who was lying on the ground, suddenly laughed again, then slowly got up, looked at Renault and said, "Don't think that you are the only one who is capable, I am also one." Leg shave string. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he disappeared, and reappeared in front of Renault, and then a whip leg swept towards Renault's head, and there was an extra line of thin lines on his feet. Personally feel useless. Call out. Boom rumble. Renault disappeared before the attack, causing Doflamingo's attack to land on the ground, smashing a hole. Renault, who had just disappeared from the spot, appeared behind Doflamingo with a knife in his hand, and slashed directly at Doflamingo's back. Whoa. Chapter 63. Crash. Facing Renault's super-fast speed, Doflamingo couldn't react at all, and a long hole was cut directly behind his back. Renault floated in midair, looking at Doflamingo who was bleeding, and said calmly, "I may not be as good as you in terms of physical fitness, but I am afraid of the speed of the New World powerhouse, not to mention that you are even in the world. What about the garbage that hasn't come out yet?" When Renault first crossed over, although he was very calm on the surface, he felt very insecure in his heart. So when he develops his ability, his subconscious will involuntarily develop towards speed. To say how insecure Renault is, it can be seen from the fact that his development ability is seriously biased. The speed is so fast that even a strong man like Margiao can't do anything about him, but when his attack power is not large, he can pour. When Renault found that his psychic power was more and more inclined to speed, his psychic power and speed had already formed a system. Since he has already achieved some results in speed, he is too lazy to change it back, and he also feels that there is nothing wrong with the speed, so his speed will be faster and faster. Doflamingo slowly turned around, looked at Renault behind him, and said with an ugly face, "Don't think that if you hurt Lao Tzu, you will win, you are 100 years too early to win Lao Tzu." Looking at the chattering Doflamingo, Renault felt speechless all of a sudden. This guy thinks he is a child, so is it a coincidence that he hit him just now? Thinking of Renault here, stop beeping with him, this kind of person with Conqueror's haki can only beat him to the ground, or slap him to death, otherwise they don't know how to spell fear. Hey. 99. Renault disappeared directly from midair, and when he reappeared, he was behind him, slashing down without a word. Whoa. There was another hole in Doflamingo's back, and he couldn't even react. He didn't know he was injured until he was hit. Call out. Doflamingo looked at Renault, who had disappeared again, and cursed angrily, "BD. You have the guts to come out and fight me in an upright manner, what kind of skill do you have?" Whoa. Year. Renault ignored Doflamingo and kept attacking from behind. No matter where he was facing, Renault could appear behind him. Boo. Ha. Ha. 35. Whoa. 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 Boom. Renault slashed several more times, directly slashing Doflamingo's back with blood, and Renault didn't stop until he fell. At this time, Doflamingo, covered in blood, was seriously injured and lay dying on the ground. BD. You actually beat the young master like this. Master, are you alright? Due to the speed at which this battle ended too quickly, when everyone around him reacted, Doflamingo was already seriously injured, and he didn't know where to start if he wanted to help. Renault saw that several of Doflamingo's subordinates wanted to come over to help, so he looked directly at Shanks and said, "If you don't help Shanks, when I finish fighting them, the next target will be the two of you." 35. Shanks was watching the play with great interest, but his face darkened instantly when he heard Renault's words. This little BD wanted to pull himself into the water. However, after thinking about it, Shanks rushed over and stopped in front of a few people who wanted to help. He would rather fight this group of stinky fish and rotten shrimp than Renault. It's not because Renault is too strong, but when he and Renault compete, he has never touched Renault, and every time he competes, he is very aggrieved. Renault can beat him as much as he wants, but if he wants to touch Renault, I'm sorry, the concubine can't do it. Seeing that Shanks had stopped those people, Renault floated up to Doflamingo, looked at him and asked, "Do you still feel like my opponent?" Renault didn't want to pay attention to this guy just now. He didn't expect this guy to be so anxious to court death. But when he maimed Doflamingo, he suddenly remembered the pig he raised in his previous life, and he didn't want this guy to die, because he needed money very much in the future, and after he fattened this guy, hee. Seeing that Doflamingo didn't speak, Renault stabbed him in the back with the knife in his hand, and after poking a hole, he continued, "If you don't speak again, I will stab you alive." Doflamingo looked at Renault in front of him, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he asked fiercely, "What do you want, you BD?" Seeing that he finally spoke, Renault immediately said with a smile, "I'm not an unreasonable person, how about you give me 18 billion Baileys, and then I let you go." When Doflamingo heard Renault's words, his eyes almost popped out, and he shouted angrily, "It costs 18 billion Baileys to open your mouth, why don't you go grab it?" 35. Renault didn't get angry when he heard his roar, and he still said with a smile, "How can I get money faster than this method now? If I talk about it, it's 18 billion, why should I go to that kind of hard work? What about the unfortunate thing?" When Doflamingo heard Renault's crooked reasoning, he almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't have that much money, so he put on a death-like expression and said, "My whole family doesn't have that many Baileys, what are you doing? Crispy or just kill me?" Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Renault also thought that he was not the king of the underground world in the future, and it was normal not to have 10 billion Baileys. Thinking of Renault here, he did not ask for 10 billion, but suggested, 10 billion is not for you to give me immediately, but can be divided into 10 years and give me 1 billion a year, what do you think? 55. After Renault thought of this method of raising pigs, he also thought of the Golden Emperor in the future, and thought secretly, in the future, he will also think of a way to make him owe him a lot of money, and then let him pay it back slowly, and wait for them to pay it back. After finishing, trying to make them owe again. Infinite loop, wow. Doflamingo didn't know Renault's thoughts, he felt that 1 billion a year was still within his tolerance, so after thinking about it, he agreed, "I can promise to give you 1 billion every year until the 10 billion is paid off. So far, can we go now?" Seeing that he was struggling to stand up and wanted to leave, Renault reminded him with a smile, "Remember to send these Baileys to the Whitebeard pirates every year, they are my Renault's things, and when I finish the work here things, I'll pick them up when I go back to New World." When Doflamingo heard Renault's words, his body suddenly stiffened, and his face began to twist in shock. He didn't expect Renault to be related to the Whitebeard pirates. He had just thought about trying to find out Renault's identity after he left here, and see if he could get rid of the money in the future. It seems that there is no need to investigate now, just one Whitebeard pirate group, he doesn't care about defaulting. After Doflamingo cleared his mind, he lowered his head and continued to walk forward, then left with a few of his subordinates, and disappeared from Renault's sight after a while. The reason why Renault asked him to send Bailey to Whitebeard was not without reason. He was inconvenient here now, and the only one he knew who was still active at sea was Whitebeard. Koja Kyoden is also fine, but he doesn't think he can even go up to Wano Country Falls, so Whitebeard's is better. After Shanks saw that the others had left, he came to Renault and reminded, "Little Renault's movement just now was probably noticed by Marine, so let's get out of here quickly." 35. Renault had already found out that Marine was gathering here, and after hearing Shanks' reminder, he said directly, "I don't need to be afraid of Marine, after all, I'm not a pirate, so hurry up and run." Hearing Renault's words, Shanks complained in his heart with a black face, "The 3 strongest pirate groups in the New World, you little BD have been in 2 of them, and you are still talking about yourself. It's not a pirate, it's really shameless." Thinking of Shanks here, he stopped talking nonsense with Renault, and said goodbye directly, "Little Renault, let's go first, we will have a future." Shanks pulled buggy and boarded the boat they brought, and then the two of them rowed into the depths of the sea without stopping, not daring to stay here too much for a moment. Renault watched the two disappear into the depths of the sea, then opened the space channel and walked in directly. Da-da-da-da. 35. Not long after Renault and the others left, a group of Marines surrounded the place where they had just fought. But they were destined to be in vain, because the real masters of the battle have long since passed away. In the small yard purchased by Renault in Windmill Town, Rouge was also relieved when she saw Renault come out of the space passage. She now regarded Renault as a family member. Of course, she would be worried about Renault when he went to such a dangerous place. After Rouge cleared up his mood, he asked, "You've come back, has Roger left?" Renault, gone. After Rouge got Renault's reply, he went straight into the room and locked himself in the room. Seeing this scene, Renault shook his head and thought to himself, after all, it's a husband and wife who is a couple for 100 days, how can it be so easy to let go? Renault didn't take care of Rouge in the room, it was better for her to be alone at this time. Renault, who had nothing to do, ran back to his room and prepared to write a few books for long, so that the revolution in this world could have a spiritual direction. Renault remembered that he had read related books in his previous life, picked it up and started to write, starting from the values. There is no specific value in this world at all, except that justice is evil, this is not good. Social values. Fairness, justice, integrity, I am the dividing line. Time flies, a year and a half later. Renault has been in Windmill Town for a year and a half. During this period, the dragon came back once. After getting the book that Renault gave, it was a treasure. I just stayed here for a day, and because I had a lot of insights after reading the book, I wanted to practice it, so I left here non-stop and continued to work on his revolution. Of course, these are all insignificant things. The most important thing is that little Ace has been born. Because this time, the child was born after more than 20 months of pregnancy, so the mother and child were safe when the child was born. Since Makino met Renault, he has often come to visit Renault's small house as a guest, and today is no exception. He immediately came here to play after finishing his work at the bar. Quack quack. Makino walked to the door of the small house, knocked on the door with his hand first, and then shouted, "Sister Rouge, I'm coming to see little Ace, open the door for me." 35. Rouge came out when he heard the knock on the door, opened the door for her, and joked with a smile, "Makino, if you want to see little Renault, you can say it directly, don't use my son as an excuse every time." Makino blushed slightly when she heard Rouge's words, but she still quibbled, "I just want little Ace to see him, I don't want to miss that bad guy." Seeing her stubborn face, Rouge didn't say any more, and directly invited, "Don't stand outside, come in first and talk about it." 99. Makino was not polite to Rouge either. After coming in, he walked straight inside as if he had returned to his own home. At this time, Renault was playing with little Ace, one was 7 or 8 years old, the other was only 1 year old, one was in charge of teasing, and the other was in charge of being teased, and it was a lot of fun. Makino walked into the small yard and saw Renault and Ace in front of him, and immediately walked over to Ace and asked, "I'm coming to see you again, little Ace, do you miss your sister?" Makino's age is 10 years older than Ace, so she is now 10 years old, so the protagonist female junior holds golden bricks, hee. As soon as Makino said hello to Ace, he immediately picked him up and kept making fun of Ace. He glanced at Renault from time to time, and immediately turned his eyes away after being discovered. Seeing her cute appearance, Renault wanted to tease her, so he leaned over and whispered, "Since you like children so much, daughter-in-law, then give me one too." Hearing Renault's words, Makino's face instantly turned red to the back of his ears, his eyes were dodging, and he stammered, Who wants to give birth to a child for you, and you are a child yourself now, how can you give birth to a child?" 5. Goose 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 goose. Rouge, who had just walked into the small yard, heard Makino's words, and immediately knew that Renault was teasing her again, and he laughed out loud. Seeing Rouge laughing, Renault couldn't straighten his back, and immediately rolled his eyes and asked angrily, "Sister Rouge, I'm discussing a major matter with my little wife, can I trouble you to avoid it?" Goose 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 goose. Rouge laughed even more fiercely when he heard this, but he didn't relax for a long time. He knew it was her laughing, but if he didn't know, he thought it was the goose she raised. Rouge laughed for a few minutes before he stopped. and then he taught Renault, "Little Renault, you are still young, and you need adults to do things like having children, but you can't do it now." When Renault heard Rouge's education, he immediately rolled his eyes speechlessly. Every time he molested his little daughter-in-law, he would be educated by her if he knew about it. Renault also knew that Rouge didn't really want to educate him. This woman was just boring and teasing him. He just wanted to say that he didn't expect you to be such a Rouge. Is this an inappropriate rotten girl? Renault didn't want to dwell on this topic either. He was talking to Rouge about leaving here just now, and was interrupted by Makino's knock on the door. Now that this little daughter-in-law was there, he saved him from talking again. Thinking of Renault here, he mentioned it again. "Little daughter-in-law happens to be here with you, so I'll talk about it together. I'm leaving for West Blue tomorrow, and it's unclear when I'll be back, so I'm saying goodbye." When Makino heard Renault's words, his face immediately showed a look of reluctance and said, "I won't stop you from going to sea, but you must remember to come back to see us often." 35. When Renault heard Makino's words, he immediately promised with a smile, "Don't worry, little daughter-in-law, I bought you back with great effort. I can't bear it, don't worry." When Makino heard Renault mention this, his face instantly turned red, and he cursed inwardly. How stupid did he have to be fooled by this bad guy? The next day, Windmill Town Port. Rouge stood on the port and looked at Renault on the boat and said, "After little Renault goes to sea, take care of yourself." Makino looked at Renault on the boat, and after twitching for a while, he still blushed and said, "Husband, be careful when you are out alone. I will always be here waiting for you to come back. You must come back." When Renault heard that Makino was finally willing to call his husband, he immediately assured with a wide-eyed smile, "There is a little daughter-in-law waiting for me. I don't want to die outside, so I will definitely come back and rest assured." When Makino heard Renault's disgusting words, he instantly blushed, and then kept his head down, not daring to look at Renault again. Renault and some familiar people, after warning, paddled toward the depths of the sea. When the windmill town was out of sight, Renault used his ability directly and controlled the boat to fly towards West Blue. West Blue's little daughter-in-law, guess who it will be? Chapter 64. 10 days later, West Blue O'Hara Sea Area. About 10 meters above the sea level, there is a small boat flying fast as lightning. The air waves generated by the flight, even the sea level 10 meters apart, were dragged out of a long deep ditch. From the back, it looked like something was rushing across the sea, and the sea water was squeezed to both sides. After the boat flew far away, the sea water didn't have time to flow back. The spaceship is the boat that Renault controls. He has been on the road for 10 consecutive days, which is the longest time he has gone to sea alone. The reason Renault had to travel so long was because he set off from the far east of East Blue, and things were in 2 different directions. It can be said that from east to west is the furthest distance in the world, so he wasted so long to finally reach West Blue's destination. While Renault controlled the boat at full power, he used his knowledge to spread out to find nearby islands. He didn't know any sailing skills at all, so he could only use this stupidest and most effective method. Renault, who was flying with all his strength, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and then Renault looked to the right, and then turned the bow and flew in that direction. Not long before Renault flew out, he saw a small black spot not far away, and as his boat got closer to the small black spot looked bigger and bigger. When Renault got close to the island with only a few hundred meters left, he put the boat down, and then rowed slowly with the paddle. Having already arrived here, he is no longer anxious now. The reason why he was so anxious before he arrived was because he did not know the situation here. "So I wanted to get here as soon as possible, and seeing that it is still peaceful here, I know that Marine's Buster call has not yet started." Renault looked at the island that was getting closer and closer, with a smile on his face, and said to himself, "Little Robin, daughter-in-law, your future husband has come to save you." 140. Renault was so excited because Robin was probably the first daughter-in-law who was willing to go to sea with him. The 2 little daughters-in-law before, either didn't like going to sea, or they were controlled by their parents not to let them go to sea, and he couldn't force it. Renault found a place to hide, hid the boat, and then walked around the beach, wanting to have a chance encounter with his little daughter-in-law. It's a pity that Renault didn't see anything after walking around. He could only walk inside the island. If he didn't find it here, go to her house to find it. Renault walked up to a big tree after a while, looked at the big tree in front of him and thought to himself, Is this the tree with the most scholars and the most books in the world, the tree of omniscience? Renault just glanced at random, then turned around and left here. He originally wanted to go in and have a look, but he found that there were many people hiding in the dark around the library, thinking that it might be someone from the world government. He can only leave here first. After Renault left the library, he found a nearby hotel to stay in. He shouldn't leave here in a short time, so finding a place to live was inevitable. Renault didn't rush to find Robin, and when he came to the opened room in the hotel, he took out a phone bug. Originally he thought it was troublesome and wanted to throw it away, but he thought that he might be looking for him in the future, so he kept the troublesome guy's phone bug, and now this guy just came in handy. After Renault took out the phone bug, he dialed it without any nonsense. After all, time doesn't wait for anyone. Blood. Caw sauce. The phone worm just dialed for a while, and it was connected, and the phone worm also turned into a long horse face. That's right, this was the phone worm left to Renault when the dragon left. Long, sir, what are your instructions to me? Ever since Long got Renault's book and read the contents of the book, he has directly treated Renault as a god. He has to be as respectful as possible. Maybe this is just a few books for Renault, but for the pirate world, a world where revolutionary knowledge is blank. How important these books are, only the person involved knows. Long, so he is so respectful to Renault. Now Long's feeling is that before his revolution started, he has already stood on the shoulders of giants to see the direction of the entire revolution. Before, he was still confused about how to do it, but now his mind is clear, he understands how to do it, and how to do it. For Renault, who can write these books, in Long's eyes, he is like a god in the revolution. Seeing that the phone bug was connected, Renault didn't talk nonsense with him, and said straight to the point, these scholars on the West Blue O'Hara Island, who are studying blank history, have been discovered by the world government, and they may be wiped out, and these people are very important to you in the future, you decide whether to come or not. 35. The dragon opposite the phone bug, after hearing Renault's words, was silent for a while before answering, Sir, I'll take someone over immediately, I hope you can help me delay the time, I'm a little far from West Blue, it might take a while to get there. When Renault heard that the dragon was coming, he immediately said, I can't show up to deal with these things, so I can only help you delay time in secret, come over as soon as possible. Caw sauce. After Renault finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug. He didn't want to hear that the shameless guy, Long, was bothering him with other things. He could promise to help this guy to delay the time secretly. The reason Renault rescued these old stubborn people was just to use them to attract hatred. As long as these people were still alive, no one would pay attention to his little Robin daughter-in-law, and she didn't need to go back to those days of running away. He himself is stubborn towards these old people, as much as he dislikes them, and he is crazy to die if he has no strength. He has no self-knowledge at all. If it weren't for Robin's little daughter-in-law, he would be too lazy to care about the lives of these people. The reason why Renault didn't handle it himself and let the dragon handle it is because he hasn't grown up yet, and he doesn't want to be exposed to the sun so early, so he should develop slowly. Of course, it's only secondary, the most important thing is that he will go to naval headquarters to complete the clock-in task soon, and he can't offend Marine before that, so he thought of letting the dragon handle the affairs here. Time flies once a day. Renault's sight has always covered the entire island, so the wind and grass on the island can't escape his eyes. As soon as Renault woke up in the morning, he found that Robin was by the sea now. He immediately walked out of the hotel and rushed towards Robin's current location. In fact, Renault found her yesterday, but she stayed at home and didn't come out, so Renault had no chance to get close to his little daughter-in-law. Renault walked to the beach after a while, and immediately found Robin's daughter-in-law sitting on the beach watching the sea. Seeing her fascinated by the sea, Renault came quietly behind her, covered her eyes and asked, Little Robin, guess who I am, you will be rewarded for guessing right. Robin's body froze when her eyes were covered, she thought she had encountered some bad guy, but when she called her name from behind, she breathed a sigh of relief and secretly guessed Renault's identity. However, she couldn't think of it after racking her brains. She knew a person with such a voice. She has a very good memory. Shouldn't know this person. Thinking of Robin here, he didn't continue to guess, but said angrily, You are so interesting, I have never seen you before, how could I guess who you are? 35. Renault didn't know what Robin was thinking. After hearing what she said, he let go of her and asked curiously, "Little Robin, how do you know you haven't seen me?" When Robin turned around and saw Reynald, her mind was full of doubts. She just guessed, and now she is sure that she has never seen this person, but how did she know herself? Robin stared blankly at Reynald, lost in thought, and didn't answer Reynald's words at all. If she knew, she was thinking, but if she didn't know, she thought she was fascinated by Reynald. Reynald was stunned when he saw Robin, and immediately put on a smiling expression and joked, "You're not fascinated by my handsome appearance, little Robin, are you?" Robin heard Reynald's words again, and then gradually came back to his senses, and then rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You are really shameless, I'm just wondering how you know me." After Robin explained it, he asked curiously, "We don't seem to have met, how did you know my name?" When Reynald heard her question, he immediately started the trick. "It's a long story, I met a fortune teller some time ago, and that person said that my future wife will have a catastrophe recently, so I must be sure if I want to come here to save her, then I will travel thousands of miles from East Blue to the west to save people." Robin rolled her eyes when she heard Reynald's explanation. She didn't believe a word of what Reynald said. East Blue is more than 108,000 miles away from West Blue, not to mention such a small child. Even if an adult wants to come here from East Blue, it is a near-death experience, not to mention this boy who is about her age. Although Robin has never been to the sea, the books she has read for so many years are not for nothing, and she is not just reading history books. She has also read a lot of books on the sea, and she may know more about the sea than most navigators. Seeing that Reynald had finished speaking, Robin rolled his eyes again and said angrily, "I'm not interested in listening to you tell this kind of fairy tale. If you don't want to tell it, don't tell it. Why make up a story to deceive me?" Seeing her expression and what she said, Reynald knew she didn't believe it, but he wasn't worried at all. After all, she would have to believe it soon after. Reynald is no longer in a hurry to explain to her. After all, she believes it is a matter of time, and he is not in a hurry. Let's get acquainted with his daughter-in-law first. Thinking of Reynald here, he no longer bothered about the topic just now, and directly changed the topic. "Little Robin, take what I said just now and listen to it as a story." After Reynald finished speaking, he secretly complained in his heart, "Sometimes it's not good for a little daughter-in-law to be too smart. Like Ryal, if you make a few words, you will be hooked. Now this smart little daughter-in-law is a bit difficult to deal with." Thinking of Reynald here, he began to introduce himself again. "Get to know me again, my name is Reynald, you can call me by my name or my husband." Hearing this, Robin rolled his eyes speechlessly, but when he thought that everyone was talking about his own monster, and Reynald was not afraid, he always wanted to take advantage of himself. Isn't this guy afraid of himself? Thinking of Robin here, he raised his head and looked at Reynald eagerly, and asked cautiously, "Everyone says I'm a monster, but you always try to take advantage of me, aren't you afraid of me?" Robin was very eager for Reynald to say that he was not afraid of her, but he was afraid that Reynald would say that he was afraid of her, so when she asked this question, she seemed cautious, for fear of hearing the usual answer that she was afraid of. Seeing her cautious appearance, Reynald replied with a distressed expression, "Don't listen to other people's nonsense, you just eat devil fruit and have special abilities. I have seen many such people, your husband, and you husband. I am also a capable person, how can I be afraid of a little daughter-in-law like myself?" Robin stared blankly at Reynald. The expression on his face kept changing, sometimes shy, sometimes excited, sometimes speechless, just like a Sichuan opera. Originally, Robin should be happy and excited when he heard Reynald say that she is not a monster, and there are many people in the world like her. But when she heard Reynald's little daughter-in-law and her self-proclaimed husband, she couldn't get excited. Instead, she felt speechless and her face was hot, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing her expression, Reynald was like the face changing of Sichuan opera. He kept changing, and immediately extended his sinful hand and poked it, and jokingly said, "Are you performing a face-changing show for your husband?" Ah! Robin was stabbed in the face by Reynald, and immediately came back to his senses, screamed in an instant, and quickly backed away. After Robin stepped back several meters, he stared at Kawai's big eyes and said angrily, "How can you be like this? Not only do you keep taking advantage of me, but you even poke my face with your hands." Seeing her angry look, Reynald said shamelessly, "The reason why I poke your face is not because you are too cute. If you don't want me to poke, then you shouldn't be so cute. You. Hearing Reynald's shameless sophistry, Robin's face flushed with anger. I couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Seeing her speechless appearance, Renault was overjoyed, and thought secretly, in the future, if there is such a little daughter-in-law to accompany him to the sea, if you have nothing to do with the little daughter-in-law, you should not be bored. After a while, Robin, who finally recovered, looked at Renault with a speechless expression and complained, "Can you be more serious? If you do this again, I will ignore you." Humph. When Renault heard Robin's words, he pretended to look helpless and said, "I actually want to be serious, but my mother said that serious people can't get a wife, so I can only be a bad guy in order not to be a bachelor. Experienced people. But it's not impossible for me to be serious, but this needs your help, and I can't do it alone." Although Robin didn't believe Renault's words, she still asked, "What do you want me to help you with?" Renault dug such a big hole, and what she was waiting for was her words, so he immediately replied, "I'm a dishonest person because I'm afraid that I won't be able to get a daughter-in-law. If you promise to be my daughter-in-law, I'll definitely be a decent person from now on. As long as you are a decent person, I promise." Robin was confused. She subconsciously agreed as soon as Renault finished speaking, but after agreeing, she immediately responded. Robin, who had just reacted, froze in place, staring at Renault with wide eyes, a look of panic in his eyes. How could he agree to such a request? When Renault saw Robin's promise, he froze in place and reminded with a smile on his face, "You promised this, little daughter-in-law, I didn't force you, your husband." 99. Renault said, "Routine little lowly, he is a professional." Hearing Renault's reminder, Robin gradually came back to his senses, and then with a sad face, he explained, "I just said it accidentally, you can't take it seriously." Renault ignored her explanation, just looked at her with a smile, thinking of the dark-bellied and calm Robin in the future. Seeing her panicked appearance now, Renault found it particularly interesting. Robin was staring at Renault's heart, and her face became more and more red. She wanted to explain, but now her mind was blank, and she lowered her head and pinched the corners of her clothes with her hands uneasily. I'm going back." Robin, who really couldn't stand the atmosphere, stammered and said a word, then turned around and walked back, walking faster, and finally ran directly. Seeing Robin fleeing in a panic, Renault's face was filled with tears and laughter. He didn't expect the dark-bellied and calm royal sister to have such a shy and cute side in the future. Renault saw that Robin had gone far, and he also walked in the direction of the hotel. Haste is not enough. Today's training is here. Chapter 65. After half a month, O'Hara Beach. Renault has been in O'Hara for half a month. Apart from flirting with Robin every day, he can only observe those little mice in the dark. Renault didn't know the exact time of the Buster call, but only an approximate time, which is why he came here so early. Recently, the world government just sent people to investigate, but there is no next action, but Renault estimates that the arrival of Buster Call is not far away, because the little mice on the island are more and more frequent these days. Renault sat on the beach and looked at the sea, thinking about things in his heart. Dragon will arrive here in the next 2 days, and he doesn't know if it will be too late. There is another person next to Renault, that is Robin, the young daughter-in-law who has been inseparable with him recently. Robin looked at Renault next to him, and said with a pleading expression, "Renault, tell me something about devil fruits and those with abilities." Knowing that his body had changed, Robin only became a person with special abilities because he ate the devil fruit. He also knew that there were many people with such abilities in other places. He pestered Renault every day, asking him to tell him devil fruit thing. Robin now knows that he just ate the devil fruit, not a monster as others say. That's why she wanted to know this knowledge so much, to prove that she was really not a monster. She didn't want to prove it to others, she just wanted to prove it to herself. Because she doesn't want herself to think that she is a monster, someone who has been treated as a monster for so many years. She is now numb, so other people's opinions are not important to her, but her own opinions are important. Robin's idea was just that simple, but a certain guy took advantage of the situation and refused to say anything if he didn't agree to his request. A certain guy who took advantage of the fire, heard Robin's plea, still with a smile on his face, and said, "I have told you many times, either call me husband in the future, or you can check it yourself." 35. Hearing this sentence again, Robin's face darkened instantly. This cheapskate knows how to take advantage of the situation, and he knows his own routine every day. It's not that Robin hasn't checked it out, but the library in the Tree of Omniscience doesn't have any books on this at all, so she can only ask this stingy man. Husband. After hesitating for a while, Robin still called her husband with a blushing face. After calling her face immediately turned red to the back of her ears. She was afraid of being seen by Reynald, so she immediately lowered her head to avoid her. When Reynald heard the voice that couldn't be quieter, he immediately pretended that he didn't hear it and said, "I didn't hear what you called just now, little daughter-in-law, can I trouble you to call it again?" Robin heard Reynald's words, and saw his half-smiling expression. This cheapskate definitely did it on purpose, it was just too deceiving. Thinking of Robin here, his face was red and black and he shouted, "Husband! Husband! Husband! Did you hear it this time?" Robin shouted 3 times in a row in shame and anger. After shouting, he glared at Reynald with cannibal eyes, as if Reynald dared to say a word, she would rush to fight Reynald desperately. When Reynald heard that Robin finally agreed to call her husband, although his heart was overjoyed, but on the surface, he was using it to pluck his ears, and then complained angrily, "Your husband, I am still so young, and my ears are very good, you don't need to shout so loudly, those who don't know will think I'm abusing you." Hearing this, Robin glared at Reynald angrily, and cursed inwardly, "Damn stingy, you get cheap and sell well." Seeing Robin being so angry, Reynald didn't continue to tease her, and began to explain, "The source of the devil fruit is unknown, and every devil fruit is very precious. Some people kill each other for the devil fruit. Devil fruit can be sold for a minimum of 100 million Bailey. The chances of devil fruit appearing in the 4 seas are not high, so most people in the 4 seas do not know about the devil fruit. The place where the devil fruit appears the most is the Grand Line. Most of the strong people in the world are those with the ability of the devil fruit. Like Whitebeard, he is a capable person. Bara bara. Bara bara." In order to unravel his knot, Reynald explained everything clearly, so that she was no longer afraid of her own abilities, and made her proud of her devil fruit ability. If a person of ability does not believe in his own ability, his future achievements will not be too high, so Reynald must correct her mentality, otherwise her ability is a bit of a waste. After Robin started talking about devil fruits from Reynald, he always had a stunned expression, his eyes widened, his mouth wide open, and his small mouth never closed. Seeing her expression inadvertently, Reynald picked up the unfinished peanuts in his hand and threw them into her small mouth. Cough, cough. Robin was choked by the sudden peanut, and coughed again and again. After a while, he recovered his strength and stared at Reynald with fiery eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Stingy. What are you doing?" Faced with Robin's angry questioning, Reynald said innocently, "I see my little daughter-in-law with such a big mouth, I thought you also wanted to eat peanuts, so as your husband, feeding your little daughter-in-law is something wrong." Robin was so angry when she saw his innocent face, the anger that had been suppressed for several days, and now that she had got the answer she wanted, she didn't need to suppress it anymore. "Little, gas, ghost." Gritting his teeth, he shouted word by word, then rushed towards Reynald with his teeth and claws, as if he was going to fight him. Seeing her like this, Reynald dared to continue teasing her. He immediately floated in place and stopped 10 meters in the air. Then he said goodbye to Robin with a smile, "It's getting late today, little daughter-in-law, I'll go back first for my husband." After Reynald finished speaking, he flew directly towards the hotel. After leaving a distance, he landed and walked back slowly. Robin looked at Reynald, who was flying farther and farther, stomped his feet in anger, and then thought viciously, "Next time I see this cheapskate, I must make him look good." In order to convince Robin that he was also capable, Reynald showed her his abilities before, so Robin was not surprised to see Reynald fly away. 2 days later, small hotel. 2 days have passed in a hurry. O'Hara's atmosphere has become more and more tense, and the little mice in the dark have also increased a lot in these 2 days. Reynald guessed that these people came to see the scholars, to make sure they didn't leave O'Hara until the buster call arrived. Reynald, who was about to go out to look for his little daughter-in-law, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and then he glanced at the beach. There is one more person beside Robin. He doesn't need to guess who this guy is, but this guy has already come here, so it should be far from the arrival of Buster Call. Thinking of Reynald here, he walked directly to the beach. He didn't know the exact time, maybe he could ask this guy. At this time Robin was chatting with a giant, who was sitting there like a hill. And Robin, a small figure, sat on a piece of body in front of the giant. In front of the giant, she looked no different from an ant. "What? Are you Nicole Orbia's daughter?" Saul was shocked and stared at Robin in front of him with wide eyes. He didn't expect that the island he drifted to was not only O'Hara, but the little girl in front of him was also his friend, the daughter of Nicole Orbia. So many coincidences came together, and the coincidences made him unbelievable. Saul was not only shocked, but was not less shocked at all. If his heart was not strong enough, he might have been scared to death now. When Robin heard the giant mention his mother, he immediately asked excitedly, "Mr. Giant, do you know my mother?" "Hey he he." Saul saw that Robin was really Nicole Orbia's daughter, and immediately let out his unique laugh, before replying, "Not only do I know your mother, I'm her friend. Maybe it's not a coincidence that I came here and met you again, but God's will." After Saul admitted that he met Nicole Orbia, he said something stupid, which he probably only understood. Seeing that the giant really knew his mother, Robin asked happily, "Where is my mother now? How is she doing?" 35. Saul heard Robin's question and thought of Nicole Orbia, who was on the run, and he didn't know how to answer this question for a while. "Your mother is now wanted for her research on blank history. She was chased around the world by Marines people. She was caught once not long ago, and she still doesn't know where to hide in that corner." 5. Just when Saul didn't know how to answer Robin's question, a voice came from not far from the two of them, and every word of the voice fell into their ears. Robin and Saul were stunned when they heard this. Robin was shocked by the meaning of the words. And Saul was taken aback by the sudden sound, because he thought the man was here to catch him. The reason why Saul thinks this way is because the only people who know about this are the world government and Marine. People who come here know about this, so there is no need to guess their identity. The person who just spoke was Reynald. He heard Robin ask this question when he came, and the Marine didn't know how to answer, so he just gave him a hand. He is such a helpful person. Reynald didn't know what Saul was thinking, or he would have said, "What you think is what you think." Saul saw Reynald approaching, his eyes fixed on Reynald, and he asked sharply, "Who are you?" When Saul asked Reynald, he also put on a fighting stance. If Reynald answered badly, he would attack immediately. When Robin heard Saul's voice, he finally came back to his senses. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, he immediately stopped between them and explained to Saul, "Mr. Giant, he is someone I know, not a bad person. You guys, can you stop fighting?" After Saul heard Robin's explanation, he did not relax, because he felt that Reynald was not a simple character, so he immediately put on a fighting stance just now. Seeing the nervous look of the giant, Reynald explained with a speechless expression, "I'm not a Marine or a member of the world government, so you don't need to be nervous. I'm here just for some business." When Saul heard Reynald's explanation, he didn't immediately believe him, but asked again, "Since you're not from Marine, how did you know about Nicole Orbia?" Nicole Orbia studied blank history, and very few people knew about it, and when she was arrested, it was carried out in secret, and almost no one except Marine and the world government knew about it. Now Reynald knew it all. Even Nicole Orbia's wasn't in Marine's hands, so why didn't he think about it? When Reynald heard Saul's questioning and his tone, he knew that he didn't believe it, so he said directly, "I'm here only for Robin. I don't care about your Marine affairs. Whether you believe it or not is for me, it doesn't matter." Reynald couldn't explain this kind of thing at all, so he didn't bother to explain any more. It was already for Robin's sake that Saul could explain it. It's not difficult for Reynald to kill a vice admiral now, but the movement will be a bit loud. As his telekinesis becomes more and more proficient, he can now hit a 50-50 against vice admiral even if it is a big one. Kill a vice admiral in minutes. Seeing that the two of them were on the verge of breaking out, Robin explained anxiously, "Mr. Giant, Reynald is really not a bad person. You have something to sit down and say, okay?" Asterisk. After hearing Robin's explanation, Saul stared at Reynald for a while, then smiled and apologized, "I'm being wanted by Marine now. Maybe I'm too sensitive. I'm really sorry, bro." After Saul finished speaking, he put away his fighting posture, sat down again, and invited, "Since you know her, little brother, come over and sit down and talk." The reason why Saul suddenly put away his hostility and invited Reynald to sit over is because he just found out that Reynald was not hostile to him, and he didn't realize that it was because he was preconceived and too nervous. After calming down a little now, he immediately realized that Reynald had never shown any hostility since then, so he apologized to Reynald. Reynald didn't know Saul's thoughts, but Renault didn't refuse his invitation, walked over and sat down beside Robin. As soon as Renault sat down and Saul didn't speak, Robin took the lead and asked anxiously, "Renault, what do you mean by those words you just said? Could it be that my mother is really being hunted by Marine now, and has been caught by Marine once?" Hearing Robin's question, Renault glanced at Saul on the opposite side, and then replied, "Your mother is studying something very unfavorable to the world government, so he is only wanted now, and was caught once not long ago. If it hadn't been let go by the guy on the other side, it would probably still be in Marine's hands now." Saul was sitting across from him when he heard Renault's words, and he was secretly surprised. This guy even knew that he let Robin's mother go. How much does this guy know? Seeing Robin's worried look, Renault touched her little head and said calmly, "Although your mother is wanted, she is fine now and will be here soon." When Robin heard that her mother was coming back, she immediately asked excitedly, "Renault, is everything you said true?" "Renault, of course it's true." After getting Renault's reply, Robin sat there with a look of excitement and didn't know what to think, but she knew from her changing expression that she was not at peace at this time. Saul saw that Renault and Robin had finished talking, so he opened his mouth and said tentatively, "Since you know about Nicole Albia, do you think what she did is right?" Renault was watching Robin's face change, and when he heard his question, he raised his head and glanced at him, with an unceremonious comment, "It's not wrong to want to know history, but her actions are stupid, and in the end it's just hurting others and hurting yourself. This is a world where strength is king, as strong as one piece Roger." After knowing the truth of this world, he did not choose to announce it. There must be something irresistible, so even if it is announced, it is useless. That's why Roger chose to open a new era and let more people discover the secret by themselves, and then think of a way to crack it, instead of publishing it, which made people panic. After hearing Renault's comment, Saul asked again with a face of dissatisfaction, "Is it wrong to let history repeat itself and let the people know about history?" When Renault heard Saul's question, he glanced at him disdainfully and asked, "You only know how to make history come back, but have you ever thought about why this history was erased by the world government? What method does the world government use to erase history? Is it killing one generation or several generations? If history is to be repeated, and there is no armed confrontation, what are you going to do against the world government? Let's not talk about the fate of this island. I don't think you will know what to do with the world government and Marine." Chapter 66. Renault dislikes these brainless people as much as he dislikes. He does things without considering the consequences. He only has blood, and in the end, it's just harming others and harming himself. If a person like Long does such a thing, he will agree with both hands and feet, because they have the strength and ability to fight against the world government. And this group of scholars is only full of enthusiasm. Even if they know the history, they are simply unable to deal with the consequences of these things. They just went to the research with enthusiasm, and did not consider the consequences of these things at all, so Renault was so disgusted by this group of people. If they research it, hand it over to someone like the dragon and let it do its job. Renault would not be disgusted by them, but they were delusional to announce it, and said that the world should know the truth. But the truth is often very cruel. Before it has the ability to change, it will only hurt the world without any benefit, so sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Saul listened to Renault's rhetorical questions, and looked at this little boy who was only 5 or 6 years old with shock on his face. In addition to shock, he was a little overwhelmed. They really didn't expect so much. I just feel that history should not be hidden, but I didn't expect that there would be so many cruel things behind the truth of history. If it's true, as Renault said, they publish history and have no ability to change it, they may not be heroes, but sinners of the whole world. Saul was stunned for a while, then recovered from the shock, and then looked at Renault and asked with a pale face, "Brother, can we the people only live under the lies of the world government?" After getting to know Robin's mother, Saul also learned a little about the historical truth, although he didn't know much. "But I also know that the blank 100-year history is definitely the disgraceful history of the world government, and Marine has no reason to be convicted. He chose to betray Marine and let Robin's mother go, and let her continue to study the blank history and return a truth to the world. He betrayed Marine and gave himself up for Robin's mother, and now Renault told him that even if he knew about this blank history, he couldn't publish it. How could he be willing?" When Renault heard Saul ask such a mentally retarded question, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, didn't bother to continue to pay attention to this guy, and directly shouted at a big tree not far away, "Do you guys like listening to the corner so much? 39. Come out and teach this mentally handicapped a lesson. I hate this kind of brainless person. It's my limit to be able to talk to him for so long." Just as Reynald finished speaking, a figure came out from behind the tree, sighing as he walked. "Sir, your understanding of this world really makes me feel ashamed." 39. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he didn't know as much as Reynald. Long was sincerely ashamed, not flattering Reynald. Long has been here for a while, and he also heard Reynald's conversation with Saul just now, so he said that Reynald doesn't take care of the dragon at all, otherwise this BD wants to bring him in later. He is not handsome enough, and his little daughter-in-law has not yet grown up. He doesn't want to be wanted, so don't think about this kind of thing. Might agree to this. Seeing that Reynald ignored him, Long turned his head to chat with the little girl, and immediately touched his nose in embarrassment, thinking to himself, "This gentleman is really good, he has no secrets in front of him at all." Even his mind was clearly guessed by him. If Reynald knew what he was thinking, he would probably have said with contempt, "UBD's thoughts are written on your face, and every time you meet, you have to bring him in, even a fool can guess it." Seeing that Reynald was ignoring him, Long could only give up the idea of pulling him into the gang, turned his head to look at Saul and said, "Sir, it's not that you can't know the truth, but you can't let all the people know the truth, and the common people can't know the truth, but the people who are fighting against the world government can know the truth. The people who are fighting against the world government are very confused now. They don't know why they are fighting. If you let them know the truth of history, they will no longer be confused, they will know why they are fighting." When Long said this, he glanced at Reynald and saw that he had no intention of stopping him, and then continued, "One piece Roger knows the secrets of the whole world, but he did not choose to publish them, but found a way to fight against the world government. The era of the Great Pirate is not accidental, but Roger gives the people who are fighting against the world government a direction to the truth and success of the world." These things were all told to him by Reynald. When Long knew about this, he was shocked to the point of doubting his life. He always thought he was an evil pirate, but he was doing what their revolutionary army was doing. Since then, Long has understood a truth, that is, whether it is a pirate or a marine, the identity cannot prove a person's good or evil. Marine is not necessarily a good person, and the pirates are not necessarily all bad people. The reason why Long and Reynald told Saul so much was not to confuse him, but to draw this guy and the scholars on the island into the revolutionary army. Reynald did this because he didn't want these people to die too early, and the reason why Long did it was because he needed these people, and the two hit it off, so there was such a drama. After Saul heard about Roger, the Pirate King, his face was full of doubts about life. In these things, Marine was not as good as a pirate, which is why he doubted life. O'Hara. However, Marine was originally an armed force supported by the world government. Although they represent justice, they cannot achieve complete justice because they still have the world government on their heads. Reason. Marine is in constant compromise, and slowly lost the original justice, courage, and responsibility. Even if they knew that the order issued by the superior was wrong, they could only turn a blind eye. Except for the incompetent roar, they had no courage to resist. The reason Reynald really hated Marine was their incompetence, their helplessness. In a nutshell, they were full of benevolence and morality, but they were a bunch of scumbags. When the dragon said this, he stopped talking. Saul heard the truth, and it would take a while to digest it, so he did not continue talking, but waited quietly, waiting for Saul to make a choice. They have already said this for the sake of it. Even if Saul is a fool, he can understand that the dragon and the others want to win him over. Seeing that the two of them stopped talking, Reynald glanced at Saul, and then asked directly to Long, "The world government will start in a day or two, are your people ready?" Hearing Reynald's question, Long replied directly, "My people are still on their way. I rushed over first, but they are not far from here, and it is estimated that they will arrive in an hour or two. As for the preparation, we have already prepared several large ships, not to mention the transfer of these scholars and books, even if we transfer all the people on the island." Hearing the conversation between the two, Saul came back to his senses instantly, looked at the two in shock and asked, "Are you trying to save the island before Buster Call arrives?" When Reynald heard Saul's question, he glanced at him, and said angrily, "It's not that you self-righteous people have caused trouble, otherwise I don't have to come all the way from other sea areas to waste my life. For a month. While Renault was complaining indignantly, a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then his face became ugly. The dragon was sitting next to Renault, so he immediately noticed the change in Renault, and asked, "What's the matter with you, sir?" When Renault heard Long's question, he didn't have any intention of concealing it, and replied directly, "In the sea a few thousand meters ago, 10 warships are coming here, and Buster Call is here before you." "What? The Buster Call has arrived?" When Sol and Long heard this, they all stood up immediately, and the exclamations blurted out. Immediately after, the two of them regained their strength and looked at Renault with a shocked expression. They were all secretly surprised and said, "How terrifying is this guy's sight to be able to discover Marine who is several kilometers away." Robin, who was sitting on the other side of Renault, heard the conversation of several people, and she gradually realized that something dangerous was going to happen here. But now, instead of fear, her mind was full of what Renault had said, about the danger, and about saving his wife. Robin glanced at Renault secretly, then immediately lowered his head, thinking to himself, "Renault said he was here to save his wife, and now there is really danger here." Renault also said that he is his wife, since if the danger is real, isn't that also true about the wife? Now Robin is so full of these things that she doesn't pay attention to the subsequent conversation, sitting alone, giggling for a while, blushing for a while, and a little tangled for a while. Anyway, her facial expressions are very rich now, but it is a pity that Renault was talking to Long and the others and did not notice Robin's changes. Seeing the shock of Sol and Long, Renault knew what they were thinking, and said nonsense directly, "My knowledge is innate, and the range was very large at the beginning. The color range also expanded along with it, and now I don't even know where the limit range of my knowledge in color is." Renault's meaning is very obvious, that is, his sensuality is innate, so your envy is useless. Sol and Long heard that Renault's sight was within a range of several kilometers, and a few kilometers was not the limit, so their eyes widened in shock, and their eyes almost fell. It is estimated that these people can't cover even an island, but Renault's range is so wide, how can they not be shocked? Although the two of them were shocked beyond words, they did not ask any further questions. After all, this is their own business, and it is not bad to be able to talk about it here. Thinking of the dragon here, he no longer asked about the familiar, but directly guessed, Marine's configuration of 10 warships is undoubtedly Buster Call. Now we still think about how to intercept Buster Call and transfer scholars to my people. Get enough time. Seeking Flowers 0. When the dragon said this, he looked directly at Renault, and Sol, the giant vice admiral, was no exception. The meaning of the two of them was very obvious. They meant that you should find a way. Seeing their expressions, Renault didn't know what they were thinking, his face darkened instantly, and he refused directly without thinking, "I can't help you, I want to intercept Marine's Buster Call and go by yourself, I will not accompany you." After Renault rejected Long, he secretly complained, "Have you been a bit too talkative recently, causing them to think that he is a good talker? But are you a good talker?" The answer, of course not. If it weren't for his little Robin daughter-in-law here, he would not even take a look at the lives of these people. He is not a savior who cares about the world, he is just a person who has crossed over to enjoy the blessings. Being a savior is so tiring, and whoever likes to do it, he doesn't want to live all over again, and still live so tiring. Raising a daughter-in-law is his life goal. Thinking of Renault here, he stood up and said again, "I won't come forward to fight Marine, instead of working hard on me, you might as well think about how to stop Buster Call." When Sol heard Renault, he was a little overwhelmed. Why did he talk about it just now, and now when it's time to make a move, Renault suddenly doesn't want to? Long nodded thoughtfully. Renault had told him before that he would not shoot, he thought Renault was just talking casually. After all, in his opinion, someone who can write that kind of book can't do nothing to save innocent people. Now, until Renault himself said that he would not do it, he really believed that Renault would not do it. Long saw that Renault was really reluctant to take action, and secretly guessed in his heart, Mr. doesn't want to expose himself, so he must have some concerns. Long's guess was actually correct. Part of the reason why Renault had such a big reaction was that there was a quest to check in at Marine. Another part of the reason is that you can't make others feel that he is easy to talk, otherwise you will definitely be in trouble in the future. Renault wants to be a person who knows how to refuse, not a savior who doesn't know how to refuse. People who know how to refuse will not be so tired, they just want to live a relaxed and comfortable life, and live a beautiful life. Knowing that Renault was unwilling to make a move, Long said goodbye to Renault, and pulled Saul's horse out of here, intending to stop the upcoming buster call. Renault stood on the spot by the sea, watching Long and Saul slowly walk away, until the two disappeared from sight, and he slowly retracted his gaze. After seeing Long and Saul gone, Robin looked at Renault and asked, "Why don't you want to help them, you rascal?" When Renault heard Robin's question, he answered half-truths. Dragon is the leader of the future against the world government. He can't be allowed to develop the habit of asking for help, and I don't want to be wanted by Marine, and I'll be chased by Marine wherever I go. Where? After Renault finished speaking, he didn't want to talk about this topic, so he changed the subject and said, "What did you call me just now, little daughter-in-law? I seem to remember that you said that if I told you about the devil fruit, you would call me husband from now on, right?" Hearing Renault's questioning, Robin made a face at Renault and said, "I don't want to call you a cheapskate, I'll call you a cheapskate in the future. What can you do to me?" Seeing what she looked like and what she said, Renault was a little dumbfounded and thought to himself, although this little daughter-in-law is very smart, she is still a child after all. "Sister, you, so mature and steady." Thinking of Renault here, he said nonchalantly, "I was thinking that if my daughter-in-law is good enough, I will take her to see her mother, but now it seems that I don't have to trouble you." Robin, who thought that he was already angry with Renault, was secretly happy by the side. His body froze when he heard Renault's words, and the whole person froze in place. Robin was stunned for a while, then twisted his stiff neck, looked at Renault with a sad face, and begged for mercy. "Husband, let's talk about it. I will be obedient in the future. Will you take me to see my mother?" Renault didn't agree or said no. He twisted his neck and said to himself, "My neck is sore today, I don't know what's going on. It would be great if someone pinches my shoulders." 35. Seeing Renault like this, how could Robin not understand what he meant? Although his teeth were itching with hatred, he forced a smile on his face and said, "Husband, I learned to pinch your shoulders, so let me help you do it." When Renault heard Robin's words, he glanced at her, and although his heart was overjoyed, he said, "Little daughter-in-law, you are helping me to squeeze my shoulders. Your husband, I have no intention of forcing you." Robin affirmed Renault's appearance as a cheap man, rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, Yes, my husband didn't mean to force me, everything is of my own accord." Then Robin was right behind Renault and started pinching his shoulders. After pinching his shoulders, he started beating his legs again, making Robin, the little loli, dripping with sweat. Chapter 67. There were two small figures on the seashore. A little boy sat there like an uncle, while the other little girl jumped up and down, pinching her shoulders and beating her legs for a while, waiting for some cheapskate. Robin squeezed Renault's shoulder with a smile on his face, and cursed fiercely in his heart, "This cheapskate knows how to call me every day, and when I see my mother, see if I can't kill you, you cheapskate." Renault didn't know the little juju in Robin's heart. He was squinting comfortably, enjoying the service from his little daughter-in-law. Minutes and seconds passed, and I don't know how much time passed. Renault slowly opened his eyes and said to Robin, who was beating his legs hard, "Your mother has come to this island, but she seems to be caught." Robin's hands froze when he heard Renault's words. He raised his head and looked at Renault pleadingly and said, "Stingy, no, husband, will you go and save my mother?" Renault really felt speechless and a little dumbfounded about this little daughter-in-law's rude manipulation. If he has something to do, he can call him husband, and if he has nothing, he can call him a cheapskate. Thinking of Renault here, he didn't say yes or no, but just stood up and walked towards the town. Seeing Renault walking towards town, Robin guessed that her mother was there, because she knew that Renault was always hard-hearted and soft-hearted to her. Although he didn't agree with her, he would definitely help her, so she immediately stomped. Pitying followed in Renault's footsteps. For a husband like Renault, although she did not admit it, she said in her heart, "Please give me a dozen of such a husband." The sea area a few kilometers away near O'Hara. 10 warships led by several vice-admiral, the Buster Call, is slowly advancing in the direction of O'Hara. On top of 5 warships, the 5 vice-admirals who were standing at the front were the 5 who were carrying out the Buster Call. 2 of the vice-admirals stood out in particular, Kyuzan, who was languid, and Sakazuki, who was ruthless. Marine soldiers on the warship are moving boxes of shells inside the warship and placing them next to the battery. The number of turrets required for the buster call are numerous, so now there are not only many turrets inside the warship. The warship's plywood was also erected one by one fort, except for the place where people were left to walk. The rest were boxes of artillery shells, and one by one fort 23. Who. Just as the Marines on the warship were preparing for the early buster call, a gust of wind suddenly blew around, and the strong wind blew Marines' warship back and forth continuously. The Marine soldiers on the warship were also blown to the ground, and boxes of shells fell on the plywood. Many shells fell out, and the black shells scattered on the ground. Fortunately, these shells are relatively sturdy, and the impact on them is not too big. Otherwise, if these shells explode on the warship, the fun will be great. If this is the case, tomorrow's newspaper headlines will probably read, "Shock. Marines' 10 warships were blown up by their own buster call." End of joke. The Marines on the warship were blown away, and only some of the strong were not affected. When the others were still confused, Sakazuki was the first to react. Sakazuki looked at the cannons scattered around, and the Marine soldiers collapsed, and directly ordered the adjutant on the side, "Send the order, put away all the canvas." 35. Yes, Sakazuki Vice Admiral. The adjutant received Sakazuki's order and immediately turned around to arrange for the collection of canvases. He didn't even have a word of superfluous nonsense. From this, it could be seen that Sakazuki was strict with his opponents. Several other warships followed suit, and all the canvases were put away. After a while, their warships were no longer blown back, and all warships stopped at the sea level where they were. Although the warships have all stopped, the strong wind is still blowing some stops, and the Marine soldiers on the warship are unable to stand firmly, let alone perform the buster call mission. The 5 vice admirals saw that the warship was blown away by the strong wind, and the soldiers were blown to the ground, and knew that this could not continue, otherwise the buster call would not be able to execute at all. Therefore, after several vice admiral got in touch through the phone bug, they all decided unanimously to gather on a warship to discuss strategies. Search. After a while, the other 4 vice admirals all gathered on Sakazuki's warship, and an impromptu meeting began to discuss. Sakazuki saw that everyone's faces were ugly, but few people spoke, so he could only guess first. "I don't think this gust of wind is like a natural disaster." Kyuzan, who was still listening lazily, immediately asked with a serious face after hearing Sakazuki's analysis, "Do you mean that the guy who left Marine not long ago did it?" 35. They are both Marine's new generation of monsters, and they all know a little bit about each other's abilities. Now that Sakazuki said this, Kyuzan also thinks that it is very likely that it is a dragon. After all, he often follows Garp, and he knows more about dragons than others. How much? At this time, the initiator, dragon, was looking at the situation here from a kilometer away. From here, only a few small black spots could be seen. Ship. The position of the two of them is very interesting now. Sol is mostly submerged in the sea, leaving only his chest above the water. On the other hand, Long stood directly on his shoulder to use his abilities, and gusts of wind blew toward Marine's warship. In addition to the strong wind, waves of waves were also set off towards the warship, so that even if they put away the canvas, the warship will be washed farther and farther from O'Hara by the waves. Seeing the results of their cooperation, Sol raised his head and praised the dragon. "Dragon, your ability is really convenient, so that group of Marines can't get close to O'Hara in a short time." When Long heard Sol's praise, he still said with a blank face, "My people have just landed on the island from another direction, we have to buy them enough time here, you have to hold on." He. When Sol heard Long's words, he immediately let out his unique laugh, and then assured, "It's just swimming, don't worry, even if you let me swim for 3 days and 3 nights, it will be fine." The dragon's ability can only be vacated for a period of time. In order to gain enough time here, he must have a foothold, so he let Sol come with him. He said that just now because he was afraid that Sol wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, which would cause him to have no foothold on the sea. Now that he heard Sol's assurance, the dragon was also relieved. Then the two sides at sea were so deadlocked. Although Marine knew that someone was playing tricks, they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't even know where the enemy was, let alone crack the current situation. For Long and Sol, they only need to use their abilities to let out the wind. As long as their physical strength is sufficient, Marine will not even think about taking a step forward. Unless their stamina is exhausted and unable to maintain their ability, Marine has no chance of getting close to O'Hara. Library 1 Tree of All Knowing. This place is surrounded by a group of people from the world government. Not only are there people from the world government outside, but now there are people from the world government in the library, and Robin's mother is in the library at this time. At this time, on the street not far from the library, 2 children were walking slowly towards this side. They were Renault and Robin, who had just arrived from the sea. Renault walked slowly and leisurely in front, while Robin pushed Renault fiercely behind him, wanting him to hurry up and save his mother. Robin saw that no matter how he pushed, Renault was at this speed, his face flushed with anger, and after taking a deep breath, he said coquettishly, "Husband, go and save my mother, okay?" Renault turned his head and glanced at Robin, seeing that she was so pd off, yet still acting like a spoiled child to himself. He thought it was very funny. The reason why he walked so slowly was just to tease Robin. His knowledge has been observing the situation in the library, so her mother would not be in danger at all. If there was danger, he would have passed by. Where would he need Robin to remind him? Although Renault is very disgusted with Robin's mother, but this is her mother after all. Even if she is disgusted and hated, she has to save that woman. Robin didn't know what Renault was thinking, so he kept urging Renault to save people. The small figure pushed Renault in the back, and then ran to the front to pull Renault, directly smashing the 8-year-old boy. Loli was sweaty and tired. Renault looked at Robin, who was pulling him in front, looking tired and sweaty, and didn't want to keep teasing her, so he explained, "I'm not trying to save your mother, but waiting for someone to save your mother. Come, after all, I'm not suitable to come forward to do this. Now the person waiting has arrived. Your mother is all right now, don't worry." 99. Hearing Renault's explanation, Robin finally felt relieved, and then she asked with a puzzled expression, "Stingy, you seem to be deliberately avoiding these people and not having a head-on conflict with them. Are you afraid of something?" Renault glanced at Robin a little surprised. He didn't expect this little daughter-in-law to be very smart and to observe very carefully. Even these can be observed. As expected, she will be the wise royal sister in the future. Thinking of Renault here, he didn't have any intention of concealing it, and explained directly, "I need to go to naval headquarters in a while, and I have to go to naval headquarters for something to do. If I conflict with them now, I guess I will be caught by them. Wanted people want to go to naval headquarters, unless they are caught, there is no way." 5. After hearing Renault's explanation, Robin nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Renault refused the invitation from the 2 just now, and he didn't even ask him to save people, so it was for this reason. Thinking of Robin here, he no longer dwells on this question, but asks again, "Stingy, you just said that the people who came to save my mother, where are they now?" Hearing Robin's question, Renault pointed to a bear in the crowd who was approaching the library and said, "I'm talking about the bear. He was the subordinate of the man by the sea just now, and he was in charge of transferring the books on the island, as well as the group." Old stubborn man. Originally, Renault came here just now to save people. He was already ready to kill all the people in the world government and was ready to silence them. But after he noticed the arrival of the big bear, he immediately changed his mind and secretly observed and waited for the arrival of the big bear. As long as those people don't make a move, he will wait for the big bear to solve it, and if those people make a move, he will make a move to solve it. So there is a scene where Robin urges and Renault delays. Robin looked in the direction Renault pointed, and sure enough, he saw a big bear walking slowly towards the library. Seeing Renault, who stopped suddenly, Robin asked suspiciously, "Why did you stop suddenly, you idiot?" Snapped. Whoops. 35. Renault looked at Robin, who looked puzzled, and asked, and gave her a brain break. He reminded her angrily, "The library is 20 meters ahead. If we continue to walk forward, where will we go? Enter the library. Inside?" Robin covered his forehead and looked at Renault with tears in his eyes, showing a look of grievance. If Renault said one more sentence, it is estimated that the tears would flow down. Seeing that she was about to cry, Renault could only touch his nose in embarrassment, then looked aside and pretended not to see her. If others saw what he was doing, they would probably have shouted at him, "Straight man is terminally ill with cancer, he can't be saved." Seeing Renault's ugly appearance, Robin immediately showed a sly smile. Renault likes to tease her. Why didn't she want to tease Renault? Every time he saw Renault's ugly appearance, Robin found it very funny. The reason why Robin finds such a Renault interesting is because Renault usually looks like he is in control no matter what it is. But as long as she looks like she's about to cry, Renault will become in a hurry, and her expression will show a trace of panic. And being able to make Renault show such an ugly state, Robin felt a sense of accomplishment, and also thought it was very interesting to tease Renault in this way. The reason why Renault is like this is because he was a single mother and womb in his previous life, and he understands all kinds of theories, but he has no chance to practice. So Renault has a bunch of tricks and theories for flirting with girls, but he is a real straight man who only knows how to dig holes, not bury them. In short, 2 sentences. Theory 147 Master, Practice Rookie. Just as Renault and Robin were battling wits and courage, Big Bear finally walked to the door of the library, raised his head and looked at the Tree of Omniscience, which could not see the top of the cloud, and then walked directly inside. Stop. Who are you? This place is not open today, get out of here quickly. 35. Just as Big Bear approached the gate of the library, he wanted to go inside, but he was directly blocked by the people surrounded by the outside. The Big Bear lowered his head and glanced at the person in front of him, then his face was expressionless, and he asked nonchalantly, "If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Get out of here quickly, who is going to travel? If we don't get out of here, we're going to do it. Is this guy crazy?" Several world government agents who intercepted De Xiong immediately became furious and shouted loudly when they heard De Xiong's irrelevant answer. However, although they kept scolding, but seeing the strong physique of the bull, they did not dare to do it lightly, they just wanted to slap the Big Bear away. But the Big Bear came here for the purpose of saving people, so how could he just leave and slowly take off the gloves on his hands? Call out. The speed of the Big Bear was as fast as lightning, and it was like a teleportation. It appeared next to several agents in an instant, and then slapped it directly. Boom. 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 Several agents of the world government didn't have time to react, so they were photographed disappearing on the spot. There are enemies. Bang. Boom. Boom. The remaining agents around, seeing their companions who had disappeared without a trace, immediately scrambled in the direction of the Big Bear. When the Big Bear shot, the bullets had not reached him, and disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind several other agents, and slapped him several times in a row. Boom. 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 The rest of the agents were shot by him one after another, and because the speed of flying out was too fast, it was like disappearing in place in an instant. After finishing this, the Big Bear continued to walk into the library with a blank face, as if he just slapped a few flies just now, without letting him show the slightest expression. Renault watched this scene quietly from not far away, and sighed inwardly. Big Xiong's ability is really lame. If he didn't want to die and was alone, no one would be able to catch him. Unless the endless wheel battles directly exhaust his physical strength, or if he wants to find a person that the Big Bear can't touch, it is estimated that there is no such thing in this world. And as long as he is touched by the Big Bear, no matter how strong or weak, he will only be shot, so there is no way for a single person to catch this guy. But Robin next to Renault was not as calm as him, his eyes widened and his mouth wide open, a look of incomparable shock. Renault turned his head just to see this scene, stretched out his sinful hand, squeezed her chin, lifted it up and jokingly said, "Little Robin, your mouth is so wide, you are hungry again?" Chapter 68. Ah. 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 Robin didn't know what was going on. The little chin was played up and down by Renault, and the teeth collided and made a cluck sound, but she didn't respond. Just as Renault fiddled with Robin's chin and was having a good time, Robin finally came to his senses. Robin, who had just come back to his senses, saw Renault who was fiddling with her chin, gave Renault a vicious look, and then slapped someone's salty hand off with a slap. But Robin didn't mean to be angry other than glaring at Renault, because the reason she was so shocked just now was because she saw the Big Bear using his abilities. Robin had suspected that Renault was just to comfort her, so he made up a white lie, but now it seems that Renault didn't lie to her. There really are such people in other places. This made her find a sense of belonging, and made her no longer confused and felt that she was a monster. That's why she was surprised and happy just now, and she didn't recover from Renault's manipulation of her chin. After taking off Renault's salty pig hand, Robin looked at Renault with a happy face and asked, "Is that the cheap guy just like me, a devil fruit person?" When Renault heard Robin's question, he thought of what she looked like just now, and knew why she did this just now. It is estimated that this little daughter-in-law didn't believe what he said before, and she didn't completely believe what he said until she saw the big bear using his abilities just now. Thinking of Reynald here, he pretended to be unhappy and asked, "You little daughter-in-law don't believe me, so why bother to ask me?" Seeing Reynald like this, Robin immediately complained in his heart, "What a cheapskate, even this kind of thing makes him angry." Although Robin thought so in his heart, he said coquettishly, "Husband, it's because you don't have knowledge, so don't care about others." 35. When Reynald heard this delicate voice, he was still talking to someone, and he rolled his eyes immediately, and secretly said in his heart, "When begging for yourself, you are a husband, a family, and a cheapskate when you have nothing. This little daughter-in-law is really not good. Who is it?" Thinking of Reynald here, he didn't want to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 with her, so he could only open Shikai and said, "The man was called Des Young just now, and he was the meatball man who ate the meatball fruit. Ball can bounce off attacks, and bounce people out like just now." When Reynald said this, he thought to himself, "In the future, this guy will be able to pop out even people's injuries. I don't know if he can use this trick now. He is really a powerful group of abilities." After hearing Reynald's explanation, Robin's eyes were full of little stars and he said, "His ability is amazing." After 150 Robin sighed with emotion, he lowered his head and said, "It's not like my ability, which can only be turned into a hand, is not powerful at all, if only it was as powerful as him." When Robin said this, he glanced at Reynald and thought to himself, "Not only is that person powerful, this cheapskate is also very capable, and he can even fly. It is estimated that his ability has many powerful things. You don't know it yourself." Thinking of Robin here, he became even more dejected. He was like a defeated hen, bowing his head and feeling sad. When Reynald saw her like this, not only was she not worried, but she was secretly happy. Having this kind of comparison means that she has accepted her own abilities and the mentality of wanting to become stronger. Robin's flowers and fruits are not weak, as long as she is willing to put some thought into her ability, and with Reynald's help, it is not difficult to become a strong person. So Reynald is not worried about her frustration. What he is really worried about is Robin's ability to resist her, so even if he has great ability, he can't help her develop it. Fortunately, Robin's crooked mentality has finally returned to the right track. As long as her mentality is correct, and with Reynald hanging on the wall, she is not afraid that her abilities will not develop, and she is not afraid that she will not become a strong person. Thinking of Reynald here, she felt that it was necessary to let her know that her ability was not weak, but rather strong, so she directly said to Robin, "Little daughter-in-law, your ability is not weak, but you have never tried to develop it. So it looks weaker. I have heard a saying that there is no weakest devil fruit, only the weakest. I think this sentence is correct, so as long as you develop it with your heart, you will never be weaker than anyone in the future." Hearing Reynald's words, Robin stared at Reynald blankly, then said with a happy smile, "I know the cheapskate, I will definitely become a capable person more powerful than you in the future, and I will bully you every day." When Reynald heard Robin's words, he just smiled and didn't refute, so as not to undermine the confidence she finally raised. He said secretly in his heart, "Little daughter-in-law, if you want to surpass others, no matter who you are, it is possible. But if you want to surpass your husband and I, then you probably have no hope in your life. In this life, I am the only one who bullies you, and if you want to turn around and call the shots, you little daughter-in-law should wait for the next life." Thinking of Reynald here, he looked at Robin, who was full of fighting spirit, and said perfunctorily with a smile, "Yes, yes, I hope that in the future, the little daughter-in-law will be merciful, and don't break the husband." Robin blushed slightly when he heard this, and then pretended to be fierce and threatened, "FKU. Who is your little daughter-in-law? If you dare to scream, see how I clean up in the future. You." When Reynald heard Robin's threat, he said with a look of disdain, "I didn't know it was someone just now." When asking for help, the husband called out so affectionately, but now he turns his face and doesn't recognize the person. A woman. Robin blushes when he hears Reynald's implied words. Robin knows that he can't fight this cheapskate. So Robin just gave Reynald a vicious look and ignored Reynald as a cheapskate. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, rumble. 35. Just when Reynald and Robin were fighting their wits here, they were not far away from the library gate, which was 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide. Something suddenly smashed a big hole out of it, and the big hole continued to appear. After a while, the entire gate was smashed with holes and collapsed. Robin saw the smashed door full of holes and collapsed with a shock on his face. He stammered and asked Renault, "What happened to the cheap guy just now? How good is the library door? Suddenly collapsed without warning?" Renault's observation hacky was always open, so of course he knew what was smashing through the door, and he knew very well that nothing that happened inside had escaped his observation hacky. The one who smashed through the gate just now was an agent of the world government. Because the speed is too fast to be seen by the naked eye, it looks very strange, as if something invisible has smashed through the door. Robin can't use observation hacky, so I don't know what's going on. If she also has observation hacky, I guess she will be able to detect the world government agent flying out of it. Thinking of Renault here, he glanced at Robin, then opened Shikai and said, "The big bear just shot the person out, but it was too fast for you to see." After Renault finished speaking, he walked to the library, and said to Robin as he walked, "The enemies inside have been cleaned up, let's go in and meet your irresponsible mother." 99. Renault said this because, in his eyes, a woman who left her 2-year-old daughter and didn't go home for several years was an incompetent mother, no matter what reason she had. Robin heard Renault's evaluation of her mother, although she wanted to refute it, but after thinking about it, she couldn't find a reason to refute, and in the end she could only follow Renault's footsteps with a gloomy face. In the library at this time, a raging fire was burning. This fire was set by the agents here just now, because their interrogation did not progress. So just use the books here and threaten them with what they want to know, or burn them all. But in the face of this kind of threat, these scholars did not speak up, so the agents of the world government burned books in front of them while continuing to interrogate these scholars. The world government wanted to know how much these people knew, whether they had circulated these things, and the location of those historical stones. Unfortunately, before they could find out anything, the big bear came in and interrupted their interrogation. Hurry up, go and put out the fire, these are all precious history books, and you can't afford to lose them." Dr. Clover saw that the others were untied by the bear and wanted to come over to untie him, so he immediately interrupted them and asked them to save the book first. Renault, who had just walked in, also saw this scene, although he hated the stubbornness and lack of self-awareness of these people. But he also had to admire these scholars in his heart, and even for the sake of history books, he could give up his life. Although Renault admires their courage, he does not agree with their approach. After all, no one is important no matter how important history is. What is the use of history if no one wants it? Quick. How much can be saved? Each of these books represents a piece of history, and if you burn one, you will lose a piece of history. A group of doctors in their 70s and 80s, in a hurry, jumped up and down to put out the fire, shouting while putting out the fire. Seeing the raging fire, Renault thought to himself, even with his own intervention, are these books still the same as the original books, and can't escape the fate of being burned? Just when Renault was fascinated, he suddenly felt his sleeves sink, looked aside suspiciously, and found that Robin was pulling his sleeves. "Husband, can you help them?" Robin pulled Renault's sleeve with a small hand and looked at Renault pleadingly. When Renault heard Robin calling her husband again, she didn't need to listen to it later to know that it was not a good thing. This little daughter-in-law only called her husband one by one when she begged him. After Renault listened to Robin's words, he showed an expression that was as expected. He knew it would be like this. He glanced at Robin speechlessly and said, "You are really my good daughter-in-law. You only know how to call me husband when you beg me. It will make me feel that your little daughter-in-law may run away with others at any time." Renault was trying to help them just now. After all, it was the fault of this group of scholars without self-awareness, not the burning books. Now the little daughter-in-law is begging him for help, it doesn't matter if the gang helps them, and he has nothing to lose anyway. The reason why he said this to Robin was just to make fun of the little daughter-in-law. Whoever made this little daughter-in-law know how to call her husband when she had something to do, call him a cheapskate when she had nothing to do. So she has to be treated, or else her little tail will not be able to go up in the sky in the future. Seeing Renault, Robin was still indifferent, so he could only shake Renault's arm coquettishly and said, "Husband, I beg you. From now on, I will be obedient, and I will call you husband in the future, okay?" Robin saw her mother who was fighting the fire in the fire. She didn't care about her own safety and kept going to the fire. She looked at the pain in her heart, so she could only do everything she could to ask Renault to help. Seeing Robin's anxious look, Renault knew that this was not the time to joke, so he didn't embarrass her, and said directly, "This is what you said, your husband, I didn't force you." Hearing this again, Robin rolled her eyes speechlessly, but she immediately echoed anxiously, "Yes, yes, husband is not forcing me, everything is of my own accord, husband, hurry up and put out the fire." After Renault got Robin's reply, he walked straight inside, and then a cloud of green energy emerged from his body. After Renault came inside, he waved his hand, and a cloud of green energy flew out, forming an airtight energy shield that directly covered the blazing fire. Immediately afterwards, the energy cover began to slowly shrink, the space of the energy cover became smaller and smaller, and the air inside became less and less, and the fire began to slowly die out because there was no air. These books are finally saved. Great, the fire is finally put out. When the group of doctors in the library saw that the fire was finally extinguished, they were as happy as a 200-pound fat man, shouting there, and some even shed tears of joy. After Dr. Clover followed the crowd for a while, he was the first to react and came to Renault to thank him. "My little one, thank you very much for your help, without you, these precious books would have disappeared in the history of history." In the Long River. Renault didn't have any good feelings for this doctor, so he just hummed, and then ignored the old stubborn. Seeing that Renault didn't want to take care of him, Dr. Clover was a little overwhelmed and wondered if he had offended Renault, but he thought about it and thought it was unlikely, because this was the first time they met. Dr. Clover, who couldn't understand, thanked Renault again, and then went to clean up the scattered books and stopped thinking about Renault. Seeing that Renault had put out the fire, Robin also walked into the library. When he came to Renault's side, he looked at Renault with admiration and said, "Wow! Husband, you are so powerful?" Seeing this little fox's expression, Renault knew that she had something to ask of him, so he simply asked, "Is there anything else to ask of me? Don't beat around the bush, just say it." 35. Robin didn't feel embarrassed when he saw that his little trick was dismantled by Renault, and said with a smile, "Husband, your ability has been developed so well, can you teach me how to develop it?" 99. Renault didn't answer her question, but pointed in the direction of her mother and said, "You were clamoring for your mother just now, and now your mother is there, don't you want to meet her?" Hearing Renault's question, Robin's face darkened instantly, and then he lowered his head and said, "She only has those books in her eyes, only her dreams, I've been standing here for so long and she hasn't noticed, I don't know how to face it." She. When Robin lowered his head and spoke, tears streamed down, and the small figure looked lonely and helpless. Ugh. Seeing Robin like this, Renault could only shake his head and sigh, he didn't know how to persuade him. In the original book, her mother really misses her very much, but she can leave the 2-year-old Robin behind for her dream, and go to sea for several years without coming back. Renault really can't understand the brain circuit of Robin's mother, it may be the brain circuit of the pirate world, and it is different from the human brain circuit he has traveled through from other worlds. Not only Robin's mother is like this, but many people in the pirate world are like this. Usopp, who abandoned his wife and children to pursue his dream, does not even know his own dragon. When Renault was reading the original book, he once said such a sentence, "It is a miracle that a baby born in this world can grow up to be an adult." Although Renault hated Nicole Orbia, he didn't want Robin to have any regrets, so he still persuaded, "How can you say that she is your mother? How can there be a mother who doesn't love her child? Maybe she what's the reason for that?" After listening to Renault's persuasion, Robin also felt that what he said was reasonable, wiped his tears and said, "You are right, I can't escape this kind of thing, even if it's not the answer I want, I should ask it clearly." Chapter 69. After some persuasion from Renault, Robin finally summoned up the courage to go to her mother. Renault did not go with him, but stood there and waited for Robin. He can't get involved in this kind of thing, and although Robin is still young, she has always been an opinionated person, so let her make her own decision. "I will not leave here, although I am very grateful for your help, but I will never leave here." While Renault was waiting quietly, Big Bear was negotiating with Dr. Clover about leaving here, but seeing Dr. Clover shouting out in excitement, it was not going well. Seeing Dr. Clover's excited expression, Big Bear refused to leave here, so he could only persuade patiently, "O'Hara is now surrounded by Marines Buster Call, and we don't have much time. If we don't leave here, it will be true. It's too late. Dr. Clover didn't listen to it at all, and still refused with a deadly expression. If they want to kill us, let them kill us, and we will live and die together with the Tree of Omniscience here. 99. Yes, yes, we want to live and die with the Tree of Omniscience. When the other doctors around heard the words of Dr. Clover, they all looked at Death and shouted in unison. Clap, clap, clap. A good one lives and dies with the Tree of Omniscience. Just as they were shouting in unison, a burst of clapping suddenly sounded, and a slightly mocking voice came. Everyone in the library looked back and looked at the person talking behind them, and found that it was Reynald who helped put out the fire just now. They didn't know what Reynald wanted to do, so they just looked at Reynald who was approaching. As Reynald walked over to the crowd, he said with a mocking expression, "You people who don't know what to do, have you considered whether the other people on the island are with you when you make this decision? Like 50, are you willing to live and die with this big tree? I don't think anyone on the island of O'Hara wants to live with a dead thing except you people who are looking for death in the toilet. And your decision will represent their life and death. When you make this decision, don't you feel a little bit of guilt?" The scholars and doctors present heard Reynald's words, and all of them bowed their heads proudly, and they really did not think of this. They just want to use this method to fight the world government to the end with their passion, to show their determination and let the world government know that they will never bow to the world government. Seeing that they all lowered their heads to answer, Reynald continued with a mocking expression, "You haven't thought about these things, then let me help you think about it, and let me help you analyze the consequences. When you made this decision, I don't know if you thought about it, or thought that there were so many of you that the world government wouldn't dare to treat you like that. I can tell you clearly, don't gamble on whether the world government has any sympathy. Now, a few kilometers away from O'Hara, there are 10 Marines warships that are eyeing this place. If it wasn't for someone who was helping you stop the warship, as long as you gave an order, your place would turn into a sea of fire, and then the entire O'Hara, men, women, and children, would not want to live." When these doctors heard this, they all bowed their heads and stopped clamoring to live and die with the Tree of Omniscience. Some of them may have the same thoughts as Reynald said, that the world government dare not do anything to them. Some people may really be expressing their dissatisfaction with the world government just by virtue of their passion, but in addition to dying in vain, it will also bring harm to countless innocent people, which is simply beyond stupid. Although Reynald admires their contribution to the world, he hates their stupidity, and even more hates their self-awareness. But these people spend their whole lives on books, so it's no wonder that they don't know the world, the minds of those in power. They don't care about your life or death, as long as something threatens them, it doesn't matter whether you are guilty or not, gotta die. Seeing that they all bowed their heads and said nothing, Reynald continued, "You have no right to make this decision on behalf of O'Hara, and they have no obligation to pay for your stupid decision." Just when Reynald couldn't hold a group of doctors up, Nicole Albia had already recognized Robin, and Robin no longer blamed her mother, but chose to forgive her mother. Her mother did not come back these years because of her own difficulties. Of course, this is what Robin thinks. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not, as long as Robin agrees with her mother's statement, everything will be fine. Nicole Albia was still sitting on the other side with Robin and talking about her experience over the years. When she saw the situation on Dr. Clover's side, she stopped chatting with Robin and came over to listen to what Reynald was saying. When Nicole Albia heard Reynald's words, she didn't say a word like others, but stood up and defended, "We do this for the sake of the world's historical civilization being able to reproduce, and they will understand our approach, and we are not afraid of death." When Reynald heard Nicole Albia's words, he asked sarcastically, "Do you think that if you do this, the O'Hara civilians will understand you, or respect you? No, not only will they not understand your contributions, nor will they respect your decisions, they will only hate you for killing them, and nothing is worth mentioning in the face of death." When Reynald said this, after a pause, he continued, "And do you people really think that the world really wants to know history? If the blank 100-year history you are studying is full of cruelty and pain, and people who know it can only live in pain and can do nothing, do you still think the world wants to know such history? Anyone who has read the original book should be able to guess that these blank histories are nothing more than the current world government, which used dark means to replace the original huge kingdom, and then erased all the history about it. But to be able to erase such traces, the world government must have used tough tactics, and such tough tactics often represented countless living beings. If this kind of history is published, if people have no ability to change, they can only live in hatred and pain, and it will lead to chaos in the world. Therefore, it is simply a stupid and unattainable approach to make history repeat itself without the ability to change. Of course, it is also possible that after it is announced, the speed of the revolution will be accelerated, but without any preparations, a lot of people will be killed if this kind of revolution is provoked, and even if the revolution is successful, it will be a victory piled up with human lives. This is not what people want to see, so Roger uses the treasure to inspire people on the path to truth. In this way, people who know the truth and want to revolutionize will have enough time to prepare and enough time to strengthen themselves, instead of hitting the stone with the egg and paving a road to victory with human life. After Nicole Albia pondered the meaning of Renault's words carefully, she suddenly raised her head and asked excitedly, "Do you know that blank 100-year history?" Seeing the excited Nicole Orbia, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and cursed inwardly, "What a DK. Does the eldest sister know the question of history now?" Renault didn't focus on her, didn't think about whether history should be repeated, instead he wondered if he knew history, and he was as speechless as he wanted now. Sure enough, the brain circuits of these people are really not understandable by an outsider like him. It is estimated that only doctors of his kind can understand it. Thinking of Renault here, I didn't want to waste my words with them, so I said directly, "I don't have time to mess around with you here. If it wasn't for the people I want to protect here, I wouldn't even look at your life or death. So do it yourself." After Renault finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to them, turned around and walked towards Robin, thinking to himself, as the old saying goes, "It's hard to persuade damned ghosts, let them die if they want to die." Anyway, this group of people has nothing to do with him. Originally, Renault kept these people and wanted to use them as shields, but since they wanted to die, he wouldn't stop him anymore, and it would be a big deal that he would protect Robin in the future. With him hanging on the wall, it is estimated that no one can move her. He just doesn't want trouble, but it doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble. Renault came to Robin, put on a smiling face and asked, "Little daughter-in-law, how did you talk to her?" Seeing Renault's return, Robin immediately smiled and replied, "She has her own difficulties, I can't blame her." When Robin said this, a shy expression suddenly appeared on his face and he asked, "Although I can't blame her, I don't want to follow her, will you take me away?" In Robin's eyes, although her mother is important, she has not had much impression of her since she was separated since she was a child, so her feelings for her are far less than those that have accompanied her for half a month, and she has come all the way here. The husband who came to rescue her is very emotional. When Renault heard Robin's words, his heart blossomed, and he thought to himself, "It seems that he hasn't hurt this little daughter-in-law in vain for more than half a month, and this little daughter-in-law has not let him down." Thinking of Renault here, he rubbed Robin's little daughter-in-law's little head and said, "Since you want to come with me, there's no reason why I shouldn't take you, just leave here with me later." Just as Renault and Robin were arguing with each other, Nicole Orbias ran up to Renault again and asked with excitement and a little pleading, "That blank history is really important to me, if you know, can you tell me the truth?" Renault heard the voice behind him, his face darkened instantly, turned his head and asked with a smile, "Now O'Hara is facing the danger of being destroyed, there are adults and children on the island, and countless people may death is because of your stupid dreams, which led to the current situation. You are still thinking about blank history, don't you feel any guilt? Isn't it enough to destroy an island for your broken dream, and you want the whole world to fall into panic and war?" When Nicole Albia heard Renault's words, she asked with dull eyes, "I just want to study the blank history and let the world know the truth of history. Why does the world fall into war?" When Renault heard her stupid question, he was really pissed off. He covered his forehead with one hand, and then yelled angrily, "You woman without brains and self-knowledge, have you ever thought about it? Why are there other histories, but 100 years of history are missing? A idiot knows that it's a disgraceful history. If you only study blank history, you will be wiped out with people and the island. If you reveal the truth of history, have you ever thought about how many people will die?" 35. Although the truth of history may shake the world government's rule, but if they had the ability to erase history once 800 years ago, they have the ability to erase the second time. And erasing history is not just as simple as burning books. Without any strong means, it is impossible to erase the history of an era. Have you ever thought about how many people will die at that time? The doctors in the entire library were all speechless when asked by Renault. They didn't expect that just studying history would cause so many chain reactions. Those who can become doctors are not stupid, but they don't think so much. Now after Renault's reminder, they only understand the reason after a little pondering. If it is really like what Renault said, then if they really study the blank history and publish the historical truth, then the world will be almost 100% in war, and then they will become sinners through the ages. Seeing that Renault was so angry, Robin gently pulled Renault's sleeve to persuade him, "Husband, don't be angry, be careful that you will damage your body." When Renault heard Robin's voice, he finally regained his composure, and then he ignored the group of people and said directly to Robin, "Little daughter-in-law, we are leaving here, do you want to say goodbye to your mother?" Hearing Renault's question, Robin shook his head and blushed and said, "I told her just now that I wanted to go with you, and now I don't have to go again. In that case, let's go." After Renault finished speaking, he dragged Robin out. He didn't want to stay here, lest he be caught by these stupid people again. Now the world has changed due to the existence of Renault, and no one can tell what the future will be like. In addition, none of this group of people are dead now. If they really study the blank historical truth and publish it, then the world will be almost 100% engulfed in war. The reason Renault said so much was to suppress their desire to reveal the truth, because he didn't want the world to enter a full-scale war ahead of time, and he didn't want to let the efforts of Roger and others go to waste. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to stay in an era of war and chaos. He still prefers the era of peace, raising a few daughters-in-law and living a happy life. Although the world of pirates is not peaceful now, compared with that kind of full-scale war, these petty fights are nothing more than children. To save the world, savior, or something, let that second-hand Luffy and his second-hand dad do it. Nicole Albia saw Robin and Renault walking out, but after opening several times, she still couldn't say a word of retention. In the end, she could only watch Robin slowly disappear from her sight. 0.4 She has never fulfilled her duty as a mother, so why should she interfere with Robin's choice? Nicole Albia thought of that, so she couldn't say anything to save Robin until Robin disappeared from her sight. Big Bear waited for Renault and Robin to leave before he said to Dr. Clover again, "The one who said just now is right, you blindly study blank history, it will only bring disaster to you and the world. It's not that these historical facts cannot be studied, it's just that we need to wait for an opportunity to announce the truth, an opportunity to overthrow the world government in one fell swoop. Otherwise, blindly researching blank history and blindly publishing the truth will only make history repeat itself, repeating the mistakes of 800 years ago." When Des Young said this, he sincerely invited, and our organization is trying to create an opportunity to overthrow the world government in one fell swoop. We need your help, join our organization, and complete this great cause together. Bar. If Renault was still here, he would be shocked to see the taciturn Big Bear in his mind, who was able to say something like a MLM boss. The doctors in the library did not agree at the first time, but gathered together to discuss. In the end, after some discussion, they decided to join the Big Bear's organization and leave here, because only by joining the Big Bears and the others can the truth of the blank history be reproduced. Quick, quick. Everyone, pack up and bring all your books, not one of them can be left behind. Dr. Clover instructed a group of people to pack up and prepare to leave here with the Big Bear with these books. Although a lot of books were burned just now, there are still a lot of books left. They just need to pack the books and let the Big Bear take them away. Chapter 70. After Renault took Robin outside, he suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at Robin, and thought to himself, "I am going to Naval Headquarters in a few days to complete the check-in task. It seems inappropriate to bring this little daughter-in-law with me. What?" After all, it was Naval Headquarters. If there was an accident, he would have no problem escaping alone, but escaping with Robin would be too much trouble. Although he has the space coordinate ability, he can open the space channel to escape, but it takes a few seconds to open the space channel, and a few seconds may be very fast for a Mandarin. But for a strong man, for a few seconds, there is no problem in stopping them from escaping. Thinking of Renault here, he scratched his head in annoyance, then looked at Robin and said, "Little daughter-in-law, I'm going to Naval Headquarters in a few days, it might not be suitable to bring you, or I'll find a place first, let you live there for a while, and I'll pick you up when I'm done." Renault wanted to take her to Windmill Town first and let her live there for a while. After he finished the clock-in task, it would not be too late to take her to sea with him. But Renault is still hesitating whether to take Robin to Windmill or take her to the police station to live for a while. The reason Renault was hesitant was because Makino was in Windmill Town now, and he was really afraid that the two little daughters-in-law would fight when they met. Hearing Renault's question, Robin tilted his head for a while and said, "Husband, you can arrange it, I will listen to you." After seeing Robin's agreement, Renault thought for a while, and thought it would be better to let her go to Windmill Town. After all, let her go somewhere else, and he wouldn't worry about Robin's safety. Thinking of Renault here, he said directly to Robin, "Since you agree, then I will send you to a place where there is someone I know, you can wait there with her and wait for me to go back." Robin, good. Seeing that Robin had agreed, Renault took her to the sparsely populated place, and introduced Rouge and Ace to her while walking. Renault didn't plan to go back with Robin this time, but instead tried to find a way to go to Naval Headquarters to complete the check-in mission from here, so he had to introduce Robin to the people in Windmill Town. Renault took Robin to the beach and checked to make sure that there was no one around. He waved his hand, and a ball of golden energy flew out directly, and the golden energy slowly formed a gate passage. After Renault opened the space passage, he said directly to Robin, "Little daughter-in-law, remember what I said to you, behind this passage is where you are going, just wait there for me to pick you up." Robin's eyes almost fell when he saw the sudden appearance of the doorway. Renault only told her to take her to a place and introduced her to a few characters. But she didn't say how to send her there. She thought it was Renault who drove her there, but what the hell is this space passage that leads directly to the destination? After being shocked for a while, Robin finally came back to his senses. Then he pointed to the doorway, and stammered and asked, "Who? Husband, what is this door?" Seeing her stuttering cuteness, Renault rubbed her little head and introduced, "This is a space passage, which allows you to reach far away in an instant. This time the place you are going is a small town in East Blue, there are people I know there. After walking out of the space passage, directly report my name and what I said to you, she will arrange a place for you to live, that person is easy to get along with, you can rest assured." After some introduction from Renault, Robin finally understood what was going on. Following her, he walked towards the doorway, turned back 3 steps, and said reluctantly, "Husband, you have to pick me up earlier." Seeing her reluctant appearance, Renault assured her, "The shortest one is more than a month, and the longest is 2 months. I'll pick you up when I'm done, don't worry." After Robin got Renault's assurance, he finally walked into the space passage with confidence and disappeared from Renault's sight. East Blue Windmill Town. At this time, in the small courtyard where Rouge lived. Rouge was looking at the doorway attentively, and Ace next to him was also here, and both of them were looking at the doorway. Rouge thought that Renault was coming back, so she was full of smiles, because they had been together for so long. Rouge had already treated Renault like family, so of course she was happy when Renault came back. And the reason why little Ace looked at the doorway attentively was just out of curiosity. After all, he was only 1 year old now, and he didn't understand anything at all. He would be interested in seeing novel things. Rouge looked at the doorway and muttered to himself, "Makino just left for a while when this doorway appeared. She was obviously the one who wanted to see Renault the most, but she just happened to be away now." Makino had been here more than ever since Renault had gone, though she didn't ask anything. But how could Rouge not see it? She probably wanted to know if Renault was back at the first time, so she came so diligently. How would Rouge feel if he knew that the person who was coming later was not the person they were expecting, but someone they didn't know? 1 minute after the gate passage was opened, a small head finally emerged from the passage, followed by the entire body. Rouge didn't care much when she saw the little girl coming out. It might be someone Renault knew, so she still looked at the door. However, the person it was expecting did not appear. After the little girl walked out, the doorway slowly disappeared from her sight. Rouge looked at the disappearing passage with a bewildered expression, then looked at Robin and asked, "Why are you the only one who came over and opened the space passage?" Hearing Rouge's question, Robin didn't answer immediately, but after observing for a while, he secretly guessed in his heart, this person should be the sister-in-law Lu said by her husband, right? Thinking of Robin here, he answered truthfully, "He has other things to do, and it is not convenient for him to take me with him, so let me live here for a while, and he will take me out of here soon." Robin didn't say that her husband asked her to come here, because Renault told her when he came over that they could not let others know about their future husband and wife, so they could only call her husband in private. The reason why Renault fooled Robin so much was because he was afraid of a fire in the backyard. He would only set fires everywhere, but he couldn't put out fires. After Rouge heard Robin's explanation, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Since the little Renault asked you to come, then you can live here in peace, and you can tell me if you need anything. You are the little Renault. Friends, don't be polite to me." Rouge didn't doubt what Robin said, because only Renault could open this doorway, and Renault wouldn't let her know at all, and only people trusted by Renault knew about the doorway. As long as it is someone that Renault trusts, it must be trusted. After all, Renault can predict the future, and if Robin is not trustworthy, he will be able to detect it, so she is not worried about Robin's problems at all. After hearing Rouge's words, Robin said gratefully, "Thank you very much for your stay. You can rest assured that I will not disturb you for too long." Hearing Robin's words, Rouge said with a bit of tears and laughter, "Actually, you don't have to do this. This house belongs to little Renault. If I insist, I'm just living here." "What?" Robin was stunned when he heard this. Renault didn't tell her about it, just said that the people who live here are very easy to get along with, and let her come and live here for a while. After Rouge's solution, Robin finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the mother and son were the wives and children of Renault's friend. Renault rescued them and arranged for them to live here. Then Rouge asked about Renault's current situation, and introduced Robin to the situation carefully. When the two of them finished chatting, 2 hours had passed. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, the two of them went to clean up a living room and let Robin have a place to live tonight. O'Hara, seaside. At this time, there were several big boats parked here by the O'Hara seaside, and people were boarding the big boats one after another. These people were dressed in different clothes and looked like ordinary civilians. These large ships are the ships of the Revolutionary Army, and now they are boarding ordinary people of O'Hara, as well as a group of scholars and doctors. The dragon originally only wanted to take these scholars and the books in the Tree of Omniscience, but did not intend to take away the common people. But thinking that after he took these scholars away, the world government might anger the common people of O'Hara, so he ordered to take everyone on the island away. At the beginning, their progress was not smooth. After all, who wants to leave the place where they have lived for many years for no reason? But after the persuasion of a group of scholars and the understanding of the stakes, these commoners were willing to leave here. Although every civilian complained a little, they still cooperated and did not make trouble at such a critical juncture. Just when the Revolutionary Army was arranging the civilians to go to the court, a small figure walked not far from their boat, who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old, walking towards them alone. The big bear, who was standing on the big boat and reading a book, immediately noticed the approaching figure. The big bear looked at the figure that was approaching, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately recognized it as the child in the library just now, and secretly guessed in his heart, just now, he had left with another little girl, and now he is here again. What is the purpose here? It was Renault who had just sent Robin away. After he sent Robin away, he walked directly towards the ship of the Revolutionary Army. The reason Renault came here was because he thought of a way to get to naval headquarters, but this method required the help of Big Bear, so after he sent Robin away, he came here directly to find Big Bear. Renault walked slowly to the side of the boat, then waved at the Big Bear facing up and asked, "Hello. Good afternoon, big man, hasn't the big horse face come back?" When Big Bear heard Renault's question, he was confused at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he knew who Renault was asking. This little guy should be asking about their leader, Long. The Big Bear secretly complained in his heart, although the leader's face is indeed a bit long, it is not as exaggerated as the horse's face, right? However, this little guy seems to know the leader. The relationship should not be ordinary, and it is estimated that only acquaintances dare to call the leader de ma face. Thinking of the Big Bear here, he answered with a blank face, "The leader is still intercepting Marine's warship, and it is estimated that he will not be able to return in a while. If you have anything, just tell me directly." 35. Although the Big Bear didn't know what the relationship between Renault and the dragon was, he could feel that Renault was not their enemy, but maybe their partner, so he didn't hide Renault's intentions. Of course, the most important reason was that Renault knew the dragon, and seemed to know the action very well today, and knew that the dragon was intercepting Marine, so it didn't make sense for him to hide it, so he just said it directly. Renault heard that the dragon was still intercepting Marine, so he didn't continue to ask about the dragon. After all, he came here not to look for the dragon, but to the big bear for help. Asking about the dragon's situation was just to open up the topic. Renault didn't want to waste time here, so he asked the big bear directly, "Is your ability to send people to the police island?" Renault just wanted to use the ability of Big Bear to send him to naval headquarters. As for how to stay in naval headquarters, with his 3-inch tongue, he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with those old guys. Although Marine may be suspicious because of Roger's affairs, as long as he refuses to admit it, Marine will have nothing to do with him for a while. Even if Marine went to check his identity, he was just an innocent civilian, and Marine couldn't do anything about him. If he could dispel Marine's suspicions, maybe he could spend a few days at naval headquarters for Marine's fun. When Big Seong heard that Renault knew about his abilities, he was startled, but when he thought about his acquaintance with Long, he felt a little relieved. It was probably Long who told him. Big Seong would never have thought of it until he died. Not only did Renault see his abilities, but he also saw a lot of moves that he hadn't developed yet. The big bear thought it was the dragon who told Renault about his abilities, so he didn't hide it, and answered truthfully, "I can photograph people to the designated island, but during the flight, they can only stay in one ability hood. If the distance is too long, you may be starved to death alive." Renault owns the system space and has a lot of food and fresh water with him all the time, so he is not worried about the food. As long as Big Bear can use his abilities and shoot him to naval headquarters, everything else is a small problem, and there is no need to worry at all. After Renault heard De Seong's words, he asked again, "Will there be any danger or accident in the middle of the people who were photographed flying to other islands?" Although Renault saw it once when he read the original book, it was more than 20 years later. Although there is no danger in the future, it does not mean that there is no danger now. After all, devil fruit abilities need to be developed. Who knows if this guy has developed this trick to the level in the future. Even if there is an accident, he will not be in danger. After all, his psychic power is not a decoration, but it will waste a lot of his time. So before he appeared, it was necessary for him to ask clearly, if, by Li Zhao, this guy hadn't completely mastered this trick, or was prone to accidents, he would still find another way to go to naval headquarters to complete the punch-in task. When Big Bear saw Renault's expression, he knew that Renault had no confidence in his ability, so he directly assured and explained, "People will not encounter danger when they are shot, because there will always be a person during the flight. The energy shield protects the person inside, so complete problems are guaranteed." 99. After Renault heard the description of the big bear, he finally felt relieved, because the description of the big bear was the same as that of the future. Since it has been determined that there will be no problem, then use the ability of the big bear to go to naval headquarters. Thinking of Renault here, he said straight to the point, "I want you to take me to naval headquarters, it's a bit far from here to the Grand Line, can you do it?" When Big Bear heard that Renault was going to naval headquarters, he immediately started to be on guard, and secretly guessed in his heart, "Why is this little guy going to naval headquarters? Isn't this little guy from Marine?" However, after thinking about it carefully, Big Bear thought it was unlikely, because he heard what Renault said in the afternoon. And seeing the expression of Renault at that time, it didn't look like he was pretending at all, it was the expression that only appeared when the true feelings were revealed. Although the big bear temporarily put aside his doubts, he still asked, "It's naval headquarters, what are you doing there?" Renault couldn't explain this kind of thing at all, so he just said perfunctorily, "I have something to go to naval headquarters, so you don't have to worry about it so much, just shoot me there." Although De Seong still had a lot of questions, he saw that Renault was reluctant to say it, and he did not continue to ask. After all, even if he asked Renault, he probably wouldn't say anything. Order. The big bear appeared beside Renault in an instant, as fast as a teleportation, and then he raised his palm and said, "I wish you a pleasant journey." After the big bear finished speaking, he slapped Renault with a slap, and Renault disappeared instantly, as if he had never appeared before, and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 71. Grand Line Unknown Sea Area. A bear's paw-shaped energy shield appeared over the Grand Line, and it passed over the Grand Line at a speed of several kilometers per second. The speed of the energy bear's paw that flew over was as fast as lightning. From the bottom up, only a white light could be seen flying rapidly, dragging a long and thin exhaust wave, and quickly disappeared into the sky. At this time, inside the energy bear palm mask, a 6 or 7-year-old child was sitting, looking at the boundless sea around him with a bored face. He just wanted to use his big bear ability to go to Reuniting in naval headquarters. He has been flying in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights, crossing the high red soil continent, and crossing the dangerous calm belt. Now he doesn't know which part of the Grand Line he is in, sea area. Flying above. Reuniting squatted inside the energy hood, dragged his chin with both hands, showing a hopeless expression, looked at the receding sea level below, and said to himself, I am so special. Why did I think about it? Such a lousy idea, a person flying in the sky for so long, surrounded by the boundless sea all the time, will be bored to death sooner or later. God. Come and save the poor child. 55. Reuniting was talking to himself in a boring way, and even he did not believe in ghosts and gods, and he began to ask gods to worship Buddha. If other people see his rambunctious scene, it is estimated that he will be regarded as a lunatic. But Reuniting couldn't do anything about it. He was really bored, so he found something to do to entertain himself, otherwise he would be driven crazy by the sight of the 3 days and nights around him. After all, being forced to open a business is different from a voluntary business. He can fly in the sky for 10 days and a half months by himself. But now that he is forced to open business is different, he can't do it if he wants to go down to rest. After all, this energy shield is not his ability. Although he can break up and rest, but he can't get a bear's paw energy shield to continue rushing to naval headquarters. He was going to pretend to be beaten by the enemy. If he didn't have this energy shield, he wouldn't be able to get close to naval headquarters at all. If he uses his ability to fly directly over, it is estimated that he will only have to fight with Marine, but he is doing punch-in tasks, not fighting with the group of Marines. Therefore, he could only stay in this energy hood. Although he was bored and wanted to hammer people, he still held back and persevered, which is why he had the scene of praying to God and worshipping Buddha at the beginning. While entertaining himself, Reuniting swept his observation haki in all directions to see if there were any islands around him, as if his prayers were working. His observation haki found that there was not far in front of him an island. When Reuniting swept to the island, his face was full of excitement, and he secretly prayed in his heart, this time it must be naval headquarters. Don't pass directly over the island like before. Reuniting had also encountered several islands before, but in his full expectation, all of them had been rowed directly over the islands, which meant that his destination had yet to be reached. Reuniting has experienced time and again full of expectations, and experienced time and again disappointment, and almost didn't drive him crazy. As the distance got closer and closer, the island in front of him gradually appeared in Reuniting's sight. When he saw the 2 giant marine characters, he almost jumped up with excitement. When Reuniting saw Marine's 2 huge letters, he knew his destination had arrived, because only naval headquarters had such 2 letters. Reuniting looked at the island that was getting closer, and said to himself excitedly, what a drop. The boring days are finally over. Hey. 35. There was a cracking sound in the sky, attracting the attention of Marine soldiers on Naval Headquarters Square. Everyone looked up to check, and saw a white light falling towards their Naval Headquarters Square. All the soldiers in Naval Headquarters Square looked at the white light falling down with a dazed expression. There is an enemy attack. Raise the alarm. There is an enemy attack. Go and tell Fleet Admiral. A soldier in Naval Headquarters saw the white light, and after being stunned for a while, he shouted directly to the surroundings, and everyone else came back to their senses and shouted together. Due to the speed at which the white light was falling, and the fact that there were no strong men near the square, no one dared to stop the white light, causing the white light to get closer and closer to the square. Not good. No one to stop it. Hurry up and escape. Get out of here now. Seeing that the white light was about to fall, they could only spread out and flee around to avoid being hit by the white light. Boom, rumble. 99. The white light finally fell on the square, setting off a large piece of dust, and people outside couldn't see what was going on inside at all. When the dust gradually dissipated, the Marine soldiers on the square found a big pit like a bear's paw print where the white light fell. The Marine soldiers who saw this scene did not dare to rush forward to check, but watched from a distance. Boo. Ha. Ha. Just as a group of Marine soldiers gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss the big pit of the bear's paw, the powerhouses of naval headquarters also rushed to the square one after another. There was such a big commotion here, except Marine Fleet Admiral Kong. Almost all the powerhouses heard the commotion and rushed over. Even the Sengoku, who was busy taking over as Fleet Admiral, rushed over. Warring States looked at the direction of the big pit of the bear's paw print, and after observing for a while, he said, "There is a person in that big pit, so as to avoid any conspiracy, I will go forward to check first, and you all give me a little back." 39. Yes, Admiral. Now there is only one Admiral in Sengoku, so only Sengoku can face any emergencies. Although the surrounding Vice Admiral is also strong, it is not enough to face any emergencies. Therefore, the surrounding Vice Admiral and the soldiers, after hearing the words of Sengoku, did not try to go forward to check the situation, but they all responded and immediately retreated. Because the higher the position in Marine, the stronger the strength, so it is rarely the case that the subordinates are brave to take action. Usually, the superiors are fighting, and a group of subordinates are watching the show by shouting, 666. The Warring States period walked towards the big pit of the bear's paw print step by step, and there was no change in his face except for his confidence, because he had enough self-confidence. In front of his strength, any conspiracy and tricks would be vulnerable. Renault was lying in the pit to check his body to see if he was injured when he suddenly noticed that someone was approaching. Renault stood up immediately, and when he saw the approaching Warring States, he waved his hand with a smile and said, "Hello. How are you, Uncle Marine?" Warring States, who was walking towards the big pit step by step, saw the child suddenly stand up from the big pit, showing a stunned face. The Warring States period thought about countless possibilities, the powerful intruding into the naval headquarters to make trouble, and the conspiracy of the enemy. He even thought that the person lying in the pit was Marine, because Marine's enemy. It is not impossible to retaliate against Marine in this way. But he only never thought that there would be a 7 or 8-year-old child in the big pit, and he would be completely dumbfounded. Sengoku just checked it with observation haki, and I always knew that there was a person in the big pit, and I thought it was an enemy, but a 7 or 8-year-old child suddenly appeared in the big pit. What the hell is going on? After standing in the same place for a while, Warring States finally came back to his senses, and after he saw Renault's face clearly, he felt that this child was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. After carefully reviewing the memories in his mind, Sengoku finally remembered who Renault was, and he was secretly surprised. Isn't this the kid who traded Roger for a bounty? How could he appear in naval headquarters? The person responsible for going to Alabasta to support Zephyr and escorting Roger back was Garp. But when Zephyr returned to naval headquarters, he told Sengoku about Renault, and he had Renault painted. After the Warring States period, someone had investigated Renault, so he felt that Renault was familiar. Renault's information is still on his office desk, so how can he not be familiar? The Warring States period was full of doubts and confusion about Renault, who was originally just a commoner. But a few years ago in New World, after going to sea with his parents, he disappeared without a trace. When Renault appeared again, it was already in the first half of the Grand Line, and he was still betting on Roger, the Pirate King, to exchange for the bounty. How did Renault, a 5-year-old kid, survive the shipwreck? How did he get to the first half of the Grand Line, and how did he catch Roger? The Warring States period was full of doubts about Renault's things. No matter which of these things, even an ordinary adult, it is difficult to do it. How did a 5-year-old Renault do it? Seeing the Warring States, Renault was stunned at first, and then he stood there in a daze. Of course Renault knew that the old yen coin in the Warring States period was not a fool, but he just complained in his heart when he saw that he was ignoring him. Hey! 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 Seeing that Warring States was ignoring him, Renault slowly crawled out of the big pit by himself, muttering while crawling. In addition, he looked very cute as a child. There are quite a few female sailors around the square. Seeing Renault's cute appearance, if it weren't for the Warring States' order to keep them away, they would probably have lost their minds now, rush over and pick up Renault and nibble hard. The Warring States heard Renault's hooting, and he finally regained his senses. Looking at Renault, who was struggling to climb the mountain, he asked, "Afaka Renault, from a certain island in the New World, a native of such and such kingdom, am I right?" As soon as Renault climbed the mountain, he heard the inquiries from the Warring States period, and pouted in his heart. This old yen coin finally spoke. I thought this old yen coin was really stupid. Thinking of Renault here, he patted the dust on his body, and then replied with a perfunctory expression, yes, you are right, I am from that island kingdom. Sengoku saw Renault's undisguised perfunctory, his face darkened instantly, but he immediately suppressed his anger again, and then asked, "This is Naval Headquarters Marineford, You are so unpredictable falling down from the sky, we Marine need a reasonable explanation. For Flowers 0. Reynald had already thought about his words before he came here, so he didn't panic at all when confronted with the questioning of the Warring States period. He tilted his head and thought for an answer. I'm a bounty hunter, you Marines should know this, right? Warring States heard Reynald's words and nodded in agreement, although Marine didn't know if Reynald was a bounty hunter. However, no other identity of Reynald has been found so far, so now in Marine's database, Reynald's identity is also labeled as a bounty hunter, so the Warring States period did not refute Reynald's words. After seeing the Warring States and nodding, Reynald continued, I was catching a pirate a few days ago, the guy looks like a bear, and he is a devil fruit. When Reynald said this, he suddenly showed a helpless and angry expression, spread his hands and said, when I was fighting with him, I was accidentally slapped by him, and then I came here. After the Warring States heard Reynald's explanation, a tall figure appeared in his mind, and then he verified with Reynald, the pirate you are talking about is a man named Bartholomew Big Bear. According to Reynald's description, Warring States immediately thought of the famous pirate Bartholomew Bear in the past 2 years. Among the pirates, there is only this guy who can shoot people so far and look like a bear, so the Warring States period can immediately remember. When Reynald heard the words of Warring States, his heart was filled with joy. He was also afraid that Warring States did not notice Yang, so he could not explain it clearly. It was really sleepy and someone gave him a pillow. Thinking of Reynald here, he immediately pretended to show an angry expression and cursed, yes, it's the BD Big Bear you said, if I can't beat me, I will be slapped away, this BD is really hateful, I've been flying in the sky for several days, and I almost didn't get bored. If this Yang knew that the people he helped not only did not appreciate him, but kept scolding him here, I wonder how he would feel? After the Warring States heard Reynald's words, he secretly guessed in his heart, it should be true that this little guy was photographed by the Big Bear, but there is no way to verify other things. But no matter whether what he said is true or not, he cannot be allowed to leave here today, after all, there are too many doubts about this little guy. Not only his incredible experiences, but also Roger's affairs, there are also weirdness everywhere, how could he let Reynald leave? In fact, the Warring States wanted to keep Reynald for another purpose, that is, to want Reynald to join Marine, but after investigating this matter, if Reynald really had no problem, he could invite Reynald to join Marine. After all, a 6 or 7-year-old child can be strong enough to defeat Pirate Nova alone. Which force would not be jealous when they see such a good seedling? But if Reynald really has a problem, it's not an invitation to join Marine, but an invitation to sit down at Impel Down. Thinking of the Warring States here, although he didn't hold out hope, he still asked, can you tell me, little guy, how did you get from New World to the first half of the Grand Line, and how did you catch Roger? Reynald glanced at the Warring States a little unexpectedly, he didn't expect the old yen coin to ask so directly. However, Reynald had already thought about his words, so he replied calmly, after I was killed, I was rescued by a kind old man, and the old man at the back took me to an uninhabited island on the Grand Line. Now, I stayed there for about a year, and one day I saw a sick pirate passing by, I took him to collect the bounty. After the Warring States heard Reynald's explanation, his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he cursed inwardly, what this little BD said is either impossible to verify, or dead without proof, can we still have a good time? Thinking of the Warring States period here, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said yin and yang strangely, then you are really lucky, you are rescued by kind-hearted people, and the pirates who are short of money and sick will be delivered to your door. As if he couldn't hear the words in the Warring States dialect, Reynald said with a dazed expression, that's, my luck is in our village, and it's well known far and wide. Warring States saw Reynald's slick appearance and knew that he couldn't ask anything from him, so he stopped talking nonsense with him, and said directly, since your luck is so good, then stay here for a while and give us bring some luck with Marine and make up for the damage to the plaza when you trespass at Naval Headquarters. After Warring States finished speaking, he ignored Reynald, turned around and walked back, came to a Marine soldier and whispered, go find him a place to live, Kuzan is on his way back now, wait for him to return. After arriving at the headquarters, let him stare at this kid directly, and don't let him leave the place of residence. Warring States did not know that Reynald came here because he wanted to stay in Naval Headquarters, and now his arrangement is exactly what Reynald wanted. Yes, Admiral. After the soldier got the order of the Warring States, he immediately went to Renault, ready to take him to the place where he lived. Seeing warring states, Renault turned around and left, just waiting quietly in place. From the very beginning, he didn't worry that he wouldn't be able to stay today, because everything was under his control. Ask for a subscription, ask for a flower, ask for a monthly pass for. Chapter 72. The reason why Renault said so many flawed and unproven words just now was to make the warring states suspicious, and as long as the warring states were suspicious of him, wouldn't it be logical for him to stay here? Renault threw out so many doubts, and with the character of the old yin coin in the warring states period, he would definitely keep him here. From what warring states said just now, Renault could hear that warring states wanted to use luck as an excuse to keep him here. Although he still doesn't know how long he can stay here, but he thinks this time should not be short. Renault just waited in place for a while. He saw a marine soldier walking towards him, and secretly guessed in his heart, this soldier is coming here at this time, should he arrange for him to stay here? Renault's guess was right. This soldier was sent by the warring states to arrange a place for him to live, and the warring states not only arranged a place for him to live, but also arranged a bodyguard, guardian, for him. Renault doesn't know about the bodyguards, guards, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. After all, he just came here to complete the check-in task, at most the idea of hitting the vault. Besides, who can see his spatial coordinates? Man. The marine soldier walked up to Renault after a while, looked at Renault, and then said directly, Senshi Admiral asked me to arrange a place for you, come with me. The marine soldier turned around, led the way, and walked directly to the living quarters behind Marineford. When Renault heard the marine soldier's words, his heart was filled with joy, and then he didn't talk nonsense, and followed in his footsteps without saying a word. The marine led the way and said to Renault behind him, there are many places in naval headquarters that can't let outsiders go, so if you're okay, don't run around, or if something happens, no one can save you, so you still just stay where you live. 95. Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly when he heard the marine babble, and then said perfunctorily, yes, I know you naval headquarters Marineford is a military center, so you won't run around, you just put 100 take it easy. Although Renault said so, he thought secretly in his heart, I finally came to naval headquarters, and it was also a kind invitation from the warring states period. If I didn't go to their marine's vault, wouldn't I feel sorry for their marine? Moreover, the marine family has a big business, and there are probably more than 1 or 2 vaults. He just wants to empty 1 or 2 vaults and he is already 23 years old. Marine should not mind, right? If warring states knew what Renault was thinking, he would probably run over and fight Renault. I don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are, just because of the loss of the Roger pirates in the previous 2 years, and almost emptied the entire marine vault. After 2 years of development, it recovered a little. If the loss is like the last time, if it happens again, Marine can probably declare bankruptcy. The Marines were chattering in front of Renault and led Renault towards the back of Marineford. It didn't take long for them to come to the residential area, and then Renault was taken to a small house, which was an empty house, no one lived around, and it was estimated that it was a house dedicated to entertaining guests. Renault looked at the small house in front of him, then looked around, and found that there was no one within 100 meters around. He just thought about it a little to understand what was going on. The reason why there is no one around here is that the houses here are used to entertain guests, and since you can come to naval headquarters as a guest, it must be rich or expensive. So Marine is on the one hand not wanting people to disturb the guests and on the other hand protecting the people who live in Marineford. Because most of the people who live in Marineford are Marine's family, whether it's a real guest or a special guest like Renault, it's not suitable to live in the same area as the people here. Because of the real guests, Marine is afraid that they will be disturbed, and people who are under house arrest like Renault are afraid that Renault will retaliate against these ordinary people, so he created such a special area. After the Marine opened the door, he turned around and said to Renault, "This is your residence for a period of time in the future. You will be served 3 meals a day every day. What you need to pay attention to here, I also told you just now. Yes, if you have nothing else to do, just go in." 39. After listening to Marine's words, Renault asked the soldier with a smile on his face, "Brother, do you Marines have any good-looking girls?" Marine soldier looked at only 6 or 7 years old, but showed a wretched expression, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched, and he secretly spit in his heart, I have never seen such a sloppy child. The astringent demon of human skin, right? Thinking of the marine soldiers here, he said angrily with a dark face, "Of course we Marines are beautiful, but is it too early for you to think about this now?" Renault didn't get angry when he heard the marine soldier's words, and showed a look of contempt. "When I see you can say something like this, I know that you are still single and prosperous, sir. I now have 3 little daughters-in-law. Now, do you think this is irritating?" Soldier Marine almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. How could he be despised by a little kid? However, when he thought that he was indeed a single prosperous one, he immediately became depressed like a defeated CK again. After a while, the marine soldier, who finally recovered his strength, glared at Renault fiercely and said, "What if I am a single Wang? Did the single Wang eat your rice? If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back." Soldier Marine didn't wait for Renault to answer, turned around and walked back, and walked faster and faster, as if some beast was chasing him behind him. This Marine was really hit by Renault, and he was in his 30s, and he didn't even have a daughter-in-law. And a 6 or 7-year-old little broken child already has 3 little daughters-in-law. Can he not break the defense when he hears such words? As long as it is a man, it will instantly break the defense. Renault looked at the marine soldiers who fled in a panic, and there was a sly expression on his face, and he secretly complained, "The mental quality of these marine soldiers doesn't seem to be very good. And fleeing, is this combat power too weak?" Thinking of Renault here, she walked into the small house and instructed the system as she walked. The system starts clocking in. Ding. The first day of Naval Headquarters was successful, and there are still 29 days left until the completion of the check-in task. Please host make persistent efforts. After Renault instructed the system to punch in, he found a chair and sat down, and then instructed the system will open the attribute panel for me. It's been so long since the last lottery draw, and the body changes have already been adapted to it, and it's time for another lottery draw to play. Host personal properties panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 7. Body, 181,000. Strength, 71,000. Speed, 75,1000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, observation haki, full level, swordsmanship, 151,000. Weapon, a good and quick knife. Ability, psychodynamic, 341,000, space coordinates. Bailey, 4.68 billion. System mall, activated. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open mission, go to Naval Headquarters and wait for 1 month to complete the check-in mission 1/30th. Renault looked at the basically unchanged attribute board, and immediately became depressed. He has also practiced for more than a year, but he didn't know whether it was because his body was too small, or he didn't have the talent for cultivation. Apart from the attribute points added by the system, the attribute points that he cultivated by himself hardly showed any change. In fact, it's not that Renault has no talent for cultivation, it's just that his thinking has fallen into a misunderstanding. He has never cultivated from scratch, so he doesn't know how difficult it is to cultivate. Renault compares the training speed with the system attribute points. When he adds system attribute points, he adds dozens of points. Cultivation is a step-by-step improvement. In this case, no matter how fast the cultivation speed is, it cannot be compared to the system directly adding attribute points. It is estimated that he will only understand when he sees other people cultivating in the future, or when he teaches his young daughters-in-law to practice. Renault didn't lose heart for a long time, and soon regained his mentality. He had a system, and it didn't matter if he had a talent for cultivation. As long as he completed the system task, wouldn't his strength continue to rise? Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system, I want to draw a lottery, first give me 10 consecutive draws. Good. Host. Deduct 1 billion Bailey, draw 10 times. The lottery is in progress, please wait a moment for host. When Renault heard the lottery start, he showed an excited expression. Last time, he won a top devil fruit and 200 attribute points. I don't know what good things will be won this time. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding ding. Renault, who was still full of excitement at first, heard this series of "thank you for your patronage," and his face darkened instantly. This is all my hard-earned money. Congratulations to host for winning the draw, 100 attribute points. Congratulations to host for winning the draw, low-level body strengthening potion. When Renault saw that he had finally drawn something, his face became a little better, a dose of body strengthening potion, and 100 attribute points. Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system will pull out the annotation of this body strengthening potion and give it to me Con. Notes on low-level body strengthening potions: this is a potion from an unknown world. Drinking one potion can make people's 4-dimensional attributes increase by 20 attribute points. Each person can only use one in a lifetime, and the second one is invalid. 4 dimensions include body, strength, speed, spirit. Renault saw that he could only add 20 attribute boards each, and he immediately lost interest in the potion. He took out the potion directly, and then sighed, fruity drops, it's pretty good to drink. After Renault drank the body strengthening potion, he carefully felt his body. It didn't seem to change much, but it was only 20 points each, so it's understandable that the changes are not obvious. After Renault felt the body, he didn't care if there was no change, and then instructed the system will add stat points to me, 25 for my body, 25 for swordsmanship, and 25 for my attributes. Click all to add me to the power of thought. In the process of adding attribute points. Congratulations to host, adding attribute points successfully. After Renault heard the system's notification that the attribute points had been added successfully, he immediately felt the change in his body, but it was only a little stronger than before. Because his attribute points are getting higher and higher, the change of adding dozens of attribute points is not as big as before, but he can still feel the change. After taking care of all these things, Renault went straight into the small house. He hadn't had a good rest these days. He has to take a rest, after all, he is still growing, so lack of sleep is bad. Naval Headquarters, Warring States Office. Warring States was sitting at the desk, repeatedly looking at a document in front of him. This document recorded Renault's experience, but these were all experiences 2 years ago. Since Renault was shipwrecked, there was only the record of Alabasta, and the others were blank. In any case, they couldn't find out, where did Renault go and what did he do in the past 2 years. It's normal that Marine can't find out Renault's whereabouts for the past 2 years, because Renault has always been deliberately hiding himself. Whether on the island or in the pirate group, he basically does not contact any strangers. So it's not an exaggeration to say that he hasn't had contact with anyone except Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. If this can be found by Marine, then it's a ghost, right? Boom. Sengoku, I'm back. 35. Just as Warring States frowned and looked at Renault's information, the door to his office was suddenly opened violently from the outside, followed by a vigorous shouting from outside. The office door that had been violently opened made a screeching sound, as if it could be blown apart by a gust of wind. Warring States raised his head to see this scene, his face darkened instantly, and then he scolded the door, "BD Garp. You kicked the door of my office 160 again, if you can't fix it today, don't even think about it. Get out of this gate alive." Ha 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 ha. Garp, who had just walked in from the outside, saw Sengoku's frantic appearance. Not only did he look frightened, he also laughed uncontrollably. Sengoku saw Garp's unbridled laugh, his already black face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and then he shouted angrily at Garp, "BD Garp. If you don't give it to me today a reasonable explanation, I'm not finished with you." Faced with the threat of the Warring States period, Garp didn't care at all. He went directly to the sofa and sat down, and then said with a mocking expression, "I heard that everyone in O'Hara was rescued by others, so I just came back to see your jokes, ha ha ha." Garp laughed again as he spoke. He didn't save any face for the Warring States period. In Marine, who dared to tell jokes about watching the Warring States period, it is estimated that this Marine hero is the only one. In fact, when Warring States made this decision, Garp persuaded him not to do it, but Warring States could not stand the pressure from the world government, so he still made the decision to erase O'Hara. After Garp made this decision in the Warring States period, he didn't want to see such a thing, so he chose to go out to sea to be invisible, commonly known as turning one eye away. It wasn't until 2 days ago that he heard the news that O'Hara was rescued, and he decided to come back to Naval Headquarters to laugh at Sengoku. Ever since Garp came back, Sengoku had a black face the whole time. When he saw that Garp finally stopped smiling, he immediately shouted, "If you laugh enough, get out of here, How could Garp listen to him and go out? Since Roger died, he has only had fun watching Warring States jokes. Now that he can finally see him mad, he is reluctant to leave here. Quack quack dash. Garp directly took out a bag of donuts, and immediately ate them in the office, smiling while watching the Warring States period while eating the donuts in his hand. Warring States was almost PD off by his coquettish manipulation. If he didn't think of a way to let this guy leave, then he wouldn't even think about his life today. Kyuzen won't be able to return to the headquarters in a few days. Since this guy is so busy, let him go and live with that kid Renault. Thinking of the Warring States here, he directly said to Garp, if you have nothing to do, just go to the guest room and watch the kid who lives there, don't come here to disturb my work, and get out of here immediately. 35. After Sengoku finished speaking, he rushed towards Garp and kicked Garp's left chin. Touch. 35. Boom boom. Garp was kicked directly by Warring States, and the kick flew out from the gate, and smashed outside the office. There was a rumbling sound outside. Just by listening to the movement, he knew that Warring States was not light. Sengoku, who was still full of anger just now, kicked Garp, and felt that this person was refreshed. He thought to himself, when you are really angry, finding a punching bag is the easiest and effective way. Chapter 73. A few days later, Naval Headquarters. Renault has been quietly staying in the small house these days. It's not that he doesn't want to go out to be a demon, but that there is an old BD next to him who is staring at him all the time. If he wants to go out and be a demon, he has no chance to go out. Originally, Renault thought that after coming to Naval Headquarters, he could tease female Marines. Renault lay bored in the small yard, looked at the old BD Garp who was eating donuts on the balcony next door, and asked loudly, "Old BD Garp, you stare at him all day long. My little boy, don't you have anything to do?" Ha 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 ha. When Garp heard Renault's question, he laughed out loud, and then said the truth, "Of course I have something to do, all I have to do is keep an eye on you, lest you cause trouble for Naval Headquarters." Warring States originally asked Garp to come over and stare at Renault secretly, but he didn't like to do such secret things, so he stared at Renault blatantly from the balcony every day. And when Renault saw Garp staring at him here, he didn't dare to act rashly, because his punch-in task had not been completed, and if he acted rashly at this time, it would be a bit of a loss. When Renault heard Garp's undisguised words, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and said angrily, "I'm just a 7-year-old child, let you a Marine hero staring at you, what do you say about you Marines?" 35. When Garp heard Renault's words, he didn't continue laughing, but said seriously, "Of course an ordinary 7-year-old child doesn't need me to stare, but do you think you are an ordinary child of 160? The reason why Garp looked at Renault so seriously was because he felt danger in Renault, the kind of danger he had when facing a police officer at the same level. Garp's feeling was never wrong, so he faced Renault. Will be so serious about the inquiry. Although Garp's sight can be felt, the intensity of Renault's breath is probably only Rear Admiral. But this kind of vague sense of danger made him not dare to neglect in the slightest. When Renault heard Garp's words, he rolled his eyes again speechlessly, and then quibbled, "I'm just an ordinary child, you Marines should have investigated, although they have good strength, but compared to your existence, they are still very weak. It's 108,000 miles away. So you Marine are making too much of a fuss. Why didn't that old Yincoin in the Warring States period let Marines strong men stare at me? Old Yincoin. Ha 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 ha." When Garp heard Renault call the old Yincoin of the Warring States period, he immediately laughed again, and then he stopped talking about the topic just now, but pretended to be sullen and said, "You are right, kid, I can hit 100 with one hand like you, so maybe that guy in the Warring States period really made a fuss." Although Garp said so, he thought to himself, in terms of body aura, this kid has only Rear Admiral strength, but sometimes body aura does not represent a person's strength. No one can feel the strength of devil fruits. The kid is estimated to be a very powerful devil fruit person, right? The reason why Garp made this guess is because he has seen a lot of perverted abilities of 10D points. Those who are capable are not very strong, but they can kill a top-level powerhouse's perverted ability. After Garp sensed danger in Renault, he guessed that Renault should have a very perverted ability, otherwise, how could a person with Rear Admiral strength bring a sense of crisis to a strong person like him? If Renault knew that Garp had his details, and his guesses were close to 10, he would probably have sighed with emotion. It is a thief to grow old and not die. Renault didn't know about Garp's speculations, so while wrangling with Garp, he thought about how to get out of the current situation. If he can't get rid of the current situation and go to the spot ahead of time, after he completes the check-in task, it is estimated that he can only leave Marineford in despair, which is not the result he wants. When Renault was thinking about how to get rid of the current situation, he inadvertently swept to Garp on the balcony. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought darkly, Garp is the father of the dragon, and the dragon just left Marine some time ago. Now it's not just Marine who wants to find the dragon, but the old guy also wants to find his precious son, right? Thinking of Renault here, he showed a half smile but not a smile, and then said to Garp, Garp old BD, before I was photographed here, I not only saw that big bear, but also saw a man who was recently wanted by the world government. Oh man. In order to get rid of the current situation, Renault could leave here and go to the Marine Vault to step on the spot, and called the dragon who sold it a simple one, without even thinking about it. How would you feel if you let the dragon know of the existence of his worship and sold him directly? When Garp heard Renault's words and saw his half-smiley expression, he immediately knew that there was something in Renault's words, and secretly guessed in his heart, there is only one wanted order issued directly by the world government without going through Marine recently. That's his son Long's wanted order. Could it be that this kid is the stinky boy Long that he saw? Thinking of Garp here, although his heart is very disturbed, he asks casually on the surface, oh? Who else have you seen besides the big bear? Where did you meet them? Woolen cloth? Seeing that Garp was still so calm, Renault knew that he must be pretending, but he had to admire the control of his facial expressions. If Renault hadn't read the original book and guessed that he wasn't so calm on the surface, he probably wouldn't have been able to tell just by looking at it. Thinking of Renault here, he scratched his head vigorously, pretended not to remember and said, I only remember that guy has a horse face. As for the name, I don't remember. After all, my goal that day was not he, so I haven't researched him. If I hadn't seen his wanted order, I probably wouldn't have known that he was a wanted criminal. When Renault said this, he glanced at Garp and saw that he was still hanging up high. Renault can only give him a thumbs up. This old guy's acting is even better than him. Seeing that Garp can pretend like this, Renault thought fiercely in his heart, since this old guy is so good at pretending, then he won't say the person's name or address. It depends on whether you are in a hurry, the old guy. Can you sit still? Garp didn't know Renault's thoughts on coming down. He stopped when he saw Renault's words, and became even more anxious. Although Garp was anxious, he still pretended to be indifferent and asked again, I can understand that you can't remember the names, but where did you meet them? You should remember them. 39. Garp has now guessed that the person is the dragon, so he doesn't care about the name, he only cares where Renault saw the dragon. In fact, if Garp hadn't been staring at Renault here, but had gone to warring states more often, he would have gotten news of the dragon, right? Because all the people on O'Hara Island were rescued, Sengoku and several vice-admiral who went to perform the mission, although they did not see it with their own eyes, but they all suspected that it was the dragon. It's just that Garp has been staring at Renault here for the past few days, so he has no chance to contact the warring states. Since there are almost no contacts, of course he can't know the news. Hearing Garp's questioning, Renault looked at him with a smile and said, I remember that guy's bounty is very high, I can't give you marine information for nothing. After all, I'm a bounty hunter, and bounty hunters are notoriously unprofitable, so you can decide what to do. In fact, when Long first left Marine, he was not wanted by the world government. The reason why he was wanted is because not long after he left Marine, there were revolutionary disturbances in many places. Coupled with the books Renault gave him, the ideas and brand new values in it made the world government feel threatened, so it directly bypassed Marine and issued a 5 billion wanted order against Long. Just now Renault just wanted to spare Garp, tell him the news of the dragon, and then let him go out to sea to chase the dragon. But Renault changed his mind as soon as he thought of the dragon's enticing bounty. He wanted to sell the dragon's information as intelligence to Garp, or sell the information directly to Marine. What Renault didn't know, however, was that there was already news about the dragon in the Warring States period, so it was impossible to buy his intelligence at all. But if Garp wants to buy the news for himself, there's a chance that the deal will happen. When Garp heard that Renault actually wanted benefits, his face darkened instantly, and then he asked directly, the bounty hunter can't afford it early, that's right, just say what benefits you want. 35. When Renault heard Garp's words, he pretended to think for a while, and then the lion said, I am a bounty hunter, and the benefit is of course Bailey, you can just give me 1,008 billion Bailey. When Garp heard that Renault wanted 1 billion Baileys, his already black face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and immediately yelled at Renault, that BD's bounty is 5 billion Baileys, you one piece of news costs 1 billion Baileys, why don't you snatch it up, you little BD. Just now, it was none of his business, and Garp, who was hanging high, broke his defense in an instant when he heard that Renault wanted 1 billion Baileys. Chapter 74. Although Garp's prestige in Marine is very high, he is only a vice admiral in the end. He may still be able to take tens of millions or 100 million. Even if 1 billion is regarded as his pants, it is estimated that he will not be able to take it. Come on out so many Baileys. Of course, although Garp's dead salary is just that little, and he is a decent Marine, he doesn't steal, but if he uses connections, 1 billion is just a trifle for him. But if he wants to come up with 1 billion, he might as well just kill him, because he can't come up with it at all. And now Garp just doesn't want too many people to know about it, so he can't ask Marine or use his connections to ask for money. Otherwise, it is estimated that Long's news could not be concealed from these people, so he just heard that Renault would need 1 billion Baileys to break the defense in an instant. When Renault saw Garp finally broke his defense, his heart burst with joy, and he let you pretend to be in front of Lao Tzu. Now you old guy can't sit still, right? Thinking of Renault here, he showed a look of contempt, looked at Garp and said, there is no way to do this kind of transaction when you grab money. If you don't have money, just die for me, I don't want to do it with a poor ghost. Deal, it's a big deal that I, 160, sell this news to the warring states period or the world government, they should be more lavish than you, right? It's just a piece of information about the address where a dragon has appeared. It's estimated that it won't cost much if you sell it to others, but if you sell it to an old guy like Garp, it's estimated that he will buy it even if it is more than 1 billion. After all, although the old guy Garp doesn't talk about it, he is not very good to his relatives in his heart. If it is an overt thing like Ace, he may not care about it, but secretly it may not be so. And Ace wasn't his own grandson after all. He was in such pain when he died, and Renault didn't believe that he didn't care about his own son. Renault is now not so much selling intelligence as he is threatening Garp. If you don't buy this news, I will turn around and sell it to the world government. Although it's just a piece of news, if the world government really catches it, what about? If the dragon is really caught by the world government, then there will be no regret medicine for him in the world. When Garp saw Renault's incompetence, he knew that no matter how much he said, the little BD probably wouldn't budge. Garp stared at Renault stubbornly, his face was as ugly as he wanted, and he guessed viciously in his heart, this little BD probably knows my relationship with Long, and the reason why he deliberately said that he wants to sell it to the world government is to force himself to buy the news. He is obviously taking advantage of the fire. At this time, Garp didn't understand. Renault must have known about his relationship with the dragon before, so he deliberately gave information about the dragon, and then he was tempted to ask him step by step, and then he said that he wanted to sell the information, and he would go if he didn't buy it. Sold to world government. Every step of this has put him to death, plus this threatening transaction. If Renault didn't know his relationship with the dragon, he probably wouldn't even believe a ghost. Seeing Garp's ugly face, Renault immediately burst into joy. He was forced to stay in this small yard these days. As long as he wanted to leave here, the old guy jumped out to find his own reasons to stop him from going out. Seeing his ugly face now, how could Renault be unhappy? Renault now has a feeling of getting revenge for his great revenge. The doubts of the past few days have been swept away, and his mood has naturally improved. Garp, who wanted to understand these things, remembered that Renault wanted to leave here and was stopped by him before, and immediately guessed, this little BD deliberately revealed the news of the dragon, probably not only for money, but for another purpose. It should be that he wants to go out to sea to chase the dragon, and then he can get out of here. What a trick to kill two birds with one stone. Garp, who wanted to understand everything, looked at Renault with a dignified face and warned, you stay here and take care of me, I'll go out and come back before dark, don't run around for me, or I won't be able to forgive me. You. When Renault heard Garp's words, he knew that he had agreed to the deal, so he promised with a smile, I won't step out of this small yard until you come back, so you can make Bailey for me at ease. 99. The reason why Renault wants to go out is Bailey. Now he can get a billion Bailey for nothing, but he just doesn't go out. He is a fool to choose to go out at this time, right? And after Garp goes out to sea to chase the dragon, he wants to leave here to step on the spot. Isn't that easy? When Garp heard Renault's assurance, as if he was sarcastic, he gave Renault a vicious look, then turned around and left, saying as he walked, "I hope you can keep your word." 35. Looking at Garp's back, Renault replied with a smiling expression, "Don't worry, I've always kept my promises, and I won't leave here if I don't leave here." 99. The reason why Garp agreed to this deal was because it was not difficult for him to get a billion Baileys, and a billion was nothing compared to the safety of a dragon. And Renault wanted to let him go and leave here. Since he could guess Renault's purpose, he naturally had a way to deal with it. And even if he doesn't care about this matter, Sengoku will send marine strongmen from the police to watch Renault, so he is not afraid that Renault will run out. Compared with the above two things, the safety of his son is the most important, although he knows that the possibility of dragon being caught is not very big. But since he already knew about this, he couldn't let it happen, and he had to extinguish the threat in advance, lest it develop to an uncontrollable level. Renault didn't know that Garp had guessed what he was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously, because he used a conspiracy, and as soon as the news of the dragon came out, Garp would definitely go after him 100%. And as long as Garp leaves here, the remaining marines, except the strong admiral-level policemen, who can look after him. In this era, there are only two admiral. Zephyr is not in naval headquarters now, and Sengoku is busy with official business. Marine simply can't send a strong admiral-level police officer to watch him, so he doesn't need to worry at all. Renault looked at Garp's figure with a smile, and gradually disappeared from his sight. He didn't look back until he couldn't see it, and then he said to himself, "I'm going to make another billion, these days are getting worse and worse. The more I look forward to it." After Garp left here, Renault lay on the reclining chair in a happy mood, waiting quietly for Garp to come back. He didn't want to run out while Garp wasn't around, because there would be opportunities in the future, so he wasn't in a hurry. And if you go out now, the deal with Garp is likely to be in vain, so this time let's be a person who keeps his promise. After Garp left from Renault, he did not go to see other people in naval headquarters, but went directly to the port, boarded his dog-headed warship and set out to sea directly. Around 5 p.m. Unconsciously, a day has passed, and Renault is still in the small yard, lying on the reclining chairboard, waiting for Garp to return with a small amount of money. Just when Renault was about to lose his patience, a flash of red flashed in his eyes, followed by a look of surprise on his face as he muttered to himself, "This old BD Garp is back, sir, I'm waiting for you. Thanks all." Not long after Renault's words fell, Garp appeared at the door of the small courtyard. He was carrying a large bag on his shoulders, which was about 10 meters in size. It looked very heavy, but Garp was able to walk like a fly. You can see his strength. Garp Vice Admiral came here with such a big bag. What on earth did he want? We don't know, we just saw Garp Vice Admiral, who came all the way here from the warship. Since it was carried from a warship, the soldiers on the warship should know what's going on, and someone with a wood and a DK will come out and explain it. Garp was also followed by marine soldiers watching the fun. They were all curious to see Garp carrying such a big bag, so they came here to watch the fun. Although the marines were very curious, no matter how they inquired, no one knew what Garp had brought back. The reason why these marine soldiers couldn't find out was because when Garp was on the warship, he had already issued a gag order to all marine soldiers on the warship. The soldiers on Garp's warship are all soldiers who have been born and died with him for many years, and of course they will not spread about Garp. Boom. After Garp walked into Renault's small courtyard, he threw the large bag on his shoulders on the ground, then turned around and looked behind him, and asked the soldiers who followed him to watch the fun, "All of you are so busy, do you want me to arrange some training tasks for you? Not good. 35. Hurry up and escape. Let's go and get out of here. If you get caught by Garp Vice Admiral for training, you'll have a scalp if you don't die." The marine soldiers, who were watching the fun, immediately dispersed when they heard Garp saying that they would arrange a training mission. After a while, the marine soldiers, who were watching the fun just now, all disappeared from Garp's sight. The reason why these marine soldiers are so afraid is because Garp's training is like torturing people. If the strength of the trained people is really improved, they probably think that Garp is torturing them, not entrain them. You can refer to Luffy when he was a child. If Luffy can grow up, he can only say that he is a man with the aura of the protagonist. After Garp drove away the marine soldiers who were watching the fun, he turned to look at Renault and said, "This is a treasure worth 1,000,000,000 Baileys and Baileys, open it for yourself." 99. Chapter 75. Seeing that Garp came back with such a large bag, Renault could guess what was in it without him saying anything. What else could it be except his small money? When Garp said that the big bag was worth 10, Renault thought to himself, it was exactly the same as his own guess, but such a big bag is probably not only Bailey, but also a lot of treasure. Sort of thing. But it doesn't matter if it's not Bailey, his system can turn these things into Bailey, and he doesn't need to worry about it at all. Thinking of Renault here, he stood up directly from the reclining chair, then walked towards the big bag of treasures, stretched out his salty pig hand and touched the treasure bag, and the big bag of treasures disappeared in place in an instant. Garp, who was watching this scene, was a little surprised, but not surprised at all, because Zephyr told him about Renault, which of course also included the ability to put things away. Ding. Received the treasure worth 1.1 billion Bailey, and has already helped the host to exchange all the treasures for Bailey. Host currently owns Bailey, 4.78 billion. After Renault heard the system prompt, his heart began to feel happy. He just spent 1 billion a few days ago, and now he has earned another 11 billion. This life is getting more and more promising. After Renault finished these things, he looked at Garp and said with a smile, "It's just enough for 1 billion Baileys, since Baileys are already in place, then I will tell you about the dragon." When Garp heard Renault's unconcealed instinct calling out the dragon's name, he scolded inwardly. This little BD said that he couldn't remember his name in the morning. The name of the dragon is so skilled, it is estimated that not only the big bear is his target, but the dragon may also be on his arrest list. Garp's previous guesses were almost inseparable, but in this case his guess was very wrong. Renault didn't study dragons because he wanted to capture dragons in exchange for bounties. The reason why he was so skilled was because the two of them had known each other for a long time. After Renault said a word, he went back to the reclining chair and sat down, and then said again, "I saw the guy there when I was fighting the big bear in O'Hara the other day, although he may have left there now, but he shouldn't run far." 99. Garp's face darkened instantly when he heard Renault's words. He felt as if he had been fooled by this little BD. If Long had really been to O'Hara, then he must have something to do with the group of people who rescued O'Hara a few days ago. Maybe she was the one who brought people to do it. If he goes to work, he may stop there, but if he really saves the people from O'Hara, he must run as far as he can after he saves them, so this news is useless. Thinking of Garp here, with a black face like the bottom of the pot, he asked Renault directly, "That place is a place of right and wrong now, that BD must have run as far as he could after knowing what happened there, now what's the use of these billions of news?" What Garp meant was that there was a place of right and wrong, and the dragon was a wanted criminal. Knowing something happened there, he would definitely stay away from there, so Renault's news was of no use at all. Garp doesn't know yet, does Renault know what the dragon is doing in O'Hara, so he can't ask directly, he can only describe it as a place of right and wrong. Garp used this method to question Renault, and by the way, he used this to blow up Renault to see if he knew what the dragon did to O'Hara. Renault didn't know what was in Garp's heart. Hearing Garp's questioning, he lay flat on the reclining chair, and then he casually asked back, "Old Garp, you have to be clear, what I am selling is only news, not the position of selling dragons, is it any use for me?" When Garp heard Renault's rhetorical question, he was instantly speechless. Although he knew that Renault was right, why did he want to slap this little BD so much? Although Renault wanted to cheat Garp, he really didn't think about it. He just wanted to spend Garp away and make some money by the way. But now, after Garp's reminder, Renault also knew the reason, and cursed inwardly. The old BD Garp doesn't think the dragon is no longer there, so he doesn't go to sea to chase the dragon, right? Renault's hoarding of Garp's money is just incidental. His ultimate goal is to spend Garp. If Garp doesn't go overseas, how can he step on it? Thinking of Renault here, he put on another smiling face and looked at Garp, and started to make up his own words. "You did a good analysis just now. Normally, when that guy finds something wrong with O'Hara, he will definitely stay away from there. But a wanted criminal of his level, appearing in the seas of the four seas, must have something to do. So he definitely won't leave there before he's done, and even if he leaves, he won't leave too far. So maybe he is still there now. Even if he has left there, he won't run too far in such a short time. If he chases him now, he should be able to catch up with that guy. 35. Renault directly started the trick of cheating. If Garp believes it, everything will be fine. If he doesn't believe it, he has nothing to lose. The big deal is to think of another way to get rid of the old BD Garp. Renault, who knows the plot, thinks it's not difficult to support Garp, and there are many ways to do it, but he just didn't think about it a few days ago. Otherwise, the current Garp might have been fooled by him to that corner of the world. Garp listened to Renault's rhetoric there. His face was black all the time. When Renault stopped, he glared at Renault fiercely, and then said angrily, "My money is not so easy to earn. If this time I go to sea and get no results, then you wait for me to come back and beat you all over the place." 995. After Garp finished speaking, he turned around and walked outside. He didn't believe Renault's words, but he thought that the dragon would not be able to run very far with so many people in O'Hara, so he decided to go out to sea to chase the dragon. The reason why Garp thought that the dragon can't run very far is because the sea is not like land. There are too many people, fresh water, and food. These two things must need to be replenished frequently, or else the destination has not arrived. It is estimated that he will starve to death, thirsty to death. If you want to supplement these things, you need to land on the island, so you can't run fast at all. So Garp concludes that the dragon has not run far. Renault looked at Garp, who was slowly walking away, showing a puzzled expression, and then secretly guessed in his heart, the old guy's expression just now obviously doesn't believe what he said. Since he doesn't believe in himself, then he will why go out to sea to chase dragons? Renault frowned and thought about it for a while. He couldn't figure it out, he just didn't think about it. Anyway, Garp has left here, his goal has been achieved, and he doesn't want to care about other things, just do what he likes. Thinking of Renault here, he lay down directly on the reclining chair, and then squinted his eyes and rested on the reclining chair. He needs to recharge his batteries, and he has something to do at night. After Garp left Renault, he didn't go out to sea to chase the dragon, but planned to come to the Warring States first. This time he went to sea, and it is estimated that he will not be able to come back for a while, plus the Renault matter, so he plans to discuss with Warring States. Even if I can't talk about the dragon with the Warring States, it is better to remind the Warring States about Renault. After all, Renault is not only very dangerous, but also smart like a 7-year-old child. If Renault had only one of them, it wouldn't be scary, but with a high IQ and dangerous abilities, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If the two are combined, the top powerhouses will be played to death by him. Garp now thinks of his time with Renault today, the feeling of being led by Renault's nose all the time, and he still has lingering fears even now. Naval Headquarters, Warring States Office. Garp came to the door of the Warring States office with a lot of thought. After thinking about it, he pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that Warring States was processing the documents, he said straight to the point, "I am going to the sea. That kid in the guest area, find someone else to watch." 39. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku finally raised his head and glanced at Garp, thinking secretly and strangely in his heart, "What's the matter with this guy today? It's really rare to come in without kicking the door." Thinking of the Warring States here, with a strange expression, he asked Garp, "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" When Garp heard Sengoku's swearing question, his face instantly darkened, and then he asked loudly, "BD Sengoku, what do you mean by that?" When Warring States heard Garp scolding him, instead of being angry, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he thought to himself, "This BD still knows how to swear, so the problem he encountered shouldn't be a big one." Sengoku and Garp have been comrades since they were young, and they are still old partners until now, so Sengoku knew Garp very well. When the Warring States saw Garp just now, he could see that Garp had something on his mind, so he tried out Garp with words. After the Warring States knew that he was okay, he didn't want to ask any further questions, but changed the subject and asked, "I was just joking, nothing else. What are you doing when you go to sea this time?" When Garp heard Sengoku's answer, he didn't bother with the topic just now, but made up a reason and said, "Nonsense, I heard that West Blue is not very peaceful recently, so I plan to go there for a walk and clean up West Blue." The pirate. Garp didn't know that the 5 vice admirals who went on the mission with Sengoku, all suspected that the dragon was in the 4 seas. So the reason for his temporary compilation is almost the same as his own purpose of going to West Blue. Chapter 76. When Warring States heard that Garp was going to West Blue, he immediately raised his head to look at Garp, and thought to himself, I said, why is this old guy so preoccupied today? He was planning to go to West Blue to chase the dragon. Since even this old guy has heard the wind, then the guess of the dragon in West Blue should be correct, but how did this old guy get the news of the dragon's appearance in West Blue? You must know that you have never told him, and he has been staring at Renault for the past few days. Logically speaking, he should have no chance to get in touch with this news. Warring States racked his brains for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he secretly guessed in his heart, could it be that Renault didn't tell Capu what he said? But this kid has been staying in the guest area for the past few days, with Garp staring at him. He has never left the guest area at all, and he has never had a chance to get in touch with this news. That's right. The more Sengoku guessed, the more doubts he had in his mind. He couldn't figure it out, so he asked Garp straight to the point, Garp, you should go to West Blue to not only clean up the pirates, right? When Garp heard the question from Warring States, his eyes almost popped out, and he looked at Warring States in shock, but in an instant he put away his shocked expression, and then he secretly guessed in his heart, how did Warring States know that he was going? Does West Blue have another purpose? Could it be that he also knew the news that long appeared in West Blue, so he guessed that his real purpose of going to West Blue was not achieved? Although Garp guessed like this, in case Sengoku deliberately bombed him, he did not deny it immediately, but quibble, now the pirates in West Blue are too rampant. I went to West Blue just to clean up the pirates, where else is there a purpose? 95. Warring States just saw Garp's flash of shock, and he already had the answer in his heart, so he didn't believe Garp's words at all, and secretly guessed in his heart, Garp probably thought he was bombing him just now, so he can admit it, just open the sunroof and say something bright. Thinking of the Warring States period here, I stopped playing dumb with Garp, and asked directly, Garp, you don't have to hide it from me, I also know the news that Long is suspected of appearing in West Blue, so the ultimate purpose of your visit to West Blue this time should we go to the dragon? When Garp heard Sengoku's words, his eyes widened and he looked at Sengoku in shock. This time he finally stopped pretending and asked directly, so you have already heard the news that the dragon appeared in West Blue, but how did you get the news? When Garp arrived here, he cursed inwardly, could it be that the little BD sold the news to the Warring States before he sold it to himself? Although Renault also wanted to cheat Garp, this time it was none of his business. Warring States knew that the news was not bought from him. It was news from Vice Admiral who went to West Blue on a mission, so this time it was Garp who wronged Renault. When Warring States heard Garp finally admit it, he no longer hid it, and replied directly and truthfully, my news was sent back by several Vice Admirals who went to West Blue to perform missions, where did your news come from? 39. When Garp heard the news of the Warring States period that he didn't buy it from Renault, he felt a little more comfortable. However, he was still indignant when he thought that he had spent 1 billion in justice. If he came to the Warring States more often these days, where would he need to spend this injustice? Garp may hide the news of the dragon from the Warring States period, but the Warring States period will not hide the news of the dragon from Garp. One is for the public and the other is for the private, so of course their choices are different. Garp just thought of this, so he felt very unhappy about spending $1 billion to buy this news. Garp scolded Renault in his heart again, and then looked at the Warring States and answered truthfully, my news was deliberately disclosed to me by that little BD Renault, the purpose should be to spare me and let me go to sea. Chasing the dragon, so that he can get his own freedom, this little BD's little abacus is really hitting. 35. Garp didn't say that he spent 1 billion in justice, because he was famous for Garp's first life, and today he was played around by a 7-year-old child. If this kind of thing spreads out, how can Garp get involved? After Sengoku heard Garp's answer, he nodded thoughtfully and thought to himself, sure enough, that kid told Garp, but did he know the news? Thinking of the Warring States period here, he directly asked Garp, that kid Renault has been staying in the guest area for the past few days and has never been out of the guest area. Where did his news come from? 35. When Garp heard Sengoku's question, he didn't mean to hide it, and replied directly and truthfully, the address where the little BD fought with the big bear is in O'Hara, and it is estimated that he met the dragon there. Hearing Garp's answer, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. If Renault was slapped by the big bear from O'Hara to naval headquarters, then the news that he had seen a dragon should be true. After warring states heard the news, it was originally just speculation, but now it is almost 100% sure that the dragon really appeared in West Blue. Seeing that the matter had already been said, Garp brought up the matter of going to sea and said, "The matter of the little BD is left to you, I'm going to sail to West Blue to clean up the pirates." 55. Sengoku knew that he couldn't stop Garp, so he didn't stop him at all, and agreed directly, "Garp, I can let you go to West Blue, but if there is any situation, you must report to me as soon as possible." 35. When Garp heard this, he said with a perfunctory expression, "Seeing. If there is any situation, I will report to you as soon as possible." Seeing the perfunctory expression on Garp's face, warring states instantly raised his blood pressure and shouted angrily, "BD Garp, go as far as you go away." Garp saw the angered Sengoku, as if he was used to it, turned around and walked out without caring, reminding him as he walked, "The ability of that little BD Renault is very dangerous, and the brain of that little BD is very dangerous, is not weaker than you, the resourceful general, who is famous in the sea. You'd better find someone more reliable to watch him, preferably someone with strength and brains. If you send someone casually, you probably won't know how he will kill him." 9. When Garp finished saying these words, his people had disappeared from Sengoku's sight. When warring states heard Garp's evaluation of Renault, he was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Garp's evaluation of Renault to be so high. Flowers 0. You must know that he is not called the resourceful general for nothing, that is, he has participated in countless battles on the sea, and he has made a great name. Just like Iron Fist Garp, they have experienced countless battles, and the title given to them by the strong on the sea is not the title that they have created by themselves, nor the title that Marine has given him. Garp's title in Marine is Hero. The title of the warring states period in Marine is the Fairy Stone. The titles they broke out of outside are Iron Fist Garp, and the Resourceful General Sengoku. Garp's Iron Fist title comes from his extremely powerful armed color haki. The strong men on the sea recognize his strength, so the title given to him can be said to be the reputation he hit with a pair of iron fists. As for the title of the Resourceful General in the warring states period, he took people to participate in countless battles. The enemy admired his IQ and admitted that he used soldiers like a god, so the title of the Resourceful General warring states was given to him, just like Garp. It's all a battle for fame. Now Garp actually said that Renault's IQ was not inferior to him, the resourceful general, and the other party was still a 7-year-old child. How could this not shock the warring states period? Time passed by, and the warring states gradually recovered from the shock, and then he said with emotion, "Garp has never missed the eyes of people, it seems that he underestimated that kid before." 99. Sengoku looked at the darkened sky, thought that Kyuzen would not be back in Marineford tomorrow, and thought about Garp's intuition that he had no friends, and his eyes that made no sense at all. Jiangguo thought to himself, since Garp said that this kid is very dangerous, he can't ignore it, Kyuzen will arrive tomorrow, so as to avoid any accident, just stare at that kid tonight. It's not that Sengoku doesn't want to send others, but because there are not many strong men in naval headquarters now. And according to Garp, he felt unreliable to send Vice Admiral, but he was better than Vice Admiral and now in Marineford, only his Admiral, and Marine Fleet Admiral Kong, can't let him, this Admiral, be the commander of Fleet Admiral? Give me a break. The warring states did not dare to think about this. Time flies in a blink of an eye, it's already midnight. The small house where Renault lived was still brightly lit. Renault doesn't know that he has been targeted by the warring states, so his plan has not changed, he will go out to step on the spot when the time is up. Renault lay quietly on the reclining chair, quietly waiting for the night to come, and the time passed minute by minute. After an unknown amount of time, Renault, who was lying on the chair with his eyes closed, as if asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up immediately. After Renault stood up, he looked at the sky and thought to himself, "Today, I observed the locations of several vaults with my knowledge. I will leave the spatial coordinates tonight. After the check-in task is completed, I will empty the vaults and open them slip." What a perfect plan. Although Renault's plan was perfect, what he didn't know was that even though Garp was abandoned by him, another admiral-level powerhouse was eyeing him. Will Renault's plan succeed? Chapter 77. After Renault stood up, he walked directly into the small house and disappeared from the sight of the guards in the dark. There are several secret guards hidden around Renault's small house. If he wants not to disturb these secret guards, he must find a way to avoid these people. Go back to Renault in the small house, go to the window, and look at the other small house opposite the window. The opposite is the small house where Garp lived before. Now the window of this small house is not closed. After Renault observed for a while to make sure that there was no one on the opposite side, he disappeared in place in an instant. He used the fastest speed to run directly from the window to the small house on the opposite side. Because the speed was too fast, it was like teleportation, and the surrounding dark guards did not notice Renault's movements, thinking that Renault was still in his own small house. Renault knew that the dark guard had been staring at his little house, and the little house next to him was not paying attention at all, so he planned to go out from here. Renault walked out of the small house in the dark, without disturbing anyone. He easily left the guest area, appeared 100 meters away from the guest area, and then gradually disappeared into the dark night. Naval Headquarters, Warring States Office. Renault had just left the guest area within 100 meters. Warring States, who was staying up all night to read documents, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and then said to himself, "This kid has finally moved, then let me see. Let's see what this kid wants to do." Although Warring States did not stare at Renault all the time, his observation haki had been covering the surroundings of Renault's small house 100 meters away. As long as Renault left the small house 100 meters away, he could immediately find it. The reason why 23 in the Warring States period did not cover Renault's small house was because he was afraid that he would be shocked by the grass. Warring States stood up and glanced at Renault's location, and then said to himself, "Follow up and see what this kid wants to do." After Sengoku finished speaking, he walked out of the office, and then rushed towards where Renault was now, at a speed like lightning, and disappeared into the night after a few flashes. At this time, Renault, who had just left the guest area, suddenly felt like someone was spying on him, and immediately released his knowledge to observe the surrounding area of 100 meters, but found nothing. The reason Renault didn't find it was because the Sengoku had taken back the observation haki, so of course he couldn't find it. Renault didn't drive the observation haki just now, because there were too many strong men in naval headquarters. A powerhouse with observation haki, even if he doesn't have observation haki on, but as long as someone swipes over with the color of sight, he can immediately find the abnormality, just like a kind of intuition. Renault checked it with the look of his knowledge, and he couldn't find the person within 100 meters. He secretly guessed in his heart, the feeling of being spied on just now is so real, it is definitely not an illusion. Can't make it by yourself? If there are really strong people staring at him all the time, then his actions should have been exposed by now, so should we continue to step on the spot? Sengoku didn't know that Renault had observation haki. He thought it was a seamless plan, but before it started, Renault noticed that he was spying. However, Renault is only 7 years old now. Warring States did not think that Renault could understand observation haki. Normally, if he wants to awaken observation haki, he needs to go through countless battles to gradually stimulate this ability. However, there is also the kind of natural observation haki, but this kind of observation haki is very rare, so the Warring States did not think about it. Renault stood there, thinking about whether to continue, and at the same time waiting for the arrival of the man just now, but several minutes had passed, and he did not wait for the arrival of the strong man just now. Renault waited for a few more minutes, but still didn't see the strong man coming, and secretly guessed in his heart, the strong man who was staring at him secretly didn't want to know his purpose, so he didn't come out to stop him, right? If the strong man just now really had this idea, Renault would probably have guessed who the strong man just now was. Now in Marineford, the marine powerhouse who likes to play yin is probably the only old yin coin in the Warring States period, right? Thinking of Renault here, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly, "Old yin coin Warring States, since you don't stop the young master, but instead want to play with me, then don't blame the young master, I'm welcome. Sir, I will take a few more vaults with tears in my eyes." Renault's purpose of coming out this time is just to step on the spot, so it doesn't matter if anyone sees it, as long as no one stops him, half the battle is done. Because he was just going to keep the coordinates of the space, and he was not going to empty the treasury now, it was better for Warring States to watch in secret, so that he didn't have to worry about being stopped. The reason why Renault came out so cautiously was because he was afraid of being discovered and blocked by Marine's powerhouse, which made him unable to leave the spatial coordinates. Now, although the Warring States has discovered him, but he did not stop it. It is just that he can leave the space coordinates openly and above board. Originally, Renault just wanted to go to 1 or 2 vaults to save space coordinates, but now that he has the opportunity to keep space coordinates above board, how could 1 or 2 vaults satisfy him? Now Renault just wants to say a classic. Adults make choices, children want them all. If Sengoku knew in the future that he only lost 1 or 2 treasuries, because of a temporary decision of his, Marine lost more treasuries, I wonder if he would be PD off? After Renault knew that the warring states did not stop him, he no longer wasted time on the spot, and immediately rushed to the first vault at the fastest speed. Looking at the warring states here from a height of a few hundred meters, when Renault finally started to move again, he immediately followed far behind. Although Renault didn't use telekinesis to increase his speed, his current body speed was not too slow, so he arrived not far from the first vault in no time. Renault saw the 2 guards at the door of the vault, and after observing the surroundings for a while, he rushed directly to the 2 guards. Hey! 99. Bang! Bang! 35. Renault appeared behind the 2 guards in an instant, and 2-handed knives knocked them unconscious to the ground. After Renault got the key from the guards, he ignored them, walked directly to the vault, opened the door of the vault with 3 strokes, and then swaggered in. After Renault entered the vault, he just casually glanced at the mountain of treasures, and then looked away without reluctance. Renault picked up a gold coin, quickly left space coordinates on a gold coin, and then put the gold coin back. There are the most treasures and gold coins in the treasury, so the gold coins are the most difficult to be found, and he can rest assured that the spatial coordinates are left on it. Renault, who had done all this, left a few big words on the walls. I was here for a visit, and then turned around and walked out of the vault. The reason Renault left those words was to make Marine think that he was just coming in to play around with the intention of humiliating Marine. To cover the fan chapter, sometimes it can also be used in reverse. Marine knew that Renault had entered the vault, but Marine did not know that Renault also knew that he had been exposed, and the words that were meant to be stamped were deliberately left for Marine to see. In addition, Renault is now under house arrest by Marine, and Marine will believe that this is just a protest revenge by Renault against Marine, and will not think of Renault's manipulation in the vault. After Renault came out of the vault, he immediately went to the next vault without stopping, and now he is not afraid of being discovered. He had already been discovered, and there was nothing to be afraid of, so he ran straight all the way, and soon reached the next vault. The next few vaults were the same as the first vault. All the guards were knocked unconscious, and the space coordinates were left when they entered. At this time, the warring states did not follow immediately, but came to the first vault, checked it, and found that the treasure was not lacking and had not been passive. When warring states was about to leave after checking, he turned around and saw a few large characters on the wall next to the door. After Sengoku read the large characters on the wall, his face darkened instantly. Did this little BD put so much effort into humiliating Marine? Thinking of Renault's unprovoked house arrest in the warring states period, and Renault's current age, according to the idea of a child's rebelliousness, it seems reasonable to do such a thing. Sengoku, who thought he had guessed Renault's purpose, immediately walked out of the vault to stop Renault. But since warring states just took a lot of time to check the vault, when he came out of the vault, Renault had also come out of the last vault. As soon as Renault walked out of the last vault, he saw the warring states approaching, and immediately put on an embarrassed expression to say hello. Oops. Good evening, Uncle Marine. 35. Renault said so, but he complained in his heart, this old yin coin is finally willing to show up, he should have been to other vaults, right? Seeing the embarrassed Renault 163, warring states asked with a dark face, you ran into the vault at night to humiliate Marine just to leave a few words, are you too busy? When Renault heard the questioning from the warring states period, he immediately pretended to be angry and cursed, who let you bastards, Marine, bully people, and I did nothing wrong, why did you put me under house arrest in that small house? When the warring states heard Renault's scolding, there was a little embarrassment on their faces. They put Renault under house arrest for no reason. What I said a few days ago about destroying the square and trespassing on the naval headquarters was just nonsense. Coming to the naval headquarters was not what Renault had intended to hear. Of course, it was the warring states period. Thinking of the warring states here, after thinking for a while, he directly discussed with Renault, I can let you walk around Marineford in the future, but you must agree to a few requests. Renault, whatever you want, just say it. You can't go to some important military places, you can't go to the vault to make trouble, and you can't do damage in Marineford, you must be accompanied by soldiers. When Renault heard the words of the Warring States period, his heart blossomed, but he yawned on the surface and said, "What you said is all right, but the one sent to follow me must be a female sailor, and a group of big men followed me, I'd be so uncomfortable." Although Warring States didn't know why Renault wanted female soldiers, he didn't think too much about it and agreed directly, "Female sailors are also fine, if there is nothing else, you can go back. Then bye-bye." 39. Seeing that the matter had been discussed, Renault walked to the small house where he lived without looking back. He didn't expect that not only did he put a few more spatial coordinates tonight, also get the right to move freely in Marineford, and finally don't have to live in that tiny house. The harvest is full, it is simply beautiful. After the Warring States saw Renault walking away, he went into the vault to check, and found that it was the same as the other vaults, except that there were a few words on the wall. After the Warring States period found no other abnormality, he no longer cared about the treasury, and directly called a few Marine soldiers to deal with the aftermath, while he walked directly to his office. Chapter 78. The reason Renault rested too late last night was that he slept until noon before slowly getting up from the bed. After Renault cleaned himself up, he walked out of the small house. As soon as he came to the small yard, he found a young female Marine sitting there. She looked only 17 or 18 years old, but she was nearly 2 meters tall. When the female Marine saw Renault come out, she immediately stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello. My name is Jun, and I was sent by Sengshi Admiral to be in charge of everything you did in Marineford during this period of time. Whatever you ask, don't hesitate to ask. Tell me, I will try my best to meet your request." When Renault heard this female Marine's self-introduction, and then saw that he was so tall at his age and his legs were so long, he was secretly surprised and said, "Could this long-legged girl be the one who will play Nian Jun in the future? This girl is a little old now, it seems a little late to develop, and she is already so old, and she is not like those miserable girls who have suffered many disasters, it is a little difficult to fool her. However, if you can successfully fool you and make a profit, you will not lose if you don't succeed." Thinking of Renault here, with a smile on his face, he looked at Jun 163 and asked, "Can you really satisfy me with any request?" Jun is obviously a person who has never experienced social beatings. She doesn't know the sinister nature of people's hearts, and seeing that Renault is so young, she has no doubt that he has an answer. "Yes, no matter what your request is, I will try my best to satisfy you." Seeing her silly appearance, Renault couldn't bear to bully this girl, and secretly guessed in his heart, "Jun looks so silly and sweet now, I guess she just graduated from the training camp and hasn't performed any tasks yet?" If she had performed a mission, seeing the ugly faces of those pirates, and having experienced the sinister hearts of people, she probably wouldn't be the silly, sweet, and innocent look she is now. Thinking of Renault here, I felt that I had to teach her what it means to be sinister, so she said with a smile, "Since you can ask anything you want, come over and pinch my shoulders, beat my legs first." 39. Hearing Renault's excessive request, Jun froze in place and cursed inwardly, "I'm just here to take charge of his arrangements in Marineford, not his servant, so he asked me to pinch his shoulders and legs, this, small. The BD is too much, right?" Thinking of Jun here, he directly and righteously refused, "Sengshi Admiral just sent me to be in charge of your arrangements in Marineford, not to let me be your servant, so the request you just said is absolutely impossible, I absolutely will not agree." Renault didn't care about Jun's refusal of justice. He just wanted to say that this girl is too naive. Today, let this girl see what it means to confuse black and white, and what it means to be a master flicker. Thinking of Renault here, he glanced at Jun's chopsticks, and then started the fudge daffa and asked, "Jun, you must have just graduated from the elite training camp, right? Have you participated in the mission?" When Jun heard Renault's question, he was secretly surprised and said, "How did he know that he had just graduated from the elite training camp? Could it be that Sengshi Admiral told him?" Jun is indeed just graduated from the elite training camp, but she has only gone out to sea a few times with her sister Tsuru Vice Admiral. But with the Crane Vice Admiral on the side to protect her, she won't get the effect of the experience at all when she goes out to sea. She is like a flower growing in a greenhouse, so now she is looking silly and sweet. It is estimated that only after she has gone out to sea alone, Can she get the due experience effect and grow into a strong person on her own? Although Jun didn't know anything that Renault knew, since Renault already knew, she didn't need to hide it, so she answered truthfully, I really just graduated from the elite training camp, but if I go to sea, I will go out with my sister. Over the sea several times. 99. When Renault heard Jun's answer, he already knew it, and then he began to flicker. Do you know why the warring states sent you a new female soldier to do this kind of thing, instead of sending a male soldier or an old female soldier? When Jun heard Renault's question, he also asked curiously, I don't know why Senshi Admiral did this. You asked this suddenly, do you know why? Seeing that Jun had already taken the bait, Renault continued to intensify his deceit and said, that old BD in the warring states period, this is treating you like an item and giving it to a distinguished guest like me. You are now alive and dead, as well as your body and soul. No longer belongs to you, but belongs to me. 35. But you are lucky, I'm just a child now, I can't do anything if I want to, if you meet an adult, you will be miserable. When Jun heard Renault's words, like being struck by lightning, her face instantly turned pale as paper, and she thought sadly, in the morning, Admiral said not to resist Renault, and if there is anything that can't be solved, go to him, as long as Renault doesn't do anything to hurt Marine, other things follow Renault's meaning, so that's what this sentence means. In fact, warring states didn't mean that. He said don't rebel against Renault. He meant that she should not let her stop Renault from doing things. Even if Renault did something wrong, don't stop him. You can go to him directly. The warring states period was considering that the strength gap between the two was too large, and Garp also said that Renault was very dangerous. He would not let Jun resist Renault, and he would not let Jun stop Renault. He was just worried that Jun would be killed by Renault. As a result, it is now supplemented by the Jun brain, no matter what Renault does to her, let her not resist. If Renault knew about Jun's brain tonic, he would probably be able to laugh crookedly, and he would sigh with emotion. It's not that his ability to flicker is strong, but the girl's brain-boosting ability is too powerful. When she is really sleepy, someone will send a pillow. Renault didn't know Jun's brain supplement, but he saw Jun's pale face, and he probably believed what he said, this girl is really innocent. Thinking of Renault here, he directly asked with a smile, so now I ask you to squeeze my shoulders and legs, do you still want to refuse? When Jun heard Renault's words, her face was still pale, and she said with a look of doubt about life, I don't believe what you said is true, I'm going to ask Senshi Admiral, it's definitely not true. After Jun finished speaking with a pale face, he staggered and turned around, wanting to leave here and ask Sengoku for clarification. How could Renault let her leave here? If she really asked her to ask the warring states period, wouldn't she be a helper? Chapter 79. Seeing her pale, staggering, unsteady appearance, Renault knew that she probably believed what he said. Jun now believes his words, of course Renault can't let her go, so why not strike while the iron is hot? Renault decided to fool her until he didn't dare to ask the warring states period, so that he would not be exposed in a short time. When he was exposed after a while, he probably had already taken this girl. What Renault doesn't know now is that because of his decision, he will have a daughter-in-law who loves and hates him in the future, chasing him all over the world, but not to arrest him, but to get revenge on him, so I chased him all over the world. When Renault knew in the future that this girl was not chasing him to arrest him, and that 167 was purely for revenge on him, he would simply want to cry without tears. 300 rounds to be fought. Seeing Jun, who was wobbly trying to leave, Renault reminded lightly, you should be lucky to meet me, after all, I'm just a child now, and I can't do anything. If you ask warring states directly, he will probably think that I don't want you, and then give you to others. Would you like to accompany an upright child like me, or go to accompany some greasy uncles? Think about it before you go out of this gate. Jun's shaky stand was unsteady, and just took a few steps towards the gate, and froze in place after hearing Renault's words. If what Renault said was true, the consequences would be unimaginable if she walked out of this gate. So Jun didn't dare to move forward, and when she thought of going to accompany the greasy uncle, she felt a chill, and if that was the case, she might as well just kill her. Seeing Jun froze there, Renault tried to flicker again, you have to know that when you walk out of this gate, you will no longer belong to me, and if you don't belong to me, you will be reassigned to someone else. For me, you only need to pinch your shoulders and beat your legs. For others, it's more than just pinching your shoulders and beating your legs, so you must think carefully before you make a decision. Hearing Renault's merciless words, Jun finally couldn't hold it any longer, and lowered his head and shoulders, shaking vigorously, and then the tears flowed down like he didn't want money. Seeing her shoulders shaking, Renault immediately guessed that she was crying, and secretly blamed herself. Such a simple girl, she was fooled into crying by herself. Did she go a little too far? However, the idea of Renault just came up, and he was immediately smothered by him. Someone shamelessly thought, it must not be a woman's kindness. If you really feel bad about it, it's a big deal to treat her better in the future. Thinking of Renault here, he didn't say anything to comfort the girl. He can't be soft-hearted now, otherwise his previous efforts will be for nothing. Jun turned her back to Renault and cried for an unknown amount of time, but finally stopped crying, turned around and looked at Renault with tears in her eyes and asked, "Are all the words you just said true?" Seeing her tearful expression and hearing her question, Renault couldn't bear to fool this innocent girl, but for the sake of his future sexual well-being, he had to fool him to the end. Thinking of Renault here, he replied with a blank face, "Marine is not as righteous as you think. What I said just now is true, but I won't do anything too much to you, so you can rest assured." Jun asked suspiciously, "Really?" Renault replied immediately, "Of course it is." After receiving Renault's affirmation, Jun finally broke into a smile, and then took the initiative to walk over and say, "Then you should lie down now, and I'll squeeze your shoulders and beat your legs." 39. When Renault heard Jun's words, he immediately lay down on the reclining chair, acting like a grandfather, waiting for the service from Jun. Seeing that Renault was already lying down on the reclining chair, Jun walked behind the chair and began to squeeze the shoulders of the old man Renault. Now that Jun knew that Renault wouldn't touch her, he gradually recovered. He no longer thought about the fear he had just been in, and his face was no longer as pale as before, but slowly regained his blood. Jun squeezed Renault's shoulder, and thought secretly curiously in his heart, this little guy knows so many things at such a young age, and his mind is terrifyingly mature. He doesn't look like a child at all. What has he experienced? How can you become so mature? After Jun was no longer afraid of Renault, he immediately became curious about him. He wanted to know the reason why he was so young, but he was so mature and stable, and wanted to know what happened to Renault that made him so mature and stable. Curiosity equals fall equals fall in love. If there is a person with high emotional intelligence, who knows what Jun is thinking, he will definitely say, curiosity is often the beginning of the fall. When a woman is curious about a man and wants to explore, then the girl has already begun to fall. No help. Although Renault is only a child, love is ageless, so this theory is equally valid for him. Forcibly explain, do not accept refutation. After Renault started pinching his shoulders in Jun, he squinted his eyes comfortably, and said to himself, "I worked so hard for so long and put so much effort into it, this refreshing reward did not disappoint him." After Jun believed that what Renault said was true, in order to stay with Renault, instead of being taken by Sengoku and given to the police again. It is also very hard to serve Renault, pinching his shoulders and beating his legs for a while, and he is very busy. And just as the 2.4 people were squeezing their shoulders and beating their legs, and the one being served narrowed their eyes, 100 meters away from them, a tall, thin young man with an explosive head slowly walked over. When the young man with the explosive head came to the vicinity of Renault's small house, he did not walk into his small house, but went directly into the small house where Garp lived. Renault, who was squinting at first, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the small house next to him, but then withdrew his gaze and continued to enjoy the service from the Jun girl. Renault knew that this guy must have been sent by the Warring States period, but he didn't take this guy to heart. If it is him in the future, Renault may take it seriously, as for now, it's just a little better than Vice Admiral, forget it. Chapter 80. At this time, in the small house next to Renault, there was a young man with an explosive head, sorting out the things he brought. He needs to live here for a while in the future, so he brings a lot of things, and if he doesn't organize it, it will look messy. This explosive young man is one of the future 3 Admiral Kuzan, who now wears a pair of sunglasses and looks like a punk, far less mature and stable than he looks in the future. At this time, the other 2 of the future 3 Admiral also returned to Marineford with Kuzan, but there is a reason why the Warring States sent Kuzan to watch Renault instead of sending the other 2. Sakazuki is too radical to do this kind of man-marking work, and Paul Salino is simply too salty to let him stare at Renault Sengoku, so after thinking about it, only Kyuzen is the most suitable. After tidying up in the small house, Kyuzen walked outside the balcony to observe his mission goal this time. When Kyuzen came to the balcony lazily and saw what Renault and Jun were doing, he thought with a dazed expression, that kid should be the target of this mission, but he didn't have a problem with his own experience. Was he investigated here by the Sengoku Admiral? But now this kid doesn't look like a person under house arrest. Not only does he live a leisurely life, but he also has a beautiful female marine to serve him. He just came to Marineford to enjoy it. And the female marine who serves this kid is still the heart of Vice Admiral, so is there something he doesn't know about? Could it be that this kid has a special identity? The real meaning of Xianxi Admiral's letting him come here is not to spy on this kid, but to protect this kid secretly? The reason why Kyuzen is so ignorant, and the reason why he is so cranky, is because Jun is not only the heart of Tsuru Vice Admiral. Even most of Marine's executives, because of Crane's Vice Admiral's reasons, also doted on her, and they treated her as a junior. Kyuzen wouldn't think so much if the warring states sent others to do this kind of thing, but Jun's status in Marine is so special that he is almost loved by thousands. Just such a person, if Renault was really a problem person, Sengoku would never send Jun to do such a thing. Moreover, Jun was still voluntarily, so she didn't see any resistance at all, but she still worked very hard. To say that Renault is just a questionable person, Marine needs to leave him to investigate, and there is no other special identity, he Kyuzen 100 do not believe it. Renault didn't know what Kyuzen was thinking, but if he knew, he would probably laugh crookedly and give a compliment. I don't know if Marine's ability is strong, but there is absolutely no doubt about his ability to brainstorm. The world's strongest After Kyuzen came here, before he had contact with Renault, he had a gorgeous misunderstanding that made people laugh and cry. Although Renault didn't know what Kyuzen was thinking, the moment Kyuzen appeared on the balcony, he already found Kyuzen looking at him, and cursed inwardly, does this BD want to learn Garp too? Staring at people, is it upright? But this BD doesn't have Garp's fearless strength. He's just a rookie now. If he didn't have the ability of the nature department, he'd be like a normal vice admiral now. How dare he? In fact, Kyuzen didn't have this idea at all. He just felt that there was no need to hide in Marineford's own territory, so he appeared in front of Renault above board. But no matter what Kyuzen's thoughts were, it couldn't affect Renault's misunderstanding of him, so as soon as the two sides met, they had a gorgeous misunderstanding of each other before they said a word. Renault felt compelled to let him know that the sky is high, the sky is the sky, and there are people outside the people. Thinking of Renault here, he directly greeted Kyuzen on the balcony, hey. The explosive head above, I saw you from a distance in West Blue, what's your name? Did you come back from West Blue killing ordinary civilians? The reason Renault asked this question was not just to fix Kyuzen, but to make Jun hate Marine. Now her mind is still very pure, and she has not been brainwashed by Marine's fake justice. When she stays with this fake Marine for too long, whether it is wrong or right, she will feel that this kind of thing is right. Because the knowledge of the new generation comes from the previous generation. If the previous generation felt that a wrong thing was right, then most people would think that the wrong thing was right. Even if someone in the new generation thinks this is wrong, if he wants to integrate into the new generation of the team, he has to take this wrong as the right thing. The current Kyuzen is a typical case. He knew that what happened to O'Hara was wrong, but he chose to compromise and carry out this mission, instead of choosing to resist like Saul Vice Admiral. Because most people think it's right, he has to do this if he wants to not be isolated, and it will become black and white over time. Renault just didn't want Jun to become a black and white person, so he wanted to plant a dislike for Marine in her heart in advance, so that she would not be brainwashed so easily, because the first thought she had was disgust, not the first. The idea of compromising with them. Sure enough, when Jun heard Renault's question, the hand that was pinching her shoulder suddenly froze there, but after a while she regained her composure and continued pinching her shoulders and beating her legs to Renault, as if she hadn't heard what she said just now. Team. Although Renault's words subverted her cognition and made her feel like the sky was about to fall, she did not immediately ask Renault aloud. Because her sister said a word to her, she can't listen to a person's side, so she wants to hear what Kyuzen has to say, and if it's true, it's not too late for her to ask Renault. When Kyuzen heard Renault mention this incident, he froze on the balcony, his face became more and more ugly. This incident was like a thorn, stuck in his heart all the time, making him unforgettable no matter what. Time passed by minute, and I don't know how long it took. Kyuzen finally gradually recovered, and asked with an ugly face, "Who are you?" Chapter 81. The matter that they Marine went to West Blue O'Hara to carry out the Buster Call mission has always been Marine's top secret, which is not accessible to ordinary people at all, so Kyuzen will ask who Renault is. If the Buster Call mission is successful, he can understand that it was Marine who did it and that Kyuzen led someone to do it. But they were intercepted a few kilometers away without even getting close to O'Hara Island. When they arrived in O'Hara, it was already crowded to the island, so apart from the people who rescued the O'Hara civilians and the rescued civilians, no one knew that Marine was going to West Blue to carry out the massacre. Although he heard that Renault had also been to O'Hara, he was there to catch pirates, so he was photographed flying to Marine Fort. That is to say, before their Marine arrived in O'Hara, Renault had already been slapped by the bear, so how did Renault know about this, and how did he know he was involved? It is not difficult to know about Buster Call, because most of the people on the island knew about it that day, but those who knew that he also participated in it were only the group of rescuers who came to intercept him, and the rest were only the people on the Marine side. The people in front of you don't even know. Kyuzen scoffed at Renault when he said that he had seen him, because when Renault was on the island, they were still several kilometers away from the island, and they could only see a small black spot when they looked at the island. It is difficult for people on the island to see such a big warship, let alone such a small person. So combining the above, Renault knew that this was definitely not because he had seen him, but because he had learned about it from somewhere else. Maybe Renault had been in contact with the group of people who saved people, or he knew the group of people and learned about it from their mouths, or maybe Renault was with the group of people who saved people. This can explain okay. If Renault knew what Kyuzen was thinking, he would have said in a daze, "I didn't just know the group of people who saved people, and I gave them the news, so I'll ask you Marine if you're angry?" Renault heard Kyuzen ask who he was, and saw his ugly face. He immediately asked with a smile, "You asked me who I am, is it because what I asked made you angry and wanted to kill me?" Renault didn't wait for Kyuzen to answer, he immediately followed up with an arrogant expression, "If you want to know who I am, I won't tell you, but will ask you if you're angry or not." Of course Renault knew that Kyuzen wasn't asking about his name, but his identity or power, but he didn't join any power, and he didn't start to create his own power, so he was still an ordinary commoner, and he was a millionaire. Civilian. Puff. Jun was squeezing Renault's shoulder, and when he heard his very funny words, he immediately burst out laughing. Jun just laughed for a while, then reacted immediately, and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I accidentally laughed, it was an accident, it was purely an accident, you continue to ignore me." She shouldn't have laughed when she was talking about such a serious thing now, but she really couldn't help it, and she could only blame Renault's words and his arrogant expression for being so funny. Renault turned his head and glanced at her, and said with a nonchalant expression, "It's okay, just laugh out loud if you want." Jun just gave Renault a blank look, and didn't really listen to his nonsense and laughed out loud. Once she said something unexpected, and twice she said it was an accident. She probably didn't believe it herself. Contrary to Jun, when Kyuzen heard Renault's rude words, his face was as ugly as he could be. This kind of funny and irritating words, irrelevant people will find it very funny, and the master will probably be mad when he hears this kind of words. The current Kyuzen is like this, his face is as black as the bottom of a pot, he knows he is angry with Renault's words, and if he doesn't know, he thinks who owes him 1,800,000 and won't pay it back. Kyuzen was exasperated for several minutes before he gradually regained his strength, and then he asked again, "This matter is our Marine's top secret, except for the top Marine and the world government, the island's top people may know about Buster Call. For Flowers 0. But knowing that I was also involved, there are only those people who went out to sea to intercept me, and do you know anything about it?" Kyuzen didn't wait for Renault's answer, but immediately guessed, "Although you were on O'Hara Island that day, you shouldn't be able to contact me, because the island is too far from the warship, and there is no way can't see what's going on the warship, unless you're among the group of people who went out to sea to intercept the warship. Do you think I guessed it right?" After listening to Kyuzen's guess, Renault was still smiling and said, "Nonsense, although your guess is reasonable, but have you ever thought, if I really want to be with that group of people, how could it be? I was photographed here by their people, do you think I look like the kind of person who can't think of it?" He was indeed a little impulsive just now. Without considering the source of the news, he blocked all the ways to get the news. During Marine's trip to West Blue, the only people who knew that Kyuzen was on the warship were those from Dragon's side, and those from Marine's side. Now Marine doesn't suspect that he has anything to do with Dragon. So Renault can only find a way to fool the past. Anyway, he was right, he really didn't get the news from the Dragon, he just gave the news to the Dragon, hehe. If Marine continues to investigate this matter, it will definitely become more and more confused, because what he said just now is indeed true, he has nothing to do with Long, and it was Long's people who took him to Marineford, so the investigation it was doomed from the start. Hearing Renault's answer, Kyuzen suddenly seemed to remember something, and asked with a look of surprise, "What did you mean by what you said just now? Is the tyrant bear with that group of people?" Marine now knew that it was the Dragon who saved them, but they didn't know that the big bear was also involved, so Kyuzen was so surprised to hear the news. When Renault heard Kyuzen's question, he was also a little surprised. Marine couldn't even guess that the big bear and the Dragon were together. Could it be that a pirate who was famous on the Grand Line suddenly went to West Blue and they didn't have any doubts? Chapter 82. Renault has already told Marine that his fight with Big Bear is O'Hara, and they didn't pay attention to it. Do they think Big Bear is just a newbie pirate, so they didn't take him seriously? Renault's guess is really possible. After all, the person who knew about it was either Admiral or Vice Admiral. When they discussed the Big Bear, they probably talked about it in a few words. It's just that De Young is not an ordinary rookie. Although De Young's strength is not as strong as in the future, it is still no problem to fight with Vice Admiral. Although Renault doesn't know how strong Dakshin will be in the future, after all, Dakshin will not have a real shot in the future, but even if Dakshin does not have the strength of Admiral in the future, it should be no problem to fight against Admiral, right? Thinking of Renault here, he showed a look of contempt, looked at Kyuzen and said with contempt, "Big Bear is a well-known pirate on the Grand Line, he suddenly ran 23 to West Blue O'Hara, haven't you discussed him? What are you doing?" 9. Renault has no psychological pressure to sell dragons again. Hearing Renault's contempt, Kyuzen also realized the important information they missed from Marine. Now the pirates are going out to sea for Roger's treasure, either to be prosperous or to die on the road. Looking back, few pirates will step back. The Big Bear suddenly turned back and ran to West Blue. There must be some hidden secrets here. If he went with the Dragon, then all this would be explained. Why didn't he think of this before? Thinking of Kyuzen here, in the face of Renault's contempt, he did not get angry, but asked again, "These are all your guesses, or are you seeing with your own eyes?" Hearing Kyuzen's question, Renault said sarcastically, "These are your own affairs, Marine, and have nothing to do with me. I have no obligation to answer your questions, so you should stay where you can." 99. The reason why Renault sold the Big Bear just now was to change the subject, so that these 2 or 5 boys would no longer be obsessed with the source of the news. And now that the topic has been transferred successfully, these 2 or 5 boys still want to get news from him. "I'm afraid this girl hasn't woken up yet, right?" Hearing Renault's answer, Kyuzen hated it, but he couldn't do anything about Renault. He knew that Renault's words had already been said, and even if he asked again, there would be no result. So Kyuzen didn't ask any more questions, but turned around and walked into the small house, saying as he walked, "This is indeed our Marine's own business, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, then when you want to say it, come find me again." The reason why Kyuzen didn't continue to ask is because it's already very clear that Big Bear went to West Blue. The reason why he asked Renault just now was just to get Renault's affirmation. Renault looked at the back of Kyuzen's departure, thought of what he said when he left, and said to himself, "This 205-year-old is so ugly, but what he thinks is quite beautiful. It is impossible to say it, it is impossible to say it in this life. Come on, usse, you still have this heart to die." Jun, who was pinching Renault's shoulders, saw that Kyuzen had left the balcony, and she lowered her head and asked Renault, "You just said that Kyuzen Vice Admiral went to West Blue to kill ordinary civilians, what's the matter?" Jun has been holding back since Renault asked that sentence, and he couldn't wait for a long time, so when he saw Kyuzen leaving the balcony, he immediately asked Renault what was going on. When Renault heard Jun's question, he raised his head and glanced at her, then narrowed his eyes and said, "I don't do business at a loss, you can ask me to tell you, but you have to promise me one condition." Jun anxiously wanted to know the answer, so she didn't think much about it, and simply agreed, "I promised the police one condition, 100 will do, please tell me what happened just now. When Renault heard Jun's answer, he asked again with a smile, you said this yourself, 100 conditions, I didn't force you. Seeing Renault's expression, Jun suddenly had an ominous feeling in her heart, and quickly repented, what I said just now doesn't count, I can only promise you one condition. 99. After Jun stressed several times that he would only agree to one condition, he asked cautiously, what condition do you want me to agree to you? When Renault heard Jun asking Lei, he immediately pretended to be afraid and said, I'm afraid to live alone here at night. If you agree to move in and live in the room next to me, I'll tell you what happened just now. When Jun heard Renault's condition, a hesitant expression appeared on her face. It seemed that it was not good for her to live with a girl alone. But he's still just a kid, and he just lives in the room next to him, shouldn't it matter? Jun's face was full of hesitation. She didn't know whether to agree or not. She also thought about not asking Renault, but asking her sister. But when she thought that her sister had never told her about these things, she probably wouldn't tell the truth if she asked her sister. So instead of thinking about asking her sister, she wanted the real answer from Renault. But she didn't expect Renault to put forward such a condition. Although the condition is not excessive, she is still a big girl, how could she be so embarrassed to agree to such a condition? Seeing her hesitant look, Renault assured her again, I'm just afraid of living in such a big house by myself, so I asked you to come and live next to me, one room at a time, you don't need to worry, I'm not asking you to come to accompany me. I sleep. Although Renault said so, he said in his heart, I don't need to worry when I'm awake, but when I'm sleepwalking, you have to be careful. Kind of sleepwalking. Although he is old and can't do anything, eating tofu is also conducive to his healthy growth. After hearing Renault's promise, Jun finally stopped hesitating, and stammered, I'll move in a while, can you tell me now? When Renault heard that Jun finally agreed, his heart instantly blossomed. The reason why he wanted her to move in was not just to think about Leopard's broken sleep. During this time, he didn't want Jun to have too much contact with Sengoku and the others, otherwise, if he was torn down before he left here, the fun would be great. Chapter 83. When Renault heard that Jun had agreed to move in, he no longer sold off, but began to say, there is an island called O'Hara in West Blue, and there lives a group of scholars and doctors who study history, and they recently want to study 800 years. A blank history before. And the world government, for no apparent reason, directly issued an order to Marine to launch a buster call on the island of O'Hara to obliterate everyone on the island of O'Hara. The guy who exploded his head just now was one of the 5 vice admirals who went to West Blue to perform buster call. He was probably sent here by Sengoku to stare at me just after returning from West Blue. Renault didn't add fuel to the matter, he just told the facts, and this matter was already a matter of common anger, and he didn't need to add fuel to it, because it wasn't necessary at all. After Jun heard what Renault said, her eyes widened and her mouth widened, showing a complex expression of shock and doubt about life, and she did not recover from shock and doubt in life for a long time. In the past, Marine, who represented absolute justice in her eyes, could pick up a butcher's knife and wield it at ordinary people. She felt that the outlook on life that she had established since childhood was collapsing little by little. What Renault said today completely subverted her cognition. Jun needs to refute Renault's words, but thinking of Kyuzan who just acquiesced, she doesn't even have the courage to refute. It is estimated that Kyuzan felt the same as himself now, so he did not refute or explain it. It's not that he doesn't want to refute and doesn't want to explain, but that he can't deceive his heart, so he chooses to acquiesce. Her sister had never told her such a thing, all she had heard from her sister was how righteous Marine was, but she had never brought it up. If she hadn't met Renault, she would have lived in a lie all her life until she found out. But by the time she finds out for herself, it may be too late, because by then she probably has become a part of them, a person who is as black and white as them. In fact, things weren't as bad as Jun thought, and it can only be said that her thoughts were a bit extreme. Because it is the world government, not Marine, that is corrupt. Although it is Marine who has done these things that people and gods are angry with, almost all orders are issued by the world government. But it can't be said that Marine is innocent, because it is indeed the hands of Marine's people, as long as they raise the butcher's knife, no one is innocent. But now Marine maintains world peace, and it cannot be said that they have no credit. The credit is true, and it is also true that they are weak and incompetent. It was the corruption of the world government, Marine's cowardice and incompetence, and lack of courage to resist, that led to the current situation. Jun was stunned for a few minutes, before gradually recovering, and then asked with a pale face, "Then why are the people on O'Hara Island now?" Renault didn't say the result just now, originally wanted to tease the name, but saw her pale face. Renault didn't want to tease her anymore. He answered truthfully, and comforted, "None of those people died, so you can rest assured." When Jun heard Renault's answer, he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time asked luckily, in the end, did Marine suddenly change his mind and stop executing this buster call? Hearing Jun's fluke-like question, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said to himself, "I gave so much to myself just now, but I didn't expect this girl to be lucky until now, so let her give up on Marine completely." Thinking of Renault here, he glanced at Jun speechlessly, and then said angrily, "The order for Marine to go to West Blue to carry out the buster call mission was given by the top of the world government. And the Admiral War country that your Marines admire, didn't even have the courage to refuse, so they sent 5 Vice Admiral 10 warships to West Blue to carry out the buster call mission. Do you think that Sengoku didn't even have the courage to refuse before, and then she dared to change her mind and stop executing buster call?" Jun heard Renault's merciless answer, and asked again with a look of loss, "Since Marine didn't let them go, how did they survive?" Although Jun was a fool for social affairs, he was not familiar with Marine's combat power and perception of the power of warships. Because for this knowledge, Marine's elite training camps have taught them. They not only need to practice in the training camp, but also need to learn many aspects of knowledge, especially the knowledge about warships. Because the Marines who came out of the elite training camp will all be generals in the future, and all of them will need to lead troops to go out to sea to catch pirates. What about thieves? The reason why Jun asked this just now was because he knew that 10 warships were powerful enough to sink an island. That's why Jun was very puzzled that all the civilians on the platform could survive under the fire of 10 warships. When Renault heard Jun's question, he didn't mean to hide it, and replied directly, "They did not face Marine's warship, but someone intercepted the warship a few kilometers before the island, and they took advantage of the warship's arrival. They were all rescued before, so they all survived." When Jun heard Renault's answer, she nodded thoughtfully. She heard Kyuzen's conversation with Renault just now that they mentioned the issue of interception at sea, and she thought to herself, Kyuzen said that someone was intercepting at sea just now. A warship means that the 10 warships led by someone were intercepted a few kilometers away from the island. When Jun heard Renault talking about this, he no longer had any doubts in his heart, so he said directly, "I have already made a general clear about the matter, then I will go back and pack my things, and I will move over to live here with you later." 99. When Renault heard her words, he raised his head to look at the gradually darkening sky, and agreed directly, "Then go back early." After Jun got Renault's permission, he walked out of the small house and went to the place where he lived. Hey. 39. Renault looked at the back of Jun's departure, thinking of his sleepwalking at night, and immediately laughed out loud. Chapter 84. Time flies, and night falls. After midnight, Marineford was plunged into darkness, few lights were still on, and most of them had fallen asleep. The small house where Renault lived had also turned off the lights, and it was dark inside the small house, as if to prove that the people inside had fallen asleep. But this is just an appearance. Now in the small house, with the help of the moonlight, you can see a small figure walk out of your room, and quietly come to the door of another room. This little figure is Renault in sleepwalking. As for real sleepwalking or fake sleepwalking, these details are not important, the important thing is that there is tofu tonight, hehe. Renault tried to open the current door, but found that it was locked inside, but he didn't panic. I saw a mass of green energy emerging from his body, and he used his psychic power to directly open the lock inside. At the moment, no lock could work well. After Renault opened the lock from the inside, he walked in quietly in the dark, as if he was returning to his own room, quietly crawled into the bed and felt sleepy, and kept drilling into someone's arms. Someone is really not alert at all, since, 170, there is no one else in the bed. Facing Renault who was digging into her arms, not only did he not push him away, but he directly put his arms around him like a pillow. Arms. The next day, morning. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it came to 7 in the morning, and a ray of sunlight shone into Jun's room and shone on her sleeping face. Jun, who felt the discomfort on her face, slowly opened her eyes, squinted and glanced, and found that it was bright sunshine. She didn't care. She turned over and continued to feel sleepy. Jun suddenly felt something moving in her arms, and looked down at her arms with doubtful eyes. Ah! When Jun saw what was moving in her arms, she immediately opened her throat, and a scream that was enough to break through Juxiao came out from her small mouth. Renault's ears were buzzed by the screams of Jun, and he finally slowly opened his eyes, and glanced at Jun, who was wearing clothes and screaming, but did not make any movement. After that, Renault didn't rush, and reluctantly got up from Wano Township, thinking to himself, as the old saying goes, Wano Township is a hero's tomb, you don't want to wake up when you lie down. Thinking of Renault here, he pretended to be innocent and said apologetically, that, I forgot to tell you, I sleepwalk when I fall asleep, I'm just a child, you don't blame me, do you? While arguing with Jun, Renault slowly climbed out of bed, and thought to himself, with his super invincible acting skills, coupled with his super invincible cute appearance, should he be able to get away with it? Jun was glaring at Renault angrily, but after meeting Renault's innocent face, she swallowed the cruel words that came out of his mouth, and cursed to himself, yes. A child who doesn't know anything, what kind of madness is he in? If Renault knew what she was thinking, he would probably laugh out pigs, and he would probably sigh in his heart, could this be the legend, he is just a child. Jun thought that Renault was just a child, so he didn't want to scold him anymore, but asked with a blushing face, I locked the doors and windows last night, how did you sleepwalk into my room? Although Jun has figured it out now and has no intention of blaming Renault, he doesn't believe in sleepwalking at all. Even if Renault said he was afraid and didn't dare to sleep alone, she would accept it. But the only thing she couldn't accept was sleepwalking, because people are unconscious in sleepwalking state, so it's impossible to open her locked doors and windows, so she couldn't accept sleepwalking. Facing Jun's doubts, Renault replied with no panic on his face, I am a devil fruit person, I can't do this when I'm awake, but when I fall asleep, it may appear in all kinds of enclosed spaces, I should have used my abilities unconsciously, which is why I came into your room. Jun heard Renault's answer, and saw that there was no abnormality on his face, so he asked dubiously, is everything you said true? Renault nodded, really. Truer than pearls. Seeing that Renault didn't want to lie, Jun believed his statement, and then asked curiously, is your devil fruit ability a space-like ability? Hearing Jun asking about his abilities, Renault scratched his head and replied with a distressed look, I don't know what my abilities are, but after I often fall asleep, I will suddenly disappear from an island, and suddenly appearing on another island, I can also put things in a space and take them out when I need them. 39. When Jun heard Renault's answer, he was basically certain in his heart that he was a space-type devil fruit ability user, because only space-type ability users could do this kind of thing. At this time, Kyuzan, who was eavesdropping in the small house next door, also nodded thoughtfully and whispered, no wonder he was a half-year-old child who was able to run from the new world to the first half of the Grand Line. Do and lie, it turned out to be because of his devil fruit ability. In this way, all the doubts of the immortal Stone Admiral can be explained, but he seems to be unable to control his ability, and can only use it unconsciously in a sleepwalking state. Is it because he is too young and has not developed his ability? Kyuzan, who was eavesdropping next door, felt that it was necessary to report the situation to Xianxi Admiral. After all, he came here not only to stare at Renault, but also to find out the secrets of Renault. Now that all doubts have been explained, it is necessary to report the situation to Xianxi Admiral. It is worth mentioning that last night, Kyuzan opened the profile of Renault that Warring States gave him. He didn't have time to read it during the day, and only had time to read Renault's profile when he was free at night. But the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong, because Renault's information a few years ago was very detailed, and he had no special identity at all. Only the information in the last 2 years is almost blank. He really can't figure out Renault's identity, so in order to better complete the task, he can only ask the Warring States if Renault has any special identity. As a result, when he got the answer, it made him start to doubt his life. After a long time, it turned out that he thought too much. After Kyuzan overheard the answer he wanted next door, he didn't have the heart to listen anymore, but went straight into the room, ready to call Sengoku to report the situation. What he didn't know was that Renault knew that he was listening to the corner, so he said this on purpose, in order to make Marine drop his guard against him, and hide that he had stayed on the ship of the 2 legendary pirates. Matter. After all, although he has been hiding very well, paper can't contain the fire after all. If Marine keeps investigating, he will be found out one day. Renault was afraid that while he was here, if Marine found out about him, the clock-in mission would definitely be interrupted. So when he discovered that Kuzen was eavesdropping just now, he immediately came up with this plan to fool Marine first, and then wait for him to finish the task. As long as he completes the clock-in task, if Marine finds out about it, it won't affect him much. The reason why he used to hide himself in the past is because he hasn't grown up yet. Now as long as he wants to run, Marine can't stop him at all. Space coordinates plus ultra-fast telekinesis to understand. It really doesn't work. Throw a few stones at Marineford and see who dares to chase after him. I guess Marine will only care about saving people at that time. After listening to the abilities introduced by Renault, Jun sighed with emotion in his eyes. Wow. Your abilities are so powerful. After you can control your abilities in the future, wouldn't you go wherever you want? When Jun said this, he immediately said with a look of anticipation, hurry up, give me your ability to collect things, Kong. Renault didn't refuse when he heard the words. In Jun's room, the performance turned into a magic trick. One time he put his worries into the system space, and then he took them out of the system space, and the two played together. Very happy. When the 0.4 system saw this scene, he said in his heart, I am so special. Did the system give you system space for you to use it like this? Renault didn't know the system's complaints, and after playing with Jun for half an hour, they stopped contentedly. The reason Renault performs so diligently is because the Jun will be jumping up and down with excitement from time to time, and whoever knows how cool the clothes are. That's called a cool one. Hehe. And Jun also found something wrong at this time, glared at Renault with a blushing face, and then rushed out, You go out first. When Renault heard Jun start rushing people, he said with a face of reluctance, that's okay. I'll wait for you outside, and then start our salted fish routine today. Let's squeeze our shoulders and beat our legs. Renault reluctantly walked out one step and 3 turns back, saying goodbye secretly in his heart, the beautiful and bottomless career line, and the 2 little white rabbits jumping around, I'll go first, I hope we can go down. The next time we meet, it won't be too far apart. After Renault came out of the room, he lay on the reclining chair and sighed with emotion, the tofu produced by this Jun girl, Emma is really fragrant. Chapter 85. Naval Headquarters, check-in task, about to be completed. In the guest area at the back of Marineford, in the small house, Renault was still lying on the reclining chair as always, next to Jun 10 obediently pinching his shoulders. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye Renault has been at Naval Headquarters for about a month. After 12 o'clock in the evening, his check-in task can be completed, and then he will leave this gentle village hero mound. After Renault's training for a month, Jun is as obedient as possible, but I don't know if they will be able to live together peacefully after tonight. Jun has lived and ate with Renault for a period of time, and stayed with Renault almost all day long. What they knew was the relationship between a female sailor and a marine guest, but if they didn't, they thought they were a couple. So Jun hasn't had much contact with Sengoku and the others this month. If she thinks about the fact that she was deceived by someone, maybe she doesn't know yet? The question mark is the key point. Of course, Renault has not only trained Jun during this time, but it is very necessary to sleepwalk every now and then. But Renault could feel it, and Jun probably found out that his sleepwalking was fake, but she didn't expose Renault, and sometimes she seemed to be waiting for Renault to pass. When Renault first found out about this, he was completely stunned, but seeing that Jun didn't mean to expose her, he didn't break it either. It is worth mentioning that when Warring States knew why Renault was able to come to the first half of the Grand Line safely from the New World, he was considering whether to directly invite Renault to join Marine. Although there is still a doubt about Roger and Renault, they searched for nearly a month and found nothing. In the end, they could only give up the investigation. After the Warring States gave up investigating Roger, it didn't take long for him to invite Renault to join Marine. After all, he didn't want to let go of this genius, and he didn't want Marine to have a perverted enemy like Renault in the future. Therefore, after discussing with other high-level executives, Warring States came to Renault's small house 2 days ago, and wanted to invite Renault to join Marine, but Renault said that he would consider taking a few days to send him away. The reason Renault said to think about a few days was just delaying time. After all, he only had a few days left on the clock-in task. He didn't want to make extra troubles, lest his clock-in task be interrupted. Then he would start all over again without crying. Where to cry? Renault squinted and enjoyed the service from Jun, raised his head and glanced at Jun, thinking that he might be leaving tomorrow, so he asked cautiously, if Jun. I said if one day you find yourself being alone, if you lied, how would you treat that person? When Jun heard Renault's question, the hand that was pinching his shoulder froze, and after a while, he resumed the movement of his hand, and replied blankly, it depends on whether that person is important to me. If it is just an unfamiliar person, I should ignore or beat him. When Jun said this, he looked into Renault's eyes intentionally or unintentionally, and then continued, if someone who is very important to me deceives me, then I will kill him and commit suicide. Renault heard Jun's answer, saw her eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, and thought of the two people's mutual understanding during this time. It's the rhythm of the pill. The more Renault thought about it, the more panic he felt in his heart, and he cursed inwardly, this little girl won't really want to slap him, and then slap herself away? What the hell? Isn't this BCH too ruthless? Originally, Renault was still thinking about whether to take this girl away, but now it seems that taking this girl is the best policy, and sneaking away is the best policy. Thinking of Renault here, he persuaded with evasive eyes, don't be so extreme in your thoughts, what if that person lied to you just for your own good? 99. The world is so beautiful, to give each other one more chance, that kind of thought you just didn't like. 35. When Jun heard Renault's persuasion, he still replied with a blank face, if it's really for my own good, then you shouldn't lie to me, so it's better to slap it away, and it's 100 times with one knife. Jun not only imitated Renault's speech, but while speaking, she gestured with her hand around Renault's neck, as if the target she was about to snap away was Renault. When Renault heard Jun's answer, he immediately shut his mouth obediently, and secretly spit out in his heart, FKU. Click it off. In fact, after Jun found out that Renault's sleepwalking was fake, she immediately thought of what Renault had said before, and it was estimated that most of them lied to her. But after getting along for this period of time, she knows that the relationship between the two has surpassed that of friends. She doesn't blame Renault for lying to her. As long as the relationship is true, the rest is not important to her. Love is so unreasonable. She also didn't want to think deeply about Renault's lie to her, because she knew that Renault would leave here sooner or later, and this kind of life was one day less, and she didn't want that day to come so early. The reason why Jun guessed that Renault would leave here sooner or later was because Renault told her that he could use his space ability to go from one island to another while sleepwalking. Since sleepwalking was dressed by Renault, then Renault can control space ability. The reason why he was placed under house arrest is probably Renault's own, by Zhao's, will, otherwise he has the space ability, and he has no constraints. If he wants to leave here, he may leave at any time. Yoon. After Renault mentioned the deceit just now, she knew that Renault might be leaving, so she just said that on purpose, in order to make Renault leave here without worrying about it. Renault didn't know what Jun was thinking. If he knew, he would probably stay here and eat the tofu she produced for a few days. The two of them stayed in the small yard with so much thought. Renault was lying on the chair, enjoying what might be the last shoulder squeeze. And Jun also knew that this might be the last time she served Renault, so she squeezed very hard. Although the two of them didn't say a word, they seemed to have said everything, and the atmosphere in the small courtyard seemed very strange.